Chapter 1 I have an inheritance to inherit? What? I'm not an orphan? I have parents, dead, but left me a large inheritance to inherit? Hearing what the suited man in front of him said, Yang Li froze and then reacted. Go go go. Who are you fooling with such a low-level lie? Hurry up and go away. Don't block me from starting my work. Yang Li waved his hand, feeling that this liar in front of him was truly brainless. He even made up such trash lies to fool himself. He had lived in an orphanage since he was a child, never knowing that he had parents, let alone knowing that there was such a thing as an inheritance. Young master, I really didn't lie to you. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, follow me to the company now. I will explain it to you in detail. The man was in his 50s, with decent features and a straight suit, looking quite a bit elegant. But at this moment, his elegant face was a bitter face. Pull it down you. Who knows you are trying to trick me to some place to cut my organs or something. Hurry up and get lost. Looking at his watch, it's more than 3 in the afternoon. He still has to go and put up advertisements. This man has already wasted a lot of his time. Yang Li waved his hand at him in boredom, picked up the tripod and the paint bucket and was ready to leave. Young master, what I said. Hey, don't pester me here. If you don't leave I'll call the police. The man still wanted to say something, but Yang Li interrupted him and said in a warning tone, if it wasn't for the fact that he saw the number of people behind the other party, he wouldn't have the patience to listen to his nonsense here. And after he finished speaking, he turned his head and left. Yang Li, after walking not 2 steps, Yang Li suddenly heard someone in front of him calling him. Raising his head, he saw fellow classmate Han Jun, and his own girlfriend Lin Yan. Look, I told you he's here. As long as the school is fine, he's basically posting advertisements over here. Seeing Yang Li, Lin Yan smiled and said to Han Jun, only with undisguised contempt in her tone. Yan, why are you here? Yang Li looked at Lin Yan with a surprised expression, not knowing why the other party had suddenly come here. But what surprised him even more was that Lin Yan had taken Han Jun's hand in front of him. Looking at this scene, Yang Li could hardly believe his eyes. Perhaps wanting to see the stunned expression on Yang Li's face, Lin Yan smiled. Yang Li, I came here today specifically to find you, just to tell you that from today onwards, I'm not your girlfriend anymore, I'm his girlfriend. Hearing this, Yang Li was shocked. What did you say? You want to be his girlfriend? You don't love me anymore? Ha! Yang Li's words made Lin Yan look like she had heard a big joke. Love? Yang Li, please recognize the reality, can't you? Except for a face that's not bad, what else do you have that's worthy of someone's love? All day long body is full of paint smell, dirty and sloppy, or a poor man. I simply did not love you? Then a week ago, why did you confess to me that you want to be my girlfriend? Yang Li looked at Lin Yan with surprise, unable to believe that his girlfriend, who had always cared for him so much, would say such words in her mouth. To know, a week ago, it was Lin Yan who took the initiative to pursue him. Why? Of course it's for the money. Lin Yan didn't say anything, and Han Jun, who was on the side, spoke up. For money? Yang Li didn't understand what that meant. Don't get me wrong, it's not for your poor man's money, it's for my money. What do you mean? Yang Li asked with a frown. The meaning is simple. I gave her $50,000 to come after you and be your girlfriend for a week, Han Jun said with a smile. What? Han Jun's words surprised him even more than Lin Yan telling him to break up. This, really? He looked at Lin Yan with a look of disbelief. Not bad, that's it. Otherwise how could I fall in love with you if you think you're worthless? Lin Yan nodded her head, not hiding her mockery. Do you know why she wouldn't even let you hold her hand this week even though she cared for you so much, and never goes out on dates with you at night? Han Jun asked again. Of course Yang Li didn't know. Because she doesn't love you at all and loathes you from the bottom of her heart, of course she won't let you hold her hand. As for not going out with you at night, it's because she's coming to accompany me at night, Han Jun said, reached out and pinched Lin Yan's chin. Don't look at her with a pure look. I'm not afraid to tell you, she can be very tight in bed. Saying that, his other hand slapped Lin Yan's ass again. Lin Yan was not annoyed, she just looked angry and twisted her waist. You. Hearing Han Jun's words and looking at Lin Yan's coy appearance, Yang Li didn't doubt the veracity of those words at all. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins rippled. In vain, he saved his money this week, took his hard-earned money to buy many gifts for Lin Yan. It turned out that he was surprisingly little cute, as much as being cheated for a week. Why are you doing this? Yang Li shouted at Han Jun. Han Jun smiled coldly. Yang Li, you caused me to be unable to catch up with Tang Li. You don't think this is over, do you? Why? Of course it's to toy with you. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Han Jun's piercing laughter, Yang Li was suddenly dazed. The liaison between him and Han Jun had been formed as early as a week ago, and he didn't expect that the other party would come up with such a disgusting method in order to get back at him. Yang Li, don't blame others. You can only blame yourself for not knowing yourself. On your stinking demeanor, do you really think I can look at you? You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. Seeing Yang Li blushing, Lin Yan continued to mock. Learn to be smarter in the future. Let's go. With that, she pulled Han Jun up and was about to leave. Before leaving, Han Jun was still smiling as he looked at Yang Li. Kid, although I've toyed with you for a week, my anger has subsided quite a bit, but this matter isn't over yet. Tomorrow Monday, there's still a follow-up. Oh, Han Jun said, wrapping his arms around Lin Yan's waist and left in triumph. Looking at the back of the two left, Yang Li fists tightly pinched. The heart of the anger rises. He really want to recklessly rushed up to beat Han Jun a meal, but he did not dare. Han Jun's family was rich and powerful in Jiangning City. He couldn't afford to mess with them. Young master, are you alright? These two even dared to toy with you. Do you want me to send someone to teach them a lesson? After Lin Yan and Han Jun left, the man in a suit walked up and said with a gloomy expression. Yang Li was already in a bad mood at this time, and seeing this liar actually acted on it, he was even more disgusted by it in his heart. They are detestable, but you are even more detestable than them. Hurry up and get out of the way. Yang Li cursed fiercely, and after finishing, he picked up his things and was about to leave. But suddenly, the phone rang. Lu Jian took out the phone and looked at it. It showed that the caller was Nico Lu. Yang Li, someone from the store is here to demand money. Can you come back for a moment? Just as he clicked answer, Nico's urgent voice came over the phone. Although Yang Li was still in his first year at Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry, because he was an orphan, he had been working at an advertising agency to earn tuition and living expenses. It was said to be an advertising agency, but in fact, there were only two people plus Yang Li, and Nico Lu was the boss of this advertising agency. She had always taken care of Yang Li. Hearing Nico Lu's urgent voice, Yang Li was also startled. Sister Nico, don't be anxious, I'll be right back. Yang Li hung up the phone, picked up his things and was ready to walk back, but he was caught by the man's death grip. Young master, just come with me to the company. What I said is true. Let go of me. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense here right now. Natalie Lu owed a debt to an equipment company. It wasn't the first time these debt collectors had come. Every time they came they had an arrogant attitude, worrying that Natalie Lu would suffer. So Yang Li was in a hurry to rush back. Young master, you really have to believe me. If I can't convince you to go back to inherit the estate, I really have no face to face the dead master and madam. The man said with tears in his voice. Let go of me. Yang Li didn't believe the man's words at all and struggled to leave. But the man held on to him for dear life and just wouldn't let him go. After struggling for a long time, Yang Li had to stop. Alright, you said I have an inheritance to inherit, right? How much did you say? Yang Li asked. This. The man froze for a moment, then said, roughly estimated, there should be around a few trillion. If young master wants to know the exact value, he needs some time to calculate it. Several trillion? Lu Jian was thunderstruck by this figure. You really dare to make it up? A few trillion coming out of your mouth. Young master, it's not made up. Everything I said is true. The man's expression was helpless. Alright, you said I have a few trillion inheritance, right? Then bring me $200,000 now. As long as you can bring it out, I'll believe you. Yang Li said to the man. He thought that the man would be very embarrassed and then find all sorts of excuses to say that he couldn't get it out. But he didn't expect that. After hearing this, he was elated and immediately waved to the people behind him. In no time, a bodyguard-looking suit man came forward with a box. At the man's gesture, he opened the box, and when he saw what was inside, Yang Li was instantly shocked. Money, all money. Young master, here is $500,000. If you want to use it, just take it, the man said with a fawning face. Holy, you're for real? Looking at the shiny banknotes in the box, Yang Li was half speechless. Only after a long time did he say, This can't be fake banknotes, right? How could it be? If you don't believe me, young master, you can take it to the bank's banknote inspection machine. Hearing the man say this, Yang Li felt that this should be real. I wouldn't really have an inheritance to inherit, would I? He had now somewhat believed the man's words. 1,000 times true. If young master doesn't believe me, you'll know if you take a trip to the company with me now. Hearing this, Lu Jian was a bit hesitant, and it was at this moment that Natalie Lu's phone call came back. Yang Li suddenly remembered that there was still something important to do, and hurriedly shook his head. I can't right now. I still have to take care of something. Will tomorrow be okay then? The man asked. Yang Li nodded. Tomorrow was Monday, but there was no class in the morning. Tomorrow morning is fine. Then tomorrow morning, I will send someone to pick you up. Good. After Yang Li nodded, he took the box and was ready to go back. By the way, young master, this is the relic your parents left for you. You can use the evening to read it. The man handed Yang Li a letter and a thumb-sized glass bottle filled with blue liquid. What is this? Yang Li asked as he picked up the glass bottle. I don't know. It's what the old master commanded to give to you when he was dying, the man said. Yang Li frowned, then slipped the glass bottle into his hip pocket. Alright, I'll take the stuff. I'll come find you tomorrow, Yang Li said, picking up the money box. He couldn't even take the tools to put up the advertisement and hurriedly ran towards the company. In Yang Li's opinion, if the other party was cheating himself, he definitely wouldn't let himself take the money away. But none of the people stopped him when he took the money away, which made him feel even more alarmed that the man's words might be true. He himself might really have a large inheritance to inherit. Chapter 2 One Punch to Fly. The so-called company was just a 30 square meter storefront. Yang Li's location wasn't far from here, so it was only a few minutes of work before he rushed back. Just as he walked to the entrance of the company, he saw 5 or 6 people standing inside, surrounding Natalie Liu. The leader was a fat man in his 30s. Yang Li knew that this man was called Sun Yaozu, and he was selling office equipment. Previously, Natalie had bought $300,000 of equipment from him, and had only paid $100,000, leaving $200,000 unpaid. Originally, he agreed to pay the $200,000 within half a year, but he didn't realize that Natalie Liu's advertising agency had been in the red since it opened. So even after half a year, Natalie Liu still hadn't gotten the $200,000 together. Because of the lack of money, Sun Yaozu came to ask for money every 3 days. Natalie Liu was so disturbed that she was tired of being disturbed, but there was nothing she could do about it. Mr. Sun, please forgive me for a while longer. I really don't have any money right now. Natalie Liu was 24 years old this year, with a beautiful face, a concave and convex figure, and very pretty with a head of long hair. But at this moment, her pretty face was covered with helplessness. Nico, if I want me to forgive you again, it's not impossible. I have already said well, as long as you promise to be my girlfriend, this 200,000 won't have to be paid back. Sun Yaozu patted his stomach and rubbed his greasy chin, a pair of lustful eyes staring straight at N. Upon hearing this, Nico Liu looked embarrassed. Mr. Sun, I will definitely pay back the money. As for a girlfriend, I haven't had the idea of looking for a boyfriend for a while, considering the fact that she owed someone money. Nico Liu tried her best to put it as politely as possible. However, this wasn't the first time she had rejected Sun Yaozu, and Sun Yaozu's patience had long been worn down to the point that there was very little left. And at this moment, when she saw that she had been rejected again, her complexion instantly turned cold. Natalie Liu, don't give face to face. Want you to pay back the money, you don't have money. Want you to be my girlfriend and you won't. So you borrowed my money and you became a big man, right? Either you pay back the money or agree to be my girlfriend. Sun Yaozu's color was cold, and his attitude became very tough. Mr. Sun, but I really don't have any money right now. Natalie Liu's face was ugly. No money? Then I'll take someone against the debt. Let's go to dinner with me first tonight, Sun Yaozu said, pulling on Natalie Liu's arm. Nico Liu was startled by Sun Yaozu's sudden move. Reacting, she hurriedly broke away. Mr. Sun, please don't be like this. You can grace me for a while longer. Cut the ing crap. Follow me, Sun Yaozu said, and then pulled Natalie Liu outward. Stop. Seeing Natalie Liu being pulled by Sun Yaozu, Yang Li let out a loud shout and rushed in. Let go. Since Yang Li had joined the company, Natalie Liu had always treated him well, and although the company was losing money month after month, Natalie Liu paid him his salary in full every month and never defaulted. This made Yang Li always remember Nico Liu's goodness. At this moment when he saw her being embarrassed, how could he bear it? After rushing in with an arrow step, he pushed Sun Yaozu away as soon as he could. Yang Li? Recognizing the person, Natalie Liu called out in surprise. Sun Yaozu's mind was thinking about how to get Natalie Liu done tonight. When he was pushed by someone in the cold, he almost fell on the ground, and when he came back to his senses, he was instantly enraged. Where did the brat come from? Dare to push me? Sun Yaozu never refused to take a loss no matter what he did. Being pushed by Yang Li, he didn't care who the other person was, standing up and stomping on Yang Li with one foot. He was a fat man. His strength was naturally not small, and with another stomp that contained anger, he immediately stomped the thin and weak Yang Li back and forth, his butt hitting the table. Only feeling a pain in his buttocks. Yang Li screamed miserably, hurriedly reaching out to touch the pants pocket on his buttocks. He had just put the blue glass bottle that the man had given him in it, and thought that it had crashed. Reaching out and touching it, sure enough, it was full of glass slag, and there was a piece of glass slag stabbed into his butt. Yang Li frowned greatly, his mood was a bit bad. That man said that this was a relic left to him by his parents, and although he didn't know if it was true or not, he hadn't even had a chance to take a good look at it before it crashed and broke. Why was it dry though? He remembered that the bottle was filled with a blue liquid. Yang Li, are you alright? Hearing Yang Li screaming miserably, Nico Liu thought that Sun Yaozu had hit him too hard and worried that Yang Li was injured. so he hurriedly asked, "Brat, so it's you." After kicking Yang Li away, Sun Yaozu recognized him. This only employee under Natalie Liu. Sun Yaozu naturally recognized him. The first few times he came to demand debts, he was blocked by this kid. Sun Yaozu had long looked at Yang Li with displeasure, and now that he saw him jump out again and dare to push himself, he naturally didn't want to let him off easily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to push me. You're not small in guts. Go, beat him up for me. Sun Yaozu gave an order, and the people behind him were about to go forward to beat up Yang Li, although he didn't know where the blue liquid in the glass bottle had gone. At this moment, Yang Li clearly didn't have the time to care about this. Slow down. Seeing that a few big men from the other side were about to come up to beat him, he didn't think he could beat them and hurriedly shouted out. This cry did cause Sun Yaozu's men to pause slightly. Don't you just want money? Here it is, Yang Li said, bringing the box in front of him. His words caused both Natalie Liu and Sun Yaozu to feel puzzled. What is this? Sun Yaozu pointed at the box. Of course it's money, Yang Li said and opened the box, revealing stacks of banknotes inside. Aren't you here to collect a debt? The $200,000 that Sister Nico owes you. I'll pay it back for her, Yang Li said, counting out 200,000 from the box and placing it on the table. Seeing Yang Li suddenly take out so much money, the one who was most surprised was none other than Nico Liu, who was clear about Yang Li's family situation. Yang Li, you, where did you get so much money? She grabbed Yang Li's arm and asked in surprise. I found someone to borrow it. Yang Li didn't know what to say about today's events, so he simply said he borrowed it. Here's $200,000, take it and don't bother Sister Nico again in the future. Yang Li pushed the money to Sun Yaozu and said, good boy, okay, you managed to get so much money. Seeing Yang Li take out a box of money, Sun Yaozu was also surprised. Natalie Liu had the money to pay him back. Originally he should have been happy, but he wasn't happy at all now. On the contrary, he was even more angry than before. The reason was very simple, he didn't want the money at all. What he wanted was Nico Liu as a person. Although Sun Yaozu was only the owner of the equipment company, he was from a good family. $200,000 was nothing in his eyes. The reason why he came to collect the debt for 3 days was because he knew that Nico couldn't afford to pay it back, and wanted to force her to be his girlfriend. Now that he saw that Yang Li even wanted to pay back the money, then wouldn't his plan not succeed? So Sun Yaozu's face was ugly. You're a poor boy. Where did you get so much money? Don't be where to steal the robbery, right? This money doesn't come from a clean source. I wouldn't dare to take it, Sun Yaozu said with a disgusted face. Hearing Sun Yaozu's words, Yang Li's expression changed. What do you mean? What do I mean? Can't you hear me? You have a problem with the way this money came from. I don't want it. If I want to pay it back, I have to let her pay me back. Sun Yaozu pointed at Nico Liu and said, Yang Li, you, where on earth did you get so much money? You wouldn't really have done something you shouldn't have done, right? Sun Yaozu's suspicion that Yang Li's money came from the wrong place was purely a false accusation, but Nico was also a bit skeptical. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Li's character, she was just worried that in order to help him pay off his debt, he would go astray for a moment, so she looked at him with a worried expression. Sister Nico, don't worry, I didn't do anything. This money came from the right place. He is deliberately not wanting it. He wants to make things difficult for you. Yang Li saw Sun Yaozu's trick and said to Nico Liu, Ha? Natalie Liu frowned slightly. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that his mind was recognized by Yang Li, Sun Yaozu pointed at Yang Li with some anxious eyes. Anyway, the money is here. Love it or hate it, hurry up and get out, or I'll call the police. Seeing that Sun Yaozu was not relenting, Yang Li didn't want to waste his words with him and took out his phone, threatening to call the police. Seeing Yang Li wanting to call the police, Sun Yaozu's face became even more somber. This kid broke his own good deed, not to mention, he also wanted to call the police to arrest himself. How could he swallow this breath? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of scenes have I never seen before? Dare to scare me, call the police, right? If you can dial out the phone today, I'll kneel down for you. Go on, beat him up. Sun Yaozu didn't dare to let Yang Li call the police, and with a command, the 5 Hans behind him stepped forward to teach Yang Li a lesson. Don't! Seeing that Sun Yaozu's people even started to fight at the drop of a hat, Nico Liu was startled and hurriedly stopped them. But she was a woman. How could she stop these tall and big Hans? After these people surrounded Yang Li, one of them grabbed Yang Li's clothes, twisted his fist and greeted him. Seeing the other side of the casserole big fist towards his face smashed over, Yang Li scared to death. He is thin and weak. Fighting in this area has always been his short board, not to mention the other side of so many people. Even if he is agile, that cannot be beaten. It seems that today will have to be beaten up. Yang Li thought like this, already ready to give up resistance, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a twitch in his heart, and then in an instant, he saw the fist in front of him suddenly become very slow. What's going on? Yang Li was shocked in his heart. He didn't know how this person in front of him slowed down his fist speed so much. Could it be that he was trying to trick himself? No. Yang Li quickly dismissed this idea, because he realized that not only did the fist in front of him slow down, everything around him seemed to have slowed down. Nico Lu's terrified face was still stuck on his face, and Sun Yaozu's smug smile hadn't dissipated for a long time. There was also a mosquito that seemed to have stalled in the air. Although Yang Li did not know what was going on, he knew that this was a good opportunity to counterattack, and he smashed his fist on the other party's stomach. Even he himself did not expect that this seemingly powerless punch would send the man flying. Chapter 3, Suddenly Having Superpowers. Bang! The man's body hit the wall hard before falling back to the ground. What the hell? After sending the enemy flying and everything was back to normal, each of Sun Yaozu's men looked at Yang Li with shocked faces. How did he strike so quickly? Also, how did he have so much strength? Momentarily stunned by Yang Li, they actually forgot to strike. Seeing Yang Li send his own men flying with a single punch, Sun Yaozu was also frightened, but he didn't think that Yang Li was really that powerful. He might have pulled some kind of trick. What the are you all waiting for? Keep going on me. Beat me to death. I'll give out 10,000 each when we get back. The so-called heavy reward will have a brave man. Sun Yaozu's words fell. His men, although they were still a bit scared, but they couldn't care less. Picking up the bench beside them with their hands, they all greeted Yang Li's body. Time suddenly slowed down again. Yang Li could clearly see the trajectory of each person's movements. He took 2 steps forward, and one person threw a punch. Only this time the force of the strike was much smaller. He was afraid of killing someone. In the blink of an eye, all 4 people were knocked to the ground. Watching this scene, Lu Nico had long been too shocked to speak. How could he not have imagined that Yang Li would be so powerful in a fight? She hadn't even looked at them clearly before Yang Li had finished them off. Of course Sun Yaozu couldn't have imagined it either. After reacting, he tried to run, but he was grabbed by the back of Yang Li's neck. The 200 pounds of Sun Yaozu was lifted in Yang Li's hands like a small chicken. Mr. Sun, where do you want to go? Yang Li didn't know how his strength became so great, but he felt that it was a good thing. Lifting Sun Yaozu, he was more like a bully than Sun Yaozu. Right. Sorry, Don, don't hit me. Mr. Yang, young Master Yang, you're generous. Let me go. Sun Yaozu was afraid of getting beaten up, and begged Yang Li for forgiveness one after another, no longer having the same arrogant aura as before. Bring out the loan note. Seeing Sun Yaozu's wimpy appearance at this time, Yang Li wanted to beat him up but was a bit unable to bear it, and just rushed at him with an ice-cold expression. Here it is. Sun Yaozu hurriedly touched out the IOU that Nico Lu had written to him. Sister Nico, is it this one? Yang Li handed the IOU to Nico Lu. It's this one. Receiving Nico Lu's affirmative reply, Yang Li shoved the money on the table into Sun Yaozu's arms. The money has now been returned to you. If you dare to harass Sister Nico again in the future, don't blame me for being rude to you. Is that clear? Yang Li asked. Listen. Here. Get lost. Yang Li said and kicked Sun Yaozu out. Ouch. Go. Quickly walk. Sun Yaozu screamed miserably, but he didn't dare to say anything harsh, and a few of his men helped each other and flew away. It's okay, Sister Nico. Seeing Sun Yaozu leave, Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head to Nico Lu. However, she realized that Nico Lu was looking straight at herself and didn't say anything for a long time. What's wrong with you, Sister Nico? Yang Li asked suspiciously. I really can't see that you're so weak, but your hands are so good. After a long time, Lu Nico said. Yang Li fawned and smiled, scratching his head in some embarrassment, and didn't explain more because he didn't know how to explain either. Anyway, I really have to thank you for today's matter. Sun Yaozu's matter could be resolved thanks to Yang Li, and Nico Lu thanked her. Sister Nico, you are too kind. I am an employee of the company. This is what I should do. Yang Li said. Right, you said earlier that you borrowed all this money. With whom could you borrow so much money? Natalie Lu knew that Yang Li was an orphan and usually didn't have many rich friends, so she was very curious about the origin of this money in Yang Li's hand. Oh, it's like this. I have a distant relative who came to search for his family and found me, and this money was borrowed from him. Regarding that man's identity, even Yang Li himself hadn't figured it out yet, and the inheritance story was even more unbelievable. So Yang Li now made up a story. Is that so? Natalie Lu was a bit skeptical, but she couldn't find a break, so she only nodded. That 200,000 is considered what I borrowed from you. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Sister Nico, it's okay. Yang Li scratched his head, and before he could finish his words, he only saw that Nico Lu looked at her watch, and her complexion suddenly looked anxious. Oh no, I have an appointment with a client this afternoon. It's almost time. I have to rush over now. Natalie Lu said, hurriedly grabbed a piece of information and headed out. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head. Right, Yang, I shouldn't go back to the company in the afternoon. You clean up this place and close the door, also go back to rest earlier. Today's matter is thanks to you. I'll treat you to dinner in the next 2 days. Oh, okay. Then Nico sister, you take care of yourself. Yang Li nodded mechanically. Before he could finish his words, Natalie Lu had already run far away. Yang Li also knew about meeting the client today. Although he didn't know what kind of client it was, he knew that Natalie Lu took it very seriously. After Nico left, Yang Li quickly cleaned up the office and brought back the tripod and paint bucket that was left on the side of the road before locking the company door and going home. Yang Li's school is far away from where he works, and many times when he works late, it is too late to go back to the dormitory. In order to be convenient, so he rented a single room not far from the company. The house is a bit old, but it is cheap, 150 a month, with a bathroom. After Yang Li went home, he cooked a bowl of noodles as usual, and while eating, he thought back to what happened today. Originally he was going to post an advertisement, but on the way suddenly jumped out of a man in a suit saying that his parents, whom he hadn't even met, had left him a large inheritance. Not only that, but they also gave him $500,000 as proof, and they were going to send someone to pick him up tomorrow to take him to the so-called company. If this thing didn't really happen to him, Yang Li wouldn't believe it at all, but this was okay. What made Yang Li feel the most incredible was that it was like he suddenly had superpowers. The things that happened in the company earlier, he still hadn't figured it out until now. When did he become so powerful? For the changes that happened to him, the only thing Yang Li could think of was the glass bottle that he had smashed earlier. There was clearly a blue liquid inside, but after the glass bottle shattered, the liquid disappeared, and he only remembered that a piece of broken glass pierced into his butt. Could that blue liquid be what the absorbed by one's own body, thus transforming one's body? Yang Li thought somewhat unrealistically, but this was just his conjecture. No one could prove it. Suddenly, he remembered the letter that the man had given him, saying that it was left to him by his parents, and he hurriedly took the letter out, wanting to see what was written in it. After opening the letter, he found only one sentence on it. Drink the medicine in the bottle, inherit your inheritance, finish your education, marry the white's daughter, and keep a low profile, love your mom and dad. Holy, so short. Looking at the short and concise content, Yang Li couldn't believe that this was a letter. After flipping over and over and looking at the envelope again, and not finding any other words, he had to believe that this letter was really just this one sentence. Drink the medicine in the bottle? What medicine is in the bottle? And who is this Bai's woman that she wants me to take her as my wife? Yang Li muttered to himself with a puzzled look on his face. Originally, he had agreed to go to the man's company tomorrow, but now that all kinds of doubts were piling up in his mind, Yang Li immediately wanted to go, but he simply didn't know how to get in touch with the man, let alone where the company was. Hey, I should have known to leave a contact information, and I don't know if he can find me tomorrow. Yang Li now regretted not leaving that man's contact information, but regret is useless. Everything can only be said tomorrow. After having dinner, Yang Li played with his cell phone for a while and went to bed early. Early the next morning, he was woken up by the phone ringing. Young master, have you gotten up? Hearing that it was the man's voice from yesterday on the phone, Yang Li, who was still in a daze, instantly became energized. Just got up. Although he was curious as to how the other party knew his phone number, he thought that the other party was able to directly find himself yesterday, so it shouldn't be difficult to find out his phone number. I'm really sorry, young master. The driver who was sent to pick you up just now had a family emergency and had to rush back, so you can rest at home for a while longer, and I'll immediately send another driver to drive for you. The man on the phone said. Drive? Listening to the man's words, it seemed like the driver he sent had already arrived. Yang Li leaned over the window to take a look and found a black Mercedes parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yang Li lived in an old neighborhood. Not many residents had cars, even fewer could afford a Mercedes. It looked like it belonged to an outsider. Is the car you had the driver bring a black Mercedes-Benz? Yang Li asked. Yes. If young master doesn't like this car, I'll immediately have the driver drive another one over. The man said. Forget it, no need. That driver, you don't call him to come. It's troublesome. You let this current driver put the key to the cellgate guard. I'll drive there myself later. You send me the company address. This, young master, this is not good. The man felt that there was something wrong. What's wrong with it? It's settled. Yang Li strongly requested to drive himself. Hearing Yang Li's firm tone, the man could only agree, and after adding Yang Li's WeChat, he immediately sent him a location. After Yang Li graduated from his senior year of high school, he used the wages from his summer job in his free time to obtain a driver's license, but after taking the test for almost a year, he hadn't even touched the car. And the reason why he strongly demanded to drive over there by himself was mainly because he wanted to get over the addiction of driving. After all, this is a Mercedes-Benz. Hanging up the phone, Yang Li hurriedly got up and washed up, picking a set of clothes that didn't look so old from the only ones he had. Then he hurriedly ran downstairs. Holy, it's really a Mercedes-Benz. After carefully surveying the car parked at the entrance of the neighborhood, Yang Li's mood was stirred. Although he didn't recognize what type of car it was, he was now almost completely convinced of the man's words. After taking the keys from the gatehouse, Yang Li impatiently jumped into the car, then carefully started the vehicle and drove out of the neighborhood. I never thought that there would be a day when I could drive a Mercedes-Benz. While driving the car and looking at the luxurious interior, Yang Li was overwhelmed with emotion. The positioning that the man sent over he had already looked at earlier. The address was at Global Plaza, Xuanhe Mansion. Xuanhe Mansion was an extremely famous high building in Jiangning City. The reason why it was famous was because it was the headquarters of Xuanhe Group, and Xuanhe Group was the group with the largest financial strength in Jiangning City. Yang Li never thought that man was actually Xuanhe Group. He couldn't help but remember the words the man said yesterday again. I can't really have a few $1 trillion of inheritance to inherit, right? As he was thinking, he suddenly realized that a woman in black professional attire on the roadside in front of him was waving at him. What's the situation? Chapter 4 Sister will cover you from now on. There were no cars on the left and right. Yang Li was sure that the woman on the side of the road was waving at him, but he didn't understand why. Just drove a Mercedes and got lucky with peach blossoms? Yang Li couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Although he didn't know why, he still drove the car in front of the woman. Stopping the car, Yang Li just wanted to ask a beautiful woman what's up, only to see the woman pull open the passenger door and sit in without saying a word. Today is a bit early, Brother Lu. Ha, you're not Brother Lu? The woman was 25 or 26 years old, with a head of big wavy long hair, very temperamental and beautiful. After getting into the car, she talked to herself for a long time before realizing that Yang Li was not someone she knew, and her face showed surprise. I can't imagine that the company has recruited a new driver, but also quite handsome. Before Yang Li had time to explain, the woman said with a smile, "What's your name?" she asked. "My name is Yang Li." Yang Li instinctively said his name. Not bad. It seems that the Ministry of Manpower has more vision this time. Sizing up Yang Li, the woman said while fastening her seatbelt. Actually, what are you still waiting for? Go. Seeing that Yang Li didn't start the car, the woman urged. Yang Li froze. Hastily start the car. From the woman's words, Yang Li heard the other party should be Xuanhe Group's employees, and she recognized herself as an employee of the company. Yang Li would like to explain, but do not know how to say. After all, he is really driving someone's company car, and he also does not know the identity of the man, so just do not explain, sort of by the way to piggyback on her a ride. After the woman sat in the car, a light perfume flavor filled the car. Smelling can't help but make people happy. Yang Li secretly glanced at the woman sitting next to him and saw that she was fixing her makeup. Why don't you say anything? The woman asked Yang Li while looking in the mirror. What should I say? Because he was an orphan since he was a child. Yang Li's character has always been relatively introverted. He never dared to take the initiative to talk to girls. Even if someone else talked to him, he would blush if he couldn't say more than a couple sentences. I got into your car as soon as I arrived. Why don't you ask me who I am? The woman said. Then who are you? Yang Li asked. Puff. Seeing Yang Li's naive demeanor, the woman couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're so cute. As her words fell, Yang Li's face instantly turned red. My name is Shen Ruofu. I'm from the same company as you. The front desk manager. The woman spoke her identity. Yang Li nodded. Oh, Manager Shen. Although in the company, Shen Ruofu quite liked people calling her manager. But when a handsome little brother like Yang Li called her that, she was a bit unhappy. Why can't you call me Sister Ruoyu? It's not like you're in one of my departments. Alright then, Sister Ruoyu. Yang Li changed his words. Hearing Yang Li change his words, Shen Ruoyu showed a smile on her face. That's more or less the same, right? Let me ask you, are you related to any of our company's old bosses? Shen Ruofu looked at Yang Li in a gossipy manner. Why do you ask? Yang Li looked at the other party in surprise. Seeing Yang Li's surprised face, Shen Ruoyu smiled. You don't want to pretend. You just entered the company can drive this Maybach Zeppelin. No relationship, how can it be possible? To know that this car in our company, that is the chairman's exclusive seat. The company more than 30 drivers. Just 2 people qualified to drive this car, Shen Ruoyu said solemnly. Although Yang Li didn't know about cars, he also knew the name of Zeppelin. The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz, more than $10 million a car, and it is still a global limited edition. How could he not have imagined that what he was driving right now was the legendary Zeppelin? Is it? Yang Li fawned and smiled, feeling that his hands were a bit unable to grip the steering wheel, but he suddenly remembered something. Right, you said that this is the chairman's exclusive car, so how can you get on? With these words out of his mouth, Shen Ruoyu instantly realized that he had spoken out of turn, and then his face reddened a bit in embarrassment. I'm not just sitting on the road occasionally. Seeing the embarrassed smile on Shun Ruofu's face, Yang Li wasn't a fool and immediately understood. Estimated to Shun Ruofu's identity, is not qualified to sit in this car? Usually sit should be rubbing the car, and still stealing to rub. But look at her just now on the car's proficiency and casualness. It is estimated to rub many times. This is not good to say explicitly. So Yang Li just smiled. Yang Li, please, this matter must not be told. Although she was a little embarrassed, Shen Ruoyu still said stiffly to Yang Li, the driver of this car, Lao Lu, lives in a neighborhood very close to her home, and very often she goes to work just in time to meet Lao Lu also goes to work, and Lao Lu is nice and often secretly piggybacks on her. At first, Shen Ruoyu was scared, but after a long time, she got used to it. Today, she got on the car as usual, but she didn't expect the driver to not be old Lu. She is now quite worried that Yang Li will say this thing out, because if that happens, she just promoted the front desk manager will not be able to be. Seeing that Shen Ruoyu had been laughing and joking earlier, and turned her eyes to look at herself pitifully, Yang Li hadn't wanted to report her and nodded. Don't worry, Sister Ruoyu, I won't talk nonsense. Really? Unexpectedly, Yang Li agreed so quickly. Shun Ruoyu was a bit incredulous. Really? Yang Li nodded his head once again. In his opinion, it was an empty car anyway, so it was no big deal to let the company's employees sit in it. You're so nice. Determining that Yang Li wasn't lying to himself, Shun Ruoyu said gratefully. After saying this, her complexion turned serious all of a sudden. Don't say anything else. Yang Li didn't react. Just for this matter today, I'll be the one to cover you in the company in the future. Shun Ruoyu patted Yang Li's shoulder and said in a domineering manner. Yang Li froze, not knowing what to say. Seeing that Yang Li didn't say anything, Shen Ruoyu thought that the other party didn't believe her, and immediately added, to tell you the truth, many of the company's department managers and I have a good relationship. In the future, if anyone is difficult for you, or you want to transfer the department, you can tell me. As long as it does not offend a few of the old bosses that count, I can help you smooth things out. Shen Ruofu was well liked in the company, so there were still a few points of backbone when she said this. Then thanks to Sister Ruoyu. In the future, little brother will rely on you. Yang Li felt that Shen Ruoyu's character was quite pleasing, and seeing that she spoke solemnly, he simply complimented her alone. No problem. The duo joked and soon arrived at Universal Plaza. I'll get off here, so as not to be seen. The car just drove into Universal Plaza, and before it reached the front of Xuanha Mansion, Shen Ruoyu proposed to get off the car, and of course Yang Li wouldn't stop him. Yang Li, thank you for today. Sister treats you to some candy. Before getting off the bus, Shen Ruofu handed Yang Li a piece of chewing gum. Thank you sis. At Shen Ruoyu's action, Yang Li was a little bit in tears and laughter, but he still took it. Oh no, the chairman is here. Seeing Yang Li take the candy, Shen Ruoyu still wanted to joke about it, when she suddenly saw the chairman of the board hurriedly walking over with his secretary and several bodyguards at the company's front door. Her face swished white. Not bothering to say more to Yang Li, she hurriedly got out of the car. Her heart panicked. Although she is well liked in the company, but she is not liked by the chairman. The chairman came over in such a hurry. It must be because he saw himself sitting in his car, and is coming to chastise himself. It's over. It's over. Shun Ruoyu, if you are more alert, early in the square outside on the car, how will be seen? Shen Ruoyu cursed her own stupidity in her heart, but it was all too late now. She felt that after this kind of incident, she would definitely not be able to stay in the company, and her heart couldn't help but be miserable. Just as she was thinking, the chairman of the board had already walked in front of her. Dong. Good day, chairman. Seeing the chairman's serious face, Shen Ruoyu shouted stiffly. She was already prepared to be reprimanded, but to her surprise, the chairman walked in front of her and just looked at her with a puzzled expression, but didn't say anything before looking at the other side of the car. Young master, you're finally here. Shen Ruoyu stood right next to the chairman and clearly heard the chairman call someone young master. She was startled and then realized that the one the chairman was calling wasn't someone else. It was actually Yang Li. Shen Ruoyu was stunned. She somewhat couldn't believe her ears. Yang Li had just stuffed the gum into his mouth. Before he got off the car he saw the man from yesterday walking towards him. Hearing Shen Ruofu call him chairman, he was a bit surprised. Are you the chairman of Xuanha Group, Wang Yunhai? Yang Li asked as he got out of the car. Although he felt that the man's identity was definitely not simple, he also didn't expect the other party to be the chairman of the number 1 group in Jiangning. so he was still quite surprised. He didn't know the man's name, but he remembered that the chairman of Schwanha Group was called Wang Yunhai. Yes, young master, I am Wang Yunhai. I forgot to tell you yesterday. I'm really sorry, the man said apologetically. Seeing that the chairman was actually nodding to Yang Li, Shin Ruoyu had to believe her eyes even if she didn't believe her ears. The plainly dressed Yang Li was actually the chairman's young master. How is this possible? She had an incredulous look on her face. Wang Yunhai was communicating with his esteemed young master when the company's employee even made a random noise, which made him a bit displeased. Then he turned his attention to Shin Ruofu. Which department are you from? Why are you in the young master's car? Suddenly being asked about these things by the chairman, Shin Ruofu trembled in fear, originally wanting to tell a lie to muddle through, but thinking of everything that had just happened, Yang Li knew it clearly. He definitely couldn't muddle through by lying, so he could only tell the truth. Chairman, I'm sorry, I drove over earlier and saw your company's employee, so I took her for a ride. Without letting Shin Ruoyu finish her sentence, Yang Li jumped the gun and said. Hearing this, Shin Ruoyu was shocked. Yang Li said this, was clearly harboring her. She had said so many words before that she didn't know the heights of heaven, and thought that she had offended Yang Li, but she didn't expect the other party to harbor her. Is that so? Wang Yunhai felt that Shin Ruoyu looked a little unnatural and asked. It's alright, I still have classes in the afternoon. Get on with business. Yang Li had a good view of Shin Ruoyu. Seeing her face in difficulty, he took the initiative to Wang Yunhai. Hearing Yang Li's urging, Wang Yunhai came back to his senses. I'm sorry, young master. I've delayed you, so let's go into the company now. Although Wang Yunhai still had some doubts in his heart, he didn't have the time to pursue them and hurriedly invited Yang Li into the company. Yang Li nodded. Then he entered the building with Wang Yunhai, leaving only Shin Ruoyu still standing in place with a stupefied face and mixed feelings in her heart. The chairman is already the richest man in Jiangning City. What kind of status must it be to be called a young master by him? She thought in amazement. Chapter 5. I have trillions of family fortunes. What did you say? 8 trillion euros? Not counting real estate? Sitting in Wang Yunhai's office, listening to the other party say the amount of inheritance he owned, Yang Li only felt his brain buzzing. 8 trillion euros. Converted into yuan, that must be how much? I'm afraid that there are several tens of trillions of dollars. If the other party wasn't Wang Yunhai, Yang Li definitely wouldn't believe his words, but he knew the other party's identity. He didn't think that the richest man in Jiangning City would lie to him. A poor boy. What exactly do my parents do? Have so much money? Yang Li asked in surprise. Oh, Master and Madam's company involves a lot of industries and is spread all over the globe, but it's mainly in foreign countries. For example, there are 5 gold mines in South Africa, 2 diamond mines, 2 oil companies in the Mediterranean Sea, 4 ports in Europe, in addition to a 30% stake in a Swiss bank, and several small countries in Africa are also supported by the old master and madam. Listening to Wang Yunhai's words, Yang Li felt that his throat was a little dry. If earlier he just felt his brain buzzing, then now he felt that he might be dreaming. But Master and Madam started out as a technology company in the beginning. Hearing this, Yang Li instantly came into the spirit. A technology company? Isn't it one that researches superpowers *****? Yang Li still remembered what happened to him yesterday. Superpower? Wang Yunhai was instantly stumped by Yang Li's question. After a long time, he shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Seeing that the other party unexpectedly didn't know, Yang Li's brows frowned for a moment. He wanted to tell about the changes that had happened to him, but he didn't dare to. After all, it was all too shocking, and he was worried that if he said anything, he would be captured and used as a mouse for research. You really haven't heard of it? Yang Li asked once more. Young master, I really haven't heard of it. Wang Yunhai solemnly said. Could it be that my parents secretly researched it, so no one else knows about it? Seeing that Wang Yunhai looked sincere and seemed to really not know, Yang Li couldn't help but speculate. If they have so much money, why don't they come to me and make me an orphan? Yang Li asked again. Young master, don't blame Master and Madam. They did it for your good. For my good? Yes. In the course of starting their business, Master and Madam set up a lot of enemies, and they were worried that these people would be detrimental to you, so they only had to endure the pain of throwing you into the orphanage. But Master and Madam didn't just ignore you. There have always been people protecting you in secret since you were a child. Wang Yunhai said and took out a stack of photos. These are the photos that the people protecting you have taken of you in the dark. Yang Li picked it up and took a look. The photos were of himself as a child. There were dozens of them, almost every age group. Surprisingly, they were real. He was amazed. Then why are you looking for me now? Not afraid that someone is not favorable to me anymore? Yang Li continued to pursue. Hearing this, Wang Yunhai was a bit sentimental. This time I'm looking for you because there's really no way out. The old master and madam were killed in a plane crash. The huge company needs someone to take over. However, they are also worried about your safety, so they hope that you can hide your identity as their heir, at least until your studies are completed. You can't expose it, lest you be persecuted. Listening to Wang Yunhai's words, Yang Li's heart meant something unspeakable. He had been poor for so long and suddenly had money. He should have been happy, but when he thought that his real parents passed away without even meeting them, he was a little sad again. Were my parents killed? He asked. It's being investigated. We can't rule out this possibility, Wang Yunhai said. Asterisk. Yang Li clenched his fists, his face turning blue. Young master, even if master and madam were killed, they don't want you to avenge them, at least not right now. Master's meaning is that he wants you to finish your studies and experience more of the world before taking over the company, Wang Yunhai said. Yang Li nodded. I know, they wrote it in the letter they gave me. After saying that, he remembered something. Right, in the letter my parents left me, they asked me to marry a Bai clan woman. Who is this person? Oh, this Bai clan woman is Bai Suxue, the daughter of Bai Xiongfeng, who is the chairman of Tianshang Industrial Company, Wang Yunhai said. Tianshang Industrial Company? Yang Li hadn't heard of this name. It's a company in Linhai province. The industry is relatively small in Jiangning. It's normal that young master doesn't know about it, but it's also ranked in Linhai province, Wang Yunhai said. Why do I want to take her as my wife? Yang Li asked. This is the old master's dying wish. Bai Sushue's grandfather once helped the old master and madam, so the old master wants you to take his granddaughter as your wife. What will happen if I don't marry? Yang Li thought to himself, what era is this? Still arranged marriages. His heart was a bit reluctant. It won't be anything, it's just that the master and madam will die in peace, Wang Yunhai said. Hearing this, Yang Li was speechless, although he had never met his so-called parents. But judging from the fact that they were willing to leave such a large inheritance for themselves, they must have loved them as well. Thinking of them dying without resting in peace, Yang Li was a bit intolerant. Forget it, I'd better look at the people before deciding, he said. It's best if young master can think this way, but I think that master and madam's vision will definitely not be bad. I will notify Miss Bai to come and meet you as soon as possible, Wang Yunhai said, and took out another inheritance letter for Yang Li to sign. Yang Li just simply looked at it for a few moments, and then signed it. To this point, he didn't think that Wang Yunhai was cheating him. After signing this inheritance book, young master, you are the actual person in charge of all the industries under the name of the master and madam. All the industries under your name. The current chairman of the board are all agents. You want to change the person at any time you can change, including me, Wang Yunhai said with a solemn expression. Yang Li did not have the intention to change people, not to mention Wang Yunhai. From the other parties addressed to their parents, it is evident that Wang Yunhai and their family relationship is not ordinary, and parents will inherit the inheritance of this matter to him to deal with. It is evident that also trusted him. Yang Li decided to follow Xiao Gui and continue to trust Wang Yunhai. You're very good. You can temporarily take care of everything in the company for me, and I'll take over after I graduate from school, Yang Li said. Many thanks for young master's trust. Wang Yunhai nodded his head. With that, he took out another black bank card. This one is a black card specially created by the Swiss bank in conjunction with banks from all over the world. It can be spent anywhere in the world, under $1 trillion, with no limit, and the password is your birthday. So young master, take it with you in case of emergency. There is such a powerful bank card? Thanks. Yang Li restrained the surprise in his heart and took the card over. It's getting late. I still have class in the afternoon, so I'll leave first, Yang Li said, getting up and preparing to leave. Young master, let me see you off, Wang Yunhai said. Yang Li waved his hand. No need, I'll walk by myself, but I want to be alone. Seeing that Wang Yunhai wanted to say something else, Yang Li said first. Although he had inherited $1 trillion family fortune, his parents had left him completely, and he could never help but feel some sadness in his heart. Understood, young master. Sensing that Yang Li was in a bad mood, Wang Yunhai no longer insisted. Just as Yang Li was about to leave, he added, young master, although master told you to keep a low profile, he only said that he can't reveal your identity as his heir, so don't be reluctant to spend money where you should. Got it. Yang Li nodded and walked out of the office alone. After descending the stairs, he walked outside with a stuffy head when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Young master? Turning his head, he realized that the one calling him was actually Shinruoyu. Shinruoyu had been waiting for him downstairs for a long time, and after seeing him come out with great difficulty, she hurriedly ran up to him. Sister Ruoyu, Yang Li called out. Hey, don't. Young master, you must not call me that. Earlier it was me who didn't know the heights of heaven and said something that offended you. Right. Sorry. Shinruoyu was both grateful and panicked when facing Yang Li. Grateful because he had sided with him earlier, panicked because he didn't know what Yang Li's status was and he didn't dare to call him by his name, so he followed the chairman's call. I didn't say anything to Wang Yinhai. You don't need to worry. Do your job properly. Seeing Shen Ruoyu's face of fear and trepidation, Yang Li gave her a peace of mind. However, he really didn't have the mood to chat with her right now, and after saying that, he turned his head and left. Hey, Shen Ruoyu originally wanted to say a few more words, but seeing Yang Li leave, she didn't dare to stop him, so she could only shout from behind. Thank you. Walking out of the global plaza, Yang Li first went back to his home, and after having a meal, he stepped on the point where classes were about to start before arriving at the school. Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry is the best university in Linhai province, and of course, it is also the best in Jiangning City. Yang Li didn't seek far away when he took the exam for the university, so he was admitted into this place, and enrolled in the business school's media major. Media major is not cold, but the threshold is very high, so there are not many people, only 50 or so. As soon as he entered the classroom, the crowd exploded like a pot. Wow, here he comes, here comes the main man. He still dares to come to class. I wouldn't have the face to come if it were me. Who knows, maybe he has a thicker skin. Since the fight yesterday afternoon, Yang Li felt that his hearing had gotten a lot better, and just as he entered the classroom, he heard all sorts of chattering voices coming into his ears. Combined with those strange gazes, he couldn't help but wonder a little. What was going on here? Man, why did you just come? As Yang Li was wondering, a little fat man wearing loose short sleeves hurriedly ran to him and said in a tone with a few complaints. This little fatty was called Tong Wei, one of Yang Li's few friends in class. What happened? It's not even class yet. What does it matter if I come early or late? Yang Li asked. No way. By now you still don't know what happened. Seeing Yang Li's confused face, Tong Wei looked surprised. What exactly is it? Seeing Tong Wei speak so solemnly, Yang Li couldn't help but feel a little anxious. See for yourself, Tong Wei said, handing his cell phone to Yang Li. Chapter 6 Disgusting Things. Yang Li picked up the phone and found that it was a post from the school's forum, titled Poor Boy's Extravagant Hope for Love. Toad wants to eat swan meat. Then the following is a girl story about a girl who intentionally confessed to a guy that she wanted to be his girlfriend, then coaxed the guy around and dumped him after a week. At the end of the story, the names and photos of Yang Li and Lin Yan were attached, and the class that Yang Li was in was also clearly stated. Below that were some comments. This man is quite handsome. Why is he so pathetic? What's the use of being handsome? It can't be a meal. Being poor is the original sin. The owner is a bit too much. People poor to poor should not be so cheap. People upstairs mother of got it. Poor people extravagant what love. Deserve to be cheated. There were more than 1,000 comments underneath. Seeing these, Yang Li's face instantly grimaced. Who posted this? He asked. Who else could it be? Your girlfriend? Oh no. Ex-girlfriend, Tong Wei said. Yang Li scanned the classroom and didn't see Lin Yan's silhouette. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists, feeling that this was too disgusting. I'm sorry Yang Li, it's all my fault. Seeing Yang Li's ugly face, a girl suddenly came over and said. The girl was wearing a long water blue dress. Her figure was a bit on the thin side, but because of her melon face and large eyes, with a head of short shoulder-length hair, her skin was white and pretty. But at the moment, her pretty face was covered with a look of self-blame. This girl is called Tang Li, is Yang Li's class president, is also recognized as the class flower and school flower. Her family background was ordinary, but she was pure, so the people who chased after her in the school were all over her. Tang Li blamed herself because she already knew that Yang Li had been tricked by Lin Yan, and she also knew that it was all because of her. A week ago, Han Jun, the famous playboy in the class, had made a bet with a guy from the outside class that if he could catch up with Tang Li within a week, the guy would pay him $100,000. When they were discussing this matter, they happened to be overheard by Yang Li. Tang Li, as the class president, had helped Yang Li fight for a scholarship once, and Yang Li had always remembered this favor, and when he heard about it, he was worried that Tang Li would be cheated. This made Han Jun's plan fall through, and it was in order to get back at Yang Li that Han Jun intentionally paid Lin Yan to pursue him, thus playing him for a fool. Originally, Yang Li was already miserable after being fooled for a week, but he didn't expect the other party to be unwilling to give up, and even put this matter on the forums, and in the course of a morning, Yang Li's name was almost known throughout the entire school, and of course, became the laughingstock of the entire school. It was because of this that Tang Li felt self-conscious. It's none of your business. Yang Li didn't blame Tang Li. Yo, isn't this Yang Li coming? As soon as Yang Li's words fell, he saw Han Jun and Lin Yan walk into the classroom on each other's arm. Han Jun had a mocking smile on his face. The forum post, he had asked Lin Yan to post it in order to humiliate Yang Li and make the whole school laugh at him, and now that his purpose had been achieved, he assumed the posture of a victor when facing Yang Li. Did you send this? Seeing Han Jun and Lin Yan come in, Yang Li didn't show surprise and asked Lin Yan when he picked up Tong Wei's cell phone. Yo, thought you didn't know, was about to come and tell you, didn't think you'd already seen it. What? Not happy about it? Facing Yang Li's questioning, Lin Yan said in a conspiratorial manner. Although Lin Yan didn't look as good as Tang Li, she was still pretty, mainly because of her hot body. When she chased Yang Li before, Yang Li had really liked her, but that was all in the past. The current Yang Li only had disgust in his heart. Delete it. Seeing Lin Yan admit it, Yang Li said, "Ha." Lin Yan smiled coldly. Yang Li, what are you talking about? Who do you think you are, asking me to delete it? The mockery on her face increased. I'll give you a minute. Yang Li's expression was cold. His gaze was like a knife, staring straight at Lin Yan, his tone full of threats. Yang Li, you're afraid you're not awake, right? Dare to speak to my girlfriend in such a tone? Han Jun pushed him and said with a disgruntled look, there are only 30 seconds left now. Yang Li's tone was still ice cold. Hey! Seeing that Yang Li was ignoring him, Han Jun's anger rose and he grabbed him by the collar. To tell you the truth, we won't delete it today. Not only won't we delete it, we'll post it every day. How's that? Could you still fight? Bang! Before Han Jun finished speaking, Yang Li landed a fist on his face. Wow! The entire class was watching the show, wondering how Yang Li would be humiliated by Han Jun. No one expected that before Han Jun could even begin to humiliate Yang Li, Yang Li would give him a punch first. Seeing this scene, the entire class was startled. But what frightened them even more was yet to come. Yang Li punched Han Jun to the point where he was lying on the table. Not to mention that he reached out and pressed down on his head. Han Jun struggled for half a day, but he couldn't get up. Yang Li, you dare to hit me. I'm going to waste you. Han Jun's face was pressed tightly against the table. His face flushed red as he cursed at Yang Li in annoyance. And while cursing, he reached out his hand to hit Yang Li, but Yang Li grabbed his fingers. Since absorbing the liquid within that glass bottle, Yang Li found that his body functions seemed to have risen quite a bit in every aspect, and he enjoyed this feeling. Delete it, Yang Li said to Lin Yan while pressing Han Jun. Lin Yan had never imagined that Yang Li, who looked civilized and weak, would have such a ferocious temper, striking at the drop of a hat and being so strong that he couldn't even move Han Jun, whose body was much stronger than his. By pressing him, she was shocked, and at the same time, she was somewhat at a loss for words. Hearing Yang Li's words, she subconsciously took out her cell phone. Don't delete it. Seeing Lin Yan take out her cell phone, Han Jun hurriedly shouted. The reason he had asked Lin Yan to post that incident on the forum was to humiliate Yang Li, and now that the plan had succeeded, he was the victor. He could delete the post, but never in a situation where he couldn't fight back from being beaten by Yang Li. Otherwise, how could he still be the victor? Yang Li, today I won't let her delete it. What can you do to me? Seeing Lin Yan put down her cell phone, Han Jun screamed at Yang Li. Very well. Yang Li coldly smiled as his left hand grabbed Han Jun's fingers and suddenly pushed backward. Ah! Han Jun screamed miserably all of a sudden. I'll give you one more minute to delete it, or I'll break his fingers, Yang Li said to Lin Yan with an expressionless face. Although his parents had told him to keep a low profile, Yang Li didn't think that this low profile was allowing others to on his head. He knew very well that if he didn't teach Han Jun a lesson today, the other party would think he was easy to bully and would be endless. Hearing Yang Li's words, Lin Yan looked a bit horrified. But without Han Jun's authorization, she didn't know if she should delete it or not. Seeing her look of hesitation, Yang Li increased the strength of his hand. Han Jun's miserable screams suddenly became louder. Ah! Delete, delete, delete. Quickly delete. Quickly delete. Han Jun, who had previously clamored not to be deleted, couldn't stand the pain, and with tears coming out of his eyes from the pain, he hurriedly called out. Only after hearing this did Lin Yan rush into the forum and delete the post she had made. Seeing Lin Yan delete the post, Yang Li then let go of Han Jun. Damn it, I'll waste you today. Chapter 7 Sister Xiao's Birthday. Han Jun had just been released and immediately twisted his fists towards Yang Li. He was clearly not convinced. However, his speed was too slow in Yang Li's eyes. With a bang sound, Yang Li pressed Han Jun's head onto the table as before. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this movie-like reaction speed, many people in the class gulped. Even Tang Li and Tong Wei were astonished. Can't see that Yang Li is so good with his hands. You let go of me. Yang Li, if you have the guts, let go of me. Being restrained by Yang Li for the second time with the same maneuver, Han Jun was filled with a sense of humiliation as he struggled to get up, but it was as futile as before. Han Jun, the matter of you letting Lin Yan trick me. It's me who wasn't smart enough to be put on the spot by you. I admit it, and I don't want to get into it with you, but don't always run around messing with me all the time for nothing. There's a limit to how much a person can tolerate. Yang Li seriously said these words before releasing Han Jun again. Han Jun still wanted to rush over, but was grabbed by Lin Yan. Stop fighting, class will start soon. The clock on the wall had already gone to class time, and as Lin Yan's words fell, the class bell rang. Han Jun didn't charge forward again. He knew he couldn't beat Yang Li. He was afraid of losing face before he tried to fight him one after another. Now that the class bell rang, it was just the right time to give him a step down. But he was not going to give up like that. Yang Li, if it wasn't for class I would have wasted you today. You wait for me. This is not over. You'll see how I'll clean you up. Han Jun viciously pointed at Yang Li and said. Hearing this, Yang Li just laughed and didn't even put his threat in his eyes as he found a seat in the front row and prepared for class. Asterisk 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 Yang Li. Can't see you're so fierce? Just sat down. Tong Wei put his head over with a face of admiration. He had been friends with Yang Li for half a semester. In his eyes, Yang Li had always been quite introverted, not fond of making friends or talking. He didn't expect Yang Li to be so good at fighting. In the face of Tong Wei's compliments, Yang Li just smiled noncommittally. Tang Li was originally sitting in a window seat. After seeing that there was no one on Yang Li's other side, she thought for a while and walked over to Yang Li's side to sit down. Just ask them to delete it with your kind words. There's no need to get your hands dirty. After sitting over, Tang Li said with a worried expression. Yang Li looked a little surprised that Tang Li suddenly came over to sit next to him. If they were people who could talk nicely, they wouldn't have posted that incident on the forum. But aren't you completely offended to death now? What if he comes after you in the future? This matter was always due to himself, and Tang Li was worried that something would happen to Yang Li in the future. Tong Wei was also a bit worried. Yeah, you hit him today. He definitely won't stop. I heard that Han Jun's family seems to be quite rich, and he usually spends a lot of time with those lowlifes. In case he finds someone to clean up after you, what should I do? What Tong Wei said was also what Tang Li wanted to say, and both of them looked at him worriedly. If it was before, Yang Li was really afraid of such things, but now, he felt that he really had nothing to worry about. Don't worry, he won't do anything to me, Yang Li said. How do you know? The teacher is here. Let's go to class, Yang Li said as the teacher had already walked into the classroom. Seeing that Yang Li didn't take his words to heart, Tang Li was a bit annoyed, but the teacher had already come in. They couldn't speak well sitting in the first row, so they could only sigh helplessly. There were just 2 classes on Monday afternoon, both of which were advertising. After the class, it was already more than 4 in the afternoon. Yang Li packed up his things and was ready to leave, but Tong Wei grabbed him. You're leaving? Why don't you leave after all the classes? Yang Li asked suspiciously. No, tonight is Sister Shi's birthday, treating our whole class to dinner. You're not going? Tong Wei looked at Yang Li in surprise. The Sister Shi in his mouth was their class teacher. Full name Lu Yushi, 26 years old, herself a doctoral student at Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry, studying and teaching at the same time. When did this happen? Yang Li hadn't heard about this at all. His expression was surprised. It was posted in the group in the morning. When will you change this problem of always not reading group messages? Tong Wei said, taking out his cell phone to show Yang Li. Yang Li took a look and there was really this message in the group. Sister Shi's birthday. The whole class is going. It's not good for you not to go, right? Tang Li also said at the side. It wasn't that Yang Li didn't go earlier. It was just because he didn't know. But now that he knew, of course he had to go. After all, that was the homeroom teacher and he usually took care of himself. Then go. Yang Li nodded and walked out of the classroom with Tang Li Tong Wei. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing Yang Li and Tang Li walking together, Han Jun's face was filled with gloom. I said how he dared to tell on me, so it's because he's got his heart set on Tang Li himself. Asshole. Han Jun clenched his fists tightly. New hatred and old hatred added together. He couldn't wait to get Yang Li killed now. Looking at him, he should be going to dinner tonight as well, right? Lin Yan said from the side. Dinner? I'll make him eat tonight, Han Jun said viciously. Hearing the vulgar words, Lin Yan frowned and glanced at Han Jun, thinking that his annoyed look was really ugly. But even if it was ugly, he was still his boyfriend now. What are you going to do about him? She asked. You'll know when the time comes. Tonight I'm going to make him kneel down and beg me for mercy. As Yang Li walked along with his classmates to the school entrance, he saw Lu Yushi waiting outside from afar. Lu Yushi was tall and very pretty. She was wearing casual clothes today, wearing a pair of gold glasses, looking very elegant, as she had a smile on her face at all times. It made her even more approachable. Although she was a teacher, due to her looks and age, there were quite a few students in the school who pursued her. But in her words, none of them could catch her eye. But even so, her heat among the students was very high, and many of them cheered when they saw Lu Yushi. Hello Sister Shio. Sister Shio is so pretty today. Nonsense. Which day isn't Sister Shio pretty? I mean today is even prettier than yesterday. A group of students greeted Lu Yushi one after another before Yang Li and Tong Wei came forward. Yang Li wasn't a popular figure in the class, belonging to the small transparent kind, but because he was an orphan, He had always been taken care of by Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi usually pays more attention to him as well. Today, the matter of the forum happened again. She didn't know if Yang Li could bear such a blow, so she had been looking at him with some concern. Good day, Sister Shi. Yang Li didn't know what was on Liu Yushi's mind and greeted her like any other classmate. Aha! Liu Yushi nodded gently, her signature smile on her face. She wanted to talk to Yang Li about what happened in the forum and enlighten him, but now that there were many people, in order to take care of Yang Li's self-esteem, she was too embarrassed to say it explicitly, thinking to find a time to talk to Yang Li alone later during dinner. Sister Shio, the class is here. Tang Li was the class president. Whenever the class went on a group outing, she had to do a head count, and after counting the people, she reported to Liu Yueshi. Good then, since everyone is here, let's go. With Liu Yushi's order, the crowd started to get on the bus. With more than 50 people, a bus naturally couldn't fit, so everyone could only spread out. Everyone remember, the location is at the Shangting Hotel. Don't go the wrong way. Liu Yushi got on the first bus because she was going to book a private room. Some of the students who liked to be with her also got on the bus right after her. This included Ling Yan and Han Jun. Tang Li, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and get on. The first bus went up with about 24 people, but there was still room to stand, and a few girls who were on good terms with Tang Li called out to her to get on the bus. Lear, let's go up. Zhao Wan'er was Tang Li's best friend, and had always called Tang Li Lear, and seeing that there was still room on the bus, she pulled Tang Li to go up. However, Tang Li glanced at Yang Li, but her feet didn't move. Forget it, let's just take the next one, Tang Li said. Why? Which one is it not to sit on? Zhao Wan'er was puzzled, and the people in the car didn't understand either. Suddenly, Zhao Wan'er saw Tang Li glancing at Yang Li from time to time and frowned. You don't think you want to sit in a car with him, do you? Chapter 8 Getting the money together. Hearing Zhao Wan'er's words, Tang Li was like a rabbit that had its tail stepped on, almost jumping up. Which is not true. You don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing, then get in the car, Zhao Wan'er said, to pull Tang Li into the car. I want to sit in the next one. Tang Li still refused to get on the car. Zhao Wan'er was instantly anxious. She guessed that Tang Li might be because of Yang Li. After all, they had all sat together in class earlier. What kind of person was Yang Li? Orphaned, poor, with no money and no power. She was determined not to tolerate her good best friend being with an incompetent like Yang Li, not even if there was a hint of it. In her opinion, with Tang Li's appearance and character, how to find a rich handsome. Thinking so, she suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Li. Yang Li, ha? Yang Li and Tong Wei weren't standing far apart, and he was also puzzled by Tang Li's refusal to get on the bus. But he felt even more puzzled by Zhao Wan'er's sudden call to herself. Let me tell you although both Lear and I are very grateful for what you told on us last time, but that doesn't mean you can toad on swan meat. If you want to use the opportunity to pursue our family Lear, I advise you to die of this heart earlier. You don't deserve her. Don't make a fool of yourself like you did before. Although Zhao Wan'er wasn't from Jiangning, her family was quite rich, and due to being pampered since she was a child, it made her develop the habit of talking out of turn. Although she was pretty, because she often disliked the sky and the air, the boys in her class secretly called her a poisonous woman. Yang Li now sort of experienced it. He hadn't done anything and was scolded for no reason. He was a bit stunned. Wan'er, why are you saying this? Hearing Zhao Wan'er's words, no one was more surprised than Tang Li, who had a red face. What's the point of saying all this? I'm just trying to make certain people see themselves clearly and not have any ill intentions towards you, Zhang Wan'er said with intent. What's wrong with your brain? Being scolded for no reason. Yang Li couldn't endure it even if he had a good temper, and immediately looked at Zhao Wan'er like she was an idiot. What did you say? You dare to scold me? Hearing Yang Li scold himself, Zhao Wan'er instantly refused to comply. Hey, don't say so much. Get in the car. Get in the car. Seeing that the two were about to curse, Tang Li was so anxious in her heart that she couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly pulled Zhao Wan'er into the car. She actually wanted to sit in the same car as Yang Li, but not because she liked Yang Li. She was just worried that Han Jun would retaliate against Yang Li, so she wanted to help Yang Li think of a countermeasure. But now that Zhao Wan'er had said such words in public, she didn't dare to sit in the same car with Yang Li even if she really wanted to. Besides, she was worried about the two of them getting into a fight, so she only had to pull Zhao Wan'er into the car. After Tang Li got into the car quickly drove off. Brainwashed like, Yang Li cursed in a low voice. Although he was puzzled that Tang Li didn't want to get into the car, Yang Li didn't think that the other party was doing it because of himself, and the fact that Zhao Wan'er had brought this matter onto herself without a second thought made him very upset. The thorny rose in the class. It's not like you don't know. Don't be general with her. After seeing the car drive away, Tong Wei comforted Yang Li from the side. Not long after the first car left, The second car drove over and Yang Li and Tong Wei got into the car together. Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry was located in the outskirts of Jiangning City, more than 20 kilometers away from the city center. Half an hour later, Yang Li and Tong Wei got out of the car and came to Shengting Hotel together with their classmates. Shengting Hotel was a 4-star hotel, which was considered a little famous in Jiangning City, and after Yang Li and the others arrived, the whole class was considered to be all together. I've heard that the meals at the Shengting Hotel are quite expensive. Tonight, Sister Sher ordered 5 tables, each table is more than 5,000. Lu Yusher had already entered the Shengting Hotel, and the students of the media class were discussing outside. So expensive will Sister Shio break the bank too much? No way. If Sister Shi dares to book so expensive, it must be because she can accept this price. Although Sister Sher can accept this price, but today is her birthday after all. Usually Sister Sher treats us quite well. Today her birthday, let her treat us to dinner will not be too appropriate Why don't we all pay for it? Let's treat Sister Sher to a meal. Zhang Lei, the physical education member of the class, proposed. His proposal immediately gained the support of most people. That's fine. It's only $500 for each of us. $500, that's quite a lot. Hearing the crowd's conversation, Tong Wei muttered from the sidelines. Fatty Tong, what do you mean by that? Tong Wei's muttering was heard by the class and immediately glared at him. Tong Wei was startled and hurriedly explained. I'm just saying, nothing else. A meal to eat $500 for a bad family of college students is really some luxury. Not every student in the class family is good. Part of the students heard this price is actually some frown. Only Tong Wei a person said it. Because of this, he became the target of those students with good family backgrounds. Fatty Tong, do you have a conscience? Sister She usually treats us so well. It's not easy for us to spend $500 on Sister She's birthday today. So you won't even spend $500 to treat Sister She to a meal? Zhang Lei gave Tong Wei a glance. I didn't say I won't Tong Wei was a bit aggrieved. His family condition was not superior, but $500 could still be taken out. Then what are you whining about? Zhang Lei asked. Suddenly, he looked at Yang Li standing beside Tong Wei. Oh, I see. You're not complaining for some people, are you? Zhang Lei's words meant something. What do you mean? Seeing Zhang Lei's eyes fixed on Yang Li, Tong Wei's face was a little less than pleasant. What do you mean? Who doesn't know that you and Yang Li are good friends? This $500, you can afford it but he can't. You don't want him to pay this money. That's why you said that, right? Zhang Lei asked. As soon as he heard Zhang Lei bring the topic to Yang Li, Tong Wei was instantly unhappy. Zhang Lei, what are you babbling about? Yang Li hasn't said a word from start to finish. What's it got to do with him? A word did not say that is because he did not dare to say. Let him admit that he cannot get out of $500? After all, people also want to save face, so let you say it. The one who spoke was Zhang Shi, Zhang Lei's girlfriend and also Lin Yan's best friend. Her and Zhang Lei saying such words was purely humiliating Yang Li. Yang Li was a bit speechless in his heart. Tong Wei just spit out a sentence in passing. He didn't expect that he could be involved as well. Don't look down on people. Yang Li has money too. Okay. Seeing that Zhang Lei and Zhang Shi were both sarcastic about Yang Li, Tong Wei was a bit anxious and hurriedly spoke out in defense. Yo, he has money? What kind of money? The money from posting advertisements? Zhang Shi asked with a smile and a disdainful face. Hey, Yang Li, let me ask you. This $500, how many small advertisements do you have to post for others to earn it back? I'm afraid it would have to be posted for 4 or 5 days. Zhang Shi asked in a mocking tone, which caused many people to laugh. Zhang Shi, you've gone a bit too far. Facing Zhang Shi's mockery, Tong Wei's face turned red and he couldn't say anything. Tang Li couldn't see past it and stood out to accuse Zhang Shi. But Zhang Shi wasn't afraid of Tang Li at all. Facing the accusation, she said in a conspiratorial manner, how is it excessive? I'm not concerned about my classmates. I'm worried that Mr. Yang can't afford to pay for the meal, so I asked him about his income in advance. Even if he can't afford it, I'll help him out. Tong Wei said with a terse neck. $1,000 was half a month of his living expenses, but he thought he could still get it out by gritting his teeth. Hearing that Tong Wei wanted to help Yang Li out with this money, Zhang Shi smiled coldly. Seeing that Tong Wei was actually willing to help himself out with this meal money, Yang Li was a bit touched in his heart, but he didn't think it was necessary. It wasn't like he was broke. Hey, $500 isn't much, but it's not a small amount either, especially for certain classmates. In my opinion, anyway, today is Sister Shio's birthday, so let me pay for this meal. Yang Li had wanted to say that he had the money, but he didn't expect that just as he opened his mouth, his words were interrupted by Han Jun, who volunteered to bear the cost of the meal. Only when Han Jun said certain classmates, his tone was deliberately aggravated. Really? Is young Han so generous? This meal would cost 20,000 to 30,000 $000. Hearing that Han Jun was willing to pay for this meal, the students in the class began to follow suit. 20 to 30,000 is a lot, but I can still afford it, for the sake of everyone's happiness. Han Jun looked generous. Our Han Jun isn't like some people who can't even take out $500. Lin Yan held Han Jun's arm. Her tone did not hide her mockery. Everyone knew who she was talking about and glanced at Yang Li. Everyone in the class knew that Han Jun's family was rich, and that the cost of this meal was nothing to him. And since Han Jun was willing to bear the expense, naturally, he deserved to be happy. And immediately, many more people began to pat him on the back. Young Han is just generous, Zhang Lei said. That's true. Since the beginning of the school year, how many times have you invited our classmates to dinner? This time, when Mr. Han paid out the money, in a certain way, he relieved some people's siege. I don't know if that person will be thankful for it, Zhang Shi said, giving Yang Li a special look. What thankfulness? You think everyone knows how to repay kindness? Quickly go inside. If you don't, Sister Xiao should be anxious, a group of people said, surrounding Han Jun and walking into the Shengting Hotel. Damn, having a few stinking dollars is amazing? I poo. Seeing Han Jun being surrounded like a star walking in, Tong Wei cursed with contempt at the back. Being rich is marvelous. Why, aren't you convinced? You have the guts to pay for your meal as well? Zhao Waner and Tang Li didn't even go in. Seeing Tong Wei's unconvinced face, Zhao Waner spoke out sarcastically. Tong Wei was said to blush. $500 can't even take out. What kind of meal are you having? Lear, let's go in. Zhao Waner glared contemptuously at Yang Li and pulled Tong Li away. Hey, slow down. Tang Li felt that Zhao Waner's words were a bit too much, and apologetically glanced at Yang Li before being pulled into the Shengting Hotel. Damn, what a person. Having been sarcastically criticized by Zhao Waner, Tong Wei was in a difficult mood. Thinking about what happened earlier, Yang Li couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you say a rose with thorns? Don't bother with her? Yang Li said. What thorny rose? She's just a poisonous woman. Tong Wei cursed in anger. Calm down. Go inside. Yang Li patted Tong Wei's shoulder and prepared to go in. You're still going in this situation? Do you still think they haven't humiliated you enough? Tong Wei pulled Yang Li back, somewhat hating him. This meal was paid for by Han Jun, and Yang Li didn't want to go in, but thinking that today was Lu Yushi's birthday after all, it wouldn't be good for him to leave without saying a word like this. Go in and casually eat something, mean something, and say something to Sister Xiao before we leave, Yang Li said. Hearing Yang Li say this, Tong Wei nodded. Alright, Chapter 9 Delivering Wine. Just after walking into the Shengting Hotel, Yang Li was keenly aware that someone was watching him. Casting his gaze over, he realized that the one looking at him was a man in a suit at the front desk of the hotel. When that man saw Yang Li staring at him, he hurriedly smiled at Yang Li. Yang Li was a bit puzzled and didn't understand how this man was looking at him so closely, but symbolically returned a smile. What are you gawking at? The private room is over here. Seeing Yang Li stop in his tracks, Tong Wei hurriedly pulled him towards a private room. The private room was large, more than 30 square meters, with 5 tables set up. When Yang Li and Tong Wei walked in, everyone was almost seated. There were a total of 53 people in the class. 5 tables wouldn't have been able to sit down. There were always a few tables that needed more people. Yang Li, here. Seeing Tong Wei and Yang Li, Lu Yushi immediately got up and beckoned, wanting to call them over, but unexpectedly Zhang Lei and Zhang Shi, who were at the same table, saw this and hurriedly got up and came forward. Alright, you guys just sit here. Zhang Shi took 2 stools and put them next to the other table. Their table, which was seated with the key figures of the class, was not happy to have Yang Li sitting with them. It's really too hot to eat. After putting down the stool, Zhang Shi turned around and left, cursing under her breath as she left. Hearing this, Yang Li frowned fiercely and wanted to snap, but considering that it was Lu Yueshi's birthday, he still held back the fire in his heart and sat down. Originally, he wanted to ask Yang Li to sit at the same table as her, but seeing that Yang Li had already sat down at another table, Lu Yushi was somewhat helpless. Tang Li was at the same table as Lu Yushi and also looked at Yang Li with a sad expression. Alright, since everyone has arrived, let's start eating. You can drink alcohol tonight, but drink sparingly. With Lu Yushi's order, the crowd began to eat and drink. If it was in the past, seeing the sumptuous dishes on the table, Yang Li would definitely have already eaten and drunk. But today, he couldn't eat because he was in a bad mood. He had just learned that his parents had been killed. How could he be in a good mood? So Yang Li was somewhat unable to eat. So many good things, why don't you eat? Although Tong Wei decided to leave early, he thought that since he had come here, how could he eat something before leaving? He couldn't condemn his stomach. Seeing Yang Li not eating, he asked in a puzzled manner. I don't have much of an appetite. You eat. No way Yang Li. You still don't have an appetite for such good food? A classmate who was munching on the food heard Yang Li's words and said with a surprised face. Because of his surprise, he spoke in a not-so-low voice, and the moment these words were uttered, almost everyone in the private room heard them. Immediately, there were a few people who were not happy. What's the matter? More than 5,000 dishes for a table is still not appetizing? Zhang Xi's conspiratorial voice sounded again. I said I don't have an appetite, not that the dishes aren't appetizing. Seeing Zhang Xi wanting to get up again to bring up the tempo, Yang Li's words took on a three-quarter fire. Isn't having no appetite not being unappetizing? Zhang Xi said. Someone else invites you to dinner and you still say that the food is not appetizing. Yang Li, what do you mean? Zhang Lei stood up and looked at Yang Li with a dissatisfied face. From my point of view, it's probably because you're used to eating savory laogan mas on weekdays and haven't eaten a big meal. That's why you don't have an appetite when you're faced with this kind of big meal. Lin Yan mocked. She had been dating Yang Li for a week, and as long as she didn't eat with Yang Li, Yang Li basically ate old godmother with salted vegetables, so she used this to satirize Yang Li. Ha 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 ha. When the crowd heard this, they all burst into laughter. Seeing that the crowd was talking a bit too much, Lu Yushi's eyebrows knitted slightly as she spoke out. I think it might be that Yang Li's body is a bit uncomfortable. It's okay if he doesn't have an appetite. Just eat a little less. Everyone just eat a little more. Hearing Lu Yushi's words, Zhang Lei said, by the way, Sister Sure, this meal Han Jun said, by him to invite you, Han Jun on behalf of our whole class, to give you a birthday. Ah, Lu Yushi was a bit surprised and shook her head. How can this be? It was agreed that I would treat everyone to dinner. Sister Sure, don't be polite. You're usually so good to us. Originally I proposed that our entire class pay to celebrate your birthday, but Han Jun thought that some students might not have that much money, so he offered to pay for it himself and celebrate your birthday on behalf of the whole class, so you can't refuse. Zhang Lei specifically glanced at Yang Li when he said certain classmates. Yes, Sister Shio, if you're celebrating your birthday, it's up to us students to celebrate it for you. If you reject it, then it's meaningless. Han Jun also said. The others chimed in. Young Han is rich. Sister Shio doesn't need to save money for him. That's right, not to mention that on Sister Shure's birthday, how can I let you break the bank? Lu Yusher saw that the students were speaking genuinely. It was really hard to refuse the hospitality, and also thought that Han Jun's family was good. This amount of money was really nothing for him, so she nodded and agreed that this meal would be paid for by Han Jun, but also worried that Han Jun did not bring enough money, so he asked, this meal costs over $29,000, did you bring that much money? Don't worry Sister Shio, I brought enough money. After dinner, I'll take some more money and invite our classmates to go to KTV to sing. Good. Young Han is generous. Hearing that Han Jun was also going to invite everyone to sing, the crowd cheered. Young Han is different. This meal plus the money for singing, how could it cost 30,000 to 40,000? But he didn't even blink an eyebrow. That's right, that's why Young Han is so generous. Unlike some people, they don't pay anything, they eat other people's food for free, and they still think the food is not appetizing. Some people who wanted to curry favor with Han Jun said with meaning. So this is how different people are from each other. Hearing these harsh words, a cold smile surfaced on Yang Li's face, and he had to sigh. Being rich is really good. Too many people are willing to hold your stinky feet. Yang Li thought that he hadn't offended anyone in his class except Han Jun, but now all these people were intentionally or unintentionally satirizing him in order to curry favor with Han Jun. Tong Wei's face turned blue. He couldn't listen anymore, and he certainly couldn't eat. Yang Li, let's go, he said in Yang Li's ear. Yang Li also decided to leave and nodded, so he stood up, ready to bid farewell to Lu Yueshi. However, he had only just gotten up when he saw the door to the private room being pushed open, and 4 waiters, 2 men and 2 women, pushed a box in. Hello guests, I hope I haven't disturbed your meal. This is the 5 bottles of red wine that our general manager sent to the 888 private room. I hope you all have a pleasant meal. The female walking at the front should be the foreman, she said while taking out 5 bottles of red wine from the box in the cart and placing them on the table. Who do you think this is from? Seeing someone delivering red wine, Lu Yusher asked suspiciously. It's our general manager, the female foreman said. Why are you giving us red wine? Is there some kind of event in your store? Lin Yan asked. No, the general manager said that there is a friend of his in the private room, so he specially asked us to send red wine to wish you all a pleasant meal, the female usher said, quickly leading people to exit the private room. There's a friend of his? The female foreman's words made everyone in the private room puzzled. Sister Shio, the general manager's friend she was talking about wouldn't be you, right? Zhang Shi asked Lu Yusher. No, I don't know the general manager of this hotel. Lu Yusher shook her head. Not Sister Sure. Then who is the friend she is talking about? Zhang Shi was puzzled. Lu Yusher couldn't figure it out either. Does anyone in our class know the general manager of Shangting Hotel? She asked the class. Everyone shook their heads. A general manager of a 4-star hotel wasn't something you could just say you knew, let alone the fact that they were all students. Could it be Han Jun? Suddenly, Zhang Lei said. Everyone's gazes instantly focused on Han Jun. It's very possible. This kind of place, I guess only young Han comes here often. Seeing everyone staring at him, Han Jun was also puzzled. I don't know this general manager either. Could it be a friend of your father's from the business world? You haven't met him but he's seen you? Lin Yan knew that Han Jun's father was a businessman and couldn't help but ask. As soon as he heard Lin Yan say that, Han Jun was suddenly enlightened. That's possible. His dad had been working in Jiangning for many years, and he did have quite a few friends in the business world, and although he hadn't heard that he knew the general manager of this hotel before, he thought that he might have met him recently, and it seemed that his dad's business had gotten bigger again. Han Jun thought as he did. See, I told you it's a friend of Han Xiao. Besides Han Xiao who can know such a big person, looks like Uncle Han's business in Jiangning isn't small. He even knows the general manager of a 4-star hotel, and he's also specialized in sending you red wine. Zhang Lei said. Hey, it's just a bit of small business. It's nothing. Han Jun laughed, and although his tone was modest, the smugness on his face was undisguised. Don't say so much, since it's my dad's friend who sent the wine. Let's not be polite. Take it out and drink it, Han Jun said, taking out the red wine and opening it. After waking up for a while, he poured it for the people at the table. The people at the other tables also followed Han Jun's example and poured a cup for each of them. Not bad this wine. Good wine. It tastes really good. As the crowd drank the wine, they all felt that it tasted good and praised it. What kind of wine is this? It's all in English. Let's see. Wadlu Birch Winery Chambedon Grand Cru Red Wine. Never heard of it. Those who were able to enter the University of Commerce and Industry were all top students. Even if the bottle was all in English, they still recognized it. But the name of this wine, they had not heard of it. Who cares if I've heard of it? The wine is good anyway. Someone said. Thanks to Han Jun's blessing, we were able to drink such a good red wine. I propose that we toast him together. Zhang Lei raised his glass and said to the crowd. I should. Come on, 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 come on. The crowd all stood up, but Yang Li, who was originally standing, sat down, and seeing Yang Li sit down, Tong Wei followed suit. They didn't even pour wine in their glasses because they didn't want to drink, much less toast Han Jun. Hey, Yang Li, what do you two mean? Seeing Yang Li and Tong Wei sit down, Han Jun's face instantly turned ugly, and Zhang Lei asked in a dissatisfied tone, we don't drink, can't we? Yang Li said, thanks to Han Jun's blessing, you can only sit here and drink such a good red wine, even if you don't drink, can't you mean it? Zhang Lei said, that's right, mean it, honor others, don't be so ungrateful. Yang Li, after Zhang Lei's words, a group of people followed and agreed, you guys take your time to eat. Sister Xiao, happy birthday to you? I'll leave first. Yang Li's mood was already unpleasant, and it was even worse after experiencing these things. He was too lazy to make false pretenses with these people anymore, and after saying goodbye to Lu Yueshi, he immediately got up and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open again, and the foreman from earlier walked in again. Excuse me everyone, our general manager would like to come in and toast everyone. The general manager wants to come in for a toast? Hearing this, the crowd was a little surprised, and all of them looked towards the door, and Yang Li also temporarily stopped his body, only to see that within a short while after the female foreman finished her words, a middle-aged man in a suit with decent features walked in with a wine glass. However, when he reached the doorway, he stopped and his gaze wandered over the 50 or so people, seemingly looking for someone. Yang Li raised an eyebrow and realized that this man was the one who had stared at him when he first entered the hotel. Han Jun, looking for you, get out. Seeing the general manager's eyes searching for something, Zhang Lei said to Han Jun, yeah Han Jun, people must be looking for you, why don't you go out? Zhang Shi also said, and Lu Yueshi also nodded to Han Jun, signaling him to go out. Receiving the authorization from the crowd, Han Jun picked up his wine glass and immediately came out from his position to meet the front. Although he didn't know this general manager, but since he was his dad's friend and gave him wine, he had to say thank you. Han Jun walked out with a glass of wine, and the crowd gazed at him, but the general manager did not, only to see him lock his eyes onto Yang Li. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward. Chapter 10 I want to buy the bill. The position where Yang Li was sitting was originally by the doorway. The general manager only took a few steps before he arrived in front of Yang Li. Mr. Yang, your presence here today has really made the sheltering hotel. How is it? Tonight's meal was still enjoyable, right? What? Seeing that the general manager even walk up to Yang Li and call him son without saying a word, everyone was shocked, and Han Jun even froze on the spot. He couldn't believe his eyes, and even more so, he couldn't believe his ears. Shouldn't he be called Duke Han? Why was he called Duke Yang? And Yang Li, a poor man, was worthy of being called Duke? You are? Yang Li also didn't expect this person to call himself Duke Yang. His expression was puzzled. Oh, my humble self Luo Xiaozhong, is the general manager of Shengting Hotel, the man said. I don't seem to recognize you, right? Yang Li didn't quite understand some of this Luo Xiaozhong's actions. A small person like me, of course Mr. Yang doesn't know me. It's just that this Shengting Hotel is under Chairman Wang, Luo Xiaozhong said with a squeeze. Chairman Wang? Among the people Yang Li knew, there was only one person with the surname Wang who could be called chairman, Wang Yunhai. Seeing Luo Xiaozhong scowling at himself, Yang Li instantly comprehended that this was Wang Yunhai's man, and it seemed that he had already understood his identity from Wang Yunhai, otherwise he wouldn't have been so respectful to himself. But perhaps it was because Wang Yunhai had specially instructed him, he didn't reveal his identity. So it's General Manager Luo, nice to meet you. The other party didn't reveal his identity, and Yang Li didn't have any intention of revealing his identity as he shook the other party's hand. Wow! Seeing that Yang Li really knew this General Manager Luo, the crowd was shocked. This person was actually coming at Yang Li, which was hard for many to accept. Although Tong Wei was surprised, he was able to accept it and was happy to do so as he pointed at the red wine on the table. In that case, doesn't that mean that these wines, all of you are friends of Mr. Yang? This wine is a gift from Mr. Luo for all of you to taste, Luo Xiaozhong said with a smile. Hearing this, there was another outcry in the private room. Tang Li and Lu Yushi both felt incredible, wondering how Yang Li could know such a big shot, while the others were even more incredulous, like Lin Yan, Zhang Shi, Zhang Lei and the others. They felt that this general manager could have rushed at anyone in this private room, but could never have rushed at Yang Li. After all, with Yang Li's status, how could he possibly be acquainted with such a person? But he had come at Yang Li. Han Jun stood motionless with his wineglass in his hand. Walking forward was not a good idea. Retreating was not a good idea. His face turned red. He thought that this person was his father's business partner, but he didn't realize that the other party had nothing to do with him, and was not rushing at him at all. He really couldn't figure out how Yang Li could know such a person, and now he hated Yang Li even more. Because of Yang Li, he had lost a lot of face tonight. He couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. Mr. Yang, come, I'll toast you, Luo Xiaozhong said, pouring a glass of wine for Yang Li before the two of them clinked their glasses. After finishing his drink, Luo Xiaozhong poured another cup of wine to toast everyone present, and although many of them had some awkwardness in their hearts, they still raised their cups and took a sip. I'll leave you all alone. Everyone eat slowly. Mr. Yang, take your time. After finishing his drink, Luo Xiaozhong said a few more words before retreating. I'll go. Yang Li, how do you know this person? Just as Luo Xiaozhong left, a good student hurriedly inquired. Before Yang Li could say anything, Tong Wei first said with a disdainful face, what are you talking about? Didn't you hear me? Yang Li doesn't know him. It's him who knows Yang Li. When Tong Wei said this, he was very dejected, and even looked at Zhang Lei, Zhang Shi and the others on the table in the distance with a provocative look, only to see that at this moment, their faces were all ugly. Zhang Lei and Zhang Shi couldn't have imagined that this general manager of Shengting Hotel had sent them wine only because he was rushing to Yang Li, and he even called Yang Li Prince and was so humble in front of Yang Li. What a hell, right Yang Li, how does he know you? Seeing Zhang Shi and the others with ugly faces, Han Jun even had an iron face. Tong Wei felt an incomparable mood, but he was also puzzled about this matter, so he asked curiously, he's a friend of one of my relatives. Yang Li thought about it and said, a relative? Aren't you an orphan? Where did you get a relative? Tong Wei was astonished. Oh, I have a distant relative who has searched for me in the past few years. Yang Li said, I'll go. There's such a thing? Not only did Tong Wei feel surprised, the others also felt quite surprised. Isn't that relative of yours quite rich? Even the general manager of this hotel knows him? Someone asked. I'm not too sure. I've only met him once. Yang Li pretended not to know anything. It must be very rich. How else could you know this kind of big shot? Yang Li, it seems like you're quite lucky. Are you going to be rich? Some good students asked. Yang Li didn't say too much, just smiled and shook his head. Bah, still developed. Isn't it just dipping into your relative's favor? Hearing the conversation at Yang Li's table, Han Jun gritted his teeth and whispered, there are really all sorts of strange things and oddities these days. Being an orphan since childhood, it's amazing that you can also be found by your relatives. Lin Yan said in surprise, I guess it's some kind of relatives that can't be hit by 8 poles, but also think that there is such a relative at home. Want to meet him? big deal, and then give some benefits. When the enthusiasm passes, may not recognize him. Zheng, she said with a sneer. Hearing the crowd's conversation, Tang Li and Lu Yushi were both a bit embarrassed. Earlier, there were still people saying that they were able to drink such good red wine thanks to Han Jun's blessings, but in reality, it wasn't at all. They were thanks to Yang Li's blessings, but now no one was thanking Yang Li. Instead, they were still talking about him behind his back. Both Lu Yushi and Tang Li didn't take a few bites and hurriedly got off the table. In fact, not only them, most of the students in the class were quite embarrassed, originally thinking that the general manager was a friend of Han Jun's father. Who knew that he didn't even know Han Jun? The pressure is fundamentally aimed at Yang Li. From beginning to end did not look at Han Jun, but they complimented the words early all set out, but not embarrassing it. After seeing Lu Yushi get off the table, the other people didn't eat a few bites, so they all got off the table. The whole class was going to sing next, but Yang Li didn't want to go. He wasn't a masochist. The one who invited him was Han Jun, and he didn't want to be subjected to the same kind of cynicism as just now, so there was really no need to go. But while Yang Li didn't go, Lu Yushi insisted that he go. Yang Li, are you angry with your teacher? That manager Luo earlier. I really didn't know he was your friend. I thought he was Han Jun's friend. Lu Yushi had been thanking Han Jun earlier, thinking that it was Han Jun's friend who sent the red wine. Now that she knew the truth, she apologized and said to Yang Li, Sister Shio, where are you talking about? It's none of your business. I'm not angry with you. Then why don't you go sing? Lu Yushi asked. I don't like singing. You guys can just go. Yang Li said. Go, I have something I want to say to you. Lu Yushi said. Yang Li was puzzled and didn't know what Lu Yushi wanted to say to him. Just when he wanted to ask, he suddenly heard noisy sounds coming from the front desk. Turning his head, he found Han Jun, Lin Yan, Zhang Lei and the others were at the front desk, emotionally saying something to the hotel staff. I'll go over and take a look. Lu Yushi noticed the scene and hurriedly walked over. Yang Li also followed. What's going on? We can't even buy the bill if we want to? What kind of hotel are you guys? Just as he approached the front desk, he saw Han Jun questioning the front desk staff with an ugly face. It's not like that, sir. Our general manager has already explained earlier that your private room is free, and this meal is considered the general manager's treat for you. Treat us? Do I look like someone who can't afford to pay for the meal? Do I need to be invited by him? You immediately calculate the bill for me. I'll settle the bill now, Han Jun said in a strong tone. That's right. It's not like we can't afford to pay for the meal. We don't need to be invited by anyone. Lin Yan chimed in from the sidelines. Earlier when he came out, Han Jun came to settle the bill only to be told that the meal was free. If it were any other time, he would naturally be happy. But today was different. The deal was that he was the one to treat the teacher to dinner. But in the end, Yang Li's friend was the one to get the bill waived. So what was going on? If we were to discuss it, wouldn't that be Yang Li treating his teacher to dinner? How could this be? He had already lost face in front of Yang Li earlier, and he felt that he couldn't lose face again, so he insisted on paying the bill. Hearing Han Jun's words, the staff was a bit helpless. They really couldn't figure out how there could be this kind of idiot who refused to waive the bill. Could it be that he really had too much money to find a place to spend it? Although she didn't understand, but seeing the other party's strong attitude, she didn't dare to refuse the guest's request, and immediately began to count up the bill. Seeing the staff begin to count the bill, Han Jun's complexion then eased down. Glancing over to see Yang Li and Lu Yushi walking over, he said in a serious manner again, count those bottles of wine as well. Don't leave them behind. I said I'd treat the teacher to dinner. How can I get a free bill? It's not like I can't afford it. In the last sentence, he aggravated his tone and also deliberately glanced at Yang Li. Okay, sir, you spent a total of 430,000. Please swipe your card or cash. Swipe your card. Later, Han Jun subconsciously handed his bank card over, then suddenly stopped again. How much did you just say I spent? He asked with a surprised expression. Chapter 11, Han Jun's plot. You spent a total of $430,000. Hearing Han Jun ask, the cashier smiled and said again, what? 430,000? How is that possible? How can it be so much? Han Jun couldn't believe his ears. Not only was he in disbelief, even Lin Yan, Zhang Lei and the others standing beside him couldn't believe it either. Who are you bluffing? 430,000? Lin Yan glared at the cashier in an annoyed tone. This lady, you really did spend 430,000. The cashier said. You said we spent 430,000? It can't be. The one I booked was clearly over 5,000 a table. Lu Yushi walked up and also looked surprised when she heard this astronomical meal price. That's right, sister, sure. How could a meal go for over $400,000? It's clearly a knockout, Zhang Lei said. Lin Yan suddenly saw Yang Li and her face instantly turned cold. Yang Li, you say, Is it you and that general manager colluding to intentionally knock us off? Yang Li had been standing on the side watching the show and didn't think that this could be dragged into it. I'm not as underhanded as you think. He coldly looked at Ling Yan. If it wasn't for you messing around, how could the meal be so expensive? Han Jun also felt that it was Yang Li who was up to no good at the moment, turning his head to look at him angrily. Because the place was so noisy, many of his classmates had gathered around. I'm sorry, sir. It's true that the banquet you booked is over 5,000 a table, plus those alcoholic beverages and service fees totaling 30,000. But those 5 bottles of red wine are priced at 80,000 yuan per bottle. Seeing more and more people paying attention, the cashier was worried about creating a bad impact on the hotel and hurriedly printed out the bill. What? $80,000. Hearing $80,000 for a bottle of red wine, Han Jun only felt his head buzz for a moment, and Lin Yan and Zhang Lei were also stunned. I'm going, really? What kind of wine is so expensive? $80,000 a bottle? It's not cheating us, is it? Some students expressed disbelief when they heard the price of the red wine. Gentlemen, the red wine that was sent to your private room earlier is the French Le Birch Winery Chambédon Grand Cru red wine. The domestic selling price is indeed $80,000 a bottle. If you don't believe me, you can check the price on the official website and you can check the authenticity of the wine. As the cashier said, a waiter had already gone to the private room to bring out the empty bottle. Immediately, someone used their cell phone to check the price of the wine online. There was soon a result. I'll go. It's really $80,000. Oh my god. I've never thought in my life that I'd be able to drink 80,000 bottles of red wine. I should have drank more just now. Hearing these discussions, Han Jun, even without checking the price, knew that the cashier wasn't lying to him. Excuse me, sir, do you want to pay cash or swipe your card? Seeing Han Jun's silence, the cashier asked again. Han Jun froze at his words and didn't know what to say for a long time. Cash or swipe card? Whether it was cash or swipe card, he couldn't afford to pay so much. Although his family was relatively wealthy, it wasn't a great wealth. He only had $20,000 a month to live on, and he had already lost $100,000 out on a bet with someone to pursue Tang Li before. And then he spent another $50,000 on bribing Ling Yan. In less than half a month's time, he had already spent $150,000, and this had already made him get scolded at home for several days. If he let his family know that he ate more than $400,000 in one meal, his dad would have to whip him to death. What? You're not clamoring for the check, but they're asking you for cash or credit card? Seeing Han Jun's face like dirt, Tong Wei guessed that he couldn't get so much money, and intentionally said something to provoke him. Han Jun was not happy to hear it, but he couldn't refute it. Well, do you have money or not? Seeing Han Jun freeze and not move, Lin Yan asked from the sidelines. I don't have that much money. Although very reluctant, Han Jun had to admit the fact that he didn't have any money in front of so many of his classmates. Hearing Han Jun say that he didn't have any money, Lin Yan, Zhang Lei, and Zhang Shi's faces were all a little hot, as they all said one after another earlier that they wanted Han Jun to settle the bill. Didn't you say earlier that the bill was free? Then it's free of charge, Han Jun said to the cashier. Previously, he had a strong attitude of not letting the bill be waived, but now he was telling people to waive the bill. Han Jun's words were undoubtedly slapping his own face, but there was nothing he could do about it. Okay. Hearing Han Jun ask for a waiver again, a hint of mockery flashed in the cashier's eyes, but her professionalism made her not show this hint of mockery. Still wearing a smile, she processed the waiver. Che, no money to pretend what big head of garlic ah. When leaving the front desk, Tong Wei said disdainfully, Who said I don't have money? Tong Wei's words were like stepping on Han Jun's sore foot, immediately jumping up and saying, Have money then you check out ah. Free what bill? Who was it that jumped up earlier and said he wanted to pay the bill? Wasn't it not bad for that little bit of money? Tong Wei said with a smile. Spending that much money to eat? I'm sick. I'm saving my money to treat the big guys to a song. Han Jun thought of a seemingly grandiose reason. Ha! Tong Wei laughed non-committally. Why do you have to pay when you can get a free bill anyway? It's always good to save a fortune. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lu Yushir smiled and rounded off the situation. Sister sure is right. Perhaps because of the embarrassment in her heart. After Lu Yueshi's words fell, Lin Yan, Zhang Shi and the others all hastily agreed. Tong Wei still wanted to bury Han Jun for a few moments, but seeing that the homeroom teacher had stepped in to round things up, he couldn't afford to go too far, so he simply had to keep his mouth shut. I'll pour into this. Also let others please drink 80,000 bottles of wine. Really brain dead. Have this money let someone real money to take to him is not good. Zhao Wanner and Tang Li walked at the back of the group. Looking at Yang Li's back, the former said with a mocking face, Wanner. These words made Tang Li somewhat unhappy. How can I say that Yang Li has also helped me? Can you not always be sneering at people? Tang Li said. I'm telling the truth. How did it become cynicism? Zhao Wan'er was somewhat unconvinced. Seeing Zhao Wan'er's attitude, Tang Li was helpless and didn't speak out to refute. In fact, even she herself thought the same. 80,000 bottles of red wine. 5 bottles is $400,000. If that general manager directly took this $400,000 to Yang Li, it should be able to improve his life to a great extent. Alas, Yang Li originally did not want to go to KTV to sing, but Lu Yushir said there was something to talk to him. Yang Li could not afford not to go, but had to follow the crowd to KTV. Seeing Yang Li walking at the head of the group, Han Jun sighed in relief. The main event tonight was in the KTV. He was afraid that Yang Li wouldn't go earlier, so he didn't target him much. Now that he saw Yang Li go, he couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Regardless of whether it was the snitching earlier or the beating of him this afternoon, it was intolerable in Han Jun's heart, not to mention the fact that he had lost face at night because of Yang Li. The current Han Jun had a monstrous hatred for Yang Li. Yang Li, dare to mess with me, I'll let you taste regret tonight. Han Jun thought viciously in his heart as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Sister Shio, what's going on? After the crowd arrived at the KTV, a total of 5 private rooms were booked, and Yang Li was pulled into the private room she was in by Lu Yueshi. Yang Li, you usually don't participate in many activities. It's rare for everyone to come out and sing tonight. Sister Shio pulled you here for nothing else, just for you to sing and relax, Lu Yushir said. Yang Li was a bit surprised. Pulling herself here just to let herself sing? He was a bit incredulous. Sister sure, I don't like singing, Yang Li said with some difficulty. You have to sing even if you don't like to sing. Your usual life is too depressing. How can you not relax and unwind? Lu Yushir forced the microphone to Yang Li. She actually wanted to talk to Yang Li tonight about the matter of the post on the forum, but never had the chance. And this KTV is so noisy that it's not good to communicate. She felt that Yang Li was being tricked by someone's heart must be difficult, so she let him sing first, and vent the bitterness in his heart through the voice. Of course Yang Li didn't understand Lu Yushir's bitterness. He only felt that Lu Yushir was a little bit not normal. He wanted to leave, but Lu Yushir just wouldn't let him go. She was worried that Yang Li would not be able to think of anything if he kept everything in his heart. Wan'er, I'm going to the restroom. Tang Li had always liked to be quiet, and had some difficulty adapting to the noisy environment of a KTV, and when she saw Zhao Wan'er singing her heart out, she said, go go go. Zhao Wan'er waved her hand, so Tang Li walked out of the private room to go to the restroom. Only she didn't notice that there were 2 waiters outside the private room who quietly followed her after seeing her head to the restroom. Just after entering the women's restroom, Tang Li only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and her mouth was suddenly covered by a white cloth. Tang Li was startled, her heart terrified, and she hurriedly struggled, but before she could make any effort, she fainted. Obviously, what covered her mouth was more than just a white cloth. Carry it upstairs. Seeing Tang Li fainted, the 2 waiters exchanged a whisper, got a cart, stuffed Tang Li into it, and then hurried into the elevator. The people in the KTV were still partying, and didn't know that Tang Li had been in an accident, until an hour later, when Zhao Wan'er's call to Tang Li went unanswered, and she couldn't be found in all directions. Then she realized that Tang Li might have had an accident. Isn't she in a private room with you? You don't even know where she went? Hearing that Tang Li had disappeared, a classmate asked. At first she was in a private room with me, but then she went to the restroom and never came back, so I thought she went to another private room, Zhao Wan'er said anxiously. The KTV was already mixed with dragons and snakes, and hearing that Tang Li had gotten lost, Lu Yushir was also worried. Everyone don't panic first, split up and look again, Lu Yushir said. The crowd searched around, but still didn't find Tang Li's figure. Could it be that she left first? Someone said, no way, there's no one in the dormitory. She wouldn't dare go back so early, not to mention her bag is still with me, Zhao Wan'er said, so anxious that tears were coming down. It's all my fault. I only focused on singing and didn't accompany her to the restroom. Her voice was filled with self-blame. Wan'er, don't be anxious. Sister Shio, let's call the police. Although Yang Li rarely crossed paths with Tang Li, he had always had a good impression of her, and when he heard that Tang Li was lost, he was also anxious and proposed. Han Jun looked a little flustered when he heard this. Don't! He hurriedly stopped. Don't? Why? Lu Yueshir was about to agree to Yan Li's proposal, but he didn't expect Han Jun to speak out to stop it, so he immediately looked at him with a surprised expression. Who knows what kind of people grabbed Tang Li? What if we call the police in case we piss them off and hurt Tang Li? Han Jun said. Lu Yueshir was just about to nod, when Yang Li suddenly noticed a break in the sentence. Tang Li is just missing right now. No one knows where she went. How do you know she was taken? Yang Li asked. Chapter 12, A Single Dagger. These words caused everyone to snap out of it, locking their eyes on Han Jun. Having been heard to break by Yang Li, Han Jun's face swished white, but he still forced himself to remain calm. I guessed. Isn't it common for people to be kidnapped on TV? I was wondering if Tang Li could have been kidnapped, Han Jun said. Yang Li had been looking at his eyes, facing Yang Li's direct gaze. Han Jun's gaze was a bit evasive, which made Yang Li feel that this matter might not be so simple. Suddenly, his phone rang. What kind of person would call him now? Yang Li took out his cell phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Yang Li picked up the phone. Tang Li is in my hands. An unfamiliar voice rang out on the phone, and hearing the content of the words, Yang Li frowned. He said Tang Li is in his hands. Yang Li spoke the words of the man on the phone. What? The crowd was taken aback. With that, Yang Li turned on the speakerphone so that the crowd could hear the voice. Who are you and why are you holding her? He asked. Don't worry about who I am. All you need to know is that I'm arresting her because of you, and for him to be safe and sound, you'll have to come and ransom her in person, the voice on the phone said. Hearing that Tang Li was actually captured because of Yang Li, the crowd was taken aback again. It's fine if you want me to ransom him. Where are you? I'll come now, Yang Li said. I'll send you the address later. Listen, only you can come alone. If you dare to bring someone else or dare to call the police, I'll let you know my methods. Who the hell are you? Why did you kidnap my student? Lu Yushur emotionally rushed the phone and asked, but the person had already hung up the phone after saying his words. Yang Li, it's you. Han Jun suddenly pointed at Yang Li. It's because of you that Tang Li was arrested. You, he cursed. When the crowd heard this, they were brought up to speed. Yang Li, did you offend someone and cause Tang Li to be arrested? That's right, Yang Li. One person does everything for one person. You offended someone. Why should you let Tang Li suffer for you? If Tang Li has a problem, we won't let you off the hook. A group of people accused Yang Li after hearing Han Jun's words. All shut the up. Seeing the faces of these people accusing him, Yang Li only felt sick to his stomach and immediately cursed. Yang Li's voice was surprisingly loud, shocking everyone. Didn't you hear me say that I'm going to ransom her? Beep what? Looking around at these people, Yang Li's eyes were incomparably sharp, as if they were swords. Many people gulped, not daring to look directly at him. Yang Li, you're not really going, are you? Hearing Yang Li's words, Lu Yueshur frowned and said, the other party named me to go. It's obviously aimed at me. How can I not go? Yang Li said, but it's too dangerous. Do you know who they are? Lu Yueshur asked. I don't know either. Just by listening to the voice, Yang Li could be sure that he hadn't seen that person before, but he had a vague guess in his heart about the other party's origin. You don't even know who you've offended yourself? Hearing Yang Li's words, Zhang Shi mocked. Yang Li smiled. Of course I know him. Saying that, Yang Li pointed at Han Jun all at once. Suddenly being pointed at by Yang Li, Han Jun's body trembled in fear. Don't talk nonsense, are you? You did offend me, but this is not my business. Han Jun hurriedly defended. I only said that I had offended you. I didn't say that it had anything to do with you. So what are you in such a hurry for? Seeing Han Jun's panicked face, Yang Li sneered. Yang Li, at a time like this, you still have the heart to make fun of people. Lin Yan glared at Yang Li with an angry face. I also hope that this is just a joke, Yang Li said with deep meaning. Suddenly, a text message rang, and Yang Li picked up his phone to see that it was from the man from before, telling him to tell everyone to go back. Did it send you the address? Lu Yueshur asked. No, he wants all of you to go back, Yang Li said. Ha! The crowd was stunned when they heard this. What do you want us all to go back for? Lu Yueshur was puzzled. It's probably because he saw that there were many of us and was worried about us finding him. Yang Li said. What should we do then? Tong Wei asked. Do as he says. You guys go back first, Yang Li said. No, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. Why don't we just call the police? Lu Yueshur said. No way. What if they get annoyed and hurt Tang Li if we call the police? Zhao Wan Air negated Lu Yushur's words. Sister Shio, you take the people back first. All they want is me. As long as I go, they should release Tang Li, Yang Li said. But, alright Sister Shio, you take your classmates back first. Don't let anything happen to them again. If I don't call you after an hour, you can call the police again, Yang Li said to Lu Yueshur. Lu Yueshur didn't feel comfortable with Yang Li going to them alone, but there was nothing she could do. After thinking about it, she finally agreed to Yang Li's plan. Half an hour. If you don't call after half an hour, I'll call the police, Lu Yueshur said. Okay, Yang Li nodded. Then Lu Yueshur led the students away from the KTV, preparing to send them back to school first before rushing back himself. Yang Li, you'd better be able to replace Tang Li. If anything happens to Tang Li, I won't let you off the hook. As she was leaving, Zhao Waner viciously said to Yang Li. However, facing Zhao Waner's threatening words, Yang Li didn't take them seriously at all. You have to be careful, Yang Li. Tong Wei was worried about Yang Li as he left and instructed him. Don't worry, I will. Hurry up. Yang Li patted Tong Wei's shoulder and watched them leave. As soon as the people left, the person from earlier sent over the address. Seeing that the address was actually on the upper floor of this KTV, Yang Li was a bit surprised, but then he thought that the other party was able to pinpoint the time so accurately, so they should be monitoring him. Yang Li raised his head and happened to see that at the corner of the wall in front of him, there were 2 cameras being pointed at him, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Sister Shio, you guys go back first. If you don't hear from Yang Li later, you can call me. My house is in this neighborhood. I'll call the police. Han Jun's home was in Jiangning City, so he didn't live in the dormitory and wasn't going to go back to the school. When he separated from the crowd, he said to Lu Yueshi, "Okay, I'll be back after I send my classmates back." Lu Yu sure said, and the bus quickly started up. Seeing the crowd leave, Han Jun smiled coldly, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. "Brother Yu, has that kid come up yet?" "Almost there. You have to help me teach him a good lesson." "Don't worry, I will." Hey, the guy can beat him up, but as for the girl, don't move her, and call me when you're almost done." "Okay." Hanging up the phone, Han Jun was bursting with excitement. This matter was arranged by him. Originally, he only wanted to deal with Yang Li, but he wanted to use the opportunity to brush up some favor with Tang Li. So he had someone kidnap Tang Li and named Yang Li to ransom him. When Yang Li was beaten to the point of not being able to climb up, he then stepped in to make a heroic rescue, and incidentally humiliated Yang Li. In this way, he had made Yang Li suffer, and also brushed a wave of goodwill in front of Tang Li. It was simply the best of both worlds. Now that he had prepared everything, he was just waiting for the other party to call him. The 26th and 7th floors of this building were a hotel. Yang Li followed the address on his cell phone to the 26th floor, found room 2608, and then knocked on the door. Not a moment later, the door opened, and the one who opened the door was a bare-chested man, in his 30s, with a slab of hair, a somewhat burly figure, tattooed with 2 flowery arms, looking quite appalling. If the previous Yang Li saw such a person standing at the door, designated to be afraid to go in, but now, he looked the other party up and down, saw that the other party did not want to let himself, reached out and gently pushed, then paced in. "Hey, kid, some guts." The room was quite large. There were a total of 8 men. In the middle of the room on the sofa sat a bald man in his 30s, fierce and vicious. Seeing that Yang Li had dared to push his own men, he was instantly born with no small interest in him. When he heard this bald man speak, Yang Li didn't look at him. As soon as he came in, he immediately saw Tang Li, who was tied up with her hands and blindfolded. Seeing that the other party's clothes were intact and her hair wasn't messed up, Yang Li was instantly relieved. Aha! Tang Li had obviously cried, tear stains hanging on her face. She was just a little girl who hadn't seen any big scenes, and it was normal for her to cry when she was suddenly kidnapped. And when she saw Yang Li, she struggled for a while and tried to run over to him, but she was pulled down by one person. "Kid, quite bold. Really dare to come alone?" The bald man saw Yang Li and said lazily, "Release her." Yang Li pointed at Tang Li and said, "Release?" The bald head looked like he had heard a heavenly joke as he first laughed for a while. "If you want me to release her, you can. First kneel down for me," the bald head said to Yang Li. Although he was sitting, he had a strong aura on him, looking at Yang Li with a condescending gaze. Hearing that the other party actually told him to kneel, Yang Li frowned. "What kind of thing are you that you deserve to make me kneel?" he said. Chapter 13, Countering the Guest. The moment the bald head heard this, he immediately became furious and stood up from the sofa with a miso. "Little, you dare to talk to Lousy like this? Do you know who Lousy is?" "I don't care who you are. I'll give you 10 seconds to release her." Yang Li didn't have the time to bull ***** with this bald guy and said in a cold tone, "Bastard, you still dare to order me? I think you're tired of living." How could the bald head not have imagined that Yang Li would dare to speak to him in such a tone? He was furious. As his words fell, he immediately twisted his fists and walked towards Yang Li. He was ready to give this brat a little lesson first. However, before he could reach Yang Li had already taken the initiative to approach him. With a slap sound, before the bald guy could react, Yang Li slapped him on the face, the huge force immediately knocking the 5 feet 8 inches bald guy to the ground. "Brother Yu." Seeing the bald man being knocked down by Yang Li's slap, the others were shocked and furious, yelling as they rushed forward, wringing their fists and hitting Yang Li. Facing the 7 people surrounding him, Yang Li was unperturbed. He didn't even dodge as he slapped out another slap, instantly sending 7 people flying. Seeing this scene, Tang Li's eyes widened in shock. There were 8 people in total, and Yang Li only gave out 2 slaps to take them all down. And after knocking these people down, he hurriedly went forward to untie the rope on Tang Li's hand. "Are you alright?" Tearing off the tape covering Tang Li's mouth, Yang Li asked. "Wow, Yang Li was about to ask Tang Li if she was injured, but he didn't realize that after she got out of the trap, she jumped headfirst into Yang Li's arms and cried out with a wow, crying in a miserable manner. Obviously she was scared to death. Alright, it's alright. Growing up, this was the first time a girl had cried in her arms. Sniffing the aroma of Tang Li's body and hearing this cry filled with trepidation, Yang Li couldn't help but raise a trace of heartache. Under Yang Li's comfort, Tang Li slowly stopped crying. Small, you dare to hit the old man. The bald man struggled to get up from the ground, shook his somewhat less conscious head, and was about to seek revenge on Yang Li, only to see Yang Li turn around, reach out and grab the bald man's head, and instantly pressed him onto the table with a thump sound. It's you that I beat. What? You don't want to obey? Pressing the bald head onto the table, Yang Li's expression was even more hideous than his. Say, who told you to do this? He asked, seeing Yang Li just press the bald head like this, seemingly not exerting much strength, but the other party couldn't even break free in any way. Tang Li was surprised in her heart and didn't understand how Yang Li could have so much strength, thinking of the scene where he had previously knocked over 7 people with a slap. It was just like a movie. Brat, let go of me if you have the guts. Do you know who I am? I'm Luo Yu. If you dare to hit me, I'll kill you. The bald guy was held down and couldn't move, but his mouth kept screaming. Luo Yu? Yang Li hadn't heard of this name. He used to be just a little old man. Naturally he didn't know the name of the underground boss of this street. Now he knew it, but he didn't take it seriously. Do you know who Lao Zi is? Yang Li asked. Old me is Yang Li, specializing in cleaning up scum like you. Yang Li said and grabbed Luo Yu's arm. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Luo Yu didn't say anything, still struggling one way or another. Not saying anything, right? Yang Li coldly smiled and began to wrench Luo Yu's arm back. Ah! The latter immediately screamed miserably. The force in Yang Li's hand was extremely strong. No one could withstand it if he wanted to break someone's arm. Luo Yu suffered pain and hurriedly screamed. I say, it was Han Jun. It was that Han Jun kid who asked me to help him fix you, saying that he'd give me a reward of $50,000 after it was done. What? Luo Yu's words startled Tang Li, but Yang Li wasn't surprised because it was completely within his expectations. Then why did you arrest her? Yang Li asked again. He wanted to save her heroically, and told us to call him after we beat you up, and he pretended to come and save you guys. Luo Yu was tugged by Yang Li's arm, only a moment's effort to explain everything. How could he do this? Hearing Han Jun's plan, Tang Li's heart was filled with disgust for him. Wouldn't it have been right to say so earlier? After asking for the information he wanted, Yang Li let go of Luo Yu. Take out your cell phone and give him a call. Tell him that he's already beaten me down, and tell him to hurry in. Yang Li said. Ha? You, what do you want? Luo Yu looked at Yang Li suspiciously. You don't have the right to question my words. Do as I say. Of course, if you still want to get beaten up and want to be taken to the station, you can also not do so, Yang Li said with an ice-cold expression. Seeing his little brother all lying down, Luo Yu knew that he wasn't Yang Li's opponent, and now that he couldn't run away from being restrained by the other party, he was also worried that Yang Li would call the police to arrest him, and although there was some reluctance in his heart, he still dialed Han Jun's phone number. Hello, brother Yu? Are things done? As soon as the phone was connected, Han Jun's surprised voice came from the other end. Well, it's done. That kid was beaten like a pig's head by us. You come up now, Luo Yu said. Fine. I'll come up right away, Han Jun said and hung up. Luo Yu looked at Yang Li at a loss for words, not knowing what Yang Li wanted to do, only to see Yang Li whispering to him. Do as I say and pretend nothing happened tonight? If not, I'll beat you up like a pig's head before handing you over to the police officers. Yang Li said. Yes. No. Got it. Han Jun jogged all the way up with a pleasant expression, and all along the way, his mind was filled with images of how to trample Yang Li underfoot and then how to comfort Tang Li. When he thought that after his heroic rescue, he would most likely hold a beautiful woman, his heart was stirred, and his face smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Arriving in front of door number 2608, he carefully knocked on the door, already prepared to heroically save the beauty. Not a moment later, the door opened, and Han Jun rushed in with an arrow step. Bold miscreant, let go of my classmate. Han Jun rushed into the room with a kingly demeanor, but to his surprise, there was no Yang Li who had been beaten to a pig's head in the room, nor was there Tang Li who had been tied up with 5 flowers, and he froze at once. Looking at Luo Yu sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but wonder, Brother Yu, this is, you your mom's head. Before Han Jun could finish his sentence, Luo Yu stood up violently and landed a fist on his face. The room immediately resounded with Han Jun's miserable screams. Brother Yu, what are you doing hitting me? Don't hit me, Brother Yu, ah. Hearing Han Jun's mournful screams, Yang Li and Tang Li walked out from the corner outside the house. A smile hung on the corner of Yang Li's mouth. Yang Li, this isn't. Something won't happen, right? Although she hated Han Jun in her heart, Tang Li was a girl after all and was timid, worrying that something would happen to Han Jun. The other party knows him, they won't lay their hands on him, they're just giving him a lesson. Let's go, Yang Li said, and went downstairs with Tang Li. Chapter 14 Harassment. On his way downstairs, he received a call from Lu Yushi, and looking at the time, it was exactly half an hour. Hey, Sister Shio, how is it Yang Li? Are you alright? Did they hurt you? Do you want me to call the police? Lu Yushi asked anxiously. Sister Shio, things have been resolved. I'm now preparing to send Tang Li back. Yang Li said. Things have been resolved? Hearing this, Lu Yushi felt incredulous. My car is right outside the KTV. Have you guys come out yet? She asked. Coming out soon, Yang Li said, already getting off the elevator with Tang Li. Seeing Yang Li and Tang Li's figure, Lu Yushi had to believe that things were indeed resolved. She still wanted to call the police, but now it seemed that there was no need. Surprised, she hurriedly got out of the car and ran over. Are you guys alright? She had been worried about Yang Li and Tang Li's safety, and after sending the students back to the school, she hurriedly drove out again, and was distracted all the way. And when she saw the two of them at this moment, she hurriedly inquired, Sister Shio, we're fine, Tang Li said. It's good to be fine, it's good to be fine. Really scared me to death. What the hell happened? She asked suspiciously. Tang Li looked at Yang Li and didn't know whether or not to say. In Yang Li's opinion, there was nothing that couldn't be said about this. You can let Tang Li talk to you. Since Sister Sure drove here, I won't send her back to school. I'll leave first. Lu Yushi had a car. It was naturally much more convenient for her to send Tang Li back, and after Yang Li finished speaking, he prepared to go home, not expecting Yang Li to leave as soon as he said he would. Tang Li called out to him at once. Yang Li, what's wrong? Yang Li turned his head. Thank you for today. Tang Li somewhat shyly thanked Yang Li. Yang Li waved his hand. This happened because of me. Just don't blame me. There's no need for thanks. Yang Li finished speaking before leaving. What exactly happened? After Lu Yushi and Tang Li got into the car, they started the car while asking after him. Since Yang Li had asked himself to speak, Tang Li didn't have any scruples and told what had happened earlier one by one. When Yang Li returned home, it was already 1 in the morning, and he had a class tomorrow morning, so he simply washed up and went to bed, getting up early the next morning to head to school. Yang Li, you can finally come. What happened last night? I sent a message and you didn't reply. Worried me to death. If I didn't see Sister Shio in the group saying that you and Tang Li are alright, I'm ready to call the police. Just entering the classroom, Tong Wei ran over in a hurry, asking about what happened last night. Only then did Yang Li realize that Tong Wei had sent him a message, and that he hadn't been looking at WeChat last night. Yeah, Yang Li, what exactly happened last night? How was it resolved later? Some of his classmates, curious, also ran to gather around Yang Li. Yang Li scanned the classroom and found that Han Jun surprisingly didn't come. In his thought, letting Han Jun explain this matter should be the best. Where's Han Jun? Yang Li asked. I don't know. Tong Wei shook his head. I heard that he got sick and went to the hospital to see a doctor. Someone said. Sick? Yang Li smiled coldly. I guess he didn't dare to see anyone. What are you asking him for? Tong Wei looked at Yang Li with a puzzled expression. At this time, Tang Li and Zhao Waner also walked into the classroom. Tang Li, what exactly happened last night? Some of the girls were also curious about what happened last night and ran over to surround Tang Li. Tang Li and Yang Li glanced at each other, seemingly asking Yang Li if he should say anything, and before Yang Li could say anything, he saw Zhao Waner say with an indignant face, what else could it be? It's all because of that bad embryo Han Jun. Zhao Waner, as Tang Li's bosom friend, was naturally the first person to know what happened last night besides Lu Yueshi, and hearing her words, the crowd was shocked. What? Han Jun? What did he do? Zhao Waner immediately told all of what Tang Li had told her, and when the crowd heard that this was actually Han Jun's plot, the expressions on their faces were all a bit incredulous. It's too much. I didn't expect him to be such a person. This is something that's against the law. Han Jun has too much guts. Hearing the crowd's comments, Lin Yan and Zhang Shi looked uncomfortable sitting in the corner of the classroom, and although they didn't know in detail about what Han Jun did last night, they had received wind of it in advance and knew that Han Jun was going to deal with Yang Li. It was just that they didn't expect that Han Jun would use such means to deal with Yang Li, and that he was also recognized by Yang Li. Now that this matter had spread in the class, Han Jun's reputation had undoubtedly been stigmatized, and I was afraid that it would be difficult for him to have a rallying point in the class in the future. Zhao Waner spoke for a while, and the crowd understood what happened, so they didn't pursue the matter any further, and after the teacher came in, they all went to class at ease. There were 4 classes in the morning, and during class, Yang Li realized that Lu Yushur had sent him a Weibo message asking him to go to the office to find her after class. Yang Li didn't know what it was about, but he still headed to Lu Yushur's office after class. Walking up to the office door, Yang Li was about to knock when he suddenly heard a huffy voice coming from inside. "Director Sun, please stop." This was Lu Yushur's voice. Upon hearing this, Yang Li immediately frowned, stopped his hand movements and quietly looked inside, only to see that in the large office, there were only two people at the moment. One was Lu Yushur, who was sitting in front of her desk, and the other was a 40-something-year-old man with a thankful roof, standing beside Lu Yushur. Yang Li recognized this man, called Sun Xiangfu, the school's teaching director. He had one hand on Lu Yushur's shoulder, a lecherous smile on his face, looking as if he was harassing Lu Yushur. Yang Li had long heard that the Dean of Academic Affairs, Sun Xiangfu, had a bad reputation and often molested female teachers and students, but he didn't expect it to be true. "Teacher Lu, don't be angry. You work so hard all day long. I'll press your shoulders and relax," Sun Xiangfu said with a mushy voice. His other hand also wanted to climb onto Lu Yueshi's shoulder. Cough cough. Seeing this, Yang Li coughed. Immediately afterward, knocked on the office door. "Come in." Hearing Lu Yushur's voice, Yang Li paced in and found that Sun Xiangfu had withdrawn his hand at some point, carrying it behind his back and looking at himself with a serious face. "Teacher Lu, you're looking for me?" Yang Li acted as if he didn't know anything and looked at Lu Yueshio. "It's Yang Li who's here. Ah, well, I have some things I want to ask you." Lu Yushur's face was a little red, but tried to act as natural as possible. "Teacher Lu, since you want to see your student, I'll leave first." To Yang Li suddenly coming in and disturbing his good deed, Sun Xiangfu was very unhappy in his heart. After looking Yang Li up and down, he said to Lu Yuexi, "Alright, director, take care." Lu Yushur forced her diaphragm to respond to him and said. Then Sun Xiangfu left the office. Phew! After Sun Xiangfu left, Lu Yueshi breathed a sigh of relief. "You saw everything?" she asked Yang Li. Yang Li froze at his words. He thought that this kind of thing wasn't good to say openly. Lu Yushur must be secretive, but he didn't expect that she wouldn't avoid herself in the slightest. "Aha!" Yang Li nodded. "Luckily you came in time," Lu Yushur said as if she was relieved. "Sister Shio, how many times is this?" Since Lu Yushur didn't avoid it, Yang Li didn't mind asking a few more questions. "I don't even know how many times I've taken advantage of you verbally, and it's still the first time if you get on top of me," Lu Yushur said, the remaining anger on her face still lingering. Seeing Yang Li looking at himself strangely, she hurriedly explained again. "But I didn't let him take advantage of anything. I'm thickly clothed here," she said, as if she was worried that Yang Li didn't believe her. She also specifically pulled up the clothes on her shoulders to show Yang Li that they were indeed quite thick. Yang Li smiled helplessly. It seems like Sister Shio's job isn't a good one either, facing the danger of being harassed every day. Hearing Yang Li's flirtatious words, Lu Yushur sighed. "What can I do? They're the director and I don't dare to put words in my mouth too harshly." Lu Yushur was bent on getting her doctorate, and Sun Xiangfu was very powerful in the school, which was the reason she didn't dare offend him too deeply. "So if this kind of thing happens again in the future, you have to show up in time and help Sister Shio out like you did today," Lu Yushur said to Yang Li with a serious face. "I'll try my best," Yang Li said with a serious expression. But he had only spoken in jest, but looking at Yang Li's serious face, as if he was really thinking about this matter, Lu Yushur couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Alright, just joking with you. How can it be so timely every time? Even I don't know when he'll jump out." "Sister Shio, you didn't call me here just to help you out, right?" Yang Li asked. "What are you thinking?" "Of course not." Lu Yushur shook her head. "I called you here because I wanted to talk to you about Han Jun." Hearing this, Yang Li was a bit startled, but then he sneered. "What does he have to talk about?" Seeing Yang Li's disdainful face, Lu Yuexi looked a little worried. "After hearing Tang Li and I say something last night, I realized that you were teased by Lin Yan before because of him, and last night, he specifically set up a trap to deal with you, but was set up by you, so I'm worried if he'll think of a way to retaliate against you again," Lu Yushur said. "Soldiers come to stop water to cover earth." If it was the previous Yang Li, he was really worried about being retaliated against, but now, he really didn't care. "I think, why don't you two shake hands and make peace?" Lu Yushur suddenly said. "Shake hands and make peace?" Yang Li thought that Lu Yushur was trying to help him discuss his strategy, but he didn't realize that she wanted him to talk peace with Han Jun. Han Jun's family is rich and powerful in Jiangning City, and you're also from Jiangning City, so if he makes things difficult for you, you won't be able to fight him. Seeing Lu Yuexi's worried face, Yang Li knew that she didn't want to take Han Jun's side, but was worried that she would be endlessly retaliated against by Han Jun, which was why she made this suggestion. "Sister Shio, I appreciate your kindness, but shaking hands and making peace is impossible. But I can assure you that as long as he doesn't come to mess with me, I'll never mess with him. Yang Li's attitude was tough. That is, he was determined not to make peace. In Lu Yushi's opinion, he was the weaker party, but Yang Li didn't think so. But, seeing Yang Li vetoing his proposal without hesitation, Lu Yushi still wanted to say something while the class bell rang at this time. Alright Sister Shio, I'm going back to class. Without waiting for Lu Yushi to finish, Yang Li trotted out of the office. Hey, you, Lu Yushi wanted to call out to him, but he didn't expect Yang Li to disappear in the blink of an eye. This brat, running so fast. Chapter 15, Unwarranted Disaster. When Yang Li returned to the classroom, he found that the classroom was bustling with activity, but it wasn't because the teacher was here, but rather a few unfamiliar boys with flowers were confessing their love to Tang Li. To be exact, it was one of these few boys that was confessing to Tang Li. What's going on? Yang Li asked as he walked over to sit beside Tong Wei with a surprised face. Confessing? How else can it be? Tong Wei said with a disinterested face. Tang Li, as the school flower, was being confessed to twice in 3 days. They were all used to it. Of course I know it's a confession. I mean, why didn't the teacher come? These people dare to confess during class time. They don't have a lot of guts. Yang Li said. Hey, the teacher sent a tweet earlier saying that he couldn't come for something and asked us to study on our own. These people must have heard the wind and that's why they specifically picked this time to confess. Tong Wei said. Yang Li nodded, then joined the class in watching the fun. Although it wasn't the first time Tang Li had been confessed to, the hustle and bustle was something he couldn't get tired of seeing, mainly because he wanted to see if Tang Li would say yes. Tang Li, I really like you, just promise to be my girlfriend. The boy who confessed to Tang Li was a big tall guy of 1 meter 8, with dyed yellow hair and ear studs, looking a bit gangly, but he was facing Tang Li with a sincere face at the moment. I won't be your girlfriend, you go. Facing the boy's show of love, Tang Li refused without thinking. I'll go. Such a handsome boy confessing his love doesn't even agree. How high Tang Li's vision must be. A girl said like a nymphomaniac. Nonsense, she's the school flower. Of course she has a high vision. You think she's like you? Another girl scoffed. Tang Li, give me a chance. I will definitely treat you well. The boy persevered and said. Tang Li didn't say anything. Zhao Wanair had an impatient look on her face. Li Ran, how many times have I told you? Our family leader doesn't like your type. Hurry up and go. Don't waste your efforts. Listening to Zhao Wanair's words, she seemed to recognize that boy and said his name at once. The crowd was surprised to hear the name. Li Ran? Isn't this the bully that is widely rumored in school? Seems like it. I heard that he's a sophomore. He's very popular in school. Not only in the school, people are also popular outside the school. His family is from Jiangning City. I heard that he knows a lot of big brothers in the society. Many people in the class have heard of Li Ran's name and have been talking about it. It turned out to be an uneducated guy. No wonder Tang Li rejected it without even thinking about it. Hearing the crowd's comments, Yang Li thought as such in his heart. She doesn't even like my brother being so handsome, so what type does she like? A boy standing behind the confessing boy asked. What type? Zhao Waner frowned a little at what she said. Tang Li hadn't been in a relationship yet, so she didn't know what type Tang Li liked. Just then, she suddenly saw Yang Li. Her pupils shrunk slightly, and a thought suddenly popped into Zhao Waner's head. Yesterday, she had felt that Yang Li might have thoughts about Tang Li. And after experiencing the heroic rescue last night, she felt that if the two were allowed to develop further, they would probably become lovers. No matter what, Yang Li was not worthy of Tang Li. She couldn't let that happen. Although she was also grateful to Yang Li for saving Tang Li, she felt it was necessary to let Yang Li recognize himself clearly. He simply wasn't qualified to like Tang Li. With this thought, she pointed at Yang Li with a smooth hand. Just his type. As Zhao Waner's words fell, Yang Li instantly felt the gazes of everyone in the class directed at him in unison, and his brows furrowed at once. Wan Air, what are you babbling about? Hearing Zhao Waner say that she liked Yang Li, Tang Li was also startled, and her fair face instantly turned red. Seeing Tang Li suddenly blush, Li Ran felt that what Zhao Waner said might be true, and fiercely turned his head to look at Yang Li. Now there's a good show. A gloating voice came from the corner, spoken by Zhang Lei, who was sitting with Zhang Xilingyan, watching the scene unfolding in front of him with great interest. Li Ran was not a master to be messed with. Even Han Jun didn't dare to offend him. If he wanted to find trouble with Yang Li, then Yang Li would definitely suffer. You like him? Li Ran asked Tang Li, pointing at Yang Li. I don't listen to Zhao Waner's nonsense. Tang Li hurriedly shook her head. I didn't say Li likes him. I just said he likes this type. Zhao Waner wanted to use these people's hands to scare off Yang Li, but she also didn't want to cause scandal for Tang Li, so she said so. But no matter how she explained, Li Ran had long since locked his gaze on Yang Li. The situation is not good. Seeing Li Ran looking at Yang Li with an icy expression, Tong Wei muttered in a low voice from the side. Kid, come over here, Li Ran suddenly shouted at Yang Li. Yang Li frowned even more and immediately glanced at Zhao Waner with a gloomy face. If Zhao Waner hadn't talked nonsense, he wouldn't have gotten into this kind of trouble. Li Ran, don't mess around. Seeing Li Ran's aggressive behavior, Tang Li was a bit anxious and said to him in a cold voice. It was fine if she didn't speak, but as soon as she did, Li Ran's anger instantly rose. In his opinion, Tang Li was clearly worried about Yang Li when she said that. Come here, he droned again in a stern voice, carrying an aggressive aura on his body. Yang Li stood up and walked over. It's over. Yang Li will definitely get a beating this time. Last night, thanks to Yang Li's blessing, many people drank good wine that they had never drank before in their lives, and then Yang Li saved Tang Li. This series of things made some of the students in the class start to change their opinion of Yang Li. At this moment, when they saw Li Ran trying to find trouble with Yang Li, many of them pinched a sweat for him. TSK, don't even look at what status you have, and you dare to rumor with the school flower. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat, but it's a pity that he met another male swan. Seeing Yang Li pacing towards Li Ran, Lin Yan and Zhang Shi spoke out in mockery. It was as if they had already foreseen Yang Li's miserable face when he was beaten into a pig's head. Yo, this kid looks a bit familiar. Yang Li walked in front of Li Ran, and the other boy who was traveling with Li Ran looked Yang Li up and down with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he looked like he remembered something. Oh, isn't this the one? What is the name of that one on that forum? Oh, the toad. The one that wanted to eat swan meat and got screwed over. The post that Lin Yan had posted had almost made everyone in the school recognize Yang Li, and this boy had obviously read that post as well. Hearing this, the other boy also came to a realization. So it's him, I said, why does he look so familiar? Hearing the two companions remind him, Li Ran also quickly remembered where Yang Li came from and looked at him with a mocking face. Kid, you don't have small guts, you dare to hit on the woman Li Ran, Li Ran walked up to Yang Li and said with an arrogant attitude, you really don't have a long memory, boy. Just got fooled by someone, and then want a toad to eat swan meat. Also don't look at your own virtues. Is the school flower something you can be worthy of? A boy said and slapped Yang Li's face. You guys don't go too far. Seeing Li Ran and the other boy making things difficult for Yang Li, Tang Li stood up with an angry look and droned. Tang Li, this kid dares to steal you from me. This is not giving me face. Don't mind this matter. I have to teach him a lesson today. Li Ran turned a deaf ear to Tang Li's words and grabbed Yang Li's collar with one hand. Hey, don't mess around. I'll call the teacher. Although Tong Wei knew that Yang Li was a good fighter, but the other party had 5 people after all, he felt that Yang Li definitely couldn't beat them, and hurriedly got up and said, threatening to tell the teacher. Yo, little fatty, you think this is a kindergarten, and you're telling the teacher? If you dare to tell the teacher, I'll even beat you up today. A boy beside Li Ran said viciously to Tong Wei. Tong Wei was so scared that his body trembled, and he was at a bit of a loss for words. Kid, I won't make things difficult for you today. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me and promise to stay far away from Tong Li in the future, I'll let you off. How about it? Li Ran said to Yang Li. Yang Li looked at the other party, didn't say anything. No wonder the ancients said that the red face is a scourge. He really had a deep understanding during this period of time. What a wimp, all like this and didn't speak or fight back. I really doubt if he saved you last night. Seeing that Yang Li didn't say a word, Zhao Waner said with a despicable look. You still say that? It's all your fault. Tang Li glared at Zhao Waner angrily. Kid, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default. Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow, Li Ran said, making Yang Li kneel down. Yang Li had a puzzled look on his face, as if he was talking to himself. I don't know why so many SBs like to make others kneel. What did you say? Hearing Yang Li's words, Li Ran frowned. I said you're an SB, can't you hear me? Yang Li said. Li Ran's face changed. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* he punched towards Yang Li's face. Hearing Li Ran curse his words, Yang Li's face immediately sank. Bang! Without anyone seeing, he grabbed Li Ran's hair in one fell swoop and slammed him hard against the table with a loud bang. Anger is anger. Keep your mouth clean. Yang Li suddenly struck out, but in the blink of an eye, he restrained Li Ran, and all those who saw this scene were startled. Brother Ran. The first ones to react were the boys that Li Ran brought with him. These four were all Li Ran's classmates. At the same time, they were also the ones who often hung out with him in the society. All of them belonged to the kind of courageous and ruthless. When they saw Li Ran being beaten, they were furious. Little, you dare to hit Brother Ran. The four of them cursed, and then they twisted their fists towards Yang Li. Bang! A kick flew two people away. The other two. One was stepped on by Yang Li. One was pressed on the table by Yang Li and couldn't move. Chapter 16, The New Neighbor. Wow! If Yang Li subduing Li Ran in one move was shocking enough, Then him subduing the other 4 in 3 or 2 moves was simply appalling. Because this all happened too quickly. Everyone didn't see what was going on. Boy, is this for real? Asterisk 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 how is Yang Li so awesome? I thought he would get beaten up today. The other side is 5 people restraining 5 people at once. Everyone in the class was shocked, including Zhang Shi and Ling Yan. They had seen Yang Li's methods yesterday and knew that he was good at fighting, but they didn't expect him to be able to fight 5 people at once. Zhao Wan'er's sandalwood mouth was slightly open. She was also shocked, not expecting Yang Li to be so powerful. If there was still a calm expression in the class, then only Tang Li was left. She had seen Yang Li's skill last night. 7 or 8 big men were all instantly restrained by Yang Li. This scene was shocking as well, but it wasn't surprising to her. Bastard! You let go of me! Yang Li's first strike knocked Li Ran to the ground, and when he reacted and realized that his minions had all fallen, he was shocked and angry, struggling to make Yang Li let go of him. Yang Li really follows good advice. Let him go without saying anything. Li Ran immediately screwed up his fists. Ing. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Yang Li grabbed his hair again and slammed him onto the table. This one wasn't as heavy as the previous one, but it still knocked Li Ran into a daze. Let go of me. I'm going to waste you. Li Ran was already enraged when Yang Li let go of him again, followed by a bang and slammed his head on the table again. I'm going to kill you. Bang! 2 minutes later. Still let go? Looking at Li Ran, who was being carried in his hands, Yang Li asked, Don't let go. Don't let go. Hearing Yang Li's words, Li Ran shook his head vigorously and said with a face of fear. Earlier, he let go of Yang Li when he asked Yang Li to let go of him, but immediately after that, he grabbed him by his hair and slammed him against the table, and in just 2 minutes, his head had already swollen up 7 or 8 big bags. He was scared of being hit, and even more so, he was convinced. He knew that he was not Yang Li's opponent at all and didn't dare to struggle anymore. Gulp! Seeing Li Ran go soft, many people gulped. The earlier scene where Yang Li grabbed him by his hair and slammed him against the table was frightening to watch. In the past, they had heard that Li Ran was a ruthless man, but looking at today's scene, Yang Li was clearly even more ruthless than him. Lin Yan and Zhang Shi looked at each other in disbelief, both involuntarily gripping each other's hands and gulping. Zhao Wan'er looked straight at Yang Li, and when she saw the other party's eyes sweep over her, she trembled in fear, afraid that Yang Li would also come forward and grab her hair. You can confess if you want. Why do you have to come and mess with me? Grabbing Li Ran's hair, Yang Li asked. If he hadn't been merciful, just hitting those few times earlier would have been enough to break the other party's head, and he felt that he was really merciful. Right. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm wrong. Li Ran was really scared of being hit. He is still feeling his brain buzzing. When he heard Yang Li asking, he apologized vigorously. It's good if you know you're wrong, don't do it again in the future. My temper, it's not always as good as today, Yang Li said. When the crowd heard this, they were speechless for a while. This is still called a good temper? Li Ran was also speechless, but he didn't dare to show it. I know. Also, Tang Li doesn't like you. Don't harass her if nothing else. Remember? He's brother Li's woman. I won't harass her again. Li Ran nodded his head as if he was a chicken by rice. Hearing Li Ran say something about brother Li's woman, Tang Li's face instantly reddened, and Yang Li froze for a moment. What nonsense! Cursing, he let go of Li Ran. Alright, hurry up and get lost. Yes. This will roll. Li Ran said and flew out of the classroom, and the people who came with him all hurried out as well. After Li Ran left, Yang Li once again scanned around the classroom and realized that everyone was looking at him with a nervous expression and didn't know why. It's alright. After Yang Li said this to Tang Li, he walked over to his seat and sat down. Holy, Yang Li, you're too awesome. As soon as he sat down, Tong Wei said with a look of adoration, looking at Yang Li as if he was looking at Superman. We've known each other for so long. I didn't even know that you're so good at fighting. 1 against 5. My god, Tong Wei said with a surprised look. Yang Li is really deep in hiding. A classmate said to Yang Li in a complimentary manner. Let's not talk about anything else. Since you're so powerful, you'll be my boss from now on. Boss? In the future, you'll have to cover my little brother. Tong Wei said half-jokingly. Cover us too. Brotherly. A few boys who hadn't crossed paths with Yang Li also joked. Brotherly, after fighting for so long, are your hands sore? I'll pinch your hands for you. Brotherly, you're tired from standing just now. Let me pinch your legs. Brotherly, let me help you with your shoulders. Brotherly, are you thirsty? Let me get you a glass of water. Being pestered and complimented by the crowd for 2 sessions, causing Yang Li to not go in for his self-study. Although he knew that everyone was joking, he kinda enjoyed this feeling. No matter what, being complimented is much better than being sneered at. After school at noon, Yang Li and Tong Wei ate together in the cafeteria and then took a taxi to the company. There were no classes in the afternoon, and usually when he didn't have classes, he had to come to the company to work. But this time, Yang Li didn't come to work, he came to resign. In the past, he went to work because he couldn't help it because he was forced by life. But he had money now, so there was no need to go to work. It's not that Yang Li is lazy and greedy to enjoy himself when he has money, but mainly he wants to use all his energy on studying. And, if possible, he wants to go to Wang Yunhai to learn the knowledge of managing a company from now on. Although there are still 3 years before graduation, but from Wang Yunhai's place to understand that his company is so big, Yang Li feels that there is still a need to learn the knowledge of management, lest by the time he takes over, he doesn't know anything. It was because of considering these things that Yang Li wanted to resign. After all, Natalie Lu's company was too small, and what he could learn was really limited. But although he decided to resign, Yang Li wouldn't just throw his hands up and walk away. Natalie Lu was in the early stages of starting her business and lacked everything. Yang Li decided to bring in a few investments to help her out a bit. After planning all of this, Yang Li decided to go and find Natalie Lu to talk about it in detail. But when he walked to the entrance of the company, Yang Li realized that Natalie Lu had just locked the door and seemed to be going out. "Sister Nico!" Yang Li shouted. "It's Yang Li." Seeing Yang Li, Nico Lu was a little surprised. "Where are you going?" Yang Li asked. "Oh, I'm talking business with a client. You don't have to work this afternoon," Natalie Lu said to Yang Li. "Not going to work? But I have something I want to talk to you about," Yang Li said in shock. "Let's talk about what's going on when I come back. I'm running out of time." Natalie Lu seemed to be in a hurry, and as she spoke to Yang Li, she ran towards a BMW parked on the side of the road with hurried steps. Yang Li followed Natalie Lu's figure and found a man sitting in the car. When he saw Natalie Lu coming over, the man stepped out of the car and thoughtfully opened the door for Natalie Lu. The man was tall and handsome, with a gentle and elegant demeanor. Seeing Natalie Lu get into his car, Yang Li looked puzzled and wondered where Natalie Lu had contacted this client from. "Is this business or romance for Sister Nico?" he said to himself. After finishing his words, he smiled and shook his head. "That's fine. Anyway, there's no rush at this moment. Let's talk to Sister Nico tomorrow, whether it's about business or romance." Yang Li didn't want to disturb Nico Lu, and after finishing his own words, he took a taxi home. Arriving at the neighborhood, looking at the sewer pipe that had burst open again in the neighborhood, a stream of colorful sewage gushing out from it, and the entire neighborhood shrouded in a sickening stench, Yang Li couldn't help but frown. Although this was not the first time he had seen such a scene, every time he saw it, his heart was always diaphragmatic and somewhat revolting. "It seems like we need to find a time to buy a house. This place has been lived in long enough," Yang Li said to himself. The environment of this neighborhood was very poor. The previous Yang Li didn't have a choice. Now that he could choose, and he didn't have masochistic tendencies, of course he wanted to change to a better place to live. Saying that, he covered his mouth and walked into the unit he lived in. Yang Li's house was on the 3rd floor, and when he walked to the door of his house, he was about to open the door and enter the house, when he suddenly heard a banging sound upstairs, and the next thing that came was the panicked words of a little girl. "Mommy, are you okay?" The little girl's voice was tinged with tears. "Mommy is fine." An adult woman's voice came out, very weak. Since absorbing that bottle of blue liquid, Yang Li's sense of hearing was unusually sharp, not to mention that the floor where the sound was made seemed to be on the 4th floor, and under curiosity, he paced up the stairs, wanting to see what had happened. "Come, Chen Chen good boy, help mommy up." Yang Li walked up the stairs and saw that the stairway on the 4th floor was filled with all sorts of furniture, and was puzzled when he suddenly realized that a woman dressed in ordinary clothes had collapsed on the ground, with a huge box pressed against her body. Chapter 17 Encountering the School Flower. Seeing this scene, Yang Li was startled and hurriedly stepped forward, lifting the box that was pressed on the woman's body. This box was estimated to weigh 10 pounds. If the previous Yang Li, he really wouldn't be able to hold it up, but for the current Yang Li, this weight was nothing. Picking up the box, he hurriedly inquired about the woman's condition. "This lady, are you alright?" The large box pressing on her body was removed, and the woman sighed in relief. "Thanks, I'm fine," the woman said, slowly assisting the railing of the stairs to get up from the floor. Taking advantage of the time she stood up, Yang Li sized her up and realized that the woman was in her 30s, with a pretty face, even to the point of saying she was pretty. It was only that he didn't know if it was due to malnutrition or something else that caused her to be on the thin side, and her waxy face also pulled down her face value. Next to the woman stood a young girl in her teens, who was staring fixedly at Yang Li. This little girl had a thin figure, but her skin was very fair, with 2 pigtails tied at the back of her head, long eyelashes and big eyes, paired with a small pink face. Very cute. "Are you tenants who just moved in?" Seeing the things on the ground, pots and pans of everything, Yang Li couldn't help but ask. Yes, we just moved here today. There are too many things. After moving for a while our bodies were a bit tired. Plus that box was also heavier just now. So we accidentally fell on the ground. Thanks to your help, the woman gratefully said to Yang Li. No need to be polite. I'm also a tenant here. It's proper for neighbors to help each other. Yang Li said. Which floor do you guys live on? So many things, let me help you guys move them. Seeing that the floor was full of luggage, it was really not easy for this mother and daughter to move. Yang Li said. We live on the 4th floor. 402. The woman said, pointing to a room next to her. I'll help you guys move in then. Yang Li said. Thank you so much then. The woman was grateful to Yang Li for volunteering to help, and hurriedly took out the key and opened the door to the room. This room was a bit bigger than the one Yang Li lived in, but it was only about 20 square meters, and after splitting out the toilet and kitchen, the space seemed compact, and it was obvious that this household was struggling financially. However, Yang Li had lived this kind of life for a long time, so he didn't show any contempt on his face, and after seeing the woman open the door to her room, he began to help her move her things. In the process of moving things, through conversation, Yang Li learned that the woman is called Su Yuan, 30 years old this year. Her daughter is called Zhou Chen, 10 years old this year. They are all Jiangning city locals. However, they used to live in the countryside, and only recently moved to the city, because her husband worked in the neighborhood, so she rented a room here. Yang Li was curious about what Su Yuan's husband did for a living, and he couldn't even take a vacation to move. But he thought that it was not good to ask more questions since this was his first meeting, so he simply buried this doubt in his heart. This family stuff was really quite a lot, even with Yang Li's help. It took nearly an hour to move. Alright, taking the last shoe rack into the house, Yang Li patted the dust on his hands. Little Young, thank you so much for today. After nearly an hour of conversation, Su Yuan also knew Yang Li's name. Sister Yuan, you're too kind. Chen, quickly thank brother, Su Yuan said to her daughter. Thank you brother. Zhou Chen was very good and said to Yang Li. Chen is so good. Yang Li rubbed Zhou Chen's head and smiled. Sister Yuan, since it's fine, I'll go back first. After the stuff was moved, seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Yang Li got up to say goodbye. I just moved in. The house is a mess. I didn't even let you have a drink of water. I'm really sorry. Su Yuan apologized. Yang Li smiled. It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll leave first. Yang Li said, getting up and preparing to go out. Then you go slowly, come up and sit again some other day. Su Yuan said, preparing to send Yang Li out the door. However, Yang Li hadn't taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and looked at a photo placed on the table with a puzzled expression. Sister Yuan, this is the wedding photo of my husband and I when we got married. It's been 10 years. Seeing Yang Li staring at the photo, Su Yuan explained. Yang Li nodded. In his heart, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. In this wedding photo, the female was clearly Su Yuan. He wasn't surprised, but the male was actually the man he saw driving a BMW in front of the company at noon. Yang Li had a good memory and was confident that he would never misremember. This is your husband? He asked again. Yes, Su Yuan nodded, and when she saw Yang Li looking odd, she couldn't help but be curious. What, you've seen him before? Haven't seen it. Yang Li shook his head. Oh, hearing Yang Li say that he hadn't seen his husband, Su Yuan was a little lost. Looking at the wedding photo on the table, Yang Li was puzzled in his heart. When he saw this man at noon, the other party drove a BMW. That BMW was not expensive, but how it had to be several $100,000. Can open up hundreds of thousands of a BMW car, man? Not to let his wife and daughter live in such a shabby place, right? He was surprised to think that it was because of this doubt in his heart that he lied just now. Taking the liberty of asking, what does your husband do for a living? Yang Li asked. Hearing Yang Li's question, Su Yuan froze, then her face looked a little embarrassed. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I actually don't know what kind of work he's doing. Really? Yang Li was taken aback. Su Yuan actually didn't even know what kind of work her husband was doing. He only said he works around here, but never told me about his job. Su Yuan said with a sigh, hearing a few sighs in her tone. Not like she was lying. Yang Li had to believe that she really didn't know. After thinking for a while, Yang Li nodded and smiled. Alright then, I won't bother you guys anymore. I'll go back first. Take care. Yang Li went downstairs and returned to his home. Thinking back to his earlier conversation with Su Yuan, his brows slowly furrowed. When he saw Natalie Lu get into that man's car at noon today, the two of them were acting intimate. It wasn't as simple as business partners. Previously, Yang Li had been happy that Natalie Lu had found a nice boyfriend, but after realizing that the man had a family, he wasn't happy at all. One of the things he was most worried about now was that this man was a liar trying to cheat Nico Lu out of her affection. I have to ask him about his identity before I can do that, Yang Li thought, taking out his cell phone and preparing to give Nico Lu a call. But he didn't realize that his phone was dead and turned off. Grass. He hurriedly charged his cell phone, but it didn't turn on after waiting for a long time. Asterisk 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 it can't be broken. Yang Li, this cell phone is still the second year of high school when spend 800 yuan to buy, to now use almost 3 years, often have problems, but barely able to use. In order to save money, Yang Li has not been replaced, but looking at the way it looks now, he can't even think about not changing it. Holy, it's bad when it breaks. But this time, Yang Li cursed and hurriedly went out, ready to go buy a cell phone. The place where Yang Li lived was very close to the city center. Not far downstairs was the city's largest cell phone sales hall, and the clerk was as polite as ever. Yang Li went in and was about to look at his cell phone when he suddenly heard someone call his name and looked up to see that it was Tang Li. Why are you here? Seeing Tang Li in the business hall, Yang Li's expression was surprised, but Tang Li's face had a few moments of delight. One errand, I came out to go shopping. She had a bad stomach and went looking for the restroom, so I'm waiting for her here, Tang Li said. Oh, that's right. Yang Li nodded. Did you come to buy a cell phone? Seeing Yang Li's hurried gait, Tang Li asked. Yeah, the cell phone is broken. Yang Li smiled and raised the brick-like smartphone in his hand. You want to buy a cell phone too? Seeing Tang Li standing in front of a cell phone counter, Yang Li couldn't help but ask. Tang Li nodded. Just taking a look. Not sure if I'm buying it. Then take a look together. Yang Li said. Fine, the two said, walking together to the cell phone counter to look at the various cell phones inside. Yang Li used to be introverted, and Tang Li was similar, so the two had very few interactions. But since Yang Li was dumped by Ling Yin, the two had become more intertwined instead. After all, Tang Li was the school flower and had helped Yang Li, so Yang Li still had a good feeling about her, and he was in a pleasant mood to be able to get along with the school flower. Hello, two customers, are you looking to buy a cell phone? The duo hadn't been looking for a while when a female sales clerk came up and asked. Yes, Yang Li nodded. Great, I see that the two of you should be a couple. Today is 520. Huawei Cell Phone specially launched a couple's customized machine today. There is only the last pair left. I'll take it to the two of you to have a look, that female clerk said, turned around to get the cell phone. Hearing her actually say that she and Yang Li were a couple, Tang Li's face instantly reddened. But Yang Li's focus was not here. Why is today 520? He looked at Tang Li in surprise, only to see Tang Li nodding with a red face. Before he met Ling Yin, Yang Li had always been single and had never celebrated 520 or cared about this modern holiday, and only when he saw Tang Li nodding did he look dazed. No wonder that Li Ran chose today to confess his love. So today is 520. While Yang Li was thinking about this, the female clerk had already taken the cell phone out. A heart-shaped box containing two cell phones, one black and one white, which looked quite exquisite. Huawei has always been a big domestic brand. This phone is a customized model for couples that they have launched specifically for 520, and it is a limited edition. There are only 5,000 pairs in the whole country, and in the whole of Jiangning there are only 10 pairs in our store, and this is already the last pair. This phone matches the temperament of the two of you very well. The two of you are here to buy a cell phone anyway. On this special day, why not buy these two more commemorative phones? The female sales clerk finished introducing the cell phones in quick succession, then looked at Yang Li and Tang Li with bated breath. After hearing the shopgirl's introduction, Yang Li froze. He and Tang Li weren't a couple at all, but the other party clearly thought of the two of them as a couple. Yang Li looked at Tang Li in embarrassment and realized that the other party was also looking at him with a somewhat shy expression on her face. Sorry, actually this cell phone is good. I'll take it. Yang Li was about to explain to the female clerk that he and Tang Li weren't a couple, when suddenly a young man wearing a large flower short sleeve and an inch haircut came over and snatched the couple's cell phone on the counter with one hand. Chapter 18, the most expensive cell phone. Sir, I'm sorry, this phone is already taken. Seeing the slate-headed youth take the phone over, the female sales clerk reacted and apologized. What person wants it? The slab-headed man glanced at Yang Li and Tang Li, then said in a disdainful tone, Isn't this not bought yet? Why do you want it? What others haven't bought? Can't I buy it? The slattern said with his nostrils facing the sky at the shopgirl. Only then did Yang Li notice that there was a girl standing next to him, and the two were presumably a couple. Baby, do you like it? This pair of cell phones, one for each of us, the slattern said to his girlfriend as he held the cell phone. Sir, I'm really sorry. Since this gentleman said he wants it, then let's load it up for him. What's the point of babbling? Before the female sales clerk finished her words, an older woman came over from behind her and said with an impatient face, Manager Zhao, but this is the cell phone I'm showing to these two guests. The female clerk pointed at Yang Li and Tang Li and said with some aggravation, Alright, I say this phone will be sold to this gentleman. that manager Zhao impatiently said to the female clerk, and after saying that, he sized up Yang Li and Tang Li. And when he saw that Yang Li was wearing clothes that were washed white, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head to the female clerk and reprimanded her. You're here to sell for half a day, and you don't look at whether people can afford it or not. You've been coming to work for so long, and you don't have a bit of eye candy. The female clerk was reprimanded by the Zhao manager. Some unconvinced want to retort, but the words to the mouth and swallowed. These two cell phones together were more than 5,000. Looking at Yang Li's dress, she didn't know if the other party could afford it, and didn't have the backbone to retort. Beauty, your manager is right. You sell half a day. Also have to see if people can afford to buy. If you can't afford to buy, that's not a white sales pitch? Time is also delayed. Things have not been sold. Why spend this kind of wasted effort, you say? This cannot afford to buy the people. You and his sales again long. He cannot afford to buy. This can afford to buy the people. You simply do not need to sell. People come up to buy. Let's say that I do. You see, your time is not delayed. The money is also earned. This is not very good? Slabhead looked at the female sales clerk with a tangled face and said to her with a smile. Although the female sales clerk felt that it wasn't the case, she didn't know how to refute it. Little old brother. Slabhead turned his head to look at Yang Li again. Don't bring your girlfriend to the mall if you don't have money. You can't afford it even if you shop. Why bother? Slabhead said, sizing up Yang Li and Tang Li with amusement. Tang Li was very pretty, much prettier than his girlfriend, precisely because he was jealous of Yang Li being able to have such a pretty girlfriend while he didn't. So when he found out that Yang Li didn't have any money, he intentionally wanted to taunt Yang Li in Tang Li's face, to show his own sense of superiority. It would have been better if Tang Li could have disliked Yang Li for this and taken the initiative to ask for his contact information. But unfortunately, Tang Li didn't do so. How much is this cell phone? Yang Li felt that he really didn't have to talk to the cutie. There was a need to communicate. So in the face of the boarder's taunts, he didn't even make a conversation, but calmly asked the female sales clerk the price of this cell phone. Sir, these two phones total $5,600, the female sales clerk said. Hearing this price, Tang Li was a bit surprised. Her budget for buying the phones was only $2,000. Earlier, when she saw Yang Li being taunted, she felt a little bad in her heart, thinking that if the price of this phone wasn't too expensive, she would pay for it, but even if she added this month's living expenses, she only had a little over $4,000. She simply couldn't afford it. It's too cheap to match us. Tang Li was about to pull Yang Li away when she didn't expect Yang Li to suddenly say this. Everyone was stunned. Ha! Slabhead reacted and instantly laughed coldly. Little old brother, quite good at pretending. So what kind of cell phone do you think would be worthy of you guys? Slabhead asked in a sarcastic tone. Take those two down and take a look. Yang Li reached out and pointed to the two models of cell phones on the counter behind the manager, which read 520 Limited, Supreme Emperor. This. Seeing the two cell phones that Yang Li pointed to, the female clerk didn't rush to take them. Her expression was a bit difficult, because these two phones were too expensive. Several times more expensive than the two she had just taken out. She felt that the person in front of her must not have the money to buy these two phones since he had to hesitate when faced with the two phones before. She didn't want to take them down and then give up when Yang Li knew the price. That would just be adding to the joke. What? Are those two cell phones not for sale? Seeing that the shopgirl didn't move, Yang Li asked. For sale? Of course they're for sale. I just don't know if Mr. can afford them. Seeing Yang Li ask, that manager Zhao said in a conspiratorial manner. If Mr. doesn't buy it and just wants to take it down to have a look, forgive us for not having so much time to accompany you. There are still many customers in the store. Manager Zhao said. How much? Yang Li asked directly without any nonsense. These two cell phones are 520 special limited models. Only 50 pairs in the whole country. Only one pair in the whole city of Jiangning. Using a gold frame and jade back cover. The cost is not expensive. The price is well. Of course, it is also expensive. 2 units are priced at $59,800. Not for sale alone. Thank you. Manager Zhao made an introduction to the cell phone, then looked at Yang Li with a smile. Yang Li nodded as if he hadn't heard the price. Wrap it up for me and swipe your card. What? What? Hearing Yang Li's words, everyone was stunned. I said wrap it up for me and swipe the card. What? Can't you hear me? Yang Li said and had already taken out his bank card. This, sir, you really want to buy? Seeing Yang Li take his card out, the female sales clerk was filled with disbelief. Of course. What? There won't be another person who wants to buy it, right? Yang Li said, intentionally glancing at the slattern next to him, only to see the slattern looking at himself in shock, his jaw dropping. This cell phone is rarely affordable because it's too expensive. Hearing Yang Li's words, the female sales clerk said, then swipe your card. What are you waiting for? Yang Li urged. Ha? Oh, yes. The female sales clerk reacted and hurriedly took out the machine, inserted the card in and then asked Yang Li to enter the password. Yang Li. Just as Yang Li was about to enter the password, Tang Li grabbed his hand at once. What's wrong? Yang Li looked at her in surprise. You really want to buy such an expensive cell phone? Tang Li didn't know if Yang Li had that much money, but she felt that Yang Li's action was like a gamble, and she didn't want Yang Li to be swept off his feet by other people's taunts. Of course, Yang Li said, having quickly entered the password, and when Tang Li tried to stop it, the machine prompted a successful payment. Ooh, there were quite a few people in the business hall, and seeing Yang Li spend so much money on 2 cell phones, many people were surprised. But the ones who were most surprised were still Slabhead and that manager Zhao. They simply didn't expect that Yang Li would be willing to spend so much money to buy a cell phone. And the most important thing was that he actually had so much money. Hearing the word payment successful, after a brief shock in the shopgirl's heart, there was a burst of uncontrollable ecstasy. She had never thought that Yang Li was a hidden tycoon who was willing to spend so much money to buy a cell phone. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that after selling this phone herself, she could take a 20% commission, which could be close to 3 months of her salary. Sir, your card. The female clerk carefully handed Yang Li's card to him. Everyone's eyes were on Yang Li, and no one realized that this all-black bank card was something they had never seen before. Yang Li took the card and put it in his bag, then asked the female clerk to load the cell phone for him. Taking advantage of this gap, he looked at manager Zhao. Not buying doesn't mean there's no money. A bigger possibility is that the stuff doesn't meet your eyes. You're a manager now, and you're still so dog-eared. It's really inappropriate. Yang Li's words came out, and manager Zhao instantly turned red in the face. Sir, it's already loaded. The female clerk loaded the phone and handed it to Yang Li. Yang Li took the phone and gave a sardonic glance at Slabhead. Slabhead also felt his face dry up. The superiority he felt earlier had disappeared when Yang Li made the payment. In the face of Yang Li's gaze, he hastily looked away, his expression a little less natural. Let's go. Yang Li spoke to Tang Li before walking out of the business hall with her. Yang Li, are you crazy? Why did you spend so much money on a cell phone? As soon as they walked out of the business hall, Tang Li said to Yang Li with an anxious face, I originally came here to buy a cell phone. Yang Li said rightfully, Then there's no need to buy such an expensive one. Tang Li regretted not stopping Yang Li just now. Seeing Tang Li's sad face, Yang Li knew that she wasn't looking down on herself. She was just worried for herself because she knew her financial situation. He smiled. Didn't I say that I have a relative when we ate earlier? He gave me quite a bit of money. My current financial situation is much better than before. This amount of money is nothing. Hearing Yang Li's explanation, Tang Li froze. Her face soothed a bit, but she still sighed. Even if your relatives give you money, how much can they give? There's really no need to buy such an expensive cell phone. And you even bought 2. Hearing this, Yang Li spilled a smile and took out the lady's one from his pocket. Since you bought 2, this is for you. Yang Li handed Tang Li the cell phone. Tang Li was instantly a bit surprised. She thought that Yang Li had bought 2 cell phones just to be angry, and hadn't even thought that he would give it to himself. No, I can't take it. After reacting, Tang Li hurriedly shook her head. Aren't you going to buy a cell phone as well? Anyway, I bought 2. It's not like I can use them myself. Take it. Yang Li smiled and said, No, I can't have something so expensive. This was a nearly $30,000 cell phone. Tang Li didn't dare to accept it at all. A $30,000 cell phone might seem expensive to her, but in Yang Li's eyes, it was nothing. It's just a cell phone. Don't think so much. Take it. Yang Li shoved the cell phone into Tang Li's hands, not waiting for Tang Li to refuse. He added, Alright, I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. Bye. Yang Li said, and after saying goodbye to Tang Li, he left in a hurry. Chapter 19, The Liar. Hey. Seeing Yang Li leave in a hurry, Tang Li was a bit overwhelmed with her cell phone. Lear, why are you standing here? Yang Li had just left not a moment ago. Zhao Wana ran out. Seeing Tang Li standing in front of the cell phone store, she asked suspiciously, and suddenly, she saw what Tang Li was holding in her hand. Ha, you bought a new cell phone? Faced with Zhao Wana's inquiry, Tang Li was somewhat at a loss to explain. She knew that Zhao Wana had always disliked Yan Li and didn't want to say what she had just said, so she could only nod her head stiffly. Yes, you're really something. Buying a new cell phone and not letting me staff it. You made the decision yourself. Hearing Zhao Wana's complaining words, Tang Li smiled helplessly. Alright, let's continue shopping. Zhao Wana wasn't really blaming Tang Li, and after seeing her face apologizing, she immediately pulled her to continue shopping. After leaving the business hall, Yang Li quickly returned home. Just now the payment was too hasty. He did not have time to take a good look at this cell phone. At this moment only had time to survey, only to see their own. This cell phone is indeed as that Zhao manager said, is made of gold frame, jade back cover, but the overall does not show luxury, but instead give a person a kind of ancient, elegant feeling. After all, it is a cell phone that sells for more than 20,000, so it can be seen that in terms of shape and design, this company has still made efforts. In addition to this, Yang Li found that on the jade back cover of the cell phone, there was an incomplete Cupid pattern. The reason why it was incomplete, it was estimated that the other half of the pattern was on the other cell phone. When the two phones were placed together, it should be able to display the complete pattern. Oops. Seeing this pattern, Yang Li slapped his forehead. He thought that the so-called 520 special limited name of these two cell phones should just be a gimmick, and that there shouldn't be any other markings other than the body being the same. But he never expected that there would be a combined Cupid pattern on the back of the fuselage. It turned out to really be a couple's cell phone. He now regretted giving the phone to Tang Li. It's not that he couldn't bear to part with it, he just felt that he and she were just ordinary classmates. Sending a couple's cell phone was really a bit inappropriate. He was worried that Tang Li would misunderstand, but regret. Now want him to find Tang Li to get the phone back, but he is not so thick-skinned. It's just that, just send it. It's still one thing if people use it or not. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Li smiled to himself, didn't dwell on this matter, and started to install the old cell phone's card on the new cell phone. It had to be said that the nearly 30,000 cell phone was really good to use, with a fast response time. After turning on the phone, Yang Li did not have time to fumble with the phone's functions. He first called Natalie Lu. He had prepared a bellyful of words to say, but no one answered when he called, which made Yang Li a little anxious. What did Nico-san do? Why didn't she answer the phone? After calling 3 times, all of which went unanswered, Yang Li's brows furrowed deeply. Something couldn't have happened to Sister Nico, could it? Yang Li speculated. Thinking like this, his heart became even more anxious, but he only had one phone number for Nico Lu, and since he couldn't get through on the phone, he couldn't find her even if he wanted to, so he could only be anxious. In the afternoon, Yang Li went to the company again, but Nico Lu didn't come back. Yang Li waited anxiously until the evening. Just when he was wondering if he should call the police, Nico finally called back. Hello, Yang Li? Sister Nico? Hearing Nico Lu's voice, Yang Li was a bit surprised. I'm sorry, my phone was on silent all afternoon. I didn't receive your call. What did you want to see me about? Natalie Lu asked. Sister Nico, are you alright? Yang Li asked hurriedly. I'm fine, what can I do? Natalie Lu's voice sounded relaxed. It was evident that she was in a happy mood. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Hearing that Natalie Lu was fine, Yang Li was relieved. By the way, who was that man who went out with you today? Is it your boyfriend? Yang Li asked bluntly. What boyfriend? Didn't I say it? That's a client. Natalie Lu said in a bad mood. It's good that it's not a boyfriend. Yang Li said to himself. By the way, what exactly is the matter that you called me a dozen times in the afternoon? Natalie Lu asked. Nothing. I'm just concerned about you. You take an early rest and talk about it tomorrow. Hearing that the man was not his boyfriend, Yang Li's hanging heart was completely put down. Without saying 2 sentences, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Who is it? The man driving the car asked as Natalie Lu hung up the phone. If Yang Li was here, he would have realized that this man was the so-called client that Natalie Lu was talking about. An employee of my company. Natalie Lu sat on the passenger side and replied. Calling you a dozen times in one afternoon. What's the matter? The man asked. I don't know what's up. He didn't say. Just said he cared about me. Somehow, Natalie Lu said with a puzzled look on her face. Maybe he really cares about you. The man laughed. Just stop here. I'm here. Natalie pointed to the neighborhood not far away and said to the man. Soon, the man parked his car in front of the neighborhood, and just as Natalie was about to get out of the car, the man suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. Nico. Natalie Lu blushed a little, but didn't struggle. I really like you, and I like that you can think about what I said earlier, the man said in a sincere manner. I'm happy with you too. I'll think about it, bye, Natalie Lu said, withdrawing her hand and getting out of the car. After saying goodbye to the man some more, she walked into the neighborhood. After surveying the neighborhood where Natalie Lu lived, the corner of the man's mouth sketched a smile, and he started the car with a relaxed expression. It was true that Natalie Lu had not lied to Yang Li that the man was not her boyfriend, but she had not told Yang Li that the other man was interested in becoming her boyfriend. Learning that Natalie Lu was fine, Yang Li was relieved and at the same time felt that he might have been a small man for a small man, worrying for nothing all afternoon. After hanging up the phone and simply washing up, Yang Li went to bed. There was no class the next morning, so he came to the company early in the morning. Sister Nico, so early? Yang Li thought that he had come early, but he didn't expect that when he came, Nico Lu was already sitting in the office. Have you eaten? Natalie Lu was drinking kanji and asked when she saw Yang Li come in. I ate on the way, Yang Li said. By the way, what exactly did you call me about yesterday? Natalie Lu was obviously still confused about Yang Li's call yesterday. Didn't I say it? Concerned about you. Yang Li laughed. Screw you. Calling a dozen times just to care about me? You think I'm stupid? Natalie Lu didn't believe Yang Li's words at all. Say, what's the matter? Natalie Lu pursued. Hey, Sister Nico, really concerned about you. You said you went to meet a client yesterday. Wasn't I worried about you being cheated? So I called to ask, but you didn't pick up at the beginning of the call. So I thought something had happened to you. So that's why I called a dozen times. Yang Li said with a fawning smile. No way. Do I look that stupid? So easily fooled? Natalie Lu was a bit dissatisfied with Yang Li's words. I don't mean that. I'm not worried about you. Right. What was that client from yesterday? Although Yang Li was happy to see that Natalie Lu wasn't in a bad situation, but out of curiosity, he still wanted to ask more about that man. His name is Zhou Hui. He's the product manager of a big company nearby, and he wants to find us for an advertisement, Natalie Lu said. Yang Li was surprised when he heard this. A product manager of a large company can come to us for an advertisement? What do you mean by that? Natalie Lu's willow eyebrows rose and she immediately glared at Yang Li. The meaning of Yang Li's words was obvious. They were just a small company. They couldn't even be considered a company. At most they were an advertising front. Their usual business was basically helping people design small advertisements and then posting small advertisements. Looking for them are some small merchants. Never a large company. Suddenly heard a large company looking for them to talk about cooperation. Yang Li felt a little impractical. That's why he said so, but he regretted it when he finished speaking. Looking at Nico Lu's gaze that wanted to eat him, he hurriedly apologized. I didn't mean anything else. Sister Nico, of course I'm happy to receive business from a big company, but is this person's identity real? Have you investigated? In Yang Li's mind, a product manager of a large company would have a salary of $10,000 a month, or even more, so how could he let his wife and daughter live in the kind of old neighborhood he lived in? He felt that this was very illogical. Of course it is true. What is there to investigate? Investigate the customer if people know what to think? Don't you always be paranoid, Natalie Lu said. Although she hadn't investigated the man's identity, but the other party wore designer labels, drove a luxury car, and was generous, she didn't think the other party's identity was fake. Hearing that Natalie Lu didn't do any investigation, Yang Li felt suspicious. By the way, have you inquired about his family and asked about his wife and daughter or something? Yang Li asked. When Natalie Lu heard this, she burst out laughing. What wife and daughter? Thanks for thinking of it. He's still single, she said with a somewhat coy smile. What? Single? Hearing Natalie Lu's words, Yang Li felt surprised. Soon, he reacted that the man was lying to Natalie Lu. It seemed that he had really guessed it. Sister Nico, he has a wife and a daughter. Did he not tell you about these? Yang Li asked. What nonsense are you talking about? He's been single all this time. Where did he get a wife and a daughter? Natalie Lu didn't believe Yang Li's words at all. Really? I've seen it, Yang Li said with conviction. You don't even know the person. Where have you seen them? Natalie Lu asked. Yesterday. Before Yang Li finished speaking, Natalie Lu's phone rang and she hurriedly picked up the phone. It's me. Okay. See you at the usual place. After talking for no more than 2 sentences, Natalie Lu hung up the phone, then hurriedly packed up her things and prepared to go out. You're going out? Yang Li asked. Well, it's that Zhou Hui. I still have to talk to him about a cooperative project today, Natalie Lu said, already picking up her bag. And talk to him about a project? Sister Nico, what I said earlier was true. He might be lying to you. Seeing that Natalie Lu was still going to meet with Zhou Hui, Yang Li hurriedly said, Don't talk nonsense, Yang Li. It's fine this morning. If you don't want to go to work then go back first. When sister takes this project down, I'll treat you to a big meal, Natalie Lu said and hurriedly ran out. Chapter 20, Crisis at the Orphanage. Hey, Sister Nico. Yang Li wanted to stop her, but in the end he stopped his thoughts, mainly because he didn't have any evidence at the moment. Even if he talked his head off, Nico Lu wouldn't believe him. He didn't want to waste his efforts. This scum! Seeing Natalie Lu get into a cab, Yang Li cursed fiercely in his heart. He was now almost certain that Zhou Hui was trying to cheat on Natalie Lu's feelings, and he began to calculate in his mind how he could tell Natalie Lu the truth and make her believe it. Soon, he had an idea. He decided to tell Zhou Hui's wife about this matter, so that his wife would bring her daughter to him. In that case, it would be hard for him to not be current. With this in mind, Yang Li hurriedly closed the door of the company and hurried home, ready to tell Su Yuan about this matter. But just before he left the company and hadn't taken 2 steps, he suddenly saw that in the park next to the street, a girl with a backpack was being stopped by 3 boys, and it seemed that some kind of argument had occurred. It's her? With just one glance, Yang Li recognized the girl as one of his former sisters from the orphanage, called Yi Si Tian. who was in her third year of high school this year. Not understanding why she was in the park, not to mention why she was blocked by 3 boys, Yang Li frowned and hurriedly walked over. "Si Tian." When he was almost at Yi Si Tian's side, he shouted. The girl looked over at the sound, and when she saw Yang Li, she was instantly surprised. "Brother Yang Li." Yi Si Tian ran over in delight. Yi Sisan was 2 years younger than Yang Li. When they were in the orphanage, the two of them had the best relationship, and after he got out of the orphanage, Yang Li often went to see her, but then because he had to go to school and work part-time, he couldn't spare the time, so the number of times he went became less. Counting the time, he hadn't seen Yi Sidian for more than 2 months. "What are you doing here? Don't you have class today?" Seeing Yi Sidian running over, Yang Li asked. "Yesterday's second diagnostic exam, today and tomorrow are 2 days off, so I'm reading in the park." Yi Sidian wore a head of shoulder-length short hair. Her looks were as sweet as her name. Facing Yang Li's inquiry, she answered obediently, growing taller. Seeing that Yi Sitian's head was already as tall as his own shoulders, Yang Li said. Hearing this, Yi Sitian also smiled coyly. At this time, the 3 boys who had stopped him earlier came forward. Seeing them, Yang Li looked puzzled. "Who are these 3 people? What are they stopping you for?" "We are his classmates. Who are you?" Before Yi Sisan could answer Yang Li's words, the 3 boys arrogantly asked Yang Li. "I'm her brother." Facing the arrogant trio, Yang Li didn't balk at all and said in a cold voice, "What kind of bull are you talking? She's an orphan. Where did she get a brother?" The 3 boys said at Yang Li. Hearing that the other party's mouth was not clean, Yang Li's frown deepened. "Are they really your classmates?" He looked at Yi Sisan and asked. "No, they're from one of my schools, but not in the same class as me. I don't know them." Yi Sidian shook her head and said, "Yi Sistian student, you don't know us, but we know you are, all from the same school. We find you to go out and have some fun. No need to be so faceless." The 3 boys heard Yi Sitian say that she didn't know them, and said with a smile, "Really don't know each other?" Yang Li asked again. "Really?" Yi Sisan nodded, getting an affirmative answer. Yang Li immediately turned his face cold and turned his head to charge the 3 boys. "Hear that? Don't know you guys, do what you need to do," Yang Li said, pulling on Yi Sidian and preparing to leave, but he had only just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by the 3 boys. "Who the hell are you? So nosy?" "That's right, what's in your way when I'm picking up girls? Get lost. What are you acting like a hero for? Get lost if you know what's good for you." Seeing Yang Li wanting to take away Yi Sidian, the 3 boys cursed. "Kid, watch your mouth." Yang Li glared at the 3. One of the boys was instantly displeased and reached out to point at Yang Li. "Lousy still won't let go clean. What do you want? Hey!" Before he finished speaking, Yang Li grabbed his wrist in one go and twisted it backward with force, instantly causing him to scream in pain. "You still dare to make a move?" Seeing Yang Li striking out against their partner, the other 2 boys raised their fists towards Yang Li, but they were naturally no match for Yang Li. One of them slapped him, but in the blink of an eye, he was knocked to the ground by Yang Li. Seeing Yang Li knock down the 2 so quickly, Yi Sisan covered her small mouth in surprise, her face full of astonishment. "Little brat, you're still quite cross without any fart skills. In the future, if you dare to harass Yi Sisan again, it won't be as simple as a slap. Hurry up and get out." Letting go of the hand of the boy he was pinching, Yang Li scolded. The 3 didn't expect Yang Li to be that powerful and didn't dare to say anything as they hurriedly ran away. "Brother Yang Li, you're too powerful." After the 3 boys left, Yi Sisan looked at Yang Li with a face of adoration, her eyes full of little stars. Yang Li smiled helplessly, but he wasn't smug. "Do they harass you a lot?" he asked. "There have been a few times before, but in school they don't dare to go too far, and today I unintentionally bumped into them in the park, so that's why." Yi Sisan didn't finish her sentence, but Yang Li already understood. "Right, isn't there a study room in the orphanage? Why did you run to the park to read books?" Yang Li had left the orphanage after studying at the university, while Yi Sitian was still living in the orphanage, and seeing her run to the park to look at books, Yang Li was puzzled. Hearing Yang Li's question, Yi Sitian immediately told the reason why she came to the park to read books. This said, could give Yang Li a shock. It turned out that the orphanage they were in was going to be dismantled, and there was a company that wanted to acquire that piece of land, but the price they gave was extremely low, and after it was dismantled, they wouldn't rebuild the orphanage, so the old dean had never agreed to it. Because the old director did not agree, the person in charge of that company sent people to make trouble every day. In the words of Yi Sitian, the orphanage every day people come to smash things. There is no way to learn. It was also because of this that she ran to the park to read books. Outrageous. After hearing Yi Sitian's words, Yang Li was furious. He hadn't been to the orphanage for only 2 months, and he didn't expect something like this to happen. "Go, let's go back now." Yang Li had spent his life in the orphanage during the period from the time he could remember to the time he was in college. The old dean had treated him well. The other people in the orphanage had treated him well as well, and he had a special emotion towards the orphanage. Hearing that the orphanage was now facing the crisis of being demolished, of course he couldn't stand idly by and pulled Yi Si-tian to rush over. Brother Yang Li, that company is rich and powerful. We can't fight them. It's useless if you go. The people who came to cause trouble were all fierce. Yi Si-tang was worried that Yang Li would suffer, so she didn't want him to go over. So what if we're rich and powerful? Do we deserve to be bullied just because we don't have money? Not to mention that Yang Li had now inherited a large sum of inheritance. Even if he hadn't inherited that sum of inheritance, he would never compromise on this matter, he said, pulling up Yi Si-tian and left. Seeing that she couldn't argue with Yang Li, Yi Si-tian could only comply with him. This park is 2 kilometers away from the orphanage. Yang Li found a cab, got in, but after a few minutes, he arrived at the orphanage. A car, see scattered around the broken glass and damaged tables and chairs and benches. Yang Li immediately angry. These tables and chairs and benches are obviously man-made damage, and those glass slag is obviously also knocked down from the window. The full name of the orphanage was called Sunflower Children's Welfare Center. But now, on the signboard of the main door, there were only the 3 words sunflower. All the other words had been smashed off. The address of the orphanage was already a bit remote, and with the fact that all of the neighboring households had already moved out, so no matter what kind of commotion happened here, no one would know about it. It was precisely because of this that those people had the guts to harass here. When Yang Li came, they were still screaming and smashing at the orphanage's entrance. Old man, $500,000 is quite a lot. Don't try to get ahead of yourself. If you don't move, we'll come and smash it every day. Let's see how long you can hold out. There were a total of 10 people smashing. The leader was a fat man wearing a big gold chain with a big belly. He used the baseball bat in his hand to knock on the windows of the first floor of the orphanage while shouting at the head of the building. He knew that the old guys and the little guys in this orphanage were hiding in the building. Stop! Yang Li shouted and hurriedly ran up to him. Not seeing the old dean and the children of the orphanage made him feel relieved in his heart, which at least meant that no one had been harmed. Kid, who are you? The fat man was startled by Yang Li's cold bellow. Turning around, he stared at Yang Li with an unkind expression. Who told you guys to come here and cause trouble? Without answering the fatty's words, Yang Li asked, make trouble? Upon hearing Yang Li's words, the fat man instantly laughed coldly. Kid, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by making trouble? We are civilized persuasion, he said in a serious manner. Seeing the broken tables and chairs all over the ground, Yang Li had a heartache. He knew that these tables and chairs were all from the old dean's decades, one by one, going to collect donations. But by these people wantonly damaged. Yang Li only feel angry. See, this fat man is still playful. His heart is even more out of an ignorant karma fire. Civilized persuasion? Let go of your mother ********* ing bull ********. He cursed out loud. Hey, I think you're a kid looking for a fight. Being cursed by Yang Li, the fat man's face instantly turned cold. Raising the bat in his hand, he wanted to teach Yang Li a lesson. But before he had the chance to strike, Yang Li had long since kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Chapter 21, Mr. Li, brat, you dare to hit our boss? Seeing Yang Li kick the fat man away, the others immediately became furious, screaming and cursing as they rushed towards Yang Li. Seeing such a scene, Yi Si-tian was terrified and tightly grabbed Yang Li's arm, but Yang Li's face was calm. He wasn't scared at all. Before any of these people could even get close to him, he bullied his way forward and knocked them all to the ground. There were 9 people in total, and Yang Li only used less than 2 seconds to get them all down. Seeing this shocking scene in front of her, Yi Si-tian was even more surprised by Yang Li than she was earlier in the park. She had no idea when her brother Yang Li had become so powerful. Go get the dean and the others. After resolving these people, Yang Li also disregarded Yi Si-tian's surprise and ordered her. Yi Si-sweet came back to her senses and hurriedly ran into the building to call the people from the orphanage. On the other hand, Yang Li walked towards the fat man. The fat man's size of nearly 200 pounds was kicked off by Yang Li and smashed on the ground. It was a real fall, and he couldn't climb up for a long time. Say, who exactly sent you guys? Yang Li squatted down and rushed at him and asked. Brat, you dare to hit my old man. My old man won't let you go. The fat man cursed at Yang Li as he struggled to get up. Yang Li, just when Yang Li was still about to ask after him, Yi Si-tian had already walked out with the old dean, followed by a dozen or so small children. Dean. The dean was over 70 this year, and in Yang Li's impression, he had always been very spirited and had a hard body, but he didn't know if it was because he had been harassed by these people in the past few days, but his complexion was a little haggard. Yang Li hurriedly ran over. You're here, ah? Seeing Yang Li, the old dean squeezed out a wisp of a smile on his haggard face. Yang Li nodded. Brother Yang Li, Yang Li was the oldest orphan in this orphanage, and by far, the most successful one. He was very popular in the orphanage, and when they saw him, all the little kids shouted, "Good boy." Yang Li smiled at the children and looked at the dean again. "Dean, after such a big incident, why didn't you give me a call?" Yang Li asked. The old dean sighed. "Alas, the company that wants to buy this piece of land is very powerful. We can't even fight it. You're in college now. I don't want to affect you." The old dean had thought about calling Yang Li before, but he was worried about affecting Yang Li's future, and the role Yang Li could play was really minimal, so he gave up on the idea. "Just what company is acquiring this piece of land?" Yang Li asked. "It's the largest group in Jiangning City, Xuanhe Group." "What?" The old dean's words shocked Yang Li fiercely. "Xuanhe Group wants to acquire this piece of land?" he asked incredulously. "Yes." The old dean nodded, and Yi Tian, who was on the side, also nodded her head as if she were a chicken. Seeing both of them nodding their heads, Yang Li's face instantly became gloomy. Wasn't Xianhe Group precisely his own company? Could it be that Wang Yunhai had instructed these people to acquire this piece of land? Seeing Yang Li's gloomy face, the old dean thought he was worried inside. After a few days of stalemate, "I really can't take it anymore either. They're here every day. The children's learning and lives are affected. I just called their person in charge. I'm ready to negotiate with them one more time, and if the price they give can be a little bit higher, then I'll sell this piece of land." The old dean's tone was filled with helplessness. "How much did they offer for this piece of land?" Yang Li asked. 500,000. The old dean said. "Asshole." Upon hearing this figure, Yang Li was so angry that he clenched his fists tightly. Jiangning had been developing rapidly these past few years, and the price of land was getting higher every year. With the size of the piece of land where the orphanage was located, the price was at least $10 million or more. This was only the price of the land. If the buildings on it were to be counted, it would have to be 12 million or even more, but they even offered only 500,000. The shamelessness of it was simply outrageous. While Yang Li was talking with the old dean, he noticed two black Mercedes commercial sedans slowly traveling in. "They're here." Looking at the cars, the old dean said to Yang Li. Yang Li's pupils shrunk slightly as he stared dead on at the two sedans, and after the cars stopped, 6 people walked down from them, both male and female, all dressed in scantily clad clothes. "What's going on?" Among these 6 people, the leader was a man in his 40s, with a medium build, a square face, a suit, and a Rolex watch on his wrist, making him look very dignified. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw Fatty and the others lying on the ground, and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Mr. Li, there is someone coming to pick a fight." Seeing this man, the fat man busily climbed up and said with an ugly face, "Looking for trouble? Who is it?" The man asked in surprise. "Me." Yang Li didn't shy away from the scene and immediately walked out. Hearing Yang Li's voice, the man turned his head and sized him up carefully. "What are you?" the man asked. "Are you the one who wants to acquire this land? Which company are you the owner of?" Yang Li didn't answer his words, instead asking him questions. Hearing Yang Li's words, the man froze. Seeing that the other party was not afraid of him, his expression was a little surprised. "Brat, this is General Manager Li of Epine Real Estate. Open your doggy eyes and look clearly." After the man arrived, the fat man probably felt that someone was backing him up, and instantly hardened up, condescendingly saying to Yang Li, "First grade real estate?" Yang Li frowned. He had heard of Epine Real Estate. It was also considered a small and famous real estate company in Jiangning City. "What is the relationship between Epine Real Estate and Xuanhe Group?" Yang Li asked again. He remembered that the old dean said that these people were from Xianhe Group. "Alright kid, you still know this. Epine Real Estate is a subsidiary of Xuanhe Group, and this is our company's project general manager." That General Manager Li didn't say anything, but the fat man standing beside him spoke up for him. "Was your acquisition of this piece of land an authorization from Xuanhe Group?" Yang Li asked again. The fat man still wanted to speak, but was stopped by General Manager Li raising his hand. "Kid, I'm the one asking you the question now, not you asking me." General Manager Li was dissatisfied with Yang Li's questions one after another, as it gave him a feeling of not being in control of the situation, something he couldn't stand. "Who the hell are you? Why did you hit them?" Mr. Li asked. "I'm the one who came out of this orphanage, and the reason why I hit them is because they deserve it. Of course, I think that you deserve it even more," Yang Li said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the few people behind General Manager Li walked to his side, as if they were afraid that Yang Li would really make a move. That General Manager Li was someone who had seen a great deal, and in the face of Yang Li's flirtation, he didn't change his color and snorted coldly. "Kid, since you're a person from this orphanage, then you should know clearly that there's no good fruit to eat if you offend me. And today, it was your dean who called and begged me to come," General Li said, looking towards the dean behind Yang Li. "Dean Luo, come out and speak." Mr. Li's voice carried a bit of contempt. The old dean sniffed and paced out with Yi Xitian's support. Boss Li. Perhaps because he felt that he was in a weak position, the old dean spoke with a bit of a lack of courage. You called me to come? You figured it out, right, Mr. Li asked. The old dean sighed. Figured it out. As long as Mr. Li is willing to take another $500,000 out to resettle these children, I will sell this land to you. Hearing the old dean's words, Yang Li instantly frowned, but before he could open his mouth, that Mr. Li sneered first. Another $500,000? Dean Luo, I think you really haven't thought it through. I'm already merciful when I'm willing to offer $500,000 for this place. To ask for another $500,000, it's impossible. I also think it's impossible. When Mr. Li finished his sentence, Yang Li followed and chimed in, and just when the people in the orphanage didn't know what he meant, they only saw Yang Li smiled and rushed at Mr. Li. It's really impossible to buy this piece of land for $500,000. It's better to keep this money to buy a cemetery for yourself. Yang Li's words made Mr. Li's face instantly gloomy. Little brat, what are you babbling about? Nonsense? I don't think so. I've heard that people who do a lot of sins will lose their life. Like you, Mr. Li, I guess your life is almost lost. The matter of buying a graveyard is something that should be put on the agenda, Yang Li said with a smile. Hearing these mocking words and seeing Yang Li smile, General Manager Li only felt his heart clogged up. Cursing, he raised his palm and hit towards Yang Li. Asshole. You. Slap. The slap landed hard on his face, but it didn't land on Yang Li's face, but rather on his own face, making a crisp ringing sound. Yang Li struck out, much faster than he could, and General Li didn't even see what happened before he felt a fiery pain on his face. How dare you hit me? Noticing that it was Yang Li who had hit him, Mr. Li was even more furious, but before he could react, Yang Li had already kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Mr. Li, seeing Mr. Li fly out, everyone was shocked. Asterisk. What are you guys waiting for? Get on me and get him killed. Mr. Li's fall wasn't light, but it wasn't heavy either. But after being hit by Yang Li twice in a row, he was really furious and gritted his teeth. And before he could even get up from the ground, he pointed at Yang Li and told Fatty and the others to go up and deal with him. But Fatty and his men didn't move. Can't you understand my words? I told you to go get him. Seeing that Fatty didn't move, Mr. Li was even more frantic. Mr. Li, this kid is very powerful. None of us are opponents. Even though he was very reluctant to admit it, Fatty still had to tell the truth. After falling on the ground just now, his waist was still hurting even now. Outrageous. Hearing Fatty's words, Mr. Li was so angry that he cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Say, if you did this, do the people of Manhwa Group know or not? Ignoring General Manager Li's shouting, Yang Li walked up and asked, Kid, I am the people of Manhwa Group. If you dare to hit me, I won't let you go. Don't you want to protect this orphanage? I'll transfer 2 excavators over right now and raise this place to the ground today. I'll see how you can protect it. He couldn't beat Yang Li, but General Manager Li would never swallow this breath for nothing. He looked viciously at Yang Li, and immediately took out his cell phone and started to make a call, looking like he was really going to call the excavators over. Seeing this scene, the old dean and the children of the orphanage were scared to death. If the orphanage was really razed to the ground, then they would be homeless. Seeing Mr. Li looking at himself with a fierce face, Yang Li just smiled coldly, not feeling terrible at all. He took out his cell phone and made a call to Wang Yunhai. Chapter 22, Well done, young master? The phone only rang once, and Wang Yunhai's voice came out from it. Do you know about the matter of Epine Real Estate acquiring the Sunflower Children's Welfare Institution? Yang Li asked. I know, young master. Originally it was just a small project, but because it's the orphanage you lived in, so I paid special attention to it. Did something happen? Wang Yunhai's voice was a bit terrified. It was your idea to acquire this piece of land for $500,000? Yang Li restrained the anger in his heart. What? $500,000? Wang Yunhai's voice was surprised as he hurriedly explained. No, young master. The purchase amount I finalized for Epine Real Estate was $15 million. In addition to rebuilding the new orphanage, how could it be $500,000? Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that? Just from the mouth of the general manager of the Epine Real Estate project. Yang Li said. What? Wang Yunhai was shocked at his words. Where are you right now? I'll come see you immediately, he said. Hearing the urgency in Wang Yunhai's words, Yang Li knew that he shouldn't have lied to himself. Otherwise his tone shouldn't have been anxious, but rather panicked. Considering that Wang Yunhai's identity was too important. If he personally ran here, it would definitely cause great concern. So Yang Li wasn't going to let him come over. Don't come over. I trust you in this matter. I'll be right in front of the orphanage. You send someone who can solve things. Yang Li said. Alright, young master. I'll send someone right away. Getting an affirmative reply from Wang Yunhai, Yang Li hung up the phone. At the same time, Mr. Li also hung up the phone. He looked at Yang Li with a sinister expression. Kid, I admit that you have great hands, but if you're even better, can you still beat a digger? Originally, I wanted to leave a few days for you guys to move, but since you don't know what's good for you, there's no need to give you time. Tonight, you guys get ready to sleep on the streets. Hearing Mr. Li's words, the old dean and Yi Sitian both turned pale with fear, and the other small children were even frightened to the point of crying. When will your excavator come? Yang Li asked. What? Starting to get scared? Mr. Li looked at Yang Li coldly. No, I'm just worried that the excavator will come too slowly and you won't have the chance to make me sleep on the streets. Yang Li said. Humph. Mr. Li immediately let out a cold snort. The excavator will arrive immediately. I'll see how long you can be arrogant. When General Li's words fell, the two stopped talking, and seeing the old dean's worried face, Yang Li turned around to comfort him. Dean, don't worry, he won't be able to bounce around for long. Yang Li, did you just call the police? Seeing that Yang Li didn't look worried at all, the old dean couldn't help but ask. Yang Li shook his head. He had thought about calling the police earlier, but seeing that this General Li was so arrogant, he probably had people he knew in the police force. Calling the police might make things more complicated, so he dismissed the idea. No, Dean, I just called a friend. He's much more useful than those police officers. Not a moment after Yang Li finished his words, 5 commercial sedans drove in hurriedly. Seeing that the excavator didn't come, but 5 sedans came, Mr. Li looked surprised, but when he saw clearly that all these cars were his company's license plates, he immediately turned pale. Dong, Chairman? The car stopped, and a dozen people walked out from above. The leader was a tall middle-aged man. From the way Mr. Li addressed him, this person should be the chairman of Epine Real Estate. Li Jinhui, what are you doing here? The man known as the chairman's face was cold, and as soon as he got off the bus, he questioned Mr. Li. Dong, Chairman, I'm talking about acquiring this piece of land. General Manager Li scowled and said, acquisition? I think you're openly robbing it. The middle-aged man glared at him with an angry face. When Li Jinhui heard this, his body trembled in fear and his face was a bit ugly. There were quite a few people standing behind him as well. Usually all of them were his lapdogs, but at this moment, none of them spoke for him because they didn't dare to. The person who came was the first hand of Epine Real Estate. The position was too big than Li Jinhui, the general manager. Their rice bowls were held by others, who dared to help Li Jinhui speak. Looking at Li Jinhui and the people behind him, and then at the devastated orphanage, that chairman finally locked his eyes on Yang Li, and without hurrying to reprimand Li Jinhui, he first quickly walked towards Yang Li. Mr. Yang, I'm the chairman of Epine Real Estate. He Wentao, seeing the other party walking directly towards him, thinking that he already knew his identity. Yang Li nodded. You're clear about what happened here, aren't you? Yang Li asked. Clear, He Wentao nodded. Good then, this is your company's business. You settle it. Yang Li said to him. Yes, He Wentao nodded respectfully. Hearing the conversation between Yang Li and He Wentao, the old dean and Yi Sisan were filled with astonishment. They had no idea how Yang Li could know such a big shot as the chairman of Epine Real Estate. And most importantly, this chairman was still so respectful towards Yang Li. It wasn't just the old dean and Yi Sisan who were surprised. Li Jinhui was also among them. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship Yang Li had with the chairman of the board, when he heard the chairman of the board address Yang Li as Mr. Yang, he knew it was over. The chairman of the board in the business world of Jiangning is a very famous figure. In addition to a product real estate, he also controls many companies under the Xuanhe Group. The value of the Jiangning that absolutely ranked in the top 10. What should be the identity of the person who can be called a son by such a big person? Li Jinhui didn't know Yang Li's identity, but he knew that Yang Li was definitely someone he couldn't afford to mess with. After figuring this out, he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Dong, Chairman, Li Jinhui, I am now officially announcing to you that you have been fired from the company. Li Jinhui ran up trembling, wanting to explain something, but before his words left his mouth, He Wentao snatched the words out of his mouth but surprised him. What? He looked at He Wentao in surprise. Not only Li Jinhui, all the people who came with him today have been fired by the company. The people who came with Li Jinhui were still indifferent when they heard the previous sentence, but after hearing this sentence, they completely sat down in an uproar, all of them looking at He Wentao in disbelief. The severance pay that the company should compensate you for will be compensated according to the contract. However, the things you have done to tarnish the company's reputation, such as false publicity, taking kickbacks, misappropriating public funds, forcibly acquiring land, and so on, the company's legal department will rigorously track down the matter and claim for compensation. Without waiting for these people to speak, He Wentao said again. When Li Jinhui heard this, his face suddenly changed. Chairman, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? He Wentao looked at him with a cold face. Li Jinhui, the company gave you a pre-purchase payment of $15 million. Yet you only took out $500,000 to purchase the land. You should know better than me what my words mean. After He Wentao finished, Li Jinhui's face suddenly turned pale. Dong. Chairman, you listen to my explanation. Li Jinhui didn't finish his sentence. He Wentao interrupted him. Don't explain with me. I don't want to listen. To explain, go explain with them. He Wentao said, pointing behind Li Jinhui. Li Jinhui turned his head to look, only to see several police cars driving towards the orphanage. He Wentao had already contacted the police department when he arrived, so he had only been here for a short while before the police department sent someone as well. Li Jinhui had forcibly seized land and instructed the thugs he raised to wantonly destroy the orphanage. All of these belonged to affecting public security, so naturally he was going to be arrested. When he saw the police car appeared, Li Jinhui was so scared that he fell to the ground. He did not expect that the chairman of the board of directors to do things so swiftly, and did not give him any chance to explain. He hated and angry, looked at Yang Li with a face of unwillingness. Originally he had made all the connections, and also made full preparation. As long as he spent $500,000 to acquire this piece of land, then he would be able to make a net profit of more than $10 million. This more than $10 million had also entered his pocket, but how could he not imagine? Because of Yang Li, this person he had never heard of, causing him to have to return this more than $10 million, not to mention, may also be compensated for more money. Most importantly, he would also have to suffer a prison sentence. He was not willing, but that was all. He is clear. Today this matter, there is no room for redemption. His heart now, only regret. The police car stopped, and after the officers got off, they quickly cuffed Li Jinhui, Fatty and the others. Mr. Yang, are you still satisfied with the outcome of this treatment? After the police car left, He Wentao respectfully asked Yang Li. Yang Li took a deep look at him, and felt that this He Wentao, the matter was really not bad. From the time he got off the car to handcuffing Li Jinhui to the car, a total of less than 10 minutes of time. There was certainly a relationship between his status and position here, but more than that, it still reflected his attitude and ability to handle things. And for all of this, Yang Li felt very satisfied. Well done. Yang Li gave him his approval. He Wentao burst into laughter. By the way, this is Dean Luo. Yang Li introduced the dean to He Wentao to recognize him. He Wentao didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly greeted Dean Luo. Seeing that He Wentao stepped in and smoothed out Li Jinhui in only 10 minutes, Dean Luo felt that it was unbelievable, and he didn't dare to be slow to He Wentao, and hurriedly shook the other party's hand. What is your company's plan to acquire this piece of land? Yang Li asked He Wentao. He Wentao looked at the time and realized that it was nearing noon, and immediately smiled at Yang Li and said, Mr. Yang, it's almost noon, why don't we have a meal together, and I'll explain to you in detail about the plan to purchase the land. He Wentao didn't know Yang Li's real identity, but as Wang Yunhai's beloved, he knew that Wang Yunhai attached great importance to Yang Li, and when he called him today, Wang Yunhai asked him to put down all the work at hand, and rush over with the fastest speed. This undoubtedly shows the importance of Yang Li's identity. He Wentao was an old subordinate who had been following Wang Yunhai for many years. He deeply knew that following the leader was never wrong. Since Wang Yunhai attached great importance to Yang Li, he felt that he should also have a good relationship with Yang Li, so he proposed that he wanted to have dinner with Yang Li. Yang Li wanted to refuse, but seeing that the time has really come to the mealtime, and the orphanage was smashed into such a way, the old dean is afraid that it is not easy to cook. In order to not let the dean and the children hungry, Yang Li agreed to He Wentao's proposal. This could make He Wentao happy, and immediately had someone book a large box in a nearby hotel, and invited Yang Li and the people from the orphanage over. Chapter 23, The Schoolgirl Invites You to Dinner. At the meeting, He Wentao told Yang Li in detail about the land purchase plan, promising to compensate 15 million to the orphanage, and will also build a new orphanage in the name of Epine Real Estate, free of charge, and use it to resettle the children in the current orphanage. This moved the old dean to tears, and he thanked He Wentao repeatedly. Yang Li knew that since He Wentao dared to promise these things in front of himself, he should not go back on his word, so he was also very happy. A lunch lasted for 2 hours and ended unhappily. Dean, I still have classes in the afternoon, so I won't go back with you. Walking out from the hotel, Yang Li said to the old dean, Yang Li, thanks to you today. The old dean gripped Yang Li's hand tightly, still not having gotten over his excitement. He didn't know Yang Li's identity yet, and when he asked earlier, Yang Li only said that he and He Wentao were friends. Dean, don't say this. I'm also a part of the orphanage. This is what I should do. For the specific matters of the later stage of relocation and reconstruction, Chairman, he will send someone to approach you. if there are any problems, you can just call me directly. Yang Li said. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I will personally supervise this matter, and strive to not let Dean Luo call you even once. He Wentao jokingly said to Yang Li, if that's the case, that would be the best. Yang Li also said with a smile, Sis Hen, I'm leaving, study hard. Yang Li rubbed Yi Xishan's head as he left. Bye brother Yang Li, Yi Xitian said in a well-behaved manner. After saying goodbye to the crowd and rejecting He Wentao's offer to send someone to drive him, Yang Li rushed to school alone. Originally, he was going home to look for Su Yuan, but he didn't realize that something like this had happened in the orphanage. And even though it was now resolved, the time had already reached 2 o'clock. Yang Li still had a class at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so he had to rush to the school to attend classes, and the matter of finding Su Yuan could only be put into the evening. When Yang Li rushed to the school, he saw that Lu Yushi was also at the entrance of the school, and was being stopped by Sun Xiangfu, his face a little less than favorable. Needless to say, Yang Li knew that Sun Xiangfu was harassing Lu Yushi again. This grandson, he dares to harass Sister Xiao in public, he doesn't have a lot of guts. Saying so, Yang Li hurriedly ran over. You sure, just have a meal with me at night, I'll drive you back afterward. Sun Xiangfu opened a pair of green bean eyes and looked at Lu Yueshi with a sincere face. Director, I'm sorry, I really have something to do in the evening. Lu Yushi shook her head and said. The expression on her face was a bit cold, which she did on purpose. She thought that she had already given Sun Xiangfu face by not showing her revulsion. If Sun Xiangfu was single and wanted to pursue her, even if the other party was uglier, Lu Yueshi would not feel disgusted with him. But the bad thing was that Sun Xiangfu was not single. He had a family, which was well known in the school. Having a family member and still wanting to pursue other women is simply a complete scum. So Lu Yushi is disgusted with him. What can you be up to at night? Sister Sure, you're here. Before Sun Xiangfu could finish his words, Yang Li had already run over and opened his mouth to interrupt Sun Xiangfu's words. Seeing Yang Li suddenly appear, Lu Yushi immediately showed a look of surprise, but Sun Xiangfu's face was ugly. It's this brat again. Yo, director's son is also here. Yang Li pretended not to know what was going on here and greeted Sun Xiangfu. Although Sun Xiangfu was upset in his heart, he didn't dare to show it too obviously, and just answered in a salty manner. Sister Sure, didn't you say you were going to have a class meeting? Why are you still here? Are you waiting for me? Yang Li said to Lu Yushi. Lu Yushi froze, and when she saw Yang Li scowling at her, she instantly reacted and hurriedly nodded her head. Oh, yeah, I said I still have to have a class meeting before class. It's about to start right now, so I have to hurry. Director's son, I'm not going to chat with you first. Bye. Lu Yushi said and hurriedly entered the school gate. Bye director. Yang Li also hurriedly followed and walked in. Asshole, spoiling my good deed again. Seeing Yang Li and Lu Yushi walking away, Sun Xiangfu cursed with a shadowy expression. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the so-called opening of the class meeting was nothing more than a pretext, and Lu Yushi's real purpose was to get rid of him. However, if Yang Li didn't come, she definitely wouldn't have thought of such a pretext. Yang Li came, only then did she have the opportunity to get away, which made Sun Xiangfu put all the fault on Yang Li. I have to fix this brat when I have the chance. Seeing the two gradually walk away, he thought sinisterly in his heart. Yang Li, you came just in time today. Walking along with Yang Li, Lu Yueshi said in a praising tone. I promised. Well, I strive to arrive in time every time, Yang Li said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Yushi also laughed and said without any good humor. Then next time, you have to remember that as well. Obey. You're not going back to the office right now, are you? When they walked to the third floor, the two of them separated, and as they were leaving, Yang Li asked, earlier, I said that I'm going to have a class meeting. Of course I won't be so stupid. I'll walk around the building first before going back. Lu Yushi said wryly. Sister Xiao is so smart. Yang Li complimented. Screw you. Hurry up and go to class. Lu Yushi laughed and cursed, and Yang Li smiled and ran into the classroom. Seeing Yang Li walk into the classroom, the smile on Lu Yushi's face slowly faded, and then became a bit puzzled. She just realized that Yang Li seems to have become a lot more cheerful in the past 2 days. He never talked much when he saw himself before, and he didn't dare to joke with himself. But now, he doesn't talk less, and he doesn't make fewer jokes, and the changes that have happened on his body really make her a bit surprised. Could it be that it's because of Lin Yan's teasing that his personality has changed? Lu Yushi said to herself. She felt that this possibility was high. Maybe this is what is called a blessing in disguise. Yang Li became cheerful, which was something that Lu Yushi was happy to see. She smiled and said these words as she walked away. When Yang Li walked into the classroom, he found that his classmates had basically all arrived, and Han Jun, who didn't come yesterday, also came today, but his head was still wrapped in gauze. Needless to say, It must have been beaten by Luo Yu. Seeing Han Jun's head wrapped up like a mummy, Yang Li showed a smile on his face. Han Jun looked at Yang Li with a sinister gaze. Seeing the mockery on the other party's face, he only felt so angry that his liver ached. His fists were tightly clenched, itching to rush up and give Yang Li 2 punches. But reason told him that he wasn't Yang Li's opponent, so he had to restrain the thoughts in his heart. But that didn't mean he wouldn't go against Yang Li again in the future. Yang Li caused him to be beaten up so badly by Luo Yu. Not to mention that he also shook out that incident, causing many students in the class to alienate him, which made him furious, and he had long made up his mind to take revenge on Yang Li. He had long been determined to take revenge, but he had never thought of how to take revenge. He felt that Yang Li was so powerful, looking for someone to beat him is not feasible, cannot hurt him, not to mention, there is the risk of being arrested. He thought that there was only one way to deal with Yang Li, and that was to pour dirty water on him, so that he would lose his reputation. And it would be best if he could be expelled from the school. With this thought, an evil thought quietly grew in his mind. After glancing at Han Jun, Yang Li withdrew his gaze and sat down next to Tong Wei. He still didn't know that the other party was thinking about how to get back at him in his heart. Look at that Han Jun kid. He was beaten up really badly. As soon as Yang Li sat down, he heard a sneer coming from Tong Wei's mouth. Maybe it's called an evil person getting an evil reward, one of the students said with a smile. Right. After Yang Li sat down, he realized that sitting in the back row were Tang Li and Zhao Wan'er. He turned his head to greet Tang Li and happened to see that the cell phone Tang Li placed on the table was the very one he had given her. This made Yang Li a little surprised. He thought Tang Li shouldn't use the cell phone, but he didn't expect her to take it out and use it with great generosity. Seeing Yang Li staring at the cell phone on his desk, Tang Li somehow felt her face get a little hot. Originally, she didn't want to use it because the logo on the back of this cell phone was just too obvious, but she was worried that if she didn't use it, she would break Yang Li's heart. After all, it was sent to her by Yang Li and it was so expensive. In order not to let Yang Li be sad, so she hardened her heart and took the phone out to use it. Of course, Yang Li didn't know that he had only sent a cell phone, and Tang Li, the big school flower, had actually struggled for a day and a night on the question of whether to use it or not. If he knew, he would probably feel flattered. Yang Li did not sit down for a while. The teacher came in to start the class. 2 classes, up to 5 o'clock. After class, Yang Li was about to go home, but he saw Tang Li walk up to him with a red face. Yang Li, are you free tonight? Facing Tang Li's sudden question, Yang Li looked stunned, then nodded. Free, do you have something to do? Yang Li asked. I'd like to invite you for a meal, Tang Li said. Chapter 24, An Unpleasant Dinner. Wow! Hearing Tang Li's words, the class was in an uproar. Holy, did I hear it right? Tang Li is actually going to invite Yang Li to dinner? Oh my god, I can't believe it. What kind of path is this? Not only were these students surprised, even Yang Li himself felt surprised. In his impression, since enrollment until now, Tang Li had never even eaten with a boy, let alone invited a boy to dinner. But for her to invite herself, this was simply too surprising. Tonight? Yang Li asked. Aha, just the 2 of us? Suddenly invited by the schoolgirl, Yang Li couldn't tell if it was a surprise or something else he felt in his heart, and asked again. No, Tang Li hurriedly shook her head. There's also Wan'er who will be there, and in addition, I'd like to invite fellow student Tong Wei to come along as well, Tang Li said to Tong Wei. Great! As soon as Tong Wei heard Tang Li's words, he immediately agreed, although he knew that he was just a chaperone. But after all, it was the school flower who invited him to dinner. How decent would it be to say that? He simply had no reason to refuse. Hearing that it wasn't just the 2 of them, Yang Li nodded. He felt that this was only reasonable. After all, he had no relationship with Tang Li whatsoever. It was impossible for the other party to invite him alone. Hey, I say, don't be imagining things. Seeing Yang Li thinking about something, Zhao Wan'er's voice rang out. This is a simple dinner. It's mainly because Lear wants to thank you for helping her a few times. Nothing else? What about this meal? You can also treat it as a breakup dinner. After you finish eating it, you go on your Yangguan Road. She crosses her solo wooden bridge. You guys, well, water does not offend the river water, and you don't have any thoughts about her either. Wan'er, what are you babbling about? Hearing Zhao Wan'er's words, Tang Li anxiously pulled her back. I'm worried that if I don't make it clear, he'll think ill of you. Zhao Wan'er looked at Yang Li provocatively, not feeling the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with what she said. I'm sorry, Yang Li. Wan'er is talking nonsense. Don't take it personally. Tang Li apologized to Yang Li. Zhao Wan'er had always had a foul mouth, so of course Yang Li wouldn't take her words to heart and nodded, indicating that he didn't care. After promising Tang Li, the 4 of them walked out of the classroom together. Seeing Tang Li actually take the initiative to invite Yang Li for dinner, Han Jun was so angry that he gritted his teeth. and he decided even more in his heart that he would take revenge on Yang Li as soon as possible. Tang Li wanted to invite Yang Li to dinner. In addition to repaying Yang Li for helping her, there was another purpose. That is, she wanted to thank Yang Li for sending her cell phone, but this matter Tong Wei and Zhao Wan'er didn't know, so it was not good to say it explicitly. She and Yang Li just had to keep it in their minds. Tang Li's family is relatively ordinary. She can take out the money naturally, not much. Please Yang Li dinner place. Just a medium restaurant. The main small hot pot. The price is not expensive, but the taste is good. Tang Li had already booked a place, and after the four of them came in, they took their seats. I really don't know what you're thinking. You even specially invited him for a meal. Those who don't know still think that you have something in mind for him. Sitting down in her seat, Zhao Wan'er however didn't subside and kept complaining that Tang Li shouldn't have invited Yang Li to dinner. Cynicism Yang Li had heard a lot before. Zhao Wan'er endlessly talking about him. Although he was a bit upset, he was able to endure it for Tang Li's sake. But he really couldn't figure out how a girl with such a quiet personality like Tang Li would make friends with a brainless bosom friend like Zhao Wan'er. Perhaps it was because of Zhao Wan'er's incessant jabbering on the side. Yang Li didn't speak to Tang Li. He just opened his mouth and ordered a few dishes. And when the dishes came up, he routinely ate the dishes on his own. Although Yang Li had a faint smile on his face the entire time, Tang Li could tell that he shouldn't be in a very good mood. And as for the reason, she was clear about it. Yang Li, I'm really sorry. Wan'er's mouth is too broken. Sorry. Taking advantage of Zhao Wan'er's bathroom stall, Tang Li apologized to Yang Li. It's nothing. Yang Li smiled, shaking his head indifferently. Ugh. Yang Li looked indifferent, but Tong Wei sighed heavily. What are you sighing for a good reason? Yang Li looked at Tong Wei suspiciously. Originally, I thought that since it was both the school flower's treat and I could come for a good meal, I was quite happy in my heart. But all this way Zhao Wan'er's broken mouth was yakking and sneering at you. Hearing my ears calloused, the original good mood was also worn out. I really regret coming with you now. Tong Wei and Yang Li were on good terms. He knew that Yang Li was too embarrassed to express his dissatisfaction directly due to Tang Li's face, so he expressed his dissatisfaction. It really wasn't that he didn't have a city, it's just that he felt that Zhao Wan'er was a bit too much. As soon as Tong Wei's words left his mouth, Tang Li's face instantly looked a little less than good. Although she had already secretly said Zhao Wan'er many times, Zhao Wan'er just wouldn't listen, and she was now filled with apologies for Yang Li in her heart. Let's eat. So many dishes won't be able to plug your mouth. Seeing that Tang Li looked a little aggravated, Yang Li immediately blanked Tong Wei and told him to shut up. I'm going to the restroom. Perhaps wanting to adjust her emotions, Tang Li put down her chopsticks and walked towards the restroom. Eating is eating. Where did you get all that nonsense? Seeing that Tang Li's mood seemed to have been affected because of Tong Wei's words, after Tang Li left the table, Yang Li glared at Tong Wei without any good humor. Tong Wei also knew that he had said the wrong thing, but in his heart, he was still a bit unconvinced. What I said was originally the truth. Zhao Wan'er, this mouth really stinks. Shut up you. Seeing Tong Wei full of complaints, Yang Li slapped his thigh. Zhao Wan'er's mouth stinks. And it's not about Tong Li. People inviting us to dinner was originally a good intention. What are you saying these words for? There are emotions. Bear with them. Just finish eating early and leave. Hearing Yang Li's words, Tong Wei nodded his head and started to eat with a big mouthful of food. Ouch. Suddenly, Yang Li heard a miserable scream. It seemed to be Tang Li's voice. He hurriedly looked around and found Tang Li in front of a table covering her hand in pain. Yang Li's face changed and he hurriedly ran over. What's wrong with you? Walking over to Tang Li, Yang Li realized that there were two women and one man sitting at this seat, and they were also looking at Tang Li. Yang Li removed Tang Li's other hand and realized that the back of her left hand had a large red patch with water stains on it, obviously scalded. How did this happen? Yang Li was shocked in his heart, and immediately locked his gaze on the woman sitting next to Tang Li, who looked to be about the same age as them, and was wearing a tracksuit that was very pretty, though her attitude was a bit cold. Faced with Yang Li's questioning, she frowned. She passed by here just now. I accidentally spilled water on her hands. Sorry. As she said that, she pointed at the small hot pot next to the table. Lear, what's wrong with you? Yang Li was feeling dissatisfied with the woman's tone of voice, only to see that Zhao Wan'er had already walked out of the restroom, and when she saw Tang Li's pained expression, she hurriedly went forward to ask. Tang Li immediately told her what had happened. Excuse me? You burned my friend's hand, and all you say is sorry? Very dissatisfied with the sportswear woman's attitude, Zhao Wan'er said sternly. Then what do you think I should do? Hearing Zhao Wan'er's words, the sportswear woman smiled coldly and asked. Jean Yu, the white-clothed woman sitting next to the sportswear woman suddenly chided as she looked at the woman with an angry face. You burned someone's hand and you still don't speak properly. Cousin, where did I not speak properly? The sportswear woman called Jean Yu said with a defiant look. Ignoring her, the woman in white hurriedly stood up and apologetically said to Tang Li. I'm really sorry. My younger sister didn't know any better and burned your hand. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. The woman in white was a bit older than the woman called Jinyu, but she was also very pretty, and with her sincere attitude, it was really contagious. Only as she spoke, she suddenly took out her wallet and drew out $500 bills from it. Here is $500. When we compensate your medical expenses. The white-clothed woman's attitude in dealing with the matter was quite good, but the fact that she pulled out the money out of nowhere made the matter sour, and Zhao Wanner's face instantly went cold. What do you mean? They didn't want money at all, and for the other party to do this, it was a bit too much of a look down on people. What? Too little? Here's $2,000. That should be enough. Seeing that Zhao Wanner didn't take the money, before the woman in white could say anything, the man sitting across from her stood up, pulled out $2,000 from his wallet, and handed it to Tang Li. His tone of voice was contemptuous. Snap! Zhao Wanner slapped the man's money to the ground. There are a few stinking money marvelous dejected what? Yo, quite a backbone. The man's money was slapped down. He wasn't annoyed. He sized up the four people, and when he saw that Yang Li was dressed in ordinary clothes, he smiled coldly. Don't just want money, what's the point of pretending? As he said that, he started to pull out money into his wallet again, this time pulling out even more. At a rough glance, it was estimated that there were 4,000 or 5,000, but before he could say anything, Zhao Wanner overturned the small hot pot on the table. Keep this money for yourselves as medical expenses. Wan air. No one expected that Zhao Wanner would suddenly flip over the small hot pot. Tang Li was startled and hurriedly pulled Zhao Wanner back. However, by this time, the small hot pot had already tipped over, and the boiling water inside spilled all over the table, and although it splashed onto the three of them, it didn't scald them because the amount wasn't too large, but it enraged them. Sick in the head, aren't you? The woman named Jean Yu cursed at Zhao Wanner. You're the one who's sick. Let's go. Zhao Wanner cursed back, pulling Tang Li on and preparing to leave. Stop. Seeing Zhao Wanner about to leave, the man grabbed her. Stop. Just as the man had just grabbed Zhao Wanner's clothes, Yang Li's hand also grabbed his wrist. With just a slight force, the man immediately screamed in pain and hastily retracted his hand. Chapter 25, Throw them out. Say something. Don't make a move. Although Yang Li also hated Zhao Wanner, she was helping Tang Li after all, so Yang Li blocked in front of her. Zhao Wanner was really a bit afraid that the man would hit her with his hands just now. After all, she was a female. She was definitely not a match for the other party, but when she saw Yang Li step forward, her heart was instantly relieved. Although she quite didn't treat Yang Li well, she had to admit that Yang Li's body was really good and was able to provide a sense of security. Not expecting this person in front of her to be so strong, the man rubbed his wrist while looking surprised as he surveyed Yang Li again, frowning widely. Soiling our clothes, and this is how you want to leave? Although Yang Li's strength is big, but the man obviously doesn't want to let it go. After all, on the opposite side of him, there are still two beautiful women. If he lets it go, then where should he put his face? Throwing said wrist, he looked grim and said, You burned my friend's hand, while we only soiled your clothes. Counting, it's you who earned it. Yang Li said, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know how expensive my clothes are? The woman called Jean Yu immediately screamed when she heard Yang Li's words. How expensive is it? I'll buy it. Yang Li said. Ha, can you afford it? Hearing Yang Li's words, the woman scoffed at him. As long as you take it off now, I'll buy it immediately. Yang Li said. You. The woman's tone stuttered as she was angered by Yang Li, and then her face turned red. Stinking rascal. She cursed viciously. Several guests. May I ask what happened here? Just as Yang Li was about to take Tang Li and the others away, the staff of the restaurant came over, and the manager in professional attire rushed at the man hostile to Yang Li and asked, Manager, you've come at the right time. These few people are causing trouble in the restaurant. I want you to kick them out now. They're not allowed to dine here. The man said to the manager. This. Hearing the man's words, the manager looked at Yang Li's few people with some difficulty. He was still not clear about what had happened. Chen Jin, why don't we forget about it? Hearing that the man wanted to kick the other party out, the woman in white frowned, feeling that it was a bit too much. After all, they were the ones who were at fault first, and the other party hadn't caused them any substantial harm. She felt that it would be fine for one person to take a step back. Cousin, what forget it look how arrogant they are. It's best to drive them out, otherwise I can't even eat with them here. The woman called Jean Yu pulled the woman in white and said very seriously. Hearing the words of the two, the man smiled at the woman in white and said, Schwerer, don't interfere in this matter, I will take care of it. After saying that, he looked at the restaurant manager again. Seeing that the other party hadn't made up his mind yet, he had the intention to show his identity. My name is Chen Jin. I'm a friend of your boss Li. If this matter can't be solved by you, just call your boss to solve it. Hearing the other party say that he knew his boss, That manager was creeped out and hurriedly said, Mr. Chen doesn't have to be annoyed. I will take care of this matter. When the manager said such words, Yang Li immediately guessed that he had already taken the side of the man called Chen Jin. After all, people knew his boss. Several guests. We don't allow trouble in our restaurant, please get out. Sure enough, as the words fell over there, the restaurant manager immediately told Yang Li and the others to go out. Hey, how did you become the manager? You're going to kick us out without even clarifying what happened. We're also customers. Seeing that the restaurant manager was going to kick them out without a word, Zhao Wanner immediately became furious, and Tong Wei also strongly expressed his dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, we don't welcome rowdy customers here. If a few of you don't leave, I'll have to notify the security guards on this street. The restaurant manager's tone was cold, and it was a far cry from when he was facing Chen Jin. Seeing this scene, Yang Li laughed coldly in his heart and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed He Wentao's number. The name of this restaurant was Flavor Small Hot Pot. Very common, but in front of this name, there was the word Imperial Cuisine. At noon today, Yang Li and He Wentao went to the hotel for lunch. In front of the two words Imperial Cuisine, at noon when He Wentao and Yang Li said, Imperial Cuisine is a chain restaurant group, and this restaurant group, it is what he founded. Yang Li was glad that he had left He Wentao's phone number at noon, or else there was a real possibility that he would be kicked out today. Mr. Yang, as soon as the phone was connected, He Wentao's voice came from inside. Is it He Dong? I'm eating at the Yingbin Road Imperial Cuisine Flavor Small Hot Pot restaurant, and the people here want to kick me out. Yang Li didn't dawdle and said right to the point. What? His words startled He Wentao. These unenlightened bastards. Surprisingly, they want to drive you away. Mr. Yang, wait for a moment. I'll call the person in charge there. Hearing He Wentao say this, Yang Li hung up the phone with relief. Who are you calling? Seeing Yang Li hang up the phone, Tong Wei looked at him suspiciously. Yang Li didn't avoid anyone when he spoke. Hearing Yang Li's conversation, he guessed that Yang Li wasn't looking for someone to solve this matter. Humph, no matter who he calls, you guys won't be able to escape being kicked out today. Chen Jin also heard what Yang Li said, but he didn't think that the shabbily dressed Yang Li could know any big shots who could solve this matter. He felt that Yang Li was just bluffing. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you notify the security guards to come and chuck them out? Seeing that the manager did not move, Chen Jin urged. The manager reacted and immediately prepared to call the security guards managing this street to send someone, but he only took out his cell phone when he suddenly froze, his eyes looking straight at a man in a suit walking out from inside the restaurant. This man was no other than his boss. Boss, why did you come out? That manager looked at his boss with a puzzled face, but his heart thumped with a sense of foreboding. However, his boss didn't pay any attention to him and walked straight towards Yang Li. Mr. Yang, are you alright? What? Seeing that the restaurant's boss actually addressed Yang Li as a gongzi, everyone was shocked. Chen Jin was even in disbelief. I'm fine. Yang Li shook his head. After confirming that Yang Li was fine, the restaurant owner sighed in relief and immediately turned his head to Chen Jin and said, Several guests, you are not welcome in our restaurant, please also go out. What? Hearing the words of the restaurant owner, the three of them, Chen Jin, immediately froze, and that manager also froze on the spot. Li, Boss Li, you don't recognize me? I'm Chen Jin. Ah, we had dinner together before. The owner of the restaurant was surnamed Li. His name was Li Yongshun. He was not only the owner of this restaurant, but also an executive of Yipin Real Estate. In the past, when Chen Jin was talking about business, he had eaten with Li Yongshun once, so he said he knew him. However, Li Yongshun obviously didn't know who he was anymore, looking at him with an icy expression, repeating the words he just said like a robot. Excuse me, please ask a few guests to go out, or else I'm going to call the security guards. Boss Li, what do you mean by this? Seeing Li Yongshuan's tough attitude, Chen Jin questioned. However, Li Yongshan obviously did not want to talk nonsense with him. Seeing that he did not leave, he immediately notified the security guards to come. This caused Chen Jin to be shocked and angry. He didn't know what this Yang Li was all about, that he could make Li Yongshan have such a tough attitude towards him. He wanted to make a scene here, but the woman in white pulled him back and shook her head at him. They were both in business, and the woman in white knew that Li Yongshun was an executive of Yipin Real Estate. She didn't want to offend the other party too much, so she only had to stop Chen Jin, and then the three of them walked out in disgrace. Only as they left, the man called Chen Jin and the woman called Jin Yu were very indignant. Boss, do you recognize this guest? Seeing Chen Jin and the others, who had an arrogant attitude earlier, just leave in disgrace, that manager pointed at Yang Li and asked Li Yongshun. Li Yongshun glared at him and snorted coldly. You almost drove my honored guest out. From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to come to work. Ah, hearing Li Yongshuan's words, that manager was shocked. Forget it, it's none of his business. Seeing that Li Yongshun opened his mouth to dismiss that manager, Yang Li thought about it and excused him. This caused both Li Yongshun and that manager to be surprised. Although Yang Li was displeased with the manager, he didn't want to get rid of his job. So he said, Li Yongshun was instructed to do whatever Yang Li said, and when he heard Yang Li tell him not to fire the manager, he nodded. Why don't you thank Mr. Yang? Do you really want to be fired? Seeing the manager staring blankly at Yang Li, Yongshun Li scolded. The manager reacted and hurriedly thanked Yang Li. He was in his 30s this year. He was at the age where he had an old man and a young man. His whole family was counting on his 20,000 plus a month's salary to support them. If he lost this job, he really didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Yang Li can be open to him. He was grateful. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yang Li didn't say much and went back to his seat to eat with Tang Li and the others. Li Yongshun didn't bother and retreated back. I'll go. Yang Li, you're a real bully. How did you come to know the owner of this restaurant? Just after sitting down in his seat, Tong Wei looked at Yang Li with a face of admiration and asked in surprise. Tang Li and Zhao Waner also looked at him in confusion. Earlier, they all thought that they were going to be kicked out, but they didn't expect that in the end. It was the other party who was kicked out, and that restaurant owner's attitude towards Yang Li really surprised them. Didn't I say that I have a relative who happens to be friends with the owner of this restaurant? Yang Li said. Awesome. What is that relative of yours? How come he has friends everywhere? Tong Wei didn't doubt Yang Li's words, but was curious about the identity of that relative of Yang Li. Oh, he also does catering, so he knows a lot of friends in this area. Yang Li said haphazardly. Tong Wei still wanted to pursue the question, but he didn't give the other party a chance. Looking at Tang Li's hand with concern. How is it? Does it still hurt? Why don't we go to the clinic to get some medicine while it's still early? In the face of Yang Li's proposal, Tang Li shook her head. It's okay, it's the same if I eat before I go. She didn't want to affect Yang Li's mood for eating because of herself. How can it be the same? Who can eat after something like this happens? Go and see it now, Yang Li said with a resolute attitude. While saying that, he took out his cell phone and searched where there was a clinic in this neighborhood, because Tang Li's cell phone was placed on the table, and Yang Li took out his cell phone at this moment. The two of them were very much alike, and it instantly attracted the attention of Zhao Waner and Tong Wei. Chapter 26 Argument. Holy, why do your cell phones look so much alike? This can't be a couple's model, right? Tong Wei was the first to react, looking at Yang Li and Tang Li with a surprised face. Hearing this, Tang Li was so shy that her face turned red and she hurriedly took her cell phone down. It's really a couple's model? Zhao Waner originally didn't believe it, but seeing Tang Li's appearance of being a thief, she instantly believed a large portion of it, and hurriedly snatched Tang Li's cell phone over, and then compared it to Yang Li's cell phone in detail. When she saw a complementary Cupid pattern on the back of the two men's cell phones, she frowned widely and looked at Tang Li in surprise. When did you buy a cell phone with him? Yesterday, when I was buying a cell phone, I happened to run into her, and there was a discount for buying two phones together, so we bought them together. Seeing Tang Li's face in embarrassment, Yang Li thought he was a man and couldn't be a shrinking violet in this situation, so he told the matter out in a big way, but he didn't say that this cell phone was bought by him to give to Tang Li. In that case, it was estimated that Zhao Waner would have jumped up long ago. Hearing Yang Li's words, Zhao Waner was incredulous. In order to not let Yang Li have the opportunity to come and go with Tang Li, she was defending herself day and night and guarding herself to the death. But she didn't expect that yesterday. She just went to the toilet for a little bit of effort, but she was drilled by Yang Li. She thought that Yang Li had premeditated this. Tang Li, what were you thinking? Zhao Waner threw her cell phone onto the table with a tone of voice. What kind of person are you? What kind of person is Yang Li? How dare you use a couple's cell phone with him? If people knew, how many people would laugh at you, do you know? Hearing Zhao Waner's words, before Tang Li could say anything, Tong Wei was immediately displeased. Zhao Waner, what do you mean by that? What kind of person is Yang Li? A good person. What's wrong with Tang Li and him using a couple's cell phone? They are willing to. What's in your way? Why do you need to talk here? Dead fatso. None of your business. Shut up, Zhao Waner scolded at Tong Wei. Immediately afterward, she glared viciously at Yang Li. Yang Li, please recognize yourself. Okay, are you and Tang Li on the same journey? Don't think that you can turn around just because you've recognized a relative now. A pauper is still a pauper. If you have money, it's your relative's money, not yours. You can't turn around in this life. If you want to hit our Tang Li's idea, I advise you to give up this heart. Tong Wei hated it when people called him dead fat, not to mention Zhao Waner not only called him, but also Yang Li. How could he tolerate this? Immediately, he slapped the table and stood up. Damn, I've tolerated you for a long time. Whether Yang Li and Tang Li are together or not has nothing to do with you. You're the one with more murals all day long. Dead fatso, you dare to scold me. Hearing Tong Wei's words, Zhao Waner was so angry that her face turned green, and Tong Wei's face didn't look much better than hers. How about scolding you? If it wasn't for the fact that you're a female, I'd still want to whip you. If you have the guts, come on. The two of them argued and immediately started fighting. Yang Li and Tang Li were shocked at the sight and hurriedly pulled one each. Originally, Yang Li wasn't going to eat, not to mention the fact that something like this had happened. Now even if he wanted to eat, he couldn't. Saying sorry to Tang Li, he pulled Tong Wei and hurriedly walked out of the restaurant. Tang Li and I aren't even talking. What are you in a hurry for? Walking outside, Yang Li said to Tong Wei, I'm not as good-tempered as you are. What a thing she Zhao Waner is, relying on being Tang Li's BFF. She tells Tang Li what to do day in and day out, what Tang Li does, who she should and shouldn't fall in love with, all have to go through her. It's just ridiculous. I just think Tang Li and you are quite compatible. Hearing her talk about you like that, I can't stand it, Tong Wei said indignantly. Yang Li knew that Tong Wei was so agitated, all because of himself. He was kinda touched in his heart and patted Tong Wei's shoulder. Don't be angry, it's not worth it. Yang Li was also quite annoyed with Zhao Waner, only for Tong Li's face. He didn't show it. Yang Li, tell me honestly, do you like Tang Li? Tong Wei suddenly asked. What's the point of asking this? Yang Li looked at him suspiciously. Just say whether you like it or not, Tong Wei said impatiently. Yang Li nodded. Of course I like it. School flower. Who doesn't like it? What I'm asking is whether you sincerely like people? Tong Wei asked seriously. Hearing this, Yang Li froze. Is he sincerely like Tang Li? The answer was yes. Tang Li was beautiful and had a good personality. Never looked down on him and even helped him. Yang Li had been a bit in love with Tang Li before, but at that time he had low self-esteem and didn't dare to show it. In recent days, he and Tang Li's interactions all of a sudden more, coupled with his own identity has also undergone a sea change. This adoration in his heart slowly began to expand, derived from the bud, and this bud in the unstoppable growth. But because Yang Li wasn't sure if Tang Li would accept him, he didn't dare to show this kind of love. After all, he knew that Tang Li wasn't a woman who loved vanity, and that he was rich now. But if she really didn't like herself, it was useless to be rich again. What are you frozen for? Speak. Seeing Yang Li froze, Tong Wei urged. Yang Li nodded. Tong Wei immediately sent a slap on his shoulder. It's good if you like it. Then give me a chase. I think Tang Li is also interested in you. As long as you are willing to put in the effort to pursue her, you can definitely catch up with Tang Li, and kill that Zhao Waner. He thought that Tong Wei was simply cheering him up. When he heard the last sentence, Yang Li was really a bit speechless. It turned out that his purpose of letting himself pursue Tang Li was to get back at Zhao Waner. Yang Li shook his head with a smile and a somewhat helpless expression, and consoled Tong Wei for a few more sentences, and it was not easy to talk him out of his anger before he took a taxi back to school alone. Tong Wei just got into the cab. Tang Li also walked out with Zhao Waner. From her expression it could be seen that she was not in a happy mood. Seeing Yang Li had not left yet, she looked a little surprised. Waner, I want to have a word with Yang Li alone. Not knowing what Tang Li and Zhao Waner had said, Zhao Waner's anger seemed to have subsided quite a bit, and hearing Tang Li say this, although she glared at Yang Li with an unpleasant expression, she didn't say anything unpleasant and didn't stop her, walking to the side alone. I'm sorry. Seeing Zhao Waner step aside, Yang Li hurriedly apologized to Tang Li, but he didn't expect that Tang Li would apologize to him as well, the two of them uttering these words at the same time. Tang Li looked a little embarrassed, but it was Yang Li who smiled. I'm really sorry. Tonight Tong Wei lost his temper. It's Waner who spoke too harshly. It's me who should say I'm sorry, Tong Li said with an apologetic face. Anyway, thanks for the treat tonight, Yang Li said. It should be your treat, Tang Li said. My treat? Yang Li was puzzled by this statement. I went to check out just now, and that manager knew we were together and didn't even charge me. Tang Li deflated her mouth and opened her wide eyes, her tone somewhat helpless. I said I'd treat you. I didn't expect it to be like this. Hearing Tang Li's words, Yang Li waved his hand. It's fine. It's the same for whoever invites you. The big deal is that you'll just treat me to a meal in the future. Good, Yang Li just casually said, wanting to find a step down for Tang Li, but he didn't expect Tang Li to immediately agree, which made Yang Li look stunned and slightly surprised as he looked at Tang Li, only to see that although the latter's cheeks were a little flushed, her eyes were very serious. Chapter 27, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. It's a deal. I'll treat you next time. We'll go back first tonight. Forcing back the heat on his face, Tang Li's words fell before he walked towards Zhao Waner. Be safe on the road, and remember to apply some medicine when you get back. Yang Li reacted only after a long while and shouted at Tang Li, then watched as they got into a cab and sailed away. Phew! After seeing Tang Li leave, Yang Li let out a breath. Just as Tang Li had just promised to invite him to dinner next time, he realized that his heart was actually beating a little faster. Wouldn't really let Tong Wei get it right? Could it be that Tang Li is really interested in me? Yang Li secretly speculated in his heart, feeling incredible. After thinking about it for half a day, he felt that Tang Li didn't look like she was interested in herself again. It could be my own illusion. Maybe she just wants to express her apologies to me for what happened today. With these messy thoughts in his mind, Yang Li paced back to his home, and when he reached the door of his house, he was about to enter the house when he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from upstairs. One of the female voices sounded familiar. It seemed to be Su Yuan's. Yang Li then remembered that he still had something to say to Su Yuan and hurriedly went upstairs. Bang bang bang. When Yang Li walked up the stairs, he found that in front of Su Yuan's house, there were 5 men standing, knocking hard on the iron door of Su Yuan's house, and Su Yuan's mother and daughter were behind the iron door, looking a little frightened. I beg you, please stop knocking. I really don't have any money. My husband borrowed the money. You go ask him for it, Su Yuan said in a pleading tone to the 5 men at the door. We just can't find your husband. That's why we came to look for you. As long as you tell us your husband's whereabouts, we will leave immediately. A man at the door said in a cold tone. I don't know where he is either. Please don't harass us, Su Yuan said with a pained expression. You don't know? I think you don't want to talk about it. Then there's no way out. You guys won't be able to sleep tonight, the man said and continued banging on the door. There were many residents around who were disturbed to no end, but they knew that these were loan sharks collecting debts and were worried about getting into trouble, so they didn't dare to step in to stop them. But they didn't dare. Yang Li did. Stop! Yang Li coldly shouted and stepped forward. Credit companies collecting debts. It's none of your business, are you? Hearing Yang Li's voice, a man turned his head in an impatient tone and was about to tell Yang Li to mind his own business, but when he saw Yang Li's face clearly, he immediately trembled in fear. Yo, it's you guys. Yang Li didn't expect that he would recognize these 5 people. It was the henchman called Luo Yu who he had beaten up fatly on Monday night. They were also beaten up by Yang Li at that time, so they were all startled when they saw Yang Li. What? It's the middle of the night. You want to burglarize a house? Yang Li walked up to the 5 men, scaring them back. They had seen Yang Li's fighting strength before, and they didn't dare to clash with him, not even to say a harsh word. Hurry up! A mustache guy at the head of the group was quite sensible and didn't say anything as he hurriedly pulled a few others and ran down the stairs. Although Yang Li was a bit surprised, but he didn't have to do it himself. He was still satisfied with the result. It was only Su Yuan who looked at Yang Li with a surprised face, not understanding how these fierce loan sharks could be afraid of him, and how Yang Li could scare them away with just 2 words. Sister Yuan, are you alright? Seeing the few people leave, Yang Li asked Su Yuan. Oh, no, I'm fine. Why did these people come to you? Yang Li asked again. Su Yuan glanced at him with a somewhat saddened expression. Come in and talk. Seeing a number of neighbors coming out of the building, Su Yuan seemed a bit evasive and opened the door, welcoming Yang Li in. They are loan sharks, here to collect debts. Moving in for a day, Su Yuan had already tidied up the house, letting Yang Li sit down on a bench as she handed over a cup of water. Hearing that these people were even loan sharks, Yang Li was even more surprised. Have you ever borrowed from a loan shark? He asked. It wasn't me who borrowed it, it was my husband, Su Yuan said, sitting down with her daughter on another stool, her tone a bit mournful. My husband is a good gambler. All the money he earned some years ago, he lost it all because of gambling. Then he lost so much that he couldn't afford to lose anymore, so he started borrowing from loan sharks. I don't know how much he borrowed. Anyway, since last year, there are people who come to the door to ask for debts non-stop. Before I have some savings, all to him to pay off the debt, but also a set, but also to the end. I also have no money. In order to avoid the debt, we hide. Yesterday moved here. I thought I could live a few days of comfort. Did not think that so soon to be people looking up, Su Yuan said and smiled self-deprecatingly. Yang Li listened with a somewhat heavy heart. What about your husband? Has he ever come back? He asked. No. Su Yuan shook her head. In addition to the big day before yesterday looked for me, gave me the key to this house. After that I have not seen him. The phone cannot be reached. I do not even know what he is in. Even if it is dead or alive do not know, Su Yuan said. Her voice was a little choked, and a few teardrops fell from her face. Mom, don't cry. Seeing his mother in tears, Zhou Chen reached out and wiped her tears, but this action made Su Yuan cry even more. Yang Li felt a little bad, not because Su Yuan was crying, but mainly because he knew from Su Yuan that Zhou Hui not only had no money, but also owed a bunch of bad debts, and was being chased by people every day. And knowing all this, it was hard for him to believe that Zhou Hui approached Natalie Lu without a purpose. Seeing Su Yuan sobbing uncontrollably, Yang Li wanted to tell her that Zhou Hui was cheating outside, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't say anything. Looking at Su Yuan next to the well-behaved Zhou Chen, perhaps she does not know her father cheating outside. Yang Li really cannot bear to say such a cruel truth. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better not to let Su Yuan's mother and daughter know about this matter, and that he should be able to handle it on his own. Sister Yuan, don't be too sad. I think your husband should come back. He just doesn't have the time for now. Yang Li comforted Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded. Those people earlier were taught a lesson by me before, so they are afraid of me. Seeing that we know each other today, I guess they won't harass you anymore. You don't have to worry, Yang Li said, excusing himself and leaving. Thank you, Yang Li, sending Yang Li to the door. Su Yuan thanked him. Yang Li said it was nothing, then walked downstairs with a complicated mood. Back home, he realized that it was still early and called Nico Lu. What's up, Yang Li? Natalie Lu's calm voice came over the phone, and Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Are you home yet, Nico-san? Yang Li asked. In the car on the way home. What's wrong? Natalie Lu asked suspiciously. Oh, nothing, just asking. Yang Li was worried that she had been cheated by Zhou Hui. That's why he asked. But this kind of thing, of course, he couldn't say it explicitly. Right, Sister Nico? Are you free tomorrow morning? Yang Li asked. Tomorrow morning. Free. Natalie Lu thought for a while and said. That's great. Wait for me at the company tomorrow morning. I have something important to talk to you about. Yang Li said. What is it? Natalie Lu asked curiously. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Hang up first, Yang Li said and hung up the phone. What he wanted to talk to Natalie Lu about was, of course, the matter of Zhou Hui. Yang Li had already decided that tomorrow, no matter what, he would break down Zhou Hui's mask, so that Natalie Lu would no longer associate with him. That employee of yours again? Seeing that Natalie Lu hung up the phone, Zhou Hui asked while driving. Natalie Lu nodded. Yeah, said she had something important to tell me tomorrow. It won't be to confess to you, right? Zhou Hui laughed. Hearing this, Natalie Lu frowned and gave him an angry look. Bah, what are you babbling about? How is it nonsense? That employee of yours calls you every night, but it's not to report work. Don't you find it strange? Zhou Hui asked. Hearing Zhou Hui's words, Lu Nico also felt a bit strange. Mainly because yesterday and today, Yang Li's behavior was indeed a bit abnormal. It shouldn't be. When Natalie Lu said this, even she was a bit out of breath. As her words fell, seeing Zhou Hui's silence, she smiled wryly. What? Jealous? Zhou Hui nodded. A little. Don't worry, it shouldn't be. Even if he really confesses to me, I won't agree. After all, people are your girlfriend now, she said, holding one of Zhou Hui's hands. Under Zhou Hui's consecutive days of gentle offense, Natalie Lu finally couldn't resist and today, agreed to be Zhou Hui's girlfriend. Only after hearing Natalie Lu say this, did Zhou Hui smile. I'm just saying, don't take it personally, it's possible that he's just concerned about you too. Besides, with my charm, I don't think anyone can snatch you away from me, Zhou Hui said, holding Natalie Lu's hand back. Stinky you just. Natalie Lu heaved a blow on his forehead, seemingly angry, but a touch of shyness emerged on her face. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of Natalie Lu's neighborhood. Nico, let me send you up tonight. Seeing Natalie Lu get out of the car, Zhou Hui said, and sniffed and froze for a moment, then shook her head. It's so late. You'd better go back to rest earlier. She wasn't a little girl anymore and naturally knew Zhou Hui's intentions in proposing to go to her home. Although she had already been Zhou Hui's girlfriend, her strict upbringing since childhood had made her character somewhat conservative, and she did not want to give her body to Zhou Hui so quickly. Seeing Natalie Lu shaking her head, Zhou Hui didn't force her to do so, smiled, and after saying goodbye to Natalie Lu, he watched her walk into the neighborhood. Looking at Nico Lu's departing back, his complexion was a bit cloudy. What's the point of pretending to be reserved? Sooner or later you'll have to beg me to get into your bed. He sneered and started the car. Chapter 28, It's hard to be a good person. After hanging up the phone, Yang Li went to bed early. The next day there were classes throughout the day, but Yang Li took a vacation. Early in the morning, after eating a bowl of noodles by the side of the road, Yang Li came to the company. At this time, Nico Lu had not yet come. In the past, Natalie used to go to work on time and leave work overtime no matter it was raining or windy, but since she got to know that Zhou Hui, she didn't have an accurate time to go to work and leave work, and Yang Li obviously saw that she was slacking off. As for Yang Li himself, he was also living a life of 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing at Nico Lu's request. He had already decided that no matter what, he must make Natalie Lu see that man's true colors and stay away from him completely. After waiting for about half an hour, Nico Lu arrived late. Yang Li, so early today? Seeing Yang Li already sitting in her seat, Nico Lu greeted her. It was almost 10 o'clock now, and Nico Lu even said it was early. Yang Li was really a bit speechless, but he just smiled and nodded, not saying anything else. Right, you mysteriously said last night that you wanted to talk to me about something today. What is it? Thinking of Yang Li's words last night, Natalie Lu asked. It's like this, Sister Nico, that Zhou Hui, you can't see him again. He's a liar. Yang Li got up from his position and said bluntly, don't talk nonsense. Natalie Lu gave Yang Li a blank stare, clearly not taking what he said seriously. I'm not talking nonsense. Sister Nico, believe me, he really is a liar. Seeing that Natalie Lu didn't believe him, Yang Li was a bit anxious and hurriedly said, where did you hear that? Natalie Lu looked at Yang Li suspiciously. It's not what I heard. It's the truth. Yang Li said bitterly. Alright, he's my boyfriend now. I don't want you to say bad things about him. Seeing Yang Li speak with conviction, Natalie Lu's face had a somewhat unhappy expression. What? Originally, Yang Li only wanted to advise Natalie Lu not to associate with Hui Zhou, but he did not expect that they had become a couple. Sister Nico, you're not kidding, right? He looked at Nico Lu incredulously, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Natalie Lu stared into his eyes. Nico-san, how can you be that kind of person's girlfriend? Yang Li's voice couldn't help but get louder under his excitement, startling Nico Lu. Yang Li, you don't have a problem today, do you? Nico had shown a bit of dissatisfaction with Yang Li's attitude at the moment. Sister Nico, he has a wife and a daughter. How can you be his girlfriend? Turning a deaf ear to Nico Lu's words, Yang Li looked at her with an aggressive gaze. What are you babbling about? Didn't I tell you? He's single, Natalie Lu said. He lied to you. I know his wife. Yang Li threw out a heavy bomb. What? It was Nico Lu's turn to be surprised. She looked at Yang Li incredulously. Really? His wife? Honey? Just as Yang Li was about to say the name and situation of Su Yuan's mother and daughter, Zhou Hui's voice suddenly came from the doorway, interrupting him. Why are you here? Seeing Zhou Hui standing in the doorway, Natalie Lu's expression couldn't tell if it was joy or what, and she looked a little surprised. Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't talk about work today and would go out with me for the day? So I came to pick you up, Zhou Hui said. Get out. You are not welcome here. Seeing that Zhou Hui had actually come, Yang Li was also surprised, but just for a moment, he told the other party to get out with a look of disgust. Zhou Hui froze at his words, then looked at Natalie Lu and laughed. What? He really confessed to you? Zhou Hui's words made Natalie Lu roll her eyes. He called you a liar, Natalie Lu said. Zhou Hui froze at his words, then smiled. You don't believe that, do you? Before Natalie Lu could say anything, Yang Li stepped forward and said, Zhou Hui, you still remember Su Yuan, right, and your daughter Zhou Chen. Yang Li's words caused a flash of panic in Zhou Hui's eyes, but it was fleeting and he acted very calm. Who are these people you're talking about? I don't recognize them. I've always been single. Where did I get a daughter? He looked at Yang Li with amusement. You had a family a long time ago, and you're still pretending to be single here. You don't know them, but I'm sure they know you. Do you want me to call them to come here to find you? Yang Li didn't want Su Yuan's mother and daughter to know that Zhou Hui was cheating outside. He said this just to scare Zhou Hui, hoping that he would admit it, but he obviously underestimated Zhou Hui's mental capacity. What family? What are you babbling about? Zhou Hui pretended that he couldn't understand Yang Li's words and looked at Nico Lu, who shrugged his shoulders. I have to say, you have a good imagination as an employee. Seeing Zhou Hui's calm face, calm with a hint of helplessness, Nico Lu's heart inclined to believe him. She also felt that Yang Li's words were a little less reliable. Brother, if you also like Nico, I don't mind if you and I compete fairly, planting evidence and whatnot. The tactics are a bit too despicable, Zhou Hui said to Yang Li with a cold smile. These words made Natalie Lu blush. She also thought that Yang Li was deliberately smearing Zhou Hui in because of him. Zhou Hui, I dare say this. You don't think I don't know anything, do you? Your wife and daughter live in the Garden District, Building 3402. They are waiting for you to go back every day, but you are out here soliciting. Do you have a clear conscience? Also, last night, the loan sharks you borrowed from came to their door to harass them. These things, I don't think you know yet. Yang Li accurately stated the addresses of Su Yuan's mother and daughter in an attempt to get Zhou Hui to tell the truth. Hearing that Yang Li actually knew where his wife and daughter lived, Zhou Hui was indeed taken aback, but only in his heart. On the surface, he didn't show any difference. I'm sorry, I don't understand all of what you're saying. Zhou Hui shook his head and said, You're still pretending? Yang Li's eyes stared straight at him. Brother, what you just said about me is pure nonsense. For the sake of you being an employee of Nico, I won't bother with you, but let's call it a day. If you still don't relent and want to take some false things and force them on me, I might have to sue you for defamation. Zhou Hui's face was already showing some anger, but he was showing a lot of poise, at least in Natalie Lu's opinion. Zhou Hui, enough. Yang Li still wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Nico Lu, her face covered with an impatient expression. Yang Li, I don't know why you're trying to discredit Zhou Hui, and I don't want to know. This matter, let's stop here. Nico Lu's tone was a bit cold, showing the dissatisfaction in her heart. Sister Nico, you have to believe me, he's really a liar. He approached you just to try to cheat you. You must not trust him, since he won't admit it. I think it's better to call the police and let those police officers investigate him, Yang Li said, taking out his cell phone and preparing to call the police. Yang Li, you're not done yet. Before the phone was even dialed, Lu Nico snatched Yang Li's cell phone. Chapter 29 Resignation. What the hell do you want? Where did Zhou Hui offend you for good reason that you have to target him like this? Natalie Lu looked at Yang Li with a puzzled expression. He's trying to cheat you. Sister Nico. Yang Li looked at Nico Lu with a surprised face, hoping that she would believe him. Lying to me? Lie to me about what? Natalie Lu looked at Yang Li. I don't have anything. I still owe you $200,000. He has a car, a house and a job. What can he lie to me about? Natalie Lu looked straight into Yang Li's eyes. You're trying to say that he's trying to cheat on his sex, aren't you? Seeing Yang Li's mouth move, Natalie Lu snatched what he was about to say. Yang Li didn't say anything and considered it a tacit admission, but this made Natalie Lu even more angry. Yang Li, can you not think so superficially of others? She glared fiercely at Yang Li. Hearing this, Yang Li was shocked. If you're slandering Zhou Hui because you like me and thus, then I'm sorry. I didn't think that I would cause you so much trouble, but I can tell you very seriously that I've always treated you like a younger brother. Natalie Lu originally didn't believe what Zhou Hui said and didn't think Yang Li liked him. However, Yang Li's one after another abnormal behavior and his current overreaction forced her to believe it, and she wished to make it clear to Yang Li that she had never liked him. Hearing that Natalie Lu actually thought that she liked her, and that the reason why she had denigrated Zhou Hui was because of jealousy, Yang Li was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Sister Nico, you misunderstood. I didn't like you. I really did this for your own good. This person, he really is a liar. I don't want you to get hurt. Okay, this matter ends here. Don't say any more. Natalie Lu interrupted Yang Li. Zhou Hui is now my boyfriend and will probably co-manage this company with me in the future. So if you still want to continue working here, it's even more important that you don't denigrate him, Natalie Lu said. What? Hearing Natalie Lu say that Zhou Hui would be taking care of this company with her in the future, Yang Li was even more surprised and at the same time a little angry. He felt that Natalie Lu had been too hasty in making this kind of decision. Sister Nico, no matter what, you really can't be with him, let alone give your company to him. He's a liar. Yang Li, do you want to be fired? Seeing that Yang Li wasn't finished, Nico Lu spoke out in a threatening manner. Yang Li froze, then said, Sister Nico, you're just firing me today. I'm still going to stop you from being with him. Not to mention, I was already planning to resign from you. You're blackmailing me with your resignation? Hearing Yang Li's words, Lu Nico was a bit surprised. How is this blackmail? I was going to resign. Yang Li was somewhat speechless. Natalie Lu didn't believe that Yang Li was originally planning to resign because she had always given Yang Li a good deal, and she felt that the reason why Yang Li said that was purely to blackmail her and force her to leave Zhou Hui, which made her even more angry. Yang Li, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Fine. You want to resign, right? I promise you, from today onwards, you don't have to come to work, Natalie Lu said, taking out a pen and paper and hurriedly wrote something. Seeing that although Natalie Lu promised herself to resign, her face was ugly. Thinking that she was threatening her, Yang Li hurriedly tried to explain. We'll talk about this matter afterward. Sister Natalie, this is an IOU, the $200,000 from before. Consider it a loan from me to you. I will return it to you as soon as possible. Natalie Lu handed the written thing to Yang Li. Her expression was cold, her chest kept rising and falling, so it could be imagined that she should be quite angry inside at this moment. Yang Li didn't even think about asking Nico Lu to return the money, nor did he take the loan note. Sister Nico, that money. Let's go. Yang Li still wanted to speak, but Nico Lu didn't want to hear anymore, and after placing the loan note on the table, she pulled Zhou Hui out of the store. Sister Nico, Natalie Lu pulled Zhou Hui out, but she was stopped by Yang Li. Yang Li, what else do you want? You can't go with him. Yang Li said, you're not my employee anymore. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? I'll manage as your friend, okay? Yang Li said, no way. You are neither my employee nor my friend. My business has nothing to do with you at all. So hurry up and get away from me, Natalie Lu said, pushed Yang Li away, and immediately got into the BMW on the side of the road with Zhou Hui. Hearing that Nico Lu even said that he wasn't her friend, Yang Li's heart stung a little. He had always thought that Nico Lu would believe him, but who knew that the other party didn't believe him, not to mention that he even said such hurtful words. Sister Nico, he really is a liar. Seeing the two of them getting into the car, Yang Li was still shouting from the back, even if he is a liar, it's none of your business if he really wants to cheat me. Yang Li, come to your senses. You won't be able to catch up with a girl with this kind of tactic. It's just self-deception. Before Natalie Lu could finish her sentence, Zhou Hui had already started the car and watched the white BMW take off. Hearing the words Natalie Lu said on her way out, Yang Li froze for a long time. Laughing to himself, Yang Li came back to his senses. He thought that his relationship with Natalie Lu was good, and that Natalie Lu should be willing to listen to him, but to his surprise, he had overestimated the relationship between them. The other party not only didn't trust him, but also misunderstood that he liked her, which made him feel bad. Seeing Natalie Lu leave without even closing the company door, it was obvious how anxious she was to leave him behind. Yang Li's heart was both a little miserable and a little angry. It's just that, I hope that Sister Nico said it in anger. I'll talk to her again when her anger subsides. It wasn't pleasant to be misunderstood. Yang Li originally didn't want to meddle in this matter anymore. However, considering that Nico Lu had always been very nice to him, if she really didn't care, the other party would probably be cheated by Zhou Hui. So Yang Li still didn't want to give up on this. He decided to call Nico Lu a little later. Shutting the company door behind him, he soon left the company. Originally, he had taken a day off and decided to settle the matter of Natalie Lu once and for all, but he didn't expect that the matter hadn't been resolved, not to mention that it had caused his relationship with Natalie Lu to become awkward. Yang Li's mood was terrible, but there was nothing he could do about it. With half a day left, he decided to go to school. Yang Li's mood wasn't very good, and when he came to the classroom, he just greeted Tong Wei and Tang Li, and then sat down in his seat. Flipping through his book, seeing Yang Li come to class, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Han Jun, who was sitting in the back row, and hurriedly came over to Lin Yan and Zhang Shi. How's it going? Did Zhao Wan'er promise? She promised, but she doesn't want money. Lin Yan said, she's willing to do it even if she doesn't want money? Han Jun looked a little surprised. Zhao Wan'er has long been looking at Yang Li in a bad light, so I guess she wants to deal with Yang Li as well, so it's normal that she doesn't want money. Zhang Shi said, if she doesn't take money, will she trick us? Zhang Lei, who was on the side, said with some concern, no, she has nothing to lose if we do this. There's no reason to trick us. Zhang Shi shook her head and said. Han Jun nodded, feeling that Zhang Shi had a point. In that case, let's wait until school ends. With that, he looked at Lin Yan at the side. It's just that this is going to aggravate you. His expression was somewhat self-condemning. Lin Yan shook her head. I'm fine, as long as you don't mind. This is what I asked you to do. Of course I won't mind. We're paying such a big price this time. We must drive Yang Li out of the school, Han Jun said, clenching his fists, and the crowd nodded as they looked at his determined gaze. Chapter 30, Entering the girls' dormitory. There are only 2 classes in the afternoon, and it's only after 4 o'clock. During the class, Yang Li's mind was full of how to expose Zhou Hui. As for what the teacher said, he didn't listen in. After class, Yang Li said hello to Tong Wei and was ready to leave the school, but when he walked to the school entrance, a person stopped him. Yang Li, Zhao Wan'er shouted at him as she stood at the entrance of the janitor's office. Yang Li was a bit surprised, not knowing what Zhao Wan'er was calling him for. Tang Li's express has arrived. It's too heavy for me to move, so help her carry it, Zhao Wan'er said as she dragged out a large box from the janitor's room. Where's Tang Li? Not seeing Tang Li's figure, Yang Li was a bit puzzled. Tang Li and Zhao Wan'er had always been inseparable. She's not feeling well. She went back to her dorm room first. Zhao Wan'er replied casually. How about it? Are you helping or not? Seeing Yang Li freeze and not move, Zhao Wan'er asked. If it was Zhao Wan'er's stuff, Yang Li would have refused without even thinking about it. But since it was Tang Li's stuff, he was naturally too embarrassed not to help, and immediately nodded. Only in his heart he was a little puzzled. Last night Zhao Wan'er had told herself not to associate with Tang Li, and today she was asking herself to help her move her things. Wasn't this move her own way of slapping her own face? Zhao Wan'er looked at her, only to see that she was also looking at herself. Seeing her gaze over, immediately turned her head away, as if she was a little weak. Yang Li couldn't understand why Zhao Wan'er would be like this, but still moved the box as soon as he could. After all, he was doing Tang Li a favor. It wasn't known what Tang Li had bought. It actually weighed several dozens of pounds, but this weight was nothing to Yang Li. Move it where? Yang Li asked while following Zhao Wan'er. Nonsense. Of course it's the girls' dormitory, Zhao Wan'er said. Yang Li nodded and immediately stopped asking, carrying the boxes and following behind Zhao Wan'er as he walked towards the girls' dormitory. Alright, let's stop here. Arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building, Yang Li put the box down and prepared to leave. Hey, Tang Li's dorm room is on the 3rd floor. What's with you moving here? Seeing Yang Li about to leave, Zhao Wan'er showed a displeased expression. Yang Li skimmed his mouth. You find someone to help you move up together. It's not too good for me, a male, to go to the girls' dormitory. Yang Li's face was difficult. He didn't want to go into the girls' dormitory building. After all, There was a difference between men and women, looking for you to move things and not asking you to do something else. What's wrong with that? Besides, I'm not afraid of a girl. What are you afraid of? Hurry up. Zhao Wanner was worried that Yang Li was going to leave and said with an impatient face. After saying that, Woods entered the dormitory building. Seeing that Zhao Wanner didn't want to move the box herself, Yang Li had no choice but to pick up the box again and follow up. Seeing Yang Li follow up, the corner of Zhao Wanner's mouth lifted up a smile. Looking at the dormitory management room, no one was inside. She knew that the dormitory management ant had already been lured away by someone, so that she could smoothly bring Yang Li up the stairs, without the dormitory manager's obstruction. Yang Li followed Zhao Wanner all the way without any obstruction, although from time to time there were some girls casting strange gazes, but they didn't say anything. But even so, Yang Li was still a bit uncomfortable. He didn't like the feeling of being sized up with strange gazes, holding the box in his hands, thinking in his heart that when he saw Tang Li later, he would put down the box and leave. Alright, move in. Going up to the third floor and coming to a dormitory room with the door open, Zhao Wanner let Yang Li in. Yang Li looked inside. 4 beds, but not a single person. He was a bit puzzled. Didn't you say Tang Li went back to the dormitory? Why isn't she there? How would I know? Maybe she went to another dormitory to string together. Zhao Wanner said with an indifferent face. What are you still standing there for? Move the stuff in. Seeing Yang Li standing still, Zhao Wanner urged. Hearing this, although Yang Li was puzzled as to why there was no one in the dormitory, he still didn't think too much about it and moved the boxes in. Put it in sh. Bang! After entering the dormitory, Yang Li was about to ask where to put it in order, when he suddenly heard a loud bang coming from behind him, and turning his head, he realized that the door had actually been closed. Zhao Wanner, what are you doing? Just now, there was only Zhao Wanner outside the door, and it was naturally her who closed the door. Yang Li shouted at the door in confusion. However, Zhao Wanner didn't make any sound, and Yang Li's brows immediately furrowed. Zhao Wanner, what are you up to? A feeling of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart and he wanted to break out of the door when he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the toilet, and when he turned his head, he realized that a female had actually walked out from the girls' toilet. It was Lin Yan. Seeing Lin Yan, Yang Li was surprised, but what surprised him even more was that Lin Yan was only wrapped in a bath towel around her body, which caused him to frown. Lin Yan, why are you here? Seeing Yang Li, Lin Yan had a light smile on her face, and there was a hint of sinister in the smile. Without answering Yang Li's words, she only saw her face change, and suddenly yelled at the top of her lungs, "Help! Help ah!" While screaming, she lunged towards Yang Li. Seeing Lin Yan's actions and hearing the scream, Yang Li's face changed drastically. "Help! Help ah!" Lin Yan was already pouncing on Yang Li while screaming, and Yang Li was about to dodge away when he suddenly heard a bang as the door to the dormitory behind him was slammed open. What's wrong? Lin Yan, what happened? Yang Li couldn't have imagined that in just a short moment's effort, a dozen people had gathered outside the door, and after slamming the door open, these people rushed in, and the one at the head was none other than Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi, I won't live. Seeing Zhang Shi rushing in, Lin Yan hurriedly hugged her and cried her eyes out. What's wrong? What the hell happened? Yang Li, why are you here? You. Most of the girls who rushed in were from Yang Li's class and were surprised to see Yang Li here. Many of them were quite puzzled and didn't know what was going on in there, but after seeing that Lin Yan was only wrapped in a towel and Yang Li was here, they instantly understood. He tried to forcefully X me. Lin Yan's crying words confirmed the speculation in the girls' hearts. Hearing this, Yang Li should have been shocked or furious, but he wasn't. He just smiled coldly. Yang Li was not a fool. From the fact that Lin Yan had only screamed twice just now and so many people rushed in outside, it was clearly a trap against him. Looking at Lin Yan, who was crying miserably in front of him, and Zhang Shi, who had a face of indignation, Yang Li's eyes were cold. Yang Li, how could you do such a thing? Hearing Lin Yan say that Yang Li was going to use force on her, Zhang Shi was filled with righteous indignation, pointing at Yang Li and questioning. Yang Li, you've gone too far. Even if Lin Yan dumped you, you don't have to be so extreme. You even dared to break into the girls' dormitory and commit murder. You're simply bold. A girl who didn't know if she had conspired with Lin Yan and the others was full of anger as she pointed at Yang Li and cursed. With this scolding, she immediately brought up the tempo. How dare you break into a girl's dormitory to commit murder? Your guts are too big. Quickly call the department head to tell him, and call security. Who knows if he'll do something extreme out. This dead pervert, too disgusting, he must be expelled. A group of unknown girls pointed at Yang Li and cursed. While cursing, they started to call the school leaders. On the other side, Lin Yan, who had been pacified by Zhang Shi for a long time, seemed to have finally stabilized her emotions and didn't cry anymore. Only when she and Zhang Shi looked at each other, a smirk of triumphant plotting flashed in her eyes. She had her back to the crowd, so naturally no one could see the laughter in her eyes. But Yang Li could guess that she was bound to be very happy in her heart at this moment. I really didn't expect that you guys would be able to come up with such a method to trap me. Formidable. Formidable. Yang Li nodded his head while saying too awesome in a row. In his heart he couldn't tell if it was anger or what. He just couldn't stop sneering. Yang Li, what are you babbling about? Your own misbehavior. How dare you say that we framed you? This matter, if you don't give us an explanation, we won't let you go. Although Yang Li reacted to the fact that this was a trap, Zhang Xu wasn't scared at all because Yang Li's behavior was seen by so many people. It was impossible for him to turn the tables again. Even if he said he was framed, no one would believe him. Seeing that the girls around him were calling the school leaders to come over, Yang Li didn't stop them, nor did he have any intention of leaving. He wasn't a fool. If he left at this time, it would only make people think that he was a thief. At that time, it would be yellow mud falling down his pants. It would be even if it wasn't. Chapter 31 False Accusation. Yang Li just stood in place and waited. Not a moment later, the school leader came. The so-called leader is no one else. It is Sun Xiangfu. He was both the Dean of Academic Affairs and the head of the Department of Economics and Management. And along with him, there was also Lu Guangyuan, the counselor of the Department of Economics and Management, as well as a few classroom teachers, including Lu Yuxi. Lu Yushur had a worried face, and after hurriedly walking into the dormitory, she first set her eyes on Yang Li, and when she saw that Yang Li was fine, she sighed in relief. But her expression was a bit complicated. Lin Yan, are you alright? In addition to the school leaders, Han Jun and Zhang Lei both came as well. As soon as they came in, Han Jun hurriedly ran towards Yang Li. When he saw that Lin Yan only had a towel around her body, and she was crying like a pear, he instantly turned to look at Yang Li angrily, his eyes spewing fire. You bastard! I'll fight you! Han Jun portrayed the image of an angry boyfriend who had learned of his girlfriend's humiliation. He raised his fists and rushed towards Yang Li, looking like he wanted to dismantle him. Stop! Not waiting for Han Jun and Yang Li to fight, Sun Xiangfu chided him to stop. As soon as Han Jun heard the reprimand, he immediately stopped his hand. Not that he listened to his teacher's words, but mainly because he knew that he couldn't beat Yang Li, and he couldn't do any good by rushing up, and he would probably get beaten up. So what he did just now was just a pretense. Although Han Jun stopped his hand, in the hearts of many girls who were watching, his image as a good boyfriend was instantly established. What exactly happened here? Although Sun Xiangfu had gotten a general idea on the phone, it wasn't clear, and he now needed to personally listen to the person in question spill the beans. Director Sun, this person is called Yang Li. He is a classmate of our class. Lin Yan is his ex-girlfriend, but they broke up a long time ago, maybe because of the breakup. Yang Li has always held a grudge against Lin Yan, only he has never done anything. But I didn't expect him to be so bold today, sneaking into the girls' dormitory to try and force Lin Yan. If it wasn't for us arriving in time, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. Lin Yan didn't say anything, curled up by the bed with a stunned look as Zhang Shi told the story. Outrageous! Our school has even produced this kind of sinner. After hearing Zhang Shi's words, Sun Xiangfu and several teachers also looked righteously indignant. Although Lu Yueshur didn't scold Yang Li, she also looked at the other party incredulously. Yang Li, did you really do that? Lu Yueshur had always had a good impression of Yang Li, and she couldn't believe that Yang Li had really done such a thing. Hearing Lu Yueshur's inquiry, Yang Li shook his head. A few leaders aren't going to convict me just by listening to Zhang Shi's side of the story, right? What? What else do you have to say? Yang Li had repeatedly destroyed Sun Xiangfu's good deeds. Sun Xiangfu had a very bad impression of him, and at this moment, Yang Li had done this kind of thing again. His heart had long made up its mind that he would never be lightly spared. It was for this reason, so he didn't have a good tone when he faced Yang Li. The reason why I came to the girls' dormitory today wasn't to sneak in, but rather, it was because Zhao Wanner asked me to help Tang Li move things. Zhao Wanner told me that this was Tang Li's dorm room, but I didn't expect her to close the door from the outside after I moved the things in, and then not a moment later, Lin Yan came out of the restroom wrapped in a bath towel. Before I could react to what was going on, she started screaming, and then Zhang Shi and the others came in. Yang Li told the matter out in a cloudy manner, and after hearing this completely different version, many people's faces had somewhat odd expressions. Zhang Shi's face instantly turned cold. Yang Li, you're really good at acting. What do you mean Zhao Wanner let you in and then closed the door behind her? Do you mean to say that Zhao Wanner and Lin Yan colluded to set you up? Facing Zhang Shi's duty, Yang Li shook his head. No, it's not only the two of them who conspired to frame me. There's also you, and perhaps them as well, Yang Li said, pointing at Han Jun and Zhang Lei, whose faces immediately turned red. Nonsense. It's clearly you who are ghostly, and you're even saying that we framed you. Yang Li, you're too shameless. Zhang Lei spoke out and scolded. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Yang Li didn't get angry and raised his head to look around. Where's Zhao Wan'er? Come out and confront her. Although Zhao Wan'er didn't come in, she didn't go far either. She had been watching from the doorway. Many girls had seen her earlier when she led Yang Li in. She knew that it was impossible for her to skim off the top. However, it was good that she had already thought of a good countermeasure. At this moment, when she heard Yang Li call her to confront her, she walked into the dormitory without panic. Wan Air, Yang Li said that it was you who let him into the girls' dormitory? Seeing Zhao Wan'er, Lu Yueshi asked. Zhao Wan'er nodded. Tang Li bought a box of stuff and asked me to help her carry it. But it's heavy, I can't move it alone. And I just happened to see Yang Li, so I asked him to do me a favor and carry the stuff up. Zhao Wan'er said the same thing that Yang Li had said. And just as several teachers were wondering if there really was some hidden agenda in this matter, they only heard her turn her words around. After I asked Yang Li to move things in, who knows, he ran towards this dormitory without saying a word. And as soon as he entered the dormitory he closed the door. And he wouldn't open it even if I knocked outside. How? Originally I just want him to help move boxes, but how I did not expect he will do this kind of thing. To say, are my fault, if I do not ask him to help. There is no such thing, Zhao Wan'er said, but she actually whimpered and cried. Wan'er, don't cry, this can't be blamed on you. After all, knowing people's faces and hearts, who would have thought that Yang Li would be so shameless? A girl spoke out to comfort. Hearing Zhao Wan'er's narration, a trace of anger flashed in Yang Li's eyes. How could he not have imagined that Zhao Wan'er, who had never socialized with Han Jun and the others, would join forces with them to frame himself? Yang Li, what else do you have to say? Hearing Zhao Wan'er say that Yang Li had taken the initiative to break into this dormitory room, Sun Xiangfu laughed coldly in his heart, but his eyes were incomparably majestic as he stared at Yang Li, as if he had already judged him guilty. Yang Li was in a terrible mood. Originally the matter of Natalie Lu was annoying enough, but he didn't expect to be framed by someone now, which made him even more disgusted. Yang Li, you finally have nothing to say, right? You broke into Lin Yan's dormitory and tried to plot against her while she was taking a shower. It's simply abominable. Our school can't tolerate people like you. Director Sun, I suggest that he be expelled from the school. In addition, call the police to have them take him in for discipline. Seeing that Yang Li didn't say a word, Han Jun thought that he had nothing to say and that he had the upper hand. And after cursing at Yang Li for a while, he said to Sun Xiangfu, originally, Yang Li thought that Han Jun and Lin Yan were only framing him to make him lose face or to add a stigma to himself so that he would be reviled. But I didn't realize that their purpose was to get the school to expel them. And they also wanted to send themselves to the police station. So it was too vicious. Chapter 32 The Turning. As soon as he heard that he was going to be expelled, Yang Li's fire instantly came up, glaring angrily at Han Jun. What, forcing his way into the dormitory and plotting against her while she was bathing? You said it with such conviction. Did you see it with your own eyes? Even if I didn't see it with my own eyes? But Lin Yan, the victim, is right here. Can I still frame you? Facing Yang Li's words, Han Jun was half intimidated. At this time, Sun Xiangfu and a few other teachers again looked towards Lin Yan. After they rushed here, although they had an understanding of the matter of Yang Li's home invasion was, after all, only being talked about by bystanders such as Zhang Shi and Zhao Wan'er, and the person in question hadn't yet spoken up about what exactly was going on. In order to convict Yang Li, they had to hear the person in question say the matter in person. So Sun Xiangfu shifted his eyes to Lin Yan, who was curled up next to the bed. After his eyes traveled over her white shoulders and spine for a moment, he spoke. Lin Yan, what exactly did Yang Li do to you after he entered the house? Lin Yan looked at Sun Xiangfu and the people around her, as if she was ashamed to speak, and didn't say anything, but her timid expression really caused a few heartaches. Yang Li had never thought that Lin Yan's acting skills were so good. A teacher couldn't bear to watch and said softly, the teachers are all here. Don't be afraid, just tell the truth about what happened to you. Hearing this teacher's words, Lin Yan seemed to have received great encouragement and began to tell about Yang Li's evil deeds. After coming back from class, I was going to take a shower and then go out to eat with my roommates, but as I was washing, somehow Yang Li suddenly came in, and when she saw that I was taking a shower, she pounced on me. I was scared to death, hurriedly wrapped in a bath towel to run out, but I did not want to be stopped by him. He roughly ripped off my bath towel, and then pushed me to the bed, began to touch me on my body, wanting to do untoward things to me. This beast, Lin Yan said and whimpered. The many girls listened with fire in their hearts and glared angrily at Yang Li. The person in question personally testified. Yang Li, now you have nothing to say, right? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Sun Xiangfu withdrew his gaze and looked at Yang Li. Originally, Yang Li had nothing to say, but after hearing Lin Yan's words, he keenly noticed a break, which made him, who originally had nothing to say, have something to say again. You're saying that I ripped off your bath towel and pushed you onto the bed, immediately after groping all over your body? Are you sure? Yang Li asked Lin Yan. Lin Yan gathered her courage and looked at him angrily. Yang Li, these things, do you have the guts to do them but not the guts to admit it? Yang Li nodded. Since you're so sure, that's fine, he said, raising his hands. Everyone, please look, I'm not wearing gloves. Everyone looked at Yang Li's bare palms and felt that what he said was obviously nonsense. Yang Li, are you trying to change the subject? Han Jun looked at Yang Li suspiciously, feeling that it was a bit whimsical for the other party to try to change the topic so easily. Who knew that Yang Li shook his head? Of course not. I'm just trying to tell you that in the case where I didn't wear gloves, if I really did what Lin Yan said, first ripping off her bath towel and then groping her body, then my fingerprints would inevitably be left on her body, or on the bath towel. Hearing Yang Li's words, Sun Xiangfu raised his eyebrows, while Han Jun and Lin Yan and the others seemed to have not reacted yet. Yang Li smiled and didn't sell himself short, then spelled out his intentions. I don't want to explain anything right now. I only hope that teacher can call the police station and have them send someone to check. As long as any fingerprints belonging to me are found on Lin Yan's body or on the bath towel, I'll immediately confess to this matter. As Yang Li's words fell, Lin Yan, Han Jun and the others' faces changed with a swish. How could they not have expected that Yang Li would even offer to check the fingerprints? Because he was worried that Lin Yan would suffer. Han Jun had explained to Zhang Shi a long time ago that as soon as he heard a sound, he would immediately rush in. After Yang Li entered the house, although Lin Yan pounced on him, Zhang Shi entered the house so fast that he didn't even have time to extend his hand before the other party had already come in to pull Lin Yan away. This was precisely why Yang Li could be very sure that Lin Yan definitely did not have any of his fingerprints on her. Good. The first one to agree to Yang Li's request was Lu Yueshi. Her intuition told her that Yang Li would never do something like a home invasion, but with everyone testifying against Yang Li, she couldn't find any evidence to prove that Yang Li didn't do it. However, now that Yang Li had taken the initiative to propose a fingerprint test, it showed that he had a bottom line in his heart about this matter, and it could indeed be considered a method that could verify Yang Li's innocence. So of course, Lu Yueshi wouldn't reject it. However, although Lu Yuexi agreed, but does not mean that others will agree. At least Han Jun and Lin Yan did not agree, and Sun Xiangfu also did not agree. The reason why Han Jun and Lin Yan did not agree is because they have ghosts in their hearts, worrying that the fingerprints will not be detected. Sun Xiangfu did not agree. There are two reasons. First of all, Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry reputation, regardless of whether Yang Li is a home invasion murder, or was framed, this is a scandal. If such a scandal is spread out and attracts the attention of the media and the public, then Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry is bound to fall into the vortex of public opinion. And this matter is in the Department of Economics and Management, which he manages, and the school is in the vortex of public opinion, and he can still have a good? Don't even have to think about it. He will definitely be punished by the school leaders, in order to save the school's reputation, as well as his own job, so he doesn't want this matter to spread out. On top of that, Yang Li had twice ruined his good deed, which had long made him hold a grudge. Even without this incident, he still wanted to give Yang Li some pain, not to mention that now there was such a great opportunity to deal with him openly. How could he give it up so easily? Because of these two reasons, he refused Yang Li's request. No, we can't inform the police. Seeing that Sun Xiangfu had actually rejected his request, Yang Li frowned. Han Jun and Lin Yan were instantly overjoyed. Director Sun, why? Yang Li was puzzled, but it was Lu Yueshi who asked the question first. Sun Xiangfu was about to speak, but when he saw that he was surrounded by students, he frowned and immediately said, "Everyone who has nothing to do with this matter get out." With these words, many people who wanted to watch the fun reluctantly walked out. In the end, only Yang Li and Lin Yan, the parties involved, Zhao Wan'er and Zhang Shi, the eyewitnesses, as well as teachers such as Sun Xiangfu and Lu Yueshi were left in the dormitory. Because it was none of his business, Zhang Lei was mercilessly kicked out, and originally Han Jun was supposed to go out as well, but the teachers didn't kick him out considering that he was Lin Yan's boyfriend, and that Lin Yan's emotions would be stabilized if he was there. After the irrelevant people had all walked out of the dormitory, Sun Xiangfu closed the door. Yang Li, when you said that you notified the police officers, is it because you want to make this scandalous matter known to everyone? Just after closing the door, Sun Xiangfu asked Yang Li with a serious face. Chapter 33 Conviction. At Sun Xiangfu's words, Yang Li was a bit unsure. What kind of school is this? Jiangning No. 1 University. In the country is ranked. In the past, the school but a little bit of wind, the media reporters will immediately flock to. If because of this matter and alarmed police officers, those journalists media will certainly pursue the root of the matter. Investigate what happened. If this matter is investigated, the netizens do not know how to attack our school. This is what you want to see? Sun Xiangfu's words, rather than for Yang Li to listen to. It should be said that it was for the teachers to listen to. At least the teachers listened to it. They all showed a dawning look. And in fact, he did say it for the teachers to hear. To be exact, it was for Lu Yueshio. Who didn't want Lu Yueshio to favor Yang Li's request? Director Sun is right. This matter must not be spread. There is no need for our school to pay for the ugly crime committed by Yang Li. Han Jun expressed his strong agreement with Sun Xiangfu's words. But in that case, we won't be able to let the person who committed the crime receive the punishment he deserves. He looked like he was a bit indignant, but he was actually happy in his heart. Expelling him from school will be the due punishment, Sun Xiangfu said. Hearing the two of them, Sun Xiangfu and Han Jun, speak one word to the other and even directly convict him, Yang Li was both a little baffled and a little annoyed. I think Director Sun didn't understand what I meant. When I said that I wanted to call the police to get someone to check my fingerprints, I wasn't trying to stir this matter up. I just wanted to prove my own innocence. Bah! What innocence do you have? Han Jun looked at Yang Li with a contemptuous face. Sun Xiangfu also said, Yang Li, this matter, I think it's best not to report to the police. After reporting to the police, no matter if it's for you or for the school, there's no benefit. Could it be that you feel that expulsion isn't enough and you want to go to jail? Hearing this, Yang Li was exasperated and laughed. Director Sun, I don't know if calling the police is good for the school or not, but for me, it must be good. The things Lin Yan said, I didn't do at all. I believe that the police will prove my innocence. Director Sun doesn't want to call the police because he wants to maintain the school's reputation, which I can understand. But Director Sun mustn't forget that it's not just the school that has a reputation, but the students as well. It's fine if you don't call the police, but Director Sun must openly tell those students that I'm innocent, that these people framed me, and that not only that, but that they have to be duly punished in order to do so. If Director Sun neither calls the police nor proves my innocence by disposing of these people who falsely accused me, then I won't agree to it. Yang Li's words caused Sun Xiangfu's face to turn iron blue. Han Jun was very good at reading words and seeing Sun Xiangfu's face look bad. He immediately jumped out and said, Yang Li, what do you think you are? Director Sun can decide whether to fire you or not with a single word. What's the use of you not agreeing? I don't agree either. Han Jun thought that he would definitely be able to expel Yang Li this time, but he didn't expect Lu Yueshi to stand out. I won't let my student be expelled for no reason. Although Lu Yushi's voice was not loud, it was firm, and hearing it in Yang Li's ears made him very touched. Seeing Lu Yushi come out to sing the opposite tune, Sun Xiangfu frowned and said, Teacher Lu, this isn't the time to get carried away. Your student made a mistake. Shouldn't he be punished? Director Sun, Yang Li said that he hasn't done this kind of thing. I also don't believe that he would do this kind of thing. In the absence of evidence, it's best for Director Sun to be careful with his words. Hearing Sun Xiangfu identify Yang Li's crime in almost every sentence, Lu Yuexi's face was a little unkind. Seeing Lu Yushi defending Yang Li so much, Sun Xiangfu's face was ugly. Then what do you think should be done about this matter? He asked. I think what Yang Li proposed is a good solution, Lu Yueshi said. Seeing Lu Yuexi supporting himself so strongly, in Yang Li's heart, he was no longer just touched. Teacher Lu, can't you see that this kid is trying to use this matter to get off the hook? Sun Xiangfu said to Lu Yuexi. Director Sun, what do you mean by that? Seeing Sun Xiangfu's credulousness, Yang Li's face instantly turned cold. What do you mean? Humph, Yang Li, don't think I don't know those ghostly thoughts of yours. You did this thing but don't want to admit your guilt, deliberately proposing to call the police to check your fingerprints. But knowing that the school doesn't dare to publicize this matter, knowing that we will never call the police, so you backed off and made the request for us to clear your name. By doing so, you appeared to have compromised. But in fact you already knew that we would probably accede to this request of yours if we didn't dare to call the police. In other words, the idea you hit upon from the beginning was to ask us not to pursue your responsibility without calling the police. Sun Xiangfu spoke out Yang Li's plot with righteous indignation. Yang Li froze at his words, then laughed coldly. Even I didn't think I was this smart. His words were a sarcastic reference to Sun Xiangfu's speculation. Sun Xiangfu was a bit annoyed, but he didn't snap. Instead he said with a serious expression, Yang Li, I won't report it to the police, but if you want to use this to get out of it, it's a fool's dream. I'm announcing that you're expelled. What? Hearing Sun Xiangfu directly announce his dismissal, Yang Li frowned greatly. Han Jun and Lin Yan as well as Zhang Shi, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Director Sun, you are truly wise. Finally, Yang Li had been kicked out of the school. Han Jun looked excited. His heart was even more stirred. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many teachers here, he would have been unable to control his hands and dance. Seeing Yang Li's ugly face, a smug smile appeared on Sun Xiangfu's face, his heart laughing coldly. No matter how Yang Li excused himself, it was no match for his words. because the power was in his hands, not in Yang Li's hands. Just as Sun Xiangfu was about to emphasize again, Lu Yueshi interrupted him in time. Director Sun, as far as I know, you don't have the power to expel students, right? These words caused the smile on Sun Xiangfu's face to freeze. Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry was a prestigious school. Expelling a student naturally wouldn't be so hasty. It would need to go through a lot of heavy inspections, and finally the president would make the final decision. I don't have the power to expel students, but I have the power to tell the principal who should be expelled. Sun Xiangfu said, if that's the case, then Director Sun will tell the principal about this matter. Lu Yushi said. Sun Xiangfu frowned at his words. He knew that the principal was a man of integrity. Nowadays, the matter hadn't come to a conclusion yet. If he ran to the principal now, he probably wouldn't get the effect he wanted, so he refused in his heart for Lu Yushi's words. In his opinion, after he had thoroughly convicted Yang Li, then he would just put the expulsion report on the principal's desk. Until then, there was no need to disturb the principal. He wanted to rebuke Lu Yueshi, but seeing so many teachers around him, he still stopped his thoughts and said around a deeper meaning, Teacher Lu, the doctoral exam is just around the corner. If your reputation is tarnished because of these small things, and then it affects this exam, I'm worried that Teacher Lu will lose a lot because of small things. Upon hearing this, a trace of contempt flashed through Yang Li's eyes. Such an obvious threat, he wouldn't be unable to hear it. At the same time, he was also a little worried that Sun Xiangfu would trip up Lu Yuexi because of this matter. He shifted his gaze to Lu Yushi, wanting to persuade Lu Yushi to stop meddling in this matter, and at the same time took out his cell phone, preparing to call the police himself. But he didn't expect Lu Yushi to face Sun Xiangfu without any fear, and snatched up his own cell phone. Director Sun, there's no need to say these words to scare me. I've already called the principal. Let's hear what he has to say. On Lu Yushi's cell phone, it showed that it was dialing the principal's phone. Chapter 34, You're expelled. Seeing this scene, Sun Xiangfu's face changed drastically. Lu Yueshi, you, hello? Lu, before Sun Xiangfu could finish his sentence, the voice rang out on the phone, scaring him into hastily closing his mouth. Lu Yushi turned on the speakerphone so that everyone could hear the voice. There's a big incident in our Department of Economics and Management. Director Sun Xiangfu wants to expel one. I don't think it's a good idea. I want to ask for your opinion. Lu Yushi purposely emphasized the words big event and dismissal. With her understanding, she felt that after hearing this, she should personally come to deal with this matter. But what he did not expect was that after hearing her words, there was no reaction at all. Just asked, is Director Sun next to you? Lu Yushi didn't know how to ask this. Sun Xiangfu was also a little frightened, but still hardened his heart and rushed to the phone and said, I'm here. Since it's something out of your Department of Economics and Management, I'll leave it to you to deal with it in full. I'm meeting with an important guest. Don't call me again, said the man, hanging up the phone. Hearing the words said before hanging up the phone, Lu Yushi couldn't believe her ears. Surprisingly, he said that this matter was handed over to Sun Xiangfu to handle in full. Unlike Lu Yushi's stunned expression, Sun Xiangfu was overjoyed after a short period of time and a days. The school actually let him handle this matter with full authority. Doesn't that mean that he could expel Yang Li now? Sun Xiangfu's face smiled as brightly as a daisy. And on the other side, Han Jun and Lin Yan as well as Zhang Shi were also excited. They were worried that knowing about this would be difficult, but they didn't expect that they would completely ignore it and directly let Sun Xiangfu deal with it. Han Jun simply wanted to shout out, heaven help me. Lu, you heard it, right? His old man let me handle this matter with full authority. Now, for me to dismiss Yang Li, you have no opinion, right? Having received the affirmation, Sun Xiangfu was completely free of worries, looking condescendingly at Lu Yueshi with a victorious demeanor. Seeing Sun Xiangfu a villainous expression, Lu Yuexi is very angry. How could she not imagine? Always responsible. Today would be so casual to hand over the destiny of a Sun Xiangfu, whose moral behavior is problematic. But he had heard the words just now, so there was no way for her not to believe them. Yang Li, now I announce that you are expelled. From now on, you are not ours, and you are not allowed to go around soliciting in our name. Sun Xiangfu liked Lu Yuexi, although he had the upper hand. He didn't say anything excessive, mainly because he was worried about offending her. But when facing Yang Li, he had nothing to worry about. He didn't have to worry about anything when he spoke, and dismissed Yang Li on the spot. Originally thought that Lu Yuexi called, even if it cannot immediately prove their innocence, at least will give themselves the opportunity to prove. Did not think so ridiculous? Even things have not yet understood dumped to Sun Xiangfu to do. Yang Li unexpected at the same time, but also very chilling. But this does not scare him. Sun Xiangfu's so-called dismissal. He did not take it seriously. He still decided to call the police, let the police to prove his innocence, only just as he took out his cell phone. he was stopped by Lu Yushi. Sister Shi? Yang Li didn't understand what Lu Yushi meant, only to see Lu Yushi shaking her head. In Yang Li's opinion, calling the police might be the best solution, but not in Lu Yushi's eyes. This kind of thing, as long as it was reported to the police, it would soon be investigated by the media, and at that time, Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry would inevitably be put on top of the public opinion, which wasn't something that the school leaders were willing to see. If this is really done, even if in the end Yang Li can prove that he was wrongly accused, but it will also offend the leaders. For Yang Li, who still have to study for 3 years or even more, this is never a good thing. So Lu Yushi stopped him. Of course, it wasn't just as simple as stopping. She also came up with a solution. Maybe he doesn't know the seriousness of this matter yet. Let's go find him and talk to him face to face, Lu Yushi said, pulling up Yang Li and heading out of the dormitory. Lu Yushi said, he is meeting with an important guest. If you go at this time, you will disturb him. Sun Xiangfu didn't expect Lu Yushi to be so unruly, and hurriedly said, this matter can't be resolved like this. Even if it's disturbed, there's nothing we can do about it. Lu Yushi's voice was firm and her footsteps were steady. While saying that, under the gaze of the many gazes in the corridor, she pulled Yang Li and quickly descended the stairs. Outrageous. This Lu Yushi, too unruly. Seeing Lu Yushi flying downstairs, Sun Xiangfu cursed with an ugly face. Director Sun, what now? Han Jun didn't expect Lu Yushi to defend Yang Li so well, and in his heart, he was both a little jealous and worried that things would go wrong. Anxiously looking at Sun Xiangfu immediately glared at him. What about what to do? Do you think that finding Lu Yushi will help that kid get off the hook? It's simply whimsical. At this time, they are meeting with an important guest. If Lu Yushi ventures over there like this, it will only cause displeasure. At that time, not only will that kid be expelled, but even Lu Yushi herself. It will be hard for her to escape the punishment. Let's go. Sun Xiangfu knew how important the guest he was meeting was, and also knew how irritated he would be if he was disturbed. So he wasn't worried at all that Yang Li would be flipped off, and as his words fell, he led the way out of the dormitory. Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry, surname Lu, named Zizhang, is a famous economics professor. This year more than 50 years old. In a few years, will be retired. Go home to spend his days. He has been in the University of Commerce and Industry for 10 years. This school has a deep affection on the occasion of his departure, but also want to do something for this contribution. But the bidder have not been able to find the opportunity. But just today, the person in charge of a product real estate suddenly came to the door, said to donate a gymnasium plus 2 dormitory buildings, as well as 2 dormitory buildings, a total value of more than 70 million. This can be Lu Zizhang to the happy bad. If this thing can be done in his hands, both for the contribution, but also allows him to greatly make a name for himself, perhaps in the years before his retirement, his status can be further up a rise. Even if the status cannot be upgraded, at least can let this firm firmly remember his name. After all, made such a big contribution. When people are old, it's good to have a name, and he's no exception. No matter from what point of view, this is a thing of the best of both worlds. So Lu Zizhang on this matter is particularly attentive, especially accompanied by a product real estate person in charge of the tour of the campus. Choose to build a gymnasium and dormitory building address, and clearly said to the other school leaders that no matter what is going on today, they can't come to disturb him. Chairman He, what do you think of this place? This piece of land was only bought the year before last. It was originally intended to build a large venue, but then there wasn't enough money, so it was left vacant, and now it's used to build a gymnasium, which is just the right thing to do. Lu Zizhang pointed to an empty land in front of him, and said to He Wentao, the chairman of Yipin Real Estate, this location is indeed good. Lu thinks that a stadium can be built here. He naturally has no problem with it. He Wentao said with a smile. Hearing He Wentao say this, Lu Zizhang smiled. In that case, it's settled that it's here. Lu Zizhang originally wanted to say a few words of thanks, but suddenly he saw Lu Yueshi pulling a boy towards him in a hurry, and he couldn't help but frown. Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Zizhang frowning before finishing his words, He Wentao was unsure and followed the other party's gaze. When he spotted Yang Li's figure, a trace of surprise couldn't help but flash through his eyes. Chapter 35, I know him. Lu Yushi had wanted to take Yang Li to the principal's office, but after seeing the principal on the playground, she immediately pulled Yang Li and turned her head. Principal. Lu Yushi saw the principal's face not looking too good from a distance, but she couldn't care less, and after shouting at the principal, she had already walked in front of him. Seeing Lu Yushi behind, also followed by anxious-looking Sun Xiangfu and others, Lu Zizhang, although he still doesn't know what happened, but he also knows that it's definitely a troublesome matter. He doesn't want to discuss these things in front of He Wentao, so he said, Teacher Lu, If you have anything to do, go to my office and wait for me. Lu Yushi froze when she heard this. Then she glanced at He Wentao, who was standing beside Lu Zizhang, then said as if she hadn't heard, "Principal, director's son wants to expel my student." He Wentao originally wanted to greet Yang Li, but Yang Li shook his head at him as soon as he came over, causing him to hesitate for a moment. With his status and position, he had naturally met quite a few people of great wealth, and he knew that most of these people were very low-key and would not reveal themselves easily. So he thought that Yang Li should not want him to reveal his identity, so he knowingly kept his mouth shut. Only from Lu Yushi's words, he knew that Yang Li seemed to have encountered something difficult, which made him curious. "You take him to the office first." At Lu Yushi's lack of discipline, Lu Zizhang looked a little displeased and said coldly. At this time, Sun Xiangfu and the others also walked over. "Principal." Lin Yan and Zhang Shi followed behind, the former having already put on her clothes. "Director's son, take them to the office and wait for me." Seeing that Lu Yuexi was unmoved, Lu Zizhang said to Sun Xiangfu, who was about to nod his head when he heard Lu Yuexi say, "So when can the principal come over?" Being disturbed when he is receiving guests, Lu Zizhang's heart is already very dissatisfied with Lu Yushi. Letting her leave, the other party is not moved, not to mention, but even asked when he will come over. Lu Zizhang's face suddenly cooled down. Lu Zizhang's face instantly cooled down. "When to go over? How do I know? Can't you see that I'm meeting guests?" Lu Yushi of course see Lu Zizhang in the meeting guests, but she cannot help. She is worried that now do not find the principal to deal with this matter. If Yang Li will be Sun Xiangfu expulsion, can't the principal take some time now to resolve this matter? Lu Yushi continued to ask. When Lu Zizhang heard this, he frowned greatly, seeing that Lu Yushi was so insensitive. Sun Xiangfu was almost happy in his heart and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Lu Yushi, the principal has said that he is meeting with guests. You are still stalking him. Is this not a deliberate attempt to make him angry? Today, not to mention that this kid Yang Li is going to be expelled. I'm afraid that even you have the possibility of being expelled. Well, when you are dismissed, always inevitably ask to me. Then, I see how you still refuse me. With this in mind, Sun Xiangfu did not dissuade him, letting Lu Yuexi die, and Lu Zizhang was indeed on the verge of breaking out. But before he could explode out, He Wentao behind him suddenly opened his mouth. "Principal Lu, since something has happened in the school, you might as well solve this matter first. It just so happens that I'm also quite curious. I wonder why this student was expelled." Lu Zizhang originally didn't want to deal with these things in front of He Wentao, worrying about slowing him down. But after hearing He Wentao say this, he just couldn't handle it even if he wanted to. "Today, I wanted to accompany Chairman He to take a good stroll around the campus, but I didn't think that such a thing would happen. It makes Chairman He laugh," Lu Zizhang said, looking somewhat ashamed. "Since Chairman He is also curious about what happened, then I'll simply ask." Hearing the principal say this, Lu Yushi instantly showed a look of delight. It was just that Sun Xiangfu and Han Jun Lin Yan and the others didn't look too good. "Speak up, what exactly happened?" Lu Zizhang asked. Han Jun and Zhang Shi sniffed and immediately told what had happened in the girls' dormitory earlier. When he heard that Yang Li had actually sneaked into the girls' dormitory to plot against him, Lu Zizhang's face was ugly. Having made a scene to the point of expulsion, he had also known that this matter wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected it no matter what, that there would be a student who had the audacity to dare sneak into the girls' dormitory. Regardless of the school, this was definitely considered a huge scandal. Being angry was one thing, the most important thing was that such a thing had even been told in front of He Wentao. Lu Zizhang was afraid that He Wentao would dismiss the idea of donating to the construction in a fit of anger. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the other party, only to see He Wentao staring at Yang Li with an odd face. The expression on his face didn't look like he was angry, which made him sigh in relief and turned his head to Lu Yuexi. "Our school has been established for 100 years. There has never been such an appalling incident. This kind of student should be expelled. Does Ms. Lu have any dissatisfaction with Director Sun's decision?" In his opinion, Lu Yushi was clearly being unreasonable. Facing Lu Zizhang's questioning, Lu Yuexi was not annoyed and said, "Headmaster, you only listened to their words. You haven't listened to Yang Li's words yet. What else did he say?" Lu Zizhang asked. Under Lu Yushi's gesture, Yang Li immediately told what he had experienced. When hearing a completely different version of the story from Yang Li's mouth, Lu Zizhang froze. "This, headmaster, he made up all these words." Han Jun pointed at Yang Li and said, "I also think he made them up." Sun Xiangfu stood very firmly on the side of Han Jun and Lin Yan and the others, seeing both of them accusing him of making things up. Yang Li said with a fearless face, "Headmaster, I'll just say it first, I don't expect these teachers to clear my name. I only hope that I can call the police to handle this matter. As long as I find any fingerprints belonging to me on Lin Yan's body or on the bath towel, I'll immediately admit my guilt, but if they don't then they'll have to receive legal education." seeing Yang Li being so righteous. In Lu Zizhang's heart, he believed in his words even more, only that he was a little hesitant to give his opinion. Once the police were called and it was publicized, it would never be a good thing for the school. Yang Li, do you want to put the school at the tip of the storm? Sun Shangfu knew that the principal would never agree with Yang Li's words and chided him. Even I myself am at the tip of the storm, where do I care so much? Yang Li said with a cold smile. He didn't want to be wrongly accused, much less expelled. And if the principal didn't agree with his proposal then he would have to call the police himself. Lu Zizhang's heart was a little torn. Such a scandal he did not want to spread. Would have liked to press down and talk to both sides, but in front of He Wentao's face, he could not do so. His eyebrows wrinkled and wrinkled. Really difficult. He Wentao glanced at Lu Zizhang. In his heart there was some concern that he would really fire Yang Li. Although he had only met Yang Li once, He Wentao didn't believe that Yang Li would do such a thing. Although he didn't know exactly what Yang Li's identity was, he was clear that the identity of the one who could make Wang Yunhai pay attention to him was definitely not low. Being rich was for sure, and he was so handsome. For such a person, what kind of woman couldn't he get? Need to sneak into the girls' dormitory to do perverted things? This is simply nonsense. He believed Yang Li's words and felt that Yang Li was probably wrongly accused, worried that Yang Li would be expelled. He said, with my understanding of this person Yang Li, he would never do such evil things. There might be some inside story to this matter. Principal Lu has to handle it carefully. Hearing He Wentao's words, Lu Zizhang looked shocked. What? Dong he knows this student? These words caused Han Jun and Sun Shangfu and the others to frown, only to see He Wentao nod his head a little. Recognize. In order to not reveal Yang Li's identity, he only said that he knew him, but he didn't say much else. But to Lu Zizhang, these words, the weight was already heavy. For the matter of knowing Yang Li, He Wentao didn't say it earlier or later, but said it at this time. His deep meaning was obvious. He undoubtedly believed in Yang Li. Guessing this point, Lu Zizhang knew what to do about this matter. He Wentao is the school's big gold master. He clearly expressed his belief in Yang Li. Even if Yang Li really did dirty and shameless things, based on this sentence, Lu Zizhang also have to protect him. Not to mention, he could have been wrongly accused. With this in mind, Lu Zizhang immediately said, I think Yang Li is right. This matter, only by finding police officers to examine the fingerprints, can we arrive at the truth? What? Lu Zizhang's words caused Sun Shangfu and Han Jun and the others to be shocked. They had thought that the principal would not agree to call the police no matter what, but they didn't expect that after the man beside them said a word, he even agreed. Sun Shangfu didn't know what that person's status was that he could influence the principal's decision, but he still said unwillingly, Principal, will this decision be a bit too hasty? Hearing Sun Shangfu's words, Lu Zizhang hadn't opened his mouth, but He Wentao said first, having police officers to prove a student's innocence is even described as hasty. Why does this teacher make such a statement? Sun Shangfu was wanting to when He Wentao break two sentences, suddenly saw the principal to give him a wink. Although his character is not good, but the brain is not stupid. To see the principal's eyes, he immediately knew that this person is definitely a big head, cannot afford to be offended, rushed to close their mouths. But in his heart there are some regrets. Such an influential character since he spoke for Yang Li, he wanted to clean him up, but it is impossible. Sun Shangfu was not deeply involved in this matter. He just wanted to take the opportunity to deal with Yang Li, although he couldn't deal with Yang Li to make him feel bad. But there is nothing to lose. After shutting his mouth, he no longer said anything. However, Sun Shangfu could withdraw, but Han Jun and Lin Yan and the others could not. Earlier when they heard the principal say that they would call the police, they were scared to death. Now see originally stood firmly on their side of the Sun Shangfu even said nothing. They are even more scared, face all green. They had thought that their plan was foolproof, but they didn't expect that Yang Li would even propose to check the fingerprints. Did he touch you or not? Han Jun asked Lin Yan in a low voice. No, Zhang Shi came in too fast, Lin Yan said with an ugly face. Han Jun sniffed and glared angrily at Zhang Shi. Why did you go so fast? Zhang Shi was already scared in her heart, and when she saw Han Jun accusing her, she was very unconvinced. Wasn't it you who told me to go in quickly? Seeing a few people whispering something with slightly panicked expressions on their faces, Yang Li knew that they were scared. Lu Zizhang took out his phone and was about to call the police, only to see Han Jun suddenly stand out and say, Principal, why don't we not call the police? Chapter 36 Yang Li's decision. Don't call the police? Why? Lu Zizhang asked. Although Yang Li rushed into the girls' dormitory to plot against him, but after all, he didn't succeed. We are all classmates for a time. I think we should just forget about it, Han Jun said. Yes. Zhang Shi also hurriedly nodded. After all, Lin Yan has nothing to lose. There is no need to call the police. It is not good for the school's reputation to spread out. Lin Yan on the side also hurriedly nodded. Seeing the way the three of them didn't have much to say, the crowd believed in Yang Li's words even more. Even Sun Shangfu was no exception. That wasn't what you guys said earlier when you wanted Director Sun to fire me. Yang Li coldly looked at the three people. We figured it out for a moment and didn't want to make things difficult for you, Han Jun said. Yang Li scoffed at his words. Headmaster, I think it's better to call the police. This matter, whether it's because they wrongly accused me or I really sneaked into the girls' dormitory room with the intention of misbehaving, I think it needs to be handed over to the police in order to solve it. After all, no matter whether it's hooliganism or falsely accusing others, it's all against the law, Yang Li said to Lu Zizhang. In the way of He Wentao, Lu Zizhang had to nod his head in agreement with Yang Li's words, while also saying, whether it's hooliganism or falsely accusing others, it is indeed a matter of breaking the law. Not only should we accept the due punishment, our school can't tolerate such a person. If it's really found out, do expulsion disposal. If the alarm Zhang Shi and Lin Yan and others could still be stabilized, when they heard that they were going to be expelled, they couldn't be stabilized at all. Dismissal. This is not so simple to say. This will be written in the file. Not to mention the Jiangning University of Commerce and Industry's so famous school dismissal. This will have a great impact on the life of the person concerned. Not to mention that after graduation to look for a job, some of the benefits of good treatment of the large companies will not be expelled from the school of the person. The reason why Zhang Shi and Lin Yan cannot be stabilized, because their family history is not good. Unlike Han Jun is a rich second generation. Han Jun may not be afraid of being expelled, but they are afraid. They spent half of their parents' life savings to study, and only with great difficulty did they get into this university, with the hopes of the whole family gathered in them, but now they have only been expelled from the school in their first year of college. They didn't know how to face their parents, not to mention they didn't know what they could do after they were expelled. Zhang Shi and Lin Yan looked at each other, and both saw the nervousness in each other's eyes. On the other side, Lu Zizhang's words fell, had taken out his cell phone and was ready to make a call to the police. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan was completely panicked inside. She now regretted listening to Han Jun's words to set up a false accusation against Yang Li, but she knew that regret was useless. There was only one way to not get fired. Put. Just as everyone was locking their eyes on Lu Zizhang's cell phone, they suddenly heard a ringing sound, only to see Lin Yan somehow kneeling on the ground all of a sudden. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Perhaps it was because of being a thief. The first one to react was surprisingly Han Jun. Seeing Lin Yan kneeling on the ground all of a sudden, he was startled and hurriedly inquired. Principal, Mr. Lu, yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have falsely accused Yang Li. Please don't expel me. What? Hearing Lin Yan say such words, how could the crowd not understand why? They immediately looked at her in shock and anger. What are you babbling about? Hurry up and get up. Han Jun was still thinking about how to maneuver around the upcoming police officers, and no matter what, he didn't expect that Lin Yan would directly spill the beans. He was so angry that his face turned iron blue, and while praying in his mind that the principal and teachers wouldn't believe it, he grabbed Lin Yan's arm and tried to pull her up, but he did not expect. Lin Yan was not pulled up, not to mention, plop sound, but also kneeled down another. Is Zhang Shi. When I heard that the matter is clearly investigated, the wrong will be expelled. Zhang Shi has been wanting to all confess out, just Lin Yan and Han Jun has not been loose. She is embarrassed to betray them, but now Lin Yan has been unable to withstand the pressure of the heart to tell the matter. She has nothing to worry about, and immediately kneeled on the ground, to the principal to beg for forgiveness. You. Seeing Zhang Shi also kneeling down, Han Jun's heart plummeted, pointing at them, half speechless. Hearing what Lin Yan and Zhang Shi said, the crowd, although shocked and angry, still somewhat did not quite understand. Lu Zizhang put down the phone, angrily staring at the two, saying, what the hell is going on here? Under Lu Zizhang's questioning, Zhang Shi and Lin Yan quickly told the whole story. When they heard that the mastermind behind this matter was Han Jun, Lu Yueshi and Lu Zizhang stared at him with eyes that spewed fire. Lu Zizhang's face was even more extremely ugly. Wanner, how could you help them do such a thing? In Lin Yan's two people's account, Zhao Wanner was also one of the participants in this conspiracy. She was the entertainment committee member of the class. Lu Yushi was usually very fond of her in Tangli. Seeing her do such a thing, she was very heartbroken and questioned. Looking into Lu Yushi's eyes, Zhao Wanner's face didn't look good. Teacher Lu, she stammered for half a day, but didn't say a complete sentence. Lu Yushi sighed helplessly, while Yang Li was looking at her grimly, and didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Assholes, you guys have such big guts to collude and do this kind of collusion. Simply appalling. After hearing Zhang Shi and Lin Yan's words, the one who was angriest was actually Sun Xiangfu, but while 3 parts of this anger was real, 7 parts was fake. The main reason was that he had been on Han Jun's side. so if he didn't show his anger, how could he remove himself from the situation? Listening to these accounts, Lu Zizhang sighed repeatedly. Jiangning University has always been known for its clean school spirit, but now in the school even had a dispute between students because of the weekday set up false accusations against each other. If this is spread out, will not make peers laugh their teeth off? However, this is still a small matter. The most important thing is, this was framed Yangli, but also He Wentao no people. He was worried that He Wentao will be angry, hastily looked at the other side. He only saw He Wentao staring at him with amusement, but he didn't show any anger. But even so, he knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, the other party would definitely be dissatisfied. Since you guys confessed on your own, there's no need to call the police, Lu Zizhang said, tucking his cell phone away. Lin Yan and Zhang Shi were about to be happy when they heard Lu Zizhang's words, but when they heard his next words, they immediately turned ashen. I said that I don't need to call the police. It's to give you guys and also the school a sense of decency. After all, it's not good for this to get out. But you guys did this kind of thing. The school can't afford to tolerate you anymore. Director's son, make arrangements to have them expelled from the school. What? Hearing the principal's decision, not only Lin Yan and Zhang Shi were shocked, even Zhao Wanair's face was pale. After all, she was also involved in this matter. She was also afraid of being expelled. Principal, we're wrong, please don't expel us. Reacting, Zhang Shi and Lin Yan hurriedly pleaded to the principal. You guys did this kind of thing and still want me to not expel you? No way. Lu Zizhang was resolute. He didn't want to expel so many students at once, but if he didn't, how could he give Yang Li and He Wentao an explanation? Principal, please don't expel us, please. Teacher Lu, persuade the principal. Let him not expel us, please Teacher Lu. Seeing that the principal was unmoved, Lin Yan and Zhang Shi begged to Lu Yushir again. Although Lu Yushir was very angry at what they did, but in the end she was soft-hearted, thinking that if they were expelled from the school, their lives might be ruined. She really had some intolerance in her heart, so she wanted to beg for mercy for them. However, thinking that the victim of this matter is Yang Li, she can't make a decision, so she looked at Yang Li to see if he can not remember the small man's fault. Chapter 37 Solution. Seeing the compassionate gaze in Lu Yushir's eyes, Yang Li knew that Sister Shi had mostly softened her heart. He had originally planned to let Han Jun and Lin Yan go, but he hadn't expected them to be ungrateful and repeatedly go against him, and this time, they even came up with such insidious tactics to try to get the school to expel him. This made it really a bit hard for him to endure, and in his heart, he actually wanted to punish them properly. Yang Li, we are all classmates. Why don't you spare them this time for my sake? Seeing that Yang Li didn't say anything, Lu Yueshi said to him in a pleading tone, what about the principal's meaning? Without hurrying to answer Lu Yueshi's words, Yang Li asked Lu Zizhang. Hearing Yang Li's words, Lu Zizhang froze and then said, you are the victim. You can make the decision on what they should do. Although he didn't want to expel so many students at once, he still gave Yang Li the right to make the decision, which was considered to give Yang Li face. Seeing that the principal let him make the decision, Yang Li once again glanced at Lu Yueshi. If it was another teacher who said something like that to Yang Li just now, giving face or something, Yang Li would just take it as him farting and would never take any notice. But when Lu Yushir said that, he didn't dare to do so, because Lu Yushir's face, he couldn't not give it. Previously, when Sun Shangfu wanted to expel Yang Li, Lu Yuexi was all out to protect him, and for this reason, she even went out of her way to offend Sun Shangfu, knowing that Sun Shangfu had harassed her before, and for the sake of the examination, she endured it, but in the face of Yang Li's matter, she did not compromise half the time, which made Yang Li very touched. With this alone, he couldn't help but take Lu Yushir's words seriously. Since Sister Xiao has said so, then in this matter, I'll take a step back and I can refrain from dismissing them. Hearing Yang Li's words, Zhang Shi and Lin Yan and the others immediately showed surprise. They didn't expect that Yang Li would be willing to let them go. Even Han Jun was surprised. However, before they had time to be happy, they heard Yang Li add, but they must be disciplined. He pointed at Zhang Shi and Lin Yan as well as Zhao Waner as he said this. After saying this, he pointed at Han Jun again, and him, he has to receive a major demerit, as well as a school-wide notification and criticism. Upon hearing that they would have to receive disciplinary action, Lin Yan and Zhang Shi's faces, though not very nice, were much more soothed than before, but Han Jun's face was uncontrollably green. To Han Jun, it didn't matter if he was penalized or not. It wasn't like he had to rely on his education to find a job after graduation, and he wasn't worried about what kind of bad record he had on his file. The most unacceptable thing for him is to be criticized by the whole school, which is a shameful thing. As long as he is criticized, not to mention in their class, even in the whole school, his reputation is notorious. This let always love face of Han Jun how to stand. Immediately on the red face and ears glaring at Yang Li, You. Just as his words left his mouth, they were blocked by Yang Li. Principal, what do you think? He cast his gaze towards Lu Zizhang, who immediately understood. I don't think there's anything wrong with Yang Li's proposal. Han Jun instigated others to falsely accuse his classmates. He should indeed be given a major demerit and a school-wide notification. If you're unconvinced, then do the expulsion disposition. Expelling one person would cause much less repercussions compared to expelling 4 people. So Lu Zizhang was very confident when he said this, originally wanting to berate Yang Li, but fearing that he would anger Yang Li and the principal and thus be expelled. Han Jun had no choice but to keep his mouth shut, thinking that his father spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to send him in to study. If he was expelled without finishing the book, his father would beat him to death when he got back. Seeing that Han Jun didn't speak again, Lu Zizhang nodded and said to Sun Shangfu, Director Sun, you've heard what to do with these people. Go down and make arrangements. Yes, Principal. Hearing Lu Zizhang's command, Sun Shangfu promised and then left with a few teachers and Han Jun, Lin Yan and the others, only to walk away with a pair of eyes full of gloom staring straight at Yang Li. After tossing and turning, Yang Li turned out to be intact, which put him in a very uncomfortable mood. However, Yang Li directly ignored his eyes and left the playground after pulling Lu Yushi, and the principal said thank you. Chairman He, what do you think if I do this? Seeing that the group of teachers and students had left, Lu Zizhang turned his head to He Wentao and said. He Wentao nodded with a smile. There is nothing wrong with the principal's decision. It did not cause innocent people to suffer injustice. Hearing this, Lu Zizhang smiled along with him, but when he saw that He Wentao's gaze had been sizing up the departing Yang Li, he couldn't help but be curious. By the way, with Chairman He's identity, how would he have dealt with this student? Could it be that this student is a descendant of He Dong's family? Hearing Lu Zizhang's question, He Wentao smiled mysteriously. Truth be told, this Yang Li is not a descendant of my family. Me and him, we have only met once. Lu Zizhang immediately raised his eyebrows. Oh, since he is not He Dong's junior, then who is he? He Wentao pondered for a while, still didn't say much, only saying, his identity is unknown even to me, but I can tell the principal very seriously that the reason why Sheltering Company would want to donate a building to your school is all because of him. What? Hearing this, Lu Zizhang's pupils suddenly shrunk, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Li, just now, Sister sure asked you to let them off the hook. You won't blame me, right? Walking out of the playground, Lu Yueshi said with a slightly apologetic expression. Yang Li shook his head. Sister Xiao helped me. I can't thank you enough. How could I blame you? He really hadn't taken that incident to heart. Seeing that Yang Li didn't blame himself, Lu Yuexi's heart was a little more at ease and laughed. Protecting students from harm is originally a teacher's duty. What's the point of talking about thanks? It's good that you don't blame me. Lu Yushi didn't take credit for herself. Perhaps in her opinion, what she did earlier wasn't a big deal, but it was precisely for this reason that it moved Yang Li even more. If it wasn't for the fact that Sister Xiao had to drag me to meet the principal, I might have been expelled by now. Thanks are still due. Sister Xiao doesn't have to be modest. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner some other day? Yang Li proposed. A student treating a teacher to dinner was not quite in line with the rules. Lu Yushi wanted to refuse, but seeing Yang Li's expectant gaze, she couldn't bear it, so she nodded. Alright, then I'll wait for your call. Seeing Lu Yushi agree to his invitation, Yang Li smiled happily, and after saying a few more words to Lu Yushi, the two of them parted ways. Yang Li was about to leave the school when he saw Tang Li and Tong Wei along with a few of his classmates running towards him. Yang Li, what just happened? I heard that you were in the girls' dormitory. Tong Wei had obviously heard some of the wind and just ran up and immediately asked Yang Li, but before he finished his words, he seemed to feel that something was wrong and hurriedly closed his mouth. Yang Li, what happened just now? Are you alright? Tang Li also asked anxiously. Earlier when school was over, Zhao Wanner said that she had an upset stomach and asked Tang Li to help her go to the infirmary to buy medicine. And when she came back she heard that something had happened in the girls' dormitory, but she didn't know in detail about what exactly happened, and she didn't believe in some of the rumors and gossip. Seeing Yang Li at this moment, she hurriedly inquired. Earlier, Yang Li was still wondering if Tang Li knew about Zhao Wanner and Han Jun colluding with him to frame him, but now that he saw Tang Li's anxious face, her eyes full of concern for herself, he knew that the other party definitely didn't know. In fact, Yang Li didn't believe that Tang Li would harm him either. After saying that he was fine, he immediately told the whole story. When she heard that Zhao Wanner had even teamed up with Lin Yin, Han Jun and the others to frame Yang Li, Tang Li had a look of disbelief, while Tong Wei, on the other hand, had an expression of righteous indignation. This group of dogs and forks, hey, they're coming out. Just as Tong Wei was still about to curse, the crowd suddenly saw Zhao Wanner and Lin Yan and the others walking out of the teacher's office, all of them drooping their heads, with an expression as if they had lost their lives. Chapter 38, The First Appearance of a Conspiracy. Leer, Zhao Wanner walked over with her head hanging down, her face showing surprise when she saw Tang Li and hurriedly ran over. But Tang Li didn't go up to shush her full of joy, she just had a somewhat helpless expression on her face. Wan Er, how could you do such a thing? Her tone was filled with reproach. Although Zhao Wanner was her bosom friend, Yang Li was also her friend, and for her bosom friend to conspire with someone to frame her friend, she was really in a somewhat bad mood. As soon as she heard Tang Li's words, Zhao Wanner knew that she must have already heard about what happened earlier. Wanner, Tang Li, I'm going to say sorry to you today. Without waiting for Zhao Wanner to finish her sentence, Yang Li suddenly said to Tang Li, Tang Li hadn't understood why Yang Li said that, only to see him suddenly walk towards Zhao Wanner. What do you want? Zhao Wanner frowned and looked at Yang Li with some alarm. Snap! Yang Li didn't speak, and what he used to respond to Zhao Wanner was a loud slap. This slap directly dumbfounded Zhao Wanner, and everyone was startled as well. You dare to hit me? After being slapped by Yang Li, Zhao Wanner reacted only after a long while, covering half of her face and looking at Yang Li in shock and anger. Zhao Wanner, in the past, no matter how foul-mouthed you were, on account of you being Tang Li's friend, I would back off from you for 3 points, but in this matter today, I can't back off. Yang Li's voice, which entered everyone's ears, as she spoke while pointing at Han Jun and Lin Yan and the others. Han Jun and Lin Yan dealt with me because I had a grudge against them long ago, while Zhang Shi dealt with me because she and Lin Yan are bosom friends. But what about you? You and them weren't friends in the first place, and I think I've never offended you, so what gives you the right to frame me? Yang Li's words were loud and clear. Zhao Wanner heard this and looked at him in a daze, not knowing what to say. Maybe it was fear, or maybe that slap from Yang Li just now really hurt. Her teardrops kept swirling in her eyes, seeing Yang Li's face reddening with rage, while Zhao Wanner was already so scared that she was close to crying. Tang Li was worried that Yang Li would hit her again, and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Yang Li's arm. Yang Li, Wanner did this, it's really not right, I hope you'll be lenient and not bother with her, okay? Tang Li's big soulful eyes stared at Yang Li, her long eyelashes gently fluttering, a slight pleading color in her eyes. Whether it was Yang Li or Tang Li, both were her friends, and she didn't want the two to get too stiff. Yang Li had only intended to give Zhao Wanner a slap. After all, she was a girl, and he couldn't really give her a fat beating, and at this moment, seeing Tang Li come forward to dissuade her, he obediently said, for Tang Li's sake, I won't bother with you about today's matter, but if you dare to mess with me again in the future, I'll assure you that what you get afterward will never be as simple as just a slap. After Yang Li finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Han Jun and Lin Yan as well as Zhang Shi. The three thought that Yang Li was going to slap them as well, and they were busy subconsciously covering their faces, but Yang Li didn't step forward to do anything, and just said coldly, you three, as well as one Zhang Lei, is it really fun to look for trouble from me every day? Hearing this, all three of them didn't know what to say. I think it's meaningless. Today, if it wasn't for Sister Shio pleading for you guys, I would have inevitably asked the principal to expel you guys. Yang Li's voice was cold. Remember, this is the last time, don't come and mess with me again. As his words fell, Yang Li turned his head and left. Facing his threat, Lin Yan and Zhang Shi didn't say a word. Even Han Jun didn't dare to say half a word, mainly because he was worried about getting beaten up. After all, he had seen Yang Li's hands before. Just don't say anything doesn't mean he compromised in his heart. This time he didn't clean up Yang Li, but he also caused himself to receive the whole school notification and criticism. Han Jun's mood is very bad. Of course he wouldn't let it go like that, and after an annoyed glance at Lin Yan and Zhang Shi beside him, he left the school with a cold snort. Knowing that Yang Li was in a bad mood, Tong Wei offered to treat him to dinner, and for this invitation from his only friend of the same sex, Yang Li of course wouldn't reject it, so he ate dinner with him at the small restaurant in front of the school before taking a taxi home. When Yang Li returned home, it was only 7 o'clock and it was just getting dark. He was in a bad mood today. Tong Wei only thought that he was angry because he was framed, but he didn't know that being framed wasn't much of a big deal in Yang Li's opinion, not to mention that the matter had already been resolved, so of course he wouldn't be bothered by it. The reason why he was in a bad mood was because of Natalie Lu's matter, and this matter had been spinning in his head for a day. I don't know if Nico-san has gotten over it yet. Taking out his cell phone and looking at Nico Lu's number in the phone book, Yang Li's heart was a bit torn, both wanting to call over, but also worried that Nico Lu hadn't gotten over it yet, so he was in a dilemma for a while. He didn't know that Nico was also in a dilemma on whether to call him or not. Sitting in Zhou Hui's car, Natalie Lu looked at her cell phone from time to time, and on it was Yang Li's number. This morning, because Yang Li had denigrated Zhou Hui, Natalie Lu was very angry, thus saying many hurtful words, and after calming down, she regretted it. Yang Li, as her employee, had been working for her for half a year. During these half a year, Yang Li had worked hard, and had always treated her with respect, and had helped her solve many troubles. Natalie Lu was, in fact, still very appreciative of Yang Li. She felt that although she didn't like Yang Li, she shouldn't say those hurtful words to hit him. What's more, Yang Li was still an orphan and had always lacked the care of his relatives. Perhaps he had long treated himself as if he was a relative, but he said something like that. It was really too wrong. Thinking about this, Lu Nico was very regretful in her heart, worrying that Yang Li was sad. She wanted to make a phone call to apologize, but she didn't know if Yang Li would pick up the phone. Thinking about it, she decided to send a WeChat to Yang Li first. Nico, it's still early. Accompany me to meet a client. Zhou Hui, who was sitting in the driver's seat, didn't know what Natalie Lu was doing and said to him with a smile, "Meet a client? Where?" Natalie Lu asked. "In a KTV." Zhou Hui said. "What kind of client needs to talk business at night?" Natalie said in confusion. "A big client. They are not available during the day, so they specially set it for the night. Please accompany me? It won't take long," Zhou Hui said with a pleading tone. Seeing that the time was still early, and hearing Zhou Hui say that it wouldn't take long, Nico nodded. "Alright, then I'll accompany you." Seeing Natalie Lu agree without saying a word, Zhou Hui smiled, but in his heart he thought grimly, "Damn, give me 2 more days, I will definitely be able to take her. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman has to be given to that bald guy." Chapter 39, Nightmare Descends. Yang Li was struggling with whether or not to call Nico Lu when he suddenly realized that the other party had actually sent him a message. Yang Li hurriedly clicked on it. "Yang Li, are you asleep? Sister Nico sent me a message." Did her anger subside? Yang Li thought in surprise. "Not yet, Sister Nico." Yang Li sent one back. "I'm sorry about this morning's incident. Some of my words were heavy. It was my fault. You didn't take it to heart, right?" Natalie Lu asked in a tentative tone. "Nico sister, what are you talking about?" "Of course I didn't. How could I take this trivial matter to heart? Besides, even if there was a mistake, it was my fault. Nico sister, just don't blame me." Yang Li's attitude was very sincere. Seeing this message, the corner of Natalie Lu's mouth finally hooked up a smile. She knew that Yang Li really didn't blame her and her mood couldn't help but be pleasant. "By the way, Sister Nico, are you home now?" Yang Li suddenly asked. "Not yet. Zhou Hui said he wanted me to accompany him to meet a client," Natalie Lu said. Seeing that Nico Lu was still with Zhou Hui so late at night, and also going to meet a client, Yang Li was a little worried, and wanted to tell her not to go, but he hurriedly deleted the words halfway through typing. He had just cleared the air with Nico. He didn't want to see a repeat of what happened this morning. He understood very well that Natalie Lu was now a silly woman who had been overwhelmed by love, and during her passionate love affair, she had long lost the ability to recognize bad guys. In her heart, it was estimated that she had long since decided that Zhou Hui was the man of his dreams and couldn't allow others to say half a bad word. Clearly aware of these, Yang Li naturally would not step on the thunder again. Just sent out a sentence. "It's so late. Where are you meeting clients?" Seeing that Yang Li didn't say those words from this morning again, Nico Lu was also relieved. She was worried that Yang Li couldn't let it go, but now it seemed that he didn't seem to mind that he was with Zhou Hui. "Count on you to understand." After Natalie Lu muttered to herself in her heart, her mood became more and more pleasant, and then she chatted with Yang Li in a fiery manner. "Nico, we're here." Natalie Lu and Yang Li were chatting with each other, so much so that she forgot about the time and didn't even realize that the car had stopped, and she only reacted when she heard Zhou Hui's voice. "Ha, oh." The two of them got out of the car. Seeing Natalie Lu look distracted, Zhou Hui was curious. "What's wrong? Who are you chatting with?" So absorbed, Natalie Lu wanted to tell Zhou Hui, but remembering what happened in the morning and worrying that he would be angry, she put away her cell phone and laughed. "Chatting with a sister from school. I haven't contacted her for too long, and I got lost in thought because I missed her so much." Hearing this, Zhou Hui didn't suspect anything, smiled and nodded, saying, "Let's go in." "Good." Natalie Lu and Zhou Hui walked into the KTV together, and at this time, Yang Li happened to send another message. "Sister Nico, you guys are singing at the KTV, can I come?" Natalie Lu had only just finished reading it when Yang Li sent another one right afterward. "I just want to apologize to your boyfriend in person. I'll leave after apologizing. I won't bother you guys." Seeing this message, Nico Lu hesitated for a while. She did not want Yang Li to come, but seeing Yang Li saying he wanted to apologize, she was a little bit soft. If she did not agree to it, it would not be rejecting someone's apology. She was worried about breaking Yang Li's heart. What's more, she also hoped that Yang Li and her boyfriend could put aside their differences. Once she thought about this, she sent the address of the KTV. Seeing Nico really sent the address to himself, Yang Li was overjoyed. He was worried that the other party did not believe him, but now it seems that this worry is a little redundant. After replying, "I'll be right there," Yang Li hurriedly left the door. He was in such a hurry. Of course, not to find Zhou Hui to apologize. On the contrary, he was going to clean up Zhou Hui, but not by him, but by the police. Yang Li has decided to call the police. Since he couldn't reveal Zhou Hui's true colors, he could only let the police investigation do it, and only then would Natalie Lu believe that she wasn't being unreasonable. Yang Li was also forced to go downstairs, and while reaching for a taxi, he called the police. Hello, this is the Jiangning City West Police Station. May I ask what's the matter with you? After the alarm call came through, what came from inside was a female voice, quite crisp. After hearing the other party ask, Yang Li hurriedly said, Comrade police investigator, I want to report a case. I know that there is a person who attempted to defraud my boss. I hope that you can arrest him. Yang Li said, okay, may I ask what is the name of this person you are talking about who is attempting to commit fraud? And on what basis did you determine that he would commit fraud? The policewoman asked after him. Yang Li felt that the process was a bit troublesome, but in order to call the police successfully, he still succinctly told what he knew about Zhou Hui. Brother Yu, long time no see. Walking into the already booked private room, Zhou Hui greeted with a smile on his face and a bald man sitting in a large horse in the private room. Beside the bald man, there were also 5 men in suits standing. These men were tall, full of cross-flesh, and ferocious, completely mismatched with the suits they wore. Looking at Natalie Lu's heart to be afraid. She didn't know what exactly these clients of Zhou Hui's were for, and subconsciously grabbed Zhou Hui's coat. You're here? Have a seat. When the bald man saw Zhou Hui, he neither got up nor did he have much of a smile on his face. He just faintly said for them to sit. At the bald man's impoliteness, Lu Nico was being a bit dissatisfied, when she suddenly realized that the other party's 2 eyes were all staring at her, which made her heart even more annoyed, and she couldn't help but secretly ask Zhou Hui, who the hell are they? Zhou Hui had a ghost in his heart, worrying that Nico Lu would notice that something was wrong. He hurriedly smiled and said, Big boss, it's like this. After hearing Zhou Hui's explanation, although Natalie Lu did not quite believe it in her heart, there was nothing she could do about it. She forced herself to hold back her anger, and tried not to look at the bald man. Only in her heart she somewhat regretted that she had previously promised Zhou Hui that she would come with him to meet with the client. Brother Yu, what do you think about the price that was said earlier? Seeing the bald man sizing up Natalie Lu for a long time, Zhou Hui asked with a flattering smile. Expensive. The bald man waved his hand without even thinking, and said, and sized up Natalie Lu again. Although he didn't know what the two were discussing, but it sounded as if they were really talking about business. Nico was relieved and only hoped that the two would hurry up and finish talking. Does brother you think the goods are bad? Hearing the bald man's words, Zhou Hui asked with a frown. The goods are good, but they are not worth the price. Let's do it this way. $150,000. The bald head said. When Zhou Hui heard this, his brows frowned deeply, glancing at the other party, realizing that the other party had no intention of relenting. He nodded helplessly. Since brother you said 150,000, then 150,000 it is. Very well. Seeing Zhou Hui agree, the bald man was very happy and said, I will give you some time for the rest of that. I hope the next shipment will be better. Zhou Hui nodded. I'll try my best. As he said that, he picked up the champagne on the table and started pouring. People in the business world poured champagne to celebrate. Half of them drank it after the business talk was over. Seeing that Zhou Hui had even started pouring champagne, Nico Lu was surprised and whispered, This is the end of the conversation? Aha. Zhou Hui nodded without saying much and poured a glass for Natalie Lu as well. Only that Natalie Lu did not realize that the former had put a strange pill into the glass when he poured her a glass of wine. Come on, brother you, wish us a happy cooperation. Zhou Hui picked up his wine glass and stood up, and Natalie Lu followed suit and rose. Happy cooperation. As the bald man's words fell, the three of them clinked their wine glasses, and Natalie Lu took a small sip. In her heart, she was still a bit confused, not knowing what kind of business the two were talking about, but it was so fast that she was really surprised by the efficiency. However, she was surprised, but on the whole, she was still happy, because she didn't want to stay here anymore. Although this is just an ordinary KTV room, but the atmosphere given to her always feel very depressing, especially in front of the eyes of this person called Brother Yu. The eyes have been in the unbridled measuring her. Let her feel very uncomfortable. Are we ready to go? Seeing Zhou Hui put down his wine glass, Nicole Lu asked, Wait for me to go to the restroom. I'll leave when I come back. Zhou Hui said, I'll go with you. Natalie Lu didn't want to stay here alone, but her proposal was rejected by Zhou Hui. It's just to go to the restroom. Why do you want to come alone? You stay here and help me keep brother you company. Hearing this, Natalie Lu looked helpless, although she was reluctant to face the bald man in front of her, but thinking that the other party was Zhou Hui's client, and Zhou Hui was so respectful to him, so he was probably very influential. Now that Zhou Hui's words were out, she was worried that if she didn't agree, she would offend the other party, thus affecting Joe Huey's career, so she could only nod. Then you come back quickly. Aha. After patting Natalie Lu on the back of her hand, Joe Hui left the private room. As soon as he left, Baldhead stood up and sat down next to Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu was a bit startled by this, but her veiled composure allowed her to nod to the other party with a smile on her face. However, the bald man's next action scared her to death, only to see one of his hands suddenly placed on Natalie Lu's leg. Natalie stood up with a jolt. First, sir, please behave yourself, she said with a red face and gritted her teeth. Self-respect? Self-weight what? I'm not heavy, the bald man said, standing up with a lewd smile on his face and walking towards Nico Lu. Natalie Lu didn't know if the other party really didn't understand or didn't understand. Her face changed and she said, please behave yourself. The bald man scoffed at Nico Lu's words. Put on the rules? Oh, this just isn't a place for rules. Pretty girl, you've come all the way here. What are you afraid of? The bald man said, giving a wink to the 5 people behind him, and they immediately blocked the door. Natalie Lu wanted to run out, but when she realized that the door was blocked, she couldn't help but lose her face in fear, and hurriedly said, Sir, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm Joe Huey's girlfriend. I'm not some unsavory woman. I thought that when the bald head heard this, for the sake of Joe Hui, he should not dare to make a move on himself again. But who knows that when this was said, the bald head didn't even hesitate for half a second and smiled coldly. Don't say you're his girlfriend. You're her mom. Tonight you have to accompany the old man to have a good time. Come on, little beauty. His words fell, and he immediately pounced towards Nico Lu. Chapter 40, Remorse. Help! Although she still didn't know in her heart why this person in front of her was so bold, Natalie Lu had already turned white with fear, and after dodging several of the other party's pounces, she instinctively began to scream for help. This private room is the best soundproofing in the entire KTV. To paraphrase a TD saying, you just scream your throat out. No one will come to save you. Ha ha. Why? Why is that? Natalie Lu's face was filled with anxiety. Tears had long been in her eyes. She didn't know. She was just here with her boyfriend to meet a client. How could she have run into such a thing? Why? Oh, the bald man smiled coldly. I think you still don't know. Joe Hui has already sold you to me for $150,000. What? Natalie Lu was shocked at his words, then hurriedly shook her head. No, he wouldn't do that. She didn't believe that Joe Hui would sell her, much less that there was a sale of people in society nowadays. Won't? Humph. He owes me $300,000. Take you against $150,000. What wouldn't? Do you think he's some kind of good guy? The bald head snorted coldly. Sensible. You'd better obey me. This territory is under my cover. As long as you become my woman, no matter what you do in this territory in the future, no one will dare to make things difficult for you, the bald man said, slowly approaching Natalie Lu. No! Natalie Lu screamed hysterically, desperately trying to rush out. Grab her! At the bald man's command, 5 men in suits were able to restrain Natalie Lu, and the bald man rushed forward. Run? I'll see where you're going to run now. As he spoke, one of his hands began to caress Natalie Lu's cheeks with a look of enjoyment. TSK, look at this tenderness. It's been a long time since I've played with such a beautiful woman. His hand slid to Natalie Lu's chin and lifted her face up. Don't be afraid. I'll love you, he said, puckered his mouth and kissed towards Nico Lu's small face. But before he could kiss her, he only felt a pain in his crotch, and with an ah, he screamed in agony. It turned out that when Natalie Lu saw him trying to kiss himself, under the fear, she kicked him in the crotch. This feeling, the pain made the bald head almost fainted. Holy ing. Under the pain, the bald man's face reddened with rage. He slapped Natalie Lu's face, and the latter immediately cried out. Asterisk. It hurts me to death. The bald guy was still about to hit Nico Lu, but the pain in his crotch forced him to stop, and he sat down on the sofa with difficulty. Didn't I say I drugged it? This kid Joe Hui tricked me? The bald head covered his crotch with one hand and muttered to himself with an ugly face. Brother he hasn't left yet. A little brother said to bald head. Asterisk. Tell him to get his ass in here. I'll kick him too. As the bald man's words fell, the junior brother hurriedly opened the door, then pulled Joe Hui, who was outside the door, in. Pa! Seeing Joe Hui, the bald head went up and slapped him. How ing dare you lie to me? This is how you look after you drugged her? She kicked me and almost didn't kill me. The bald guy pointed at Nico Lu. Joe Hui was slapped and was uncertain. When he heard this, he suddenly realized and hurriedly said, Brother this is not my business. It may be that the effect of the medicine hasn't kicked in yet. You don't be too anxious. Don't be anxious? Humph. So positive goods. Change you also anxious. Damn. The bald head slapped Joe Hui that time purely to vent his anger, not really to do anything to him. After listening to his explanation, he sat down on the sofa again and took out a cigarette. Previously, Natalie was still skeptical of the bald man's words, but now that she heard Jo Hui say such words, and also slavishly lit a cigarette for the bald man, she instantly believed it. In fact, there was no reason for her not to believe it. Jo Hui, is what he said true? Why are you doing this to me? Natalie Lu looked at Jo Hui incredulously. She couldn't imagine that the man she recognized as her true love was a liar. No, a villain who was even more hateful than a liar. Why? Of course it's for the money. I owe brother you $300,000. It's reasonable for you, as my girlfriend, to help me share some of it, right? Facing Natalie Lu's questioning, Jo Hui was not ashamed at all and shrugged his shoulders. Even if you really want me to help you pay off your debt, I can get the money to pay you back. Why are you being like this? Natalie Lu scolded. But these words made Jo Hui scoff. Take money to pay it back? Where did you get the money? Originally, I thought that you opened a small company and should have more or less some savings. So I deliberately approached you. Who knew that you didn't have a single penny, not to mention that you still owed your employees $200,000. You have delayed my time, but also cannot get money. I also have no choice. Before I came up with the idea of taking you to offset the debt. Good thing that although you do not have money, but the person looks pretty good. Into the eyes of brother you. Jo Hui's words made Natalie Lu's heart shake. What are you saying? You approached me with premeditation from the start? Jo Hui sneered. Nonsense. Originally thought that Jo Hui taking himself against his debt was just a moment of desperation and helplessness, but did not realize that the other party approached her in the beginning just to cheat her out of her money. Nico was unable to accept this result, and her heart was filled with remorse. Seeing Natalie's tears streaming down her face, Jo Hui added, Natalie, don't blame me. You should blame yourself for being too stupid to believe in your employee. I'm not afraid to tell you about everything he said. It's actually true. Originally I didn't get the money. I was planning to get you into bed as compensation. I don't know where this kid asked about me. When he said it, it really startled me. I was worried that the longer I dragged it out, the more he would come up with other ways to deal with me. So I had to take action ahead of time to trick you into coming here and offering you to brother you. Hearing Jo Hui finish, Lu Nico had already burst into tears, so she had been wrong about the good guy all along. So Yang Li was really dedicated to her good, and did not have intentions towards her. Unfortunately, until now, she didn't think about all of this, which made it too late for her to regret. But at this moment, it seemed to be too late to regret. No, it was not too late. Natalie Lu snapped awake. She remembered that she had given Yang Li the address of the KTV. Yang Li had said that he would come. Maybe he would come to save himself? Just don't know when exactly he will come. Natalie Lu's heart was both expectant and afraid. She expected Yang Li to come to save her, but she was also afraid that everything would have already happened by the time Yang Li arrived. She was now pinning all her hopes on Yang Li, and she felt that she had to buy him enough time. The good thing was that as long as she kept struggling, she should be able to delay it for a while. Thinking like this, Natalie Lu was feeling a bit elated, but somehow, she suddenly realized that the strength in her body was getting less and less, and it seemed that she could barely even stand. Seeing Natalie Lu's staggering appearance, Jo Hui coldly smiled and lowered his head to the bald man. Brother you, the medicine should have kicked in. She won't resist anymore. Oh, the cigarette in his hand had just burned out, and the pain in his crotch had been relieved. Hearing Jo Hui's words, the bald head immediately raised his interest again, stood up, walked over to Natalie Lu, and patted her face. Off. Although Natalie Lu cursed angrily, the voice sounded clearly lacking in mid-air, and she didn't make any other movements, so Baldhead believed that the drug in her body had finally kicked in. It was a kind of medicine that would make people weak after taking it. Alright, you can go out first. Feeling the consciousness of his lower limbs, Baldhead said to Jo Hui. Jo Hui immediately understood, and after saying enjoy yourself, he opened the door and walked out. Inside the room, Baldhead had a few of his boys lay Nico on the coffee table. Natalie Lu was lying on the coffee table, unable to move a bit, looking at the bald man with a lewd smile on his face began to undress. Her heart was in fear, remorse and hate. Originally thought that she could wait until Yang Li came, but now, it seems that it cannot wait. Chapter 41, Arriving in Time. The KTV that Natalie Lu was at was the one where the crowd sang on Liu Yushi's birthday earlier. After knowing the name, Yang Li made light work of it and rushed over. The police investigation hasn't arrived yet. Not seeing the shadow of a police car on the street, Yang Li was hesitating whether he should go in first. Even if it hasn't arrived, it shouldn't take long. Yang Li didn't want to wait outside, so he wanted to go in first, to inform Natalie Lu in advance before the police investigation came. This was not considered trespassing, although it might also cause Natalie Lu's displeasure. As long as the police investigation proved that Jo Hui was a liar based on the information he provided, then Natalie Lu would always forgive him. Thinking like this, Yang Li walked into the KTV. The private room number was 666. Nico had already sent him a message earlier. Yang Li searched for this private room number and quickly arrived at the door. Seeing the two waiters standing at the door, Yang Li was a bit strange. These waiters don't go to serve other people, standing here like two door gods. It's like they are specialized in guarding the door for this place. However, he didn't think much about it and reached out his hand, ready to push the door in. You can't enter here. Yang Li was about to push the door, but he didn't expect to be stopped by the two waiters. This made him instantly puzzled. Can't enter? Why? Don't ask why. In short, you can't enter. The tone of one of the waiters was harsh, and Yang Li immediately frowned when he heard this. How could people not be allowed to enter in a good reason? Could it be that the people inside were doing something unseemly? Thinking so, Yang Li immediately worried about Natalie Lu's safety. After all, he knew that Natalie Lu should be inside. Brother, you, enjoy yourself. Just when Yang Li wanted to break the door in regardless, he suddenly saw the door open and Zhou Hui walked out from inside with a lewd smile on his face. It's you? Seeing Yang Li, Zhou Hui first froze, then his face changed. Yang Li, however, didn't have time to talk to him. Seeing Zhou Hui come out, he looked in through the gap in the open door, and without looking, he was shocked to see that Natalie Lu was even placed on the coffee table in a big shape, motionless, her eyes full of panic, and her face was even full of tears. Seeing this scene, Yang Li's heart jumped and his fire rubbed off. Grass, he cursed, and without saying a word, he kicked Zhou Hui in the stomach, instantly kicking Zhou Hui into the house before he followed and rushed in. When he saw that there was a man standing in front of Natalie Lu who was taking off his clothes, Yang Li was even more furious. I'll you up. The bald man was undressing, ready to enjoy the special object lying in front of him, when he suddenly heard a bang, and just turned his head to see what happened. But he didn't realize that along with a curse, a foot appeared in front of his eyes. Before he could react to where the foot came from, he only felt a flash in front of his eyes, a sudden pain on his face, and then the sky spun around and his body flew out involuntarily. Brother, you. Yang Li's speed was too fast. From the time he kicked Zhou Hui to the time he rushed in and then kicked Bald Head, it was only a blink of an eye, and Bald Head's henchmen couldn't even react in time, only to see their own boss flying out and crashing into the wall viciously. Sister Nico, kicking the Bald Head away. Yang Li picked up Nico Lu, seeing that her clothes were still intact. His heart was greatly relieved. Finally he didn't come too late. Yang Li, you're finally here. Ooh. Natalie Lu had thought that there was no way back to heaven, and under the desolation in her heart, she was thinking of biting her tongue like the ancients, but she didn't expect that at this time. Yang Li suddenly rushed in, and she wept with joy and cried out loudly, Sister Nico, don't be afraid, I'm here, with me here, no one can harm you. Yang Li held Nico Lu in his arms, seeing that she was crying miserably. One could imagine how scared she was earlier, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Earlier, Natalie Lu had been expecting Yang Li to arrive in time. Now that Yang Li had really arrived, she was pleasantly surprised, leaning in Yang Li's embrace. Hearing Yang Li say something like that, she was self-condemned and touched. If she had the strength in her hands right now, she felt that she would have hugged him tightly. Which unenlightened little person dares to spoil the good things of lousy? Yang Li contains anger afoot. The force is naturally not light. Bald body were almost kicked apart, a good while before slowing down. Was helped by the little brothers to climb up from the ground after. Viciously look at Yang Li. It's you. After seeing Yang Li's face clearly, the bald head's eyes showed horror and shock. Lu Oyu, after teaching you a lesson a while ago, I thought you should have tightened up a bit, but I didn't expect that you couldn't change your dog's ways, and that you would do this kind of hook again. Yang Li previously recognized the identity of the bald head. It was the Lu Oyu who had previously conspired with Han Jun to kidnap Tang Li against him, and was said to be the boss of the underground society on this street. But for this identity, Yang Li was not afraid of it at all, and at this moment coldly said to him, not I, because he was taught a lesson by Yang Li last time. Facing Yang Li at this moment, Lu Oyu was subconsciously a bit scared, and even wanted to take the initiative to explain, but before he finished his words, he instantly reacted. The reason why he couldn't beat Yang Li last time was because he had few people, and he also didn't have the chance to move his rescuers. But tonight, he had a lot of people. He shouldn't be afraid anymore. Thinking so, he turned his words around and hardened his temper. Brat, so it's you. Last time you beat me up. I have long wanted to teach you a lesson. It would be fine if you kept hiding from me. I didn't expect you to dare to pop up today. In that case, tonight you don't want to leave here unharmed. After Lu Oyu finished speaking, he hurriedly gestured to the junior brother at the door. The junior brother understood and immediately took out his walkie-talkie and started calling people. What? You haven't had enough of that night's loss? You still want a taste? Seeing that Lu Oyu dared to scold him, Yang Li coldly smiled. No matter what, he had decided to give this bold fellow a hard lesson. Brat doesn't know the heights of heaven. You'd better take a look at my people before you say anything. Luo Yu laughed out loud. As his words fell, a group of men in black suits rushed in at the door. There were a dozen or so that entered the private room, and a large group stood outside the corridor. This KTV is my field. Inside and outside a total of more than 40 of my brothers. Kid, you now kowtow to me and apologize. It's not too late. Staring at Yang Li, Luo Yu had a teasing smile on his face. With so many of his own brethren, he thought that Yang Li would be so scared that he would kowtow and beg for forgiveness. But Yang Li's performance disappointed him. There wasn't even a hint of fear on his face. Instead, he was showing a smile. Kowtow? I'll kowtow to your mother. Yang Li sneered and kicked the ashtray in the corner of the coffee table. The glass ashtray instantly flew towards Luo Yu, then smashed heavily on his face. Grass! Luo Yu ate the pain and cursed, then said angrily, "Give me on, break this kid's bones." Chapter 42, I'm a good person. With Luo Yu's order, a dozen or so minions rushed towards Yang Li. Seeing so many people rushing up, Nico Lu was so scared that she screamed in shock. Sister Nico, don't worry, none of them are my match, just watch how I teach them a lesson. Yang Li placed Nico Lu on the sofa, and as his words fell, he turned his head and sent one of them flying with a single punch. Seeing the first brother fly away, the group of fighters were still in shock, but they realized that one after another brother flew out, and then right after that, it was them who also flew out. After the fighters in the private room fell to the ground, the ones in the corridor outside rushed in as if they were desperate. But even if they were desperate, they were no match for Yang Li. From beginning to end, Yang Li only used a hand, a punch, all flying, and is flying out after the kind of cannot get up. This scene, see Luo Yu and just sobered up Zhou Huifear. Luo Yu thought that with their own KTV more than 40 brothers, must be able to beat Yang Li to the mother cannot recognize. Did not expect but just a few moments of kung fu. His brothers are all lying on the ground, cannot get up. Some can get up and do not want to get up. Mainly do not want to get beaten up again. How many people are left? Call them in together. Seeing the ground full of wailing fighters, Yang Li rushed Luo Yu and said. Luo Yu's eyes were full of shock at the moment, looking at Yang Li like he was looking at a monster, his body shivering non-stop. Put. Seeing Yang Li walking towards them, Zhou Hui knelt down without saying a word. How could he not expect this employee of Natalie Lu to be so capable of fighting? It was almost superhuman. He was worried about getting beaten up, so he knelt down in advance. But he didn't know that if Yang Li wanted to beat him up, he wouldn't care if he stood or knelt. Walking up to Zhou Hui, Yang Li raised his hand and slapped him, knocking Zhou Hui to the ground. Then he grabbed Luo Yu's collar. Don't hit me. Do you know who my boss is? Pa! Luo Yu had wanted to bring out his boss to scare Yang Li, but he didn't expect to be greeted with a big ear slap on his face before he could even finish his sentence. My boss is Guowei. You dare to try hitting me again? Luo Yu said indignantly as he was slapped. Splat! At his request, Yang Li slapped him again. Luo Yu wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to threaten Yang Li anymore because he knew that threats were useless. If you really did something to her tonight, I definitely won't be as simple as just slapping you twice. You should be glad I came early. After slapping Luo Yu twice, Yang Li didn't have the heart to teach him another lesson, and after saying this in his ear, he kicked him out. Just as Yang Li kicked Luo Yu away, several police officers suddenly rushed in inside the private room. Police check, don't move. A female police officer at the head pointed her gun at Yang Li. Comrades, you guys have finally arrived. Seeing the police investigation arrive, Yang Li was relieved, but just as he was about to walk over, the female police officer shouted angrily at him. Yang Li was instantly confused. Comrade policewoman, I'm a good person, he hurriedly explained. Good person? The policewoman snorted coldly. As soon as we came in, we saw you assaulting someone else, and you dare to say you're a good person? Cuff him. As the policewoman said, the two officers behind her walked over to Yang Li and handcuffed him. Yang Li was shocked. Comrade, I'm really a good person. I'm the one who called the police. Cut the crap. If you have anything to say, go to the police station and talk about it. Go! The policewoman had an icy face, completely disbelieving what Yang Li said, and letting people lead him out. Seeing that the policewoman didn't listen to him at all, Yang Li was a bit annoyed. With these handcuffs, of course he couldn't be handcuffed, but thinking about these people's identities, he didn't make any overly aggressive moves, and honestly followed one of the police officers out. Xiao Tong. Just after Yang Li was taken out, a middle-aged male police officer walked in and called out to the female police officer. Captain. Seeing the male police officer, the female police officer addressed her. I've asked around. This KTV is owned by Guowei, and it's one of his subordinates named Luo Yu who's looking after it for him. The Guowei that the male police officer spoke of was a dominant party in the underground world of Jiangning City, and was very well known in Jiangning. As he said that, he looked at the people wailing all over the ground and said incredulously, These days, there aren't many who dare to come here and cause trouble. Could it be that a few of his rivals had a firefight with him? The female police officer asked. That will have to be investigated to know. Take all the people back. As the male police officer's words fell, the officers outside cuffed the people on the ground and took them out. Comrade police investigator, I've said it all. I'm there to save my boss. I'm not a gangster, and I'm not instructed by anyone to go looking for trouble. At 11 o'clock in the evening, at the City West police station, after being interrogated for nearly 2 hours one after the other, he explained bitterly to the public officers in the police station. The 6 police officers gathered in front of the table, all staring at him in a daze, listening to his words, but no one reacted. Seeing that no one said anything, Yang Li thought that they still didn't believe him, and busily said, "The phone call that I made to you earlier was the one I made. Look at my cell phone and the call records. If you don't believe me, you can find that operator to ask and see if it's my number," Yang Li said, flipping out the call records on his cell phone. "I'm that operator. I know the call was from you," the female police officer who had arrested her back earlier said. Upon hearing this, Yang Li was overjoyed. "That's not right. If I were a gangster, would I still call the police? Wouldn't that be lifting a stone and smashing your own foot?" Yang Li said. "Well, after asking for so long, we're already convinced that you're not a gangster," the policewoman said. Yang Li felt that this policewoman had said so many words to him, only this one was extraordinarily moving. He couldn't help but take a closer look at the other party. Earlier, the other party was wearing a hat and he didn't see it clearly, but now that he looked again, he only saw that this policewoman had fair skin, a goose-egg face, a straight nose, curved willow eyebrows, and a pair of clear eyes full of sharp colors. The body is straight, concave and convex, with a police uniform, looks really a few points of valor. After looking for a while, Yang Li withdrew his gaze at the right time and said, "Since you all believe that I'm not a gangster, why don't you let me go?" "It's not that we're not letting you go, it's just that there's something we haven't figured out yet," the policewoman said. "What is it?" Yang Li asked. "By yourself, did you really beat up more than 40 of them?" Hearing this, Yang Li froze. He knew that this statement was a bit too intimidating, but it was the truth. He nodded. "Yes, that's really impressive. One beating over 40, a police officer said with admiration after seeing Yang Li admit it himself. "Shout on." Just as the policewoman was still about to ask Yang Li something, her captain walked out. "We've already asked." The people who were beaten all said that he did it alone. Hearing this, the police station immediately resounded with many more gasps, and many people gazed at Yang Li, including that captain. The reason why this incident happened was indeed because he went to save his boss. "It's all been asked out. There's nothing inside. Let them go back," the captain said to the policewoman. The policewoman nodded. "Got it, Captain." Although he had already determined that he was fine, it still took more than half an hour of tossing and turning before Yang Li was able to be released from the police station. "Did you really beat up those people by yourself?" As Yang Li helped Nico Lu out of the police station, the female police officer following behind him asked again. "Comrade, you've asked me 6 times. I've said yes every time, but you're still asking. If you want to hear a different answer, then I'll say no, okay?" Yang Li was really a bit annoyed by the questioning. Seeing his helpless face, the policewoman immediately stopped asking and said, "Regardless of whether it's Luo Yu or Zhou Hui, they both have a criminal record. Not to mention that they are now doing something like this. Even if your boss doesn't prosecute them, our police department will also prosecute them. They won't be able to get out of here without 10 or 8 years. You don't have to worry that they will retaliate against you afterward." Yang Li sniffed and nodded. He never worried, the policewoman said, taking out a business card from her bosom and handing it to Yang Li. There was only a name and a number on it. "My name is Jiang Xintong. This number is mine. Although Luo Yu doesn't need to worry, but as a gangster, he has a boss behind him. If you sent Luo Yu in, his boss might be unfavorable to you. If you encounter any danger, you can call me." After receiving Jiang Xintong's business card and listening to her words, Yang Li felt that she was quite responsible and immediately nodded and said thank you. Only after seeing Yang Li receive the business card did Jiang Xintong turn around and head back to the police station. Yang Li, on the other hand, helped Nico Lu to go home. Originally, the police department had planned to send Natalie to the hospital, but after interrogating Zhou Hui, they learned that the medicine he gave Natalie was not harmful to her body. This kind of medicine would only make one's body tired and limbs weak, but after 3 or 4 hours they would return to normal, so the officers did not send her to the hospital. By the time she left the police station, Natalie Lu had regained some of her strength, but she still needed to be supported. Now that it was almost midnight, Yang Li only wanted to send Natalie Lu home to rest. After supporting her for a while, seeing that she was walking really slowly, he simply picked her up and ran to the side of the road to get a taxi. Being held in Yang Li's arms and feeling the warmth of Yang Li's chest, Natalie Lu had a feeling of unprecedented peace that she enjoyed. Yang Li, I'm sorry, all along, I was the one who wronged you. Natalie Lu apologized and said to Yang Li, didn't I apologize earlier in WeChat? Sister Nico. Yang Li laughed. He was talking about Natalie Lu apologizing to him before going to the KTV. The earlier apology was because I felt that I had spoken heavily. It wasn't because I believed your words. This apology is different from the previous one, Natalie Lu said. In my opinion, there is no difference. Sister Nico has always been so good to me. All these things, I didn't put it on my mind. As long as you are fine, Yang Li said. Hearing Yang Li say this, Nico Lu's heart was again touched, gently smiled, leaned her head in Yang Li's arms, and actually fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 43 The Pursuit. Seeing that Natalie Lu was asleep, Yang Li didn't startle her, and after calling a car, he sent Natalie Lu home. Yang Li had helped Natalie Lu deliver documents before, and had been to her house a few times, so he naturally knew the path. And when he arrived at Natalie Lu's door, he took the key out of her bag and unlocked the door, and after entering the house, he gently placed Natalie Lu on the bed. Along the way, Nico Lu was sleeping quite well. He didn't expect that she would wake up just after Yang Li put her down. Sister Nico, I'm leaving. Seeing Nico Lu open her eyes, Yang Li said, don't. Lu Nico, who was still a bit confused, heard that Yang Li was leaving and grabbed his arm. Ha! Hearing that Natalie Lu actually asked him not to leave, Yang Li was surprised. I'm scared. Seeing Yang Li's surprised face and worrying that he was thinking wrongly, Nico Lu hurriedly added. Only then did it dawn on Yang Li. Zhou Hui has already been arrested. At least he will be locked up for 10 years before he can come out. Don't be afraid. Yang Li comforted, ready to stand up, but Natalie Lu grabbed his arm but refused to let go. Don't go. I'm really scared. Natalie Lu's tone carried a few moments of pleading. She wasn't a bold woman to begin with, and after what happened today, she was still in shock and naturally scared, and only when she was with Yang Li did she feel secure. Seeing Natalie Lu's earnest words and pleading look, Yang Li knew that what she said wasn't a joke, so he couldn't force her to leave, so he simply said, let's do it this way then. I won't leave tonight. I'll sleep on the sofa. Hearing Yang Li say that he wouldn't leave, Natalie Lu's hanging heart finally let go and looked at Yang Li with a pitiful expression. Thank you. Yang Li and Nico Lu had been together for almost half a year, and had never seen the other party reveal such a little girl posture. Yang Li didn't dare to look at it too much, and after pulling the quilt on Nico Lu, he himself walked over to the sofa not far away and slept on it. The night was silent. The next day, Yang Li got up early. Today was Friday. There were classes all day. He had to go to school. When Yang Li got up, Natalie Lu was still sleeping soundly. Seeing that she was sleeping peacefully, Yang Li did not feel like disturbing her, so he went downstairs to buy a set of toiletries and 2 breakfasts. When he was washing up at Natalie Lu's house, facing the tall floor mirror, Yang Li realized that he seemed to have grown a bit taller. He was originally only about 1.78 meters, but nowadays, by visual inspection, he seemed to be 1.80 meters, and it seemed that he had also grown a lot stronger. His chest and shoulders had become thicker, unlike his previous weak appearance. It's only been less than a week's worth of work, but such a big change has happened. That bottle of medicine is truly magical, Yang Li said to himself. He knew that the reason why all these changes had occurred in his body must be inseparable from that bottle of blue potion. He just didn't know what kind of medicine it was. After washing up, Yang Li ate his share of breakfast and left a note for Nico Lu before heading out the door to rush to school. Ever since he knew that he wasn't an orphan or a pauper, Yang Li didn't suffer to squeeze the bus anymore. He took a taxi every day no matter if he went to school or got out of school. But there was an inconvenient time to take a taxi, and that was the morning rush hour at work, when a lot of cars were carrying customers. Waiting for half a day and not waiting for a car, Yang Li could not help but sigh. Is this God telling me that it's time to buy myself a car? Yang Li said to himself. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a red BMW parked in front of him. Yang Li, before he could react, he heard a familiar voice coming from his ears, and as the window was rolled down, Yang Li was able to see that the person in the car was actually Lu Yushi. Sister Shi. Seeing Lu Yushi, Yang Li was instantly surprised. What are you still waiting for? Quickly come up. Seeing Yang Li standing still, Lu Yushi said. Yang Li sniffed and hurriedly got into the car. I remember that your home doesn't seem to be in this section. Why are you waiting for the car here? Getting into the car, Lu Yushi asked suspiciously. Oh, I slept at a friend's house last night, Yang Li said. Boyfriend or girlfriend? Lu Yushi asked with deep meaning. It's a male friend. In order to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings, Yang Li lied, and Lu Yushi immediately nodded with a smile and added, right, didn't you say you wanted to invite me for dinner? When? Yang Li didn't expect Lu Yushi to take the initiative to ask about dinner. He was a bit surprised. This wasn't like her style, but he still replied, "Whenever Sister Sure is free, just pick a time. Is tomorrow night okay?" Lu Yusher said, "If Sister Shio says it's okay, it's okay. Then let's set it for tomorrow night." Good. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the school. By the way, yesterday's matter. The disciplinary actions that should be given have been given. I also privately knocked them out. After experiencing this matter, I reckon that they won't dare to look for trouble from you again. Hearing Lu Yusher's words, Yang Li shook his head. That can't be said. These people have a lot of guts nah. Yang Li's conspiratorial tone coaxed Lu Yusher into a smile. Alright, you're an adult. Don't make things difficult for them in the future. Sister Shio, you're wrong. I've never made things difficult for anyone. It's just that they want to make things difficult for me. As long as they're sensible, do you think I like to look for trouble? Yang Li said, and Lu Yusher got out of the car together. Facing Yang Li's words, Lu Yusher smiled helplessly. Okay, you didn't make things difficult for anyone. How do you say it's you who's right? It was originally me who was right. Yang Li said cheekily. Lu Yusher still wanted to say a few words, but she saw Tang Li walking over with a book not far away. Sister Sure, she shouted obediently. Good morning Tang Li. Lu Yusher smiled and gave a response. Alright, it's getting late. You guys go to class. I'm going to the office. Seeing Tang Li come over, he couldn't bring himself to joke with Yang Li anymore and simply said, after saying goodbye to Lu Yusher, Yang Li and Tang Li headed to the classroom where they were attending today's lesson together. Tang Li was wearing a pair of denim shorts today, revealing her slender thighs, and a white t-shirt on top. Very much the look of a youthful and lively beauty girl. Yang Li couldn't help but look at it twice more. Why are you alone today? He asked. In the past, Tang Li was always with Zhao Wana no matter if she was in class or out of class, but today she was alone, so he felt a little curious. Wan Er said she wasn't feeling well and took a vacation. Tang Li said, not feeling well? In my opinion, it's because she doesn't have the face to meet people. Yang Li sneered. Hearing Yang Li speak in an unkind tone, Tang Li's heart was a little bitter. Yang Li, I'm really sorry for what happened yesterday. I apologize to you on behalf of Wan Er. It's none of your business. Why are you apologizing? If you want to apologize, it should be Zhao Wan Er. Yang Li said. She already knows it's wrong. Tang Li said. When Yang Li heard this, he immediately looked straight at the other party. Dare you look me in the eyes and repeat what you just said? Yang Li said. She. Tang Li's previous words hadn't been the truth. And now that Yang Li had found out, her face couldn't help but burn, and she stammered for half a day, unable to speak. Seeing Tang Li with a weak and flustered expression, Yang Li found it extraordinarily moving and laughed. Alright, just kidding with you. Since you've pleaded for Zhao Wan Er so much, I naturally won't bother with her much. You don't have to worry. Hearing Yang Li say this, Tang Li exhaled as if relieved. Thank you, the two said, entering the classroom together. Class time was 8:40, and now that it was 8:30, almost everyone in the class was here. Where do you sit? As soon as Yang Li entered the classroom, he saw little fat Tong Wei waving at him one after another. Tong Wei would take Yang Li's place every time he came to class but early, and in fact, Yang Li sat with Tong Wei almost every time, but today he didn't want to sit with Tong Wei and directly ignored the other's wave. I'll sit here. Scanning the classroom, only the first row was still all empty and unoccupied. Tang Li chose a seat in the first row by the window. Then I'll sit here too. Yang Li smiled and sat down beside Tang Li. Chapter 44, Zhao Wan Er's Revenge. Wow! Yang Li's move caused the class to be in an uproar. Many people had shocked faces and looked at the backs of the two in surprise. Coming to the classroom together and sitting together. Was this sending some kind of signal to everyone? There were quite a few quick-thinking students who had managed to catch this signal. This was to be together. Holy! Tong Wei's hand, which had been shaking earlier, stopped in mid-air, and he was also a little surprised. From the beginning of the school year until now, Yang Li had rarely even sat with girls, let alone taking the initiative to sit next to a certain girl. But now, he actually took the initiative to sit next to himself, which made the cheeks of Tang Li, whose cheeks weren't thick at all, instantly fly up in a blush. Tong Wei was waving at you earlier. He should be calling you over. Tang Li pretended to flip through a book and said to Yang Li, I'm going to go over if he calls me over, so won't I lose face? I'll sit here today. Yang Li said in a pretense of dominance, and Tang Li couldn't help but smile at his words. But Yang Li's next words made her face, all of a sudden, turn red. It's mainly because I want to sit next to you. After that night's conversation with Tong Wei, Yang Li felt that he did like Tang Li. Since he liked it, he had to pursue it. After thinking over and over again for a day, Yang Li finally decided to chip away at all his scruples and go after Tang Li. Today was the first step he took in pursuit of love. So far, Tang Li didn't seem to be displeased except for her blushing and shyness, which allowed Yang Li to see the hope of success. and his heart couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Just as Yang Li and Tang Li were each pretending to be serious about their lessons, in a park in the west of the city, Zhao Wan'er was discussing something with two men around a marble tabletop. She was holding a photo in her hand, and if Yang Li was here, he would have been surprised to find that the photo was actually his own ID photo. After being slapped by Yang Li in front of so many people yesterday, the more Zhao Wan'er thought about it, the more furious she became, and she resolved to take revenge on Yang Li, to give him a hard lesson. For this reason, she specially spent money to buy Yang Li's ID photo from the class secretary, and then took the day off to go out on the street today to look for a hitman who was willing to accept money to do the job. This is the man. Take a good look at him, Zhao Wan'er said to the two. As long as we beat him up, we can get $50,000? A man in his 30s who looked a bit naive asked. Zhao Wan'er didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and directly took out $20,000 from her bag. I'll pay you $20,000 as a deposit first, as long as you can beat him up, preferably break his arms and legs or something, and take a picture. I'll pay you another $30,000. The other man's eyes glazed over when he saw the $20,000, while the naive man didn't take it in the first place. He was busy waving his hand. If it's just hitting someone, we dare to do it, but if we break our arms and legs, then we wouldn't dare. It's against the law. Seeing the naive man with a wimpy face, Zhao Wan'er was very angry. She wanted to find another batch of people, but there were no resources in this area at all. Just these two. It was still hard to find. Hearing the other side say that they didn't dare to break the arms and legs, although she was very angry, but in the end, she still compromised down. Alright, then don't break the arms and legs, just directly beat them up. Hearing Zhao Wan'er say this, that naive man only smiled and took the money, dabbed some saliva on his hand and then counted it carefully. When the counting was indeed $20,000, he smiled naively again. Girl, after things are done, where do we find you? Zhao Wan'er froze at his words. Today, because there are classes throughout the day, Yang Li will stay in the school all day, to teach him a lesson. It can only be at night, but at night, she went back to school. If these people go to the school to look for her, it would be too striking. After thinking for a while, Zhao Wan'er said, just here, at 9 o'clock at night, I'll be waiting for you guys here. After saying that, she said uneasily, remember to find a few more people. This kid is a bit powerful. With you too, I'm afraid it's not an opponent. Don't worry girl, we have several brothers. Yang Li and Tang Li sat next to each other for 4 classes, except for the exchange before class. A morning down surprisingly did not even say a word. Yang Li was constantly talking, mainly because Tang Li did not respond. This made Yang Li very annoyed. Could it be that she has no interest in herself? Seeing Tang Li's 2 eyes only staring at the LED screen, with a look of not hearing anything outside of the window and only reading sage books, Yang Li couldn't help but think bitterly. Although he has lived for 20 years, but to be honest, falling in love is not once, the only time in Lingyan, that is still he was caught by others. So, regarding the experience of falling in love, he didn't have any at all. Thinking of this, Yang Li couldn't help but lose his mind a bit. That's not right. She didn't even promise me to be my girlfriend. How is this considered a relationship? Yang Li asked himself. He was at most in the stage of courting with Tang Li now, far from being in a relationship, but on second thought, even if it was a pursuit, he didn't seem to have any experience. He hadn't even watched a TV series. At this thought, he was even more lost, seeing that classes were about to end, and there hadn't been any progress today except for stepping out for the first step. Yang Li was a bit flustered, and after thinking about it, he felt that roads are made by people, and that even if he didn't have any experience, he could still create experience out of it on his own. He decided to eat with Tang Li at noon first. He just didn't know if Tang Li would agree. It's almost noon soon. Let's eat together. Yang Li gathered his courage and said to Tang Li. However, Tang Li did not respond. Looking at the book as if she did not hear it, Yang Li knew that she must have heard it. After all, she spoke so loudly. She was not deaf. The reason why she didn't say anything was probably because she didn't want to agree. Thinking of this, Yang Li was a bit lost. He thought that Tang Li should be interested in him as well, but he didn't think that it was actually him who had made a fool of himself. Yang Li sighed quietly in his heart, looked at Tang Li, and added, still counting. Yes. Yang Li was about to say it still counts, but he didn't expect Tang Li to suddenly agree. Yang Li almost thought he had heard wrong, but after seeing the other party's face filled with scarlet, he knew he hadn't heard wrongly. Tang Li had indeed nodded her head in agreement. This made him ecstatic. Just a short while after Tang Li nodded, the bell rang, and the two of them headed to the cafeteria together as a pair. Tong Wei had wanted to eat with Yang Li and the others, but seeing the incomparably harmonious backs of Yang Li and Tang Li, he thought about it and dismissed the idea. Tong Wei, Yang Li is in a tight spot right now. As his only good brother, how can you go and pull his leg at this time? It's better to eat with the others. Tong Wei muttered to himself and went to the cafeteria with the brothers in his dormitory, seemingly sensing Yang Li's thoughts. Because of her shyness, Tang Li's words became few, but that didn't mean she didn't have a good feeling towards Yang Li, and her willingness to eat with Yang Li indicated her attitude. After the two ate, they strolled around the campus for a long time, saying some irrelevant words, but Yang Li's mood was soothing. He liked this tranquil feeling. The two of them continued to sit together during the 4 afternoon classes, and after the classes, it was already 5:30, and after saying hello to Tang Li, Yang Li left the school. Sister Nico, are you alright? Remembering that Natalie Lu was still lying in bed when he left this morning, Yang Li couldn't help but feel a little worried, so he made a call to her. What can I do? I've been working all day. Natalie Lu seemed to have regained her former image of a professional maniac, and spoke with much more vigor. Hearing this, Yang Li immediately put his heart down. I was worried if there would be any after effects from that medicine last night, so I called to ask, and since you're fine, I'm relieved. Yang Li said and was about to hang up the phone when Nico Lu hurriedly said, right, tomorrow is Saturday. You don't have classes, remember to come to work. Hearing Nico Lu's words, Yang Li was a bit surprised. Go to work? I've resigned, Sister Nico, he said. Quit what? I wasn't just talking in anger at that time, but you're really relieved? Natalie Lu thought that Yang Li was still blaming her and her tone was a bit unhappy. Yang Li instantly cried and laughed. No, Sister Nico, I didn't say resignation to you before in anger. I really want to resign. What? Why? Hearing Yang Li speak so seriously, Nico Lu's tone also became serious. Nothing else, I just want to study hard, Yang Li said. I thought that Natalie Lu would say yes, but who knew that after the phone was silent for a while, a voice suddenly appeared. No, I don't agree. Come to work tomorrow. Ha, Sister Nico, Yang Li was shocked by these words, and was about to say something, but Natalie Lu had already hung up the phone. I'll go. What's the situation this is? Looking at the phone that had already been hung up, Yang Li only felt puzzled to the core. Forget it, I'll explain it to her tomorrow. Thinking that with his relationship with Natalie Lu, even if he resigned, it would be impossible for him to stop seeing each other. So Yang Li was prepared to go to the company again tomorrow and talk to Natalie Lu face to face. Putting away the phone, Yang Li took the school bus to the city. After getting off the bus, he ate dinner at a small restaurant on the side of the road and was ready to stroll home, but before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt someone following behind him. Nowadays, Yang Li's eyesight and hearing were both exceptionally sharp, so if someone was following, he could still detect it. Earlier that policewoman said that Luo Yu had a boss behind him and might seek revenge on me, so he's here so soon? Yang Li thought to himself in his head. Thinking so, he quickened his pace and walked towards a remote alleyway. Although the policewoman said to call her at the first sign of any trouble, Yang Li heard that there didn't seem to be many people following him, and he was confident that he could handle it alone. He had always disliked complicating simple things. Chapter 45 Chicken ********. Yang Li walked into the alley, turned his head, and didn't see anyone, but there were several shadows mapped out by lights on the street next to the corner turn. He smiled. Come out, don't hide. After saying this, he only saw the shadows on the ground swaying, but no one came out. If you don't come out, I'm going to leave. Yang Li continued. After saying this, after waiting for a while, a head sneakily peeked out at the corner of the wall, and realizing that Yang Li was staring at him, this head hastily retracted back, but the owner of the head obviously knew that he couldn't hide anymore, and without a moment's effort, he still walked out. As the first person walked out, the rest of the hidden people also showed up. Yang Li took a look and saw that there were quite a few, 7 of them, only that the dress of these people was not quite the same as what he thought. Several of them were wearing old Chinese mountain suits. They didn't look like any social elements, but more like casual laborers from the surrounding construction sites. Who are you guys? Seeing that these few people didn't have weapons in their hands, Yang Li didn't rise to any precautionary thoughts and asked, Young man, we were commissioned to teach you a lesson. The man at the head of the group was in his 40s or 50s. Compared to the bad guys on TV, his expression wasn't vicious at all. Instead he was still kind and his tone wasn't harsh. People looking for their own trouble Yang Li has seen a lot, but like this, he still saw it for the first time, smiled and said, Trusted by whom? By. The man was about to speak, but was pulled by a short, fat man in the back. Big brother, don't say so much nonsense, directly do it. Hearing this, the man only seemed to react and said to Yang Li, You don't care who we are entrusted with. Anyway, you have offended someone. Someone wants to teach you a lesson. Young man, if you are sensible, take 2 punches from us. We won't hit you hard, at most let you hang a little bit of color, so that we can have an explanation. What do you say? What if I don't agree? Yang Li said. Then we'll do it ourselves. The man still had to say something, but the people behind him couldn't wait. shouting. They twisted their fists towards Yang Li. Tubby, slow down. Seeing his own men hands, the man was anxious, even wanted to go forward to discourage, but the short fat man moved, instantly brought up the tempo. Other people see this, have rushed towards Yang Li. Yang Li is in the KTV a fight more than 40 social molecules do not take a breath. Not to mention this area of 7 is not a social molecule of the people, only the blink of an eye. The hands of the 6 people have been knocked down on the ground. Then under the horrified gaze of the leading man, he grabbed him by the collar. Hey, don't hit me. Being grabbed by Yang Li's collar, the man hurriedly held his head. How could he not imagine that this ordinary-looking teenager, how could he be so powerful? His brothers usually sold their strength in his hands, they actually had no power to fight back. And what just happened? He didn't even see it. Seeing as you're still treating me well, I won't beat you, but you have to tell me, who sent you guys? Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Li asked. I. Hearing Yang Li's words, the man hesitated a little. If you don't tell me, not only will I give you a fat beating, I will also call the police to arrest you all into the police station. Seeing that the other party was covering up and didn't want to say anything, Yang Li threatened. The man was frightened when he heard that Yang Li wanted to call the police and hurriedly said, I'll say, it was a little girl who told us to come. Little girl? Yang Li frowned, seeing this person's wimpy appearance, and then associating it with the fact that the others were so unbearable. Yang Li first knew that they were most likely not the people sent by that boss behind Luo Yu, but since they weren't sent by Luo Yu's boss, then he was curious. What little girl? Yang Li never remembered which little girl he had sinned against and couldn't help but ask. A female around your age. The man said. Oh, Yang Li's pupils shrunk slightly and asked, what's her name and what does she look like? Name we don't know. Looks. The man described the finger messenger's appearance briefly, and Yang Li immediately thought of Zhao Wan'er. No wonder she didn't come to class today. It turns out that she was actually laying out behind my back to try to harm me. It seems that yesterday's slap hadn't let her taste the lesson. Yang Li's eyes were a bit morose. You said that after the matter is accomplished, she will still pay you $30,000. Where will she give it to you? Yang Li asked. In the West Park of the city. After asking the information he wanted, Yang Li didn't make things difficult for these people. He could see that these were not poor and vicious people. Probably just a momentary thought that they couldn't help but think crookedly, and beating them up was already enough. After throwing the man on the ground, he quickly went out of the alley. Although the city West Park is not a suburb, but the location is relatively remote. Although it is only 8 o'clock, but the tourists have gone home. Seeing that the sky was already dark, the park was becoming less and less crowded, but the few thugs he sent out were still late in reporting. Zhao Wan'er's heart was really a bit anxious, her small hands pinching the corners of her clothes, pacing back and forth in the gazebo. Waiting for what? Just as Zhao Wan'er got impatient waiting and took out her cell phone once again to check the time, a light voice rang out abruptly from behind her, frightening her body and hurriedly turning her head. Yang Li? Seeing that the person coming was actually Yang Li, Zhao Wan'er's face swished white. She wasn't a fool, and seeing Yang Li appear here, she instantly guessed that the people she had sent out had more than likely ended in failure. She was angry and fearful in her heart. Yang Li, what do you want? The defeat of the matter caused Zhao Wan'er to be a bit flustered in her heart, and she stared at Yang Li with a pair of eyes tightly fixed on him, quite worried about being retaliated against. What for? Yang Li smiled coldly at his words. Zhao Wan'er, that slap yesterday. It seems like it didn't hurt. It seems like I have to give you a deep lesson before I can do that. Yang Li said with a grim expression. As soon as Yang Li's words fell, hearing that he was going to teach himself a lesson, Zhao Wan'er instantly screamed in fear, turned around, and ran towards the entrance of the park. Humph, run? Do you think you can run away? Seeing Zhao Wan'er running out in panic, Yang Li didn't go after her first time, but instead, a color of mockery flashed across his face. With his current physical ability, even if he let Zhao Wan'er run for a bell first, he would still be able to catch up. But of course, this was just talk. Yang Li wouldn't really let her run for a bell. Her voice was too loud and Yang Li didn't want to attract unnecessary attention, so he just let Zhao Wan'er run for a few seconds first before he caught up. Don't come over, don't you? Oops. After running for a while and turning her head to see Yang Li chasing towards her, Zhao Wan'er's face turned pale with fear, and while screaming, her feet ran even faster. Perhaps it was because she was running too fast and her eyes weren't looking at her feet that she accidentally kicked a warped floor tile. Her body suddenly became unbalanced and flew out with a whoosh. Then in her own and Yang Li were not expected at all. In an extremely exaggerated posture fell into the park's artificial lake. With a plop sound, a large splash of water was stirred up. Help Gulp gulp, help Zhao Wan'er had just landed in the water and immediately started calling for help. Seeing her head going up and down in the pool, Yang Li knew that the lake shouldn't be shallow, Such a dramatic scene made him startled as well. Although he hated Zhao Wan Air, but Yang Li could not stand by and watch her accident here. Good thing he had learned to swim, and did not hesitate too much. After throwing down the cell phone and wallet, jumped into the water. Chapter 46, a profound lesson. After Yang Li entered the water, Zhao Waner was no longer moving. Her head hadn't risen any higher, and other than some bubbles on the surface of the water, her figure couldn't be seen at all. Yang Li's heart tightened and he hurriedly dived into the water to look for Zhao Wan Air. Sight in the water was already bad, not to mention it was still at night, so basically he couldn't see anything. But fortunately, Yang Li remembered where Zhao Wan Air fell into the water and dived down with his intuition. He soon came across Zhao Wan Air and pulled her out of the water. Through the light, Yang Li saw that Zhao Wan Air's eyes were tightly closed. Her face was pale, and she seemed to have lost consciousness. Damn! Although Yang Li wanted to teach Zhao Wan Air a lesson, he didn't want her life. He was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Wan Air, so he hurriedly swam to the shore with her and climbed up. Hey! Wake up! Seeing Zhao Wan Air lying motionless on the ground, Yang Li patted her face, but there was no response. It's been such a short while, it won't drown, right? Yang Li muttered to himself and used his hand to try Zhao Wan Air's breathing, finding that there was still air, which made his heart loose. Asterisk scared me. Hey, it's alright, hurry up. Yang Li patted Zhao Wan Air's face again. Cough cough. Zhao Wan Air coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of water, but there was still no sign of waking up. If you don't wake up, I'm going to eat your tofu. Yang Li initially thought that Zhao Wan Air was pretending, but after he saw that he put his hand on her chest and Zhao Wan Air was still motionless, he knew that the other party was most likely not pretending, but had really fainted. I don't know if she was drowned out by the water or scared out of her mind by me. Feeling that Zhao Wan Air was breathing normally and her heartbeat was normal, Yang Li said somewhat speechlessly. He had wanted to send Zhao Wan Air to the hospital, but he was a bit reluctant. Zhao Wan Air's current condition wasn't in any serious condition. If he sent her to the hospital, then his thoughts of teaching her a lesson tonight would have to be put to rest. Although scaring her like this had made Yang Li a little bit less angry, but thinking about Zhao Wan Air's vindictive character, she had previously held a grudge against herself, and after this incident, the grudge would definitely be aggravated. If he didn't teach her a harder lesson, leaving a shadow or something, it was estimated that she would still find a way to retaliate against himself. In order for him to no longer be harassed by Zhao Wan Air, Yang Li decided that he had to teach her a deep lesson so that she wouldn't dare to find trouble with him again. For this reason, he dismissed the idea of sending her to the hospital. What kind of lesson is profound? Picking up his cell phone and wallet and looking at Zhao Wan Air, who was still in a coma while lying on the ground, Yang Li pondered bitterly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh. There, he came up with a good idea. Zhao Wan Air, you sent this to me yourself, don't blame me. Looking around to see that no one was around, Yang Li smiled indulgently, and as he said that, he picked up Zhao Wan Air and hurriedly ran out of the park. There were quite a few people on the streets. Seeing the drenched Yang Li holding a drenched woman, quite a few people were curious, but no one was nosy enough to come forward and ask. This saved Yang Li a lot of trouble. Holding Zhao Wan Air in his arms, he went straight to the nearest hotel. Hello, open a standard room. Arriving at a hotel front desk, Yang Li rushed the female receptionist and said, Sorry sir, all the other rooms are full. We only have the presidential suite left. The female receptionist apologized, and said, curiously sizing up the drenched Yang Li and Zhao Wan Air in her arms, Then let's open a presidential suite. Yang Li said, Sir, what are you doing here? Seeing that there was something odd about the pair in front of her, the female receptionist couldn't help but be wary. She had been a receptionist for 2 years and had seen many perverts who picked up corpses, specializing in picking up drunken and unconscious girls, and seeing Zhao Wan Air in a coma, she was worried that Yang Li was also such a person, so she couldn't help but ask more. Seeing this reception young lady with a wary tinge in her eyes, Yang Li was worried about an unforeseen problem and hurriedly said, This is my girlfriend, she just had a disagreement with me and insisted on jumping into the river. I managed to save her with great difficulty, and after messing around with me for half a day, she's now tired and asleep. Yang Li said, pulling out his card and handing it over. Hurry up, I just want her to rest now. Yang Li's excuse was very twisted. The female receptionist originally didn't want to believe it, but after she saw that what Yang Li handed over was actually a black card, she instantly believed it. Although with her experience, she didn't recognize what kind of black card it was. She knew very well that anyone in this world who had a black card was not a billionaire. In front of her, this person is so tall and handsome, and so rich, completely is a high wealth handsome. Such a person, casually wave. Do not know how many women are willing to climb into his bed. He need to go to do pick up corpses of the hook? That is never possible. After taking another look at Yang Li's appearance and the black card in his hand, the female receptionist shook her head secretly with a certainty in her demeanor. Perhaps it was really as he said. It was his girlfriend who had a falling out with him. Thinking so, she sighed in her heart. Hey, now the little girl can find such a good boyfriend still don't know enough? If I change, must be obedient to him. TSK. Only a pity. Took a look at Zhao Weiner in Yang Li's arms. If it was not for the fact that she thought that her appearance was not better than the other party, she said that she would have to fight with this woman who did not know what to do. Sir, your card. After deducting the money and deposit needed for the presidential suite, the female receptionist returned the card back to Yang Li, and as she spoke, she also made secret glances at Yang Li. Yang Li saw it, but he thought it was his own illusion, and after receiving his own bank card, and taking his room card, he hurriedly went into the elevator with Zhao Weiner. Seeing that the airwaves she sent out didn't get any response at all, the female receptionist was ashamed and annoyed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. So she could only blearily watch as the rich and handsome man that she had managed to meet with great difficulty entered the elevator. And once again, her heart sighed quietly in her heart. Yang Li was glad that this female receptionist didn't doubt his words. He was worried that he couldn't convince her earlier, but now it seemed that these worries were obviously redundant. The room number was 1608, and after Yang Li rode the elevator up the stairs, he quickly found his room and carried Zhao Weiner in. The presidential suite, which Yang Li had entered for the first time in his life, was richly decorated and very spacious, but he didn't have the heart to scrutinize it, and after placing Zhao Weiner on the sofa leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, he monkeyed around and reached out to undo her clothes. Yang Li was determined to give Zhao Weiner a profound lesson, and this step of undressing was crucial. The main reason why he was in a monkey's hurry was because he was worried that the longer he dragged his feet, Zhao Weiner would wake up. Yang Li had never helped a girl take off her clothes before. His technique really wasn't skillful, but fortunately Zhao Weiner was wearing a sportswear today. It was very loose. It wasn't troublesome to take it off. Very soon, Yang Li was able to get rid of all the clothes that were in the way on Zhao Weiner's body. Only the part that was close to her body was left. Apart from having seen a girl's body on TV, in reality, this was the first time Yang Li had seen it. Although Zhao Weiner's personality was quite obnoxious, it had to be said that she had a proud body, concave and convex. The front was straight and the back was curved. The place where it should be big was big, and the place where it should be small was small. Her white and delicate skin, warm and moist like jade, seemed to emit a tantalizing smell all the time, and under a careful sniff, one couldn't help but get lost in it. Gulp! Yang Li swallowed his saliva, looking at Zhao Weiner lying on the bed. His mouth was a little dry. Can't think blindly. After looking for a while, Yang Li dismissed all those scary thoughts in his mind before taking out his cell phone. Yang Li wanted to teach Zhao Weiner a lesson, but he was worried that after things got out of hand, he wouldn't be able to prove his innocence, and it wouldn't be a pretty sight if he botched it. So Yang Li needed to use his cell phone to leave himself evidence. After turning on the video recording mode, Yang Li covered Zhao Weiner's body with the quilt. He still had a good idea in his heart of what could be filmed and what couldn't be filmed. After covering Zhao Weiner with the quilt, Yang Li reached in and stripped off all of Zhao Weiner's intimate clothing. TSK. Looking at the two small pieces of black fabric with lace, Yang Li's heart and soul were stirred. Although he hadn't seen with his own eyes what those intimate places looked like, with his incomparably rich imagination, he could completely visualize it. At the same time imagining it, there were even more radical methods of punishment. However, Yang Li didn't intend to use them, because in his thoughts, going down the path of crime for a momentary conflict was just too worthless. Throwing Zhao Weiner's clothes into the washing machine, Yang Li himself began to undress, but he didn't have the guts to climb into bed. He just ran to the bathroom and took a quick shower, then wrapped a towel around him and sat down on the bed. I also don't know if she can stand this kind of blow. Looking at the sleeping Zhao Weiner, Yang Li's heart was suddenly a little worried, thinking about whether or not the method he used would irritate her, when he suddenly realized that the other party's eyelashes were gently fluttering, and in no time at all, she actually opened her eyes. Zhao Weiner, who had just opened her eyes, had a somewhat confused expression, and obviously didn't know where she was yet. But when she saw Yang Li's face condescendingly looking down at her, a jolt ran through her body, and she instantly came to her senses. Ah! Screaming, Zhao Weiner sat up violently from the bed. Yang Li, why are you here? Zhao Weiner looked at Yang Li in front of her in shock. Yang Li sniffed and grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Student Zhao Weiner, you don't want to say that you've lost your memory, do you? Yang Li looked at her with amusement. Hearing this, Zhao Weiner's expression twitched as she began to recall what had happened earlier, and when she recalled that she had fallen into the water, she woke up with a jolt, suddenly realizing that she didn't seem to have any clothes on. Pulling up the covers and taking a look, she really wasn't wearing any. Zhao Weiner was creeped out, and immediately after, she saw Yang Li sitting in front of her wrapped in only a towel. With such an obvious scene, Zhao Weiner, who thought her brain had always been smart, Where else could she not understand what had happened earlier? She looked at Young Lee incredulously. After a short silence, a female-specific hysterical voice completely erupted out. Chapter 47, I'm going to kill you. Ah, you, what have you done to me? After shrieking, Zhao Wan'er looked at Yang Li with eyes full of horror, a face that was covered with an expression of disbelief. Seeing this demeanor of Zhao Wan'er, Yang Li was still satisfied in his heart and said with a smile, You're so smart. It shouldn't be hard to guess what I did to you, right? Guessing was one thing, getting Yang Li to admit it in person was another. Zhao Wan'er never thought that she would be defiled by this disgusting bastard. She was so furious that her face turned red, her body couldn't stop shaking, and her eyes were even more deadly as she stared at Yang Li. Yang Li, I'm going to kill you. A hysterical roar erupted from Zhao Wan'er's mouth as she violently jumped up from the bed and lunged towards Yang Li with her teeth and claws open, because she wasn't wearing any clothes. This move of hers directly caused her spring light to leak out, but at this moment, she had long been overwhelmed by hatred and was completely unconcerned. Yang Li couldn't imagine that Zhao Wan'er would react so greatly, jumping up to fight with herself without any clothes on, and even though he felt that he had a lot of stamina, his heart still jerked violently at the sight of Zhao Wan'er jumping up in her nakedness. Before his greedy gaze could be withdrawn, Zhao Wan'er's white body jumped onto him. This warm touch close to his body, Yang Li instantly had a jolt and turned back to the ground, realizing that his body was falling towards the ground, and he was busy patting the nearby dressing table to use his strength to stabilize his body. You go to hell. Seeing that she didn't pounce on Yang Li, Zhao Wan'er refused to give up. Her legs clamped down on Yang Li in a death grip, and reached out to grab at his neck, but her movements were too slow in Yang Li's eyes, and with a tilt of her neck, she dodged the blow. At the same time, he also reached out and grabbed both of Zhao Wan'er's hands. Want to kill me? Go in your next life. Yang Li looked at the enraged Zhao Wan'er with a smile and said lightly. The angrier Zhao Wan'er was, the happier he was because it at least showed that his plan was successful. You dare to insult me. You shall not die. Her hands were restrained and she couldn't move, but Zhao Wan'er refused to give up and cursed, opening her mouth and biting towards Yang Li's shoulder. However, this seemingly ferocious action didn't succeed. She had only just opened her mouth when Yang Li pinched it to death. Ha, want to bite me? Looking at Zhao Wan'er's twisted face, Yang Li said mockingly, Nong put hai goose. With her hands restrained and now her mouth also restrained, Zhao Wan'er was annoyed and glared at Yang Li, slurring her words. Hearing her words, Yang Li really let go of her, and just after being released, Zhao Wan'er attacked towards Yang Li again. This move was expected by Yang Li, but this time Yang Li didn't wait for her to strike first, picking up the bed sheet on the bed and quickly wrapping it around her. After binding her hands, he directly pressed her onto the bed. Although he didn't need to wrap Zhao Wan'er up with the bed sheet, Yang Li could subdue her just as well, but Zhao Wan'er's figure was just too hot. How could Yang Li stand up to such a temptation for such a yellow-bloomed man? In order to avoid going down the path of crime himself, so Yang Li wrapped her up tightly with a bedsheet. Out of sight, out of mind. Let go of me, let go of me. Zhao Wan'er was lying on the bed, still struggling and shouting. Although the soundproofing of this presidential suite was good, Yang Li didn't like her noisy voice and snorted coldly. Earlier when I came in, I found out that this hotel is full of male waiters. I booked the presidential suite. There are more than a dozen waiters guarding the outside at all times. If you want to be seen by these people looking at your bare-ass valley, just scream loudly. I believe that after these people hear your voice, they will all be too impatient to come in and heroically rescue you. Zhao Wan'er originally did want to call for help, but after hearing Yang Li say that, she instantly didn't dare to call for help, although she was very angry right now, so angry that she wanted to die with Yang Li. She was also a girl who wanted to save face, and didn't want to be seen in such a bad light by a strange male. Seeing that his words had really stunned Zhao Wan'er, Yang Li couldn't help but smile. Zhao Wan'er, yesterday you set me up and I slapped you. It's considered 2 clearances. I thought you'd learn to be smarter and avoid me in the future, but I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. You only learned a lesson yesterday, and then you sent people to find trouble with me again today. I said yesterday that if you mess with me again, it won't be as simple as just a slap. And now, I'm just proving my words. Yang Li said, Bastard, you shall not die. Zhao Wan'er cursed at Yang Li's words, only this time her voice was much lower, but it was still hard to hear. Whether I die well or not, you can't say. Yang Li laughed. Yang Li, you insulted my body. I won't let you go. I'm going to call the police and have the police investigation arrest you, this scum, and put you in jail. Zhao Wan'er suddenly thought of a way to punish Yang Li, but Yang Li didn't seem to be afraid of this at all. Call the police? Oh, as long as you dare to report it, I will definitely not stop you, Yang Li said with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare to report it? Zhao Wan'er asked angrily. Yang Li smiled again. Why, Zhao Wan'er, I admit that this thing I did is indeed against the law, and I also believe that the police investigation will definitely catch me and lock me up, but I don't think that they'll only arrest me alone. You bought a murderer to harm me. You don't think that this is a legal deal, do you? Yang Li's tone was amused. When Zhao Wan'er heard this, her heart immediately went cold. In addition to arresting me, they will definitely also arrest you. This is good. I was worried about staying alone and lonely in prison. If even you go in, you won't be lonely anymore. We just happen to be the right pair of cellmates, Yang Li said and laughed out loud. And after hearing this, Zhao Wan'er stopped clamoring because she could no longer find the money to clamor. Although she was very unwilling, she had to admit that what Yang Li said was right. Although Yang Li had broken the law, but she had also broken it. The police investigation would definitely not arrest Yang Li alone. They would definitely arrest her together. She was still so young. She didn't want to go to jail, and even more so, she didn't want to leave a stain on her life. But if that was the case, then she couldn't let Yang Li be punished. On the one hand, she wanted to retaliate against Yang Li. On the other hand, she was worried that she would even lose her own life. And after thinking about it, she couldn't even think of a way to do it, because her heart was so stifled. After a moment of silence, she actually whimpered and cried. Hearing Zhao Wan'er's cries, Yang Li knew that she had gone soft. In the end, she still didn't have the courage to fight to the death with herself. Yang Li smiled coldly, let go of her, walked to the bathroom washing machine. Will have been washed and dried Zhao Wan'er's clothes to take out. Seeing Zhao Wan'er lying on the bed whimpering and crying, it was inevitable that one could not bear it, but thinking of her usual loathsome face, Yang Li strengthened his conviction a little more. He would not tell Zhao Wan'er the truth so early. It was necessary to simmer her down for a few days to let her know that she wasn't one to be messed with. To come this far, it's all because you're asking for it, don't blame me, Yang Li said with an icy voice and threw Zhao Wan'er's clothes onto the bed. There's nothing more for you here. Put on your clothes and go. Zhao Wan'er sniffed and looked at her clothes in a daze. Only after a long time did she slowly start to put them on, not knowing whether it was because she was in mourning or because she was broken. When she was putting on her clothes, she didn't even half avoid Yang Li. Seeing Yang Li's heart and soul stirred for a while. If you do this, can you stand up to Tang Li? After getting dressed, Zhao Wan'er suddenly asked. Chapter 48 Meeting. Yang Li didn't expect Zhao Wan'er to talk about this, and froze for a moment, then said, this is my business, there's no need for you to worry about it. After saying that, he added, the two of us are just a dewy marriage, you can't expect me to be responsible for you. Hearing this, Zhao Wan'er glanced deeply at Yang Li, and there was an unspeakable meaning in her eyes, but of course, there was more hatred. If you want to sue me, I'll be there anytime, Yang Li said with a smile. He hadn't done anything to Zhao Wan'er. It wasn't a crime to talk about, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of her suing. If Zhao Wan'er really sued him, then the one who would end up in jail would only be herself. Zhao Wan'er looked like she didn't hear Yang Li's words and stood up. Where's my cell phone and bag? She asked. It fell into the water. It's already good enough that I can fish you up, but I'm not obligated to help you get your personal belongings back again, Yang Li said indifferently. Zhao Wan'er heard this and twisted her head. Seeing Zhao Wan'er not say a word, eyes frowned. If the other party continued to yell and scream and wanted to fight with himself, he felt in his heart that he could accept it instead. After all, that was completely in line with Zhao Wan'er's nature. But right now, she didn't say half a word, and her face, although gloomy, didn't have much of an expression, which was quite worrying to see. Yang Li was not concerned about her, but mainly worried that she would be unable to think straight after being stimulated. With this in mind, he was a little hesitant to tell the truth about what happened, and when he saw Zhao Wan'er walking outside, he also followed a few steps. Cousin, this should be the room. Zhao Wan'er had just opened the door when a female voice came from outside the door, a voice that Yang Li felt was somewhat familiar, and when he looked outside, he only saw that on the opposite side of this room, there were two women standing. These two women, he really wasn't unfamiliar with them. They were the two girls who had clashed with Tang Li the night he invited them to dinner. Yang Li remembered that the younger one was called Jinyu, and the one who had just spoken was her. Seeing Zhao Wan'er, the two women were also a bit surprised, but when they cast their eyes along the door of the room onto Yang Li, they were instantly a bit embarrassed, as Yang Li was only wrapped in a bath towel. Without taking these two people seriously, Zhao Wan'er walked out of the room on her own. Only after not taking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned her head to look at Yang Li. Yang Li, you defiled me. This matter, it won't be forgotten just like that. Hearing Zhao Wan'er actually say such words at the doorway, Yang Li's face was filled with black lines as he glanced at the two women standing next to him, only to see that both of them had surprised expressions on their faces. Still the same, I'll be ready to play along with whatever tactics you want to pull. Since Zhao Wan'er wasn't afraid to bring this out, Yang Li naturally wasn't afraid either. It was just two strangers. He didn't put it on his mind. Zhao Wan'er sniffed and looked at Yang Li with indignation. I won't deal with you, but now that you've possessed me, I won't let you go back to wreaking havoc on Tangli. After saying these words, Zhao Wan'er turned her head and left. After Zhao Wan'er left, Yang Li's brows furrowed deeply. Originally, he wasn't worried at all that Zhao Wan'er would retaliate against him. After all, he didn't think that Zhao Wan'er could really threaten him, but when Zhao Wan'er said these words, he still had some worries in his heart. He had just decided to pursue Tangli. He didn't want to be badgered at a time like this. Should we tell her the truth about what happened? When this woman goes crazy, there's no telling what disgusting things she'll do. Yang Li secretly pondered. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and realized that Zhao Wan'er had long since left without a trace, but those two women were still standing outside the door, looking straight at Yang Li. Seeing that the gazes of the two were somewhat unusual, Yang Li subconsciously covered his chest and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you looking at, scummy man?" Bah! Hearing Yang Li's words, the two women cursed at Yang Li in unison. Hey, Yang Li knew that these two people must have thought crookedly after hearing Zhao Wan'er's words, and was about to explain, but thinking that these two people didn't know each other themselves, and there was no need to waste time on people he didn't know, he snorted coldly, and then closed the door. Having spent several $1,000s to open the presidential suite, Yang Li of course wouldn't leave it vacant for one night for nothing. Although Zhao Wan'er had already left, he still decided to stay for one night before leaving. Lying on his bed, Yang Li began to send a message to Tangli, asking about Zhao Wan'er's situation after estimating that she had already returned to school. Although he felt that with Zhao Wan'er's nature, she most likely wouldn't seek death. He wasn't a divine calculator after all, and didn't want this matter to develop in a worse direction, so he asked. When he heard Tangli say that Zhao Wan'er had already returned to her dormitory, Yang Li was relieved, and then went to sleep at ease, thinking to stay up her for a few days. He would tell the truth of the matter. He was worried that if he dragged it out for too long, Zhao Wan'er wouldn't be able to withstand it and would really do something drastic. Then it wouldn't be pretty. Wan'er, what's wrong with you today? Why are you moping? In the girls' dormitory, Tangli saw Zhao Wan'er without a smile on her face, not saying a word, not at all like her usual talkative self. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhao Wan'er shook her head and casually said, "It's nothing, a bit uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? Is it a sickness? Tangli touched her forehead and was about to ask again, but Zhao Wan'er suddenly looked at her seriously. "Leer, tell me, do you like Yang Li?" Tangli was concerned about whether Zhao Wan'er was sick or not, and didn't expect Zhao Wan'er to suddenly ask such a question, so she froze at once. Only after a long time did she ask with a red face, "Why did you suddenly ask such a question?" Although Zhao Wan'er and Tangli had only been together for half a year, she thought she knew Tangli's temperament very well. Usually when they chatted about boys, Tangli never blushed, even those boys who had confessed to her. She wouldn't react at all because she didn't care. But now, she only just mentioned Yang Li, she blushed all of a sudden, although Tangli didn't say the answer herself, but Zhao Wan'er already knew the answer in her heart. Looking at Tangli's delicate face, vaguely shy, Zhao Wan'er's heart was hard to bear. She had already decided that no matter what, she would stop Tangli and Yang Li from being together. She mustn't let Yang Li, that despicable, shameless, nasty to the core, superficial bastard pauper get Tangli. After sleeping in the hotel for the night, Yang Li only felt refreshed when he got up in the morning. After washing up, he took his hotel room card and went up to the top floor to eat a free breakfast before checking out and leaving the hotel, ready to go find Nico Lu. Just as he was about to take a taxi, Yang Li's phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he realized that the one calling him was actually Wang Yunhai. Since the last time he met at Xianhe Mansion, Wang Yunhai had never taken the initiative to contact Yang Li. This time he suddenly called him and didn't know what was going on. Yang Li curiously clicked to answer. "Young master? Old Wang, what's the matter?" Wang Yunhai had previously told Yang Li that when no one was around, he could call him Old Wang. He felt that it sounded friendly. "Young master, do you remember the Bai Su Shui that I told you about when you inherited the inheritance before?" Wang Yunhai said. Bai Su Shui? Perhaps it was because Yang Li's mind had been on Tangli for the past 2 days. If it wasn't for Wang Yunhai saying this, he would have forgotten who Bai Su Shui was, and it was only when he heard it at this moment that he remembered. "My fiancé, well, what's wrong?" Yang Li asked suspiciously. "It's like this, Ms. Bai has now come to Jiangning City. She wants to meet you at noon today." What? Chapter 49. Wait for me for a while. Hearing that his fiancé wanted to meet with him now, Yang Li looked a little odd. He was preparing to finalize his relationship with Tangli during this period of time, but he didn't expect his fiancé to suddenly appear out of nowhere, not too early and not too late. "By the way, can I cancel this marriage contract?" Yang Li now had a favorite. He didn't want to meet this woman, much less marry a woman he hadn't even seen face to face, so he asked this. On the phone, Wang Yunhai's voice was a bit hesitant. "Young master, this marriage contract was set by the master. I can't make the decision." As the words fell, he added. However, this by family's old man helped Master a lot in the beginning. Master has always been very grateful to them. No matter if young Master decides to cancel the marriage contract or fulfill it, I hope you can go and meet them. Hearing Wang Yunhai's words, Yang Li nodded after a brief thought. Alright, then I'll go and meet them, and by the way, I'll also ask that woman how she feels about me, and if she isn't satisfied with this marriage contract either, then I'll discuss canceling it with her. Hearing that Yang Li only wanted to cancel the engagement, Wang Yunhai didn't say anything and hung up after sending the address to Yang Li. Seeing that the time was still early, Yang Li took a taxi home after hanging up the phone, ready to change his clothes at home. Although he didn't like that woman, but after all, she was also his fiancée. Meeting with his fiancée, it was always right to dress cleanly. Knock knock knock. Just as he walked to the door of his house, Yang Li heard a loud knocking sound coming from upstairs. Perhaps not just a knock. Su Yuan, the money that your husband Zhou Hui borrowed from our company has now passed its repayment deadline. He's been arrested and sent to prison. He can't repay the debt, and you, as her wife, are obligated to help him repay this debt. Don't think that we can't do anything about you if you shut the door and don't come out. If you decide not to repay it, we will take the legal route, and at that time, there will be a public official who will come to your door to enforce it. A voice that wasn't quite loud, but was clear came right along with the knocking on the door, and hearing Su Yuan and Zhou Hui's names among them, Yang Li raised an eyebrow and hurriedly walked upstairs. I've said that I don't have any money, please don't bother me anymore. He borrowed the money. You guys go find him. Su Yuan's voice carried a few moments of pleading and a few moments of anger. The collector was about to knock on the door again when Yang Li had already walked up. What for? Yang Li's voice was a little less polite. The bank collection agent came to the door to collect the money. This, sir, please forgive us if we have disturbed you. The one who spoke was a young man in his 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing Yang Li's tone of voice, he didn't show a condescending look. Instead, he apologized in a very kind manner, which was a bit surprising to Yang Li. Yang Li? Perhaps hearing a familiar voice, the door to the tightly closed room was opened and Su Yuan poked her head out. Sorry to have disturbed you so early in the morning. She thought that Yang Li had run up here because he had been disturbed, and apologized to Yang Li. Yang Li shook his head. It's fine. As he said that, he came forward and saw that Su Yuan's face was filled with haggardness and worry, and behind her, stood the timid Zhou Chen. His heart was a bit unsettled and he said, Sister Yuan, don't be afraid. Su Yuan raised her head, only to see that Yang Li had already turned his gaze to the man who was collecting the money. You said you're from the bank? Where are the documents? Yang Li asked. This is my work ID. This is the collection ID authorized by the bank. In addition, here is a contract of this lady's husband who borrowed money from our bank, the man said as he handed Yang Li a stack of things. Yang Li first looked at his work documents. He was really a bank officer, or a manager, called Yanagihara. Then he looked at the other documents. They were all real. This made his brows furrow. Originally he thought that if these people were loan sharks coming to collect debts, then he would just move his hand to throw them out. Anyway, they were not a legitimate organization. Even if he moved his hand, they would not dare to say anything. But I didn't realize that these people were staff of a proper bank, and what they were doing was also legal, which made it very difficult. Sir, my husband Zhou Hui, I haven't contacted him for a long time, and he hasn't given me any money. I really don't have the money to pay you back. If you want money, go and ask him for it. Su Yuan also saw the documents and knew that they were legal. Seeing Yang Li frowning, she was clear that Yang Li couldn't solve this matter either. So she begged, your husband is suspected of committing a crime and has been arrested. We have asked the staff at the police station. He won't be able to get out within 5 years. This money, he has been in arrears for a long time. You are her registered wife. There is no way we can't find you. Yanagihara said, but I really don't have any money. Su Yuan had long known that her husband had been arrested because the police station had called her and asked her to go over there. Only she didn't go. She didn't know why her husband had been arrested, but in her mind, it was sooner or later. She had been disappointed in him for a long time. If she had done anything she regretted in her life, it was that she had made the mistake of following him, and in the past few years, in order to escape from her debts, she had not had a single day of comfort. I thought that after her husband was arrested, their lives could be a little more peaceful, but I didn't realize that he had left behind so many debts. Looking at the series of zeros on the collection contract, she only felt a burst of dizziness in the head. The body is also very weak. Tears are uncontrollable from the eyes. Seeing this scene, not to mention Yang Li, even that Lu Yuan, was also a bit intolerant. He sighed helplessly, Ms. Su, we don't want to force people. It's really a work requirement. If you don't give me the money today, I won't have any loss. But I must tell you, if you can't collect the money, the bank will definitely take you to court and apply for enforcement. And when those enforcement officers come, they won't be as polite as I am. Lu Yuan's words caused Su Yuan to be shocked for a while, but there was still nothing she could do about it, because she really had no money. She held her daughter's hand tightly and shed several tears once again. She thought, if she couldn't pay back the money, maybe dying is the best way. How much do they owe you guys? Yang Li suddenly asked. The principal and interest plus liquidated damages total $250,000. Lu Yuan handed the contract to Yang Li, but Yang Li didn't take it to look at it and only said, wait for me for a while. As the words fell, Yang Li hurried down the stairs. Su Yuan looked at Yang Li's back suspiciously, not knowing what he had gone for. Lu Yuan was also a bit puzzled, but the patience to wait for a while, he still had. Yang Li didn't leave for long before he walked up the stairs again. This time, he had an extra box in his hand. The crowd didn't know what was in the box, but Yang Li didn't sell it. Walking up to the crowd, he directly opened the box. Inside were stacks of bills. Chapter 50, a great favor. 250,000, right? Yang Li asked and started counting the money. Yang Li, what are you doing? Su Yuan looked at Yang Li in surprise. She had guessed what Yang Li was going to do. This money is what I've been keeping at home. It's not much use, so I'll take it out and help you pay it back. Sister Yuan. Yang Li's words made Lu Yuan both shocked and speechless. The shock was that this plainly dressed teenager was able to take out so much money, and he was even willing to help others pay off their debts. He had been practicing for almost 10 years and had never seen anything so rare. What was speechless was that Yang Li even said that money was of no use. If this was to be heard by people outside, he was afraid that he would be scolded to the bone. Yang Li, how can this be? This is your money. How can I ask you to pay it back for me? Although Su Yuan was also wondering where Yang Li got so much money, she knew that it didn't make sense to let Yang Li help her pay back the money, and while saying that, she hurriedly opened the door of her room and tried to walk out to stop Yang Li. Quickly put it away. Su Yuan was about to stop it, but was interrupted by Yang Li, who interrupted his words and smoothly got up, blocking her inside the door. Sister Yuan, don't push your luck. Anyway, I have money. This amount of money is nothing. Consider it as me doing you a small favor. Yang Li's speed was fast, and after counting 25 stacks of bills, he immediately handed it to Lu Yuan. Yang Li, this won't work. Su Yuan was blocked from getting out by Yang Li and shouted anxiously, but Yang Li ignored her and laughed when he saw that Lu Yuan didn't reach out to take it. What? You don't want to return the money? Lu Yuan looked at Su Yuan behind Yang Li. His expression was a bit difficult. Don't worry, my money comes from all the right places. It's never any stolen money, and it's something I voluntarily took out. Yang Li knew what Lu Yuan was concerned about. After all, he was not the one who owed the debt, and this money was not the money of the debtor. He was worried that after collecting it, there would be other troubles, so Yang Li specifically emphasized that he did it voluntarily. Yang Li is not an ingrate, although a little sympathetic, but not to the time of flooding. The reason why he is willing to pay for Su Yuan to pay off the debt for Su Yuan, and did not say that they let them return to their own. The reason is that he has a guilty conscience for Su Yuan, although Zhou Hui deserved what he got, but no matter what, it was also himself who put him in jail. If Zhou Hui hadn't gone to jail, even if the family still couldn't afford the money, at least the bankers wouldn't have made it so difficult for the widows and orphans. The fact that Su Yuan's mother and daughter were forced into a corner had a lot to do with him in Yang Li's opinion. Since he had the ability to do so, he naturally wouldn't begrudge helping out, sort of making up for what he had done. Seeing Yang Li say that he did it voluntarily, Lu Yuan, after thinking about it for a while, still took the money before handing it over to the person behind him to count it. Manager, it's 250,000. After getting the reply from the person behind him, Lu Yuan's face showed a smile, moreover with a few points of admiration. Many thanks, Mr. Yang. There's no need to thank you. Leave the proof that you've paid back the money. You can leave if there's nothing else. Yang Li really doesn't have any good feelings towards this group of door-to-door debt collectors, even if Lu Yuan's attitude has always been good. After seeing them counting the money, he made a gesture of sending them away. Lu Yuan was not angry, and pulled out a business card from his pocket. Mr. Yang is righteous and generous, so he must not be an ordinary person. My humble self, Lu Yuan. If Mr. Yang wants to manage his money or invest in something, he can contact me. Yang Li casually took the business card and didn't even look at it, just nodded. After seeing Yang Li accept the business card, Lu Yuan left the proof document of paying off the debt and left with his people. Mr. Yang, since you're so generous, why don't you help them pay back another sum of money? At the entrance of Su Yuan's house, there were a total of 5 people standing. Yang Li had always thought that all 5 were together, but when Lu Yuan left, he only took 2 with him, and there were still 2 left. Hearing one of them say this, Yang Li was surprised, but he instantly understood that these 2 should be another set of debt collectors. What money? Yang Li asked with a frown. 2 weeks ago, Joey rented a white BMW car from our company, and as of today, the rent is $10,000. The man said, handing Yang Li the relevant documents. In Yang Li's memory, Joey did drive a white BMW before. He had previously wondered how Joey could afford to drive a BMW with his financial situation, and after hearing this he realized that it was rented. After looking at the information, it was all true, and hearing that it was only $10,000, he didn't say a word, so he took out a stack of cash from the box and handed it over. Mr. Yang is really quick. Seeing Yang Li give the money without saying a word, the man was pleasantly surprised and said something complimentary, and after leaving the invoice for the settlement, he too left with his man. But the man had just left. Yang Li turned his head and was about to say a few words to Su Yuan when he saw Su Yuan kneeling down towards him, which startled Yang Li and hurriedly pulled open the door and helped her up. Sister Yuan, what are you doing? Yang Li, thank you. When Yang Li blocked her from going out of the house, Su Yuan knew that Yang Li was determined to help her, and while she could do nothing about it, she was moved in her heart. Other than kneeling, she didn't know what method she could use to express her gratitude to Yang Li. Sister Yuan, what's the point of saying this? We're all neighbors. It's only right to help each other. Yang Li smiled and helped Su Yuan up. Although his words were spoken in a proper manner, he was a bit vain. This kind of help, in fact, has already exceeded the neighbors help each other. The real reason of course he cannot say. Good thing Su Yuan also did not dwell on this matter. You are too nice. I'll find a way to return this money to you. Su Yuan looked at Yang Li and said seriously, no need Sister Yuan, it's not easy for you to be a woman with a child. There's no need to return this money. When Yang Li took the money out, he didn't think of asking her to pay it back. How can this be? You can help me at such a time is already rare. How can I not return the money? Besides I'm afraid it's not easy for you to come up with so much money. Su Yuan apologized. She thought that this money might be all of Yang Li's savings. Sister Yuan, there's really no need to pay it back. I have money. This little bit of money is nothing to me. No need to take it to heart. Yang Li said, don't lie to me. All of you live in this kind of place. What kind of money can you have? No matter what, this money is something I must pay back. Hearing Su Yuan conclude that he didn't have any money because of his place of residence, Yang Li was really a little bit in tears and laughter. He was going to explain a couple of sentences, when he suddenly saw that the time on his watch was actually almost 10 o'clock, and Wang Yunhai said to him that Bai Sushua had an appointment with him at 11 o'clock. That meant that he only had 1 hour of preparation time left and couldn't delay any longer. Sister Yuan, I'll talk to you about these things when I have time. I still have some things to do at noon today, so I'll leave first. Bye. Yang Li quickly explained a bunch of things and didn't care if Su Yuan listened to it or not. He hurriedly went downstairs. Hey! Seeing Yang Li going downstairs in a hurry, Su Yuan didn't know what kind of urgent matter he had, but she thought that it should be something important. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Originally, she still wanted to cook a meal to thank Yang Li, but now it seems that it will have to be another day. Looking at the documents left behind by Yang Li to settle the debt, Su Yuan put her hand on her daughter's hair and rubbed it, a warmth unconsciously rising in her heart. After Yang Li returned home, he took a bath in half an hour's work, changed into clean clothes, then took $2,000 in cash and hurried out the door. The place whereby Su Shui had made the appointment was a very high-end restaurant that Yang Li had never been to before, but that didn't stop him from finding the place, and by the time he arrived at the door, it was already 10:50. Although he didn't attach much importance to this fiancée that he had never met before, punctuality had always been Yang Li's strength, but whenever he could arrive in time, there was no need to be late. After getting out of the cab, he hurriedly walked inside, and when he walked in front of a red Porsche, he didn't expect the door to suddenly open, and a woman drilled out from the inside. Yang Li didn't pay attention and crashed into the woman. Ouch! Chapter 51, Dissolution of Marriage. The woman shrieked. Her body stumbled and slumped against the car door. She turned her head in annoyance. No eyes you. Sorry, it's you? Yang Li was about to apologize when he suddenly realized that this woman he actually knew. One of the two women who lived across the street from him last night. What a narrow road. The woman also recognized Yang Li, and her rather pretty eyebrow instantly frowned. Jean Yu, are you alright? Her cousin stepped out from the driver's seat and asked with concern. It's fine to be fine. It's just that being hit by this scummy guy is a bit disgusting. The woman stood up straight and said with a disgusted look on her face. When Yang Li heard this, his face immediately went cold and said, Girl, things can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be said indiscriminately. Did I slag you off? Yang Li thought to himself that this girl is really what does it matter to her if he slags or not? Bah! Still want to slag me? Don't even look at what you are. You're not even worthy of lifting my shoes. The woman scolded. Jean Yu, that was a bit too much, and the other female chimed in to stop her. SB, Yang Li whispered, bypassing the woman and walking straight to the restaurant. Hey, You're just going to leave after bumping into someone? Seeing Yang Li about to leave, the woman called Jin Yu wanted to go forward and pull him back, but she herself was pulled back by another woman. Don't mess around. Don't forget what we're here for, she said, looking at her watch in passing. Time is almost up. The woman was pulled back, and after hearing her cousin's words, although she was a bit unwilling, she had to give up the idea of going up to pester Yang Li. Humph, if it wasn't for the fact that today is your big day, cousin, I would have to teach him a good lesson. Don't let me see him again. After Yang Li entered the restaurant, he reported his card seat number to the restaurant's waiter and was brought over to sit down. Walking over to his seat, Yang Li realized that there was no one there, so it was evident that his fiancée hadn't arrived yet, and he was just thinking about when the other party would arrive when he suddenly saw the two women that he had disputed with at the doorway earlier walking straight over this way. Why are you here? Originally thinking that they were just passing by, he didn't expect the woman he bumped into to stop beside him and look at him with a surprised face. To this mouthy woman, Yang Li didn't have half a good feeling. We don't even know each other. Why am I here? Does it have anything to do with you, Yang Li? The woman was disliked by Yang Li and was about to start cursing when she didn't expect her cousin to suddenly call out Yang Li's name. Hearing the other party call out his name, Yang Li froze for a moment, and after sweeping his gaze over the woman, he immediately reacted and tried. By Su Shui? Being called out by name by Yang Li, the woman was slightly stunned, but still nodded, not realizing that this woman in front of him was his fiancée. Yang Li's expression was a bit incredulous. Before this, they had already met twice, but both meetings were unpleasant. Please sit down. Although he was surprised in his heart, Yang Li still showed the gentlemanly demeanor he should have and made a pleased gesture to Bai Su Shui and her cousin, who was in shock. No way, cousin. This scum is your fiancé? Bai Su Shui had already sat down, but her cousin could not hide the surprise in her heart as she pointed at Yang Li and asked. Hearing the other party say that he was a scumbag again, Yang Li was speechless and said to Bai Su Shui, it's the two of us who are meeting today. There's no need for unrelated people to stay here, I guess? His words meant that he wanted to drive Bai Su Shui's cousin out, and the other party was instantly displeased. Before she finished speaking, Bai Su Shui explained, this is my cousin Su Jinyu. She is young and speaks without discretion. Please forgive me, cousin. Sit properly. Bai Su Shui gave a serious rebuke, and Su Jinyu had to obediently sit down. Seeing this scene, Yang Li was satisfied, and at the same time, he also carefully sized up Bai Su Shui, and had to admit that this woman was still quite sensible, and wasn't as unreasonable as his cousin. Are you really Yang Li? As Yang Li sized up his fiancée, Bai Su Shui was also sizing up her fiancée as she asked. Yang Li smiled, without explaining, took out his wallet and handed over his ID card, which did indeed have the word Yang Li written on it. Bai Su Shui nodded, the surprised expression on her face put away, unable to see what she was thinking. Yang Li is not the first time to see Bai Su Shui. Melon face, fair skin, eyebrow curved, chiong nose, bright eyes and white teeth, is a standard beauty face. The body is concave and convex, wearing a lady's casual suit, hair tied in a ponytail, looks casual, but looks very competent, but also very temperament. For any man, it would be a blessing to have such a fiancée. Hey, what are you looking at? Seeing that Yang Li's gaze had been lingering on his cousin, not knowing what disgusting thoughts he had, Su Jinyu slammed the table and asked in dissatisfaction. What, do I still need to get your approval to look at my own fiancé? Yang Li asked. These words were like a fuse, instantly igniting Su Jinyu's restless dynamite. Bah, what fiancé? Stinking shameless, don't look at yourself. What kind of virtue? Are you worthy of my cousin, and you dare to say that she's your fiancé? Where did you get the thick skin? Not I look down on you. From chasing my cousin's team with eyes closed, randomly pull out 100 times better than you. You this scum to my cousin's shoes are not worthy. Su Jinyu cursed, causing the guests in the restaurant to look over with curiosity. Jinyu, Bai Su Shui pulled her cousin a bit. I'm telling the truth, cousin. Su Jinyu didn't think she had said anything wrong, and on the verge, added, did you forget what you saw in the hotel last night? As soon as Yang Li heard this, he knew that this woman had a misunderstanding about herself because of last night's events, and was helpless, but he didn't want to explain because he knew that even if he did, the other party wouldn't believe him. Seeing Bai Su Shui's expression somewhat despondent and not too happy, Yang Li couldn't help but ask, it looks like Miss Bai doesn't seem too satisfied with me? Of course I'm not satisfied. It would be a hell if my cousin is satisfied with you. You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. What are the things that satisfy people? Bai Su Shui didn't say a word, and Su Jinyu took the opportunity to scold Yang Li again, but Yang Li didn't pay any attention to her, and after listening to Su Jinyu's scolding, he nodded his head. Since that's the case, that's fine. Let's break off the marriage contract. What? Yang Li's words were like they had some inexplicable power. causing Bai Su Shui and Su Jinyu to simultaneously cry out in shock, looking at Yang Li as if he was baffled. Why? Su Jinyu asked. There's no need to ask why. Since Miss Bai is not satisfied with me and I don't like Miss Bai, isn't it reasonable for me to propose to break off the engagement? Yang Li said. No way. Chapter 52, I'm short of money. Bai Su Shui stood up and directly rejected Yang Li's proposal, which surprised Yang Li. Why not? He asked. In Yang Li's thought, since the other party was dissatisfied with himself and at the same time had a misunderstanding in mind, she should have agreed to his proposal very quickly, but she had vetoed it, which was completely out of Yang Li's expectation. My cousin says no means no, Su Jinyu also said. Yang Li was first stunned, then laughed. This Miss Su has reduced me to nothing, and even said that I'm not even worthy of your cousin's shoes. I'm now going to break off the engagement. Isn't that what you want to see? Jinyu spoke out of turn. I apologize to you on her behalf, and please don't take what she said earlier to heart. Hearing Yang Li's words, Bai Su Shui immediately apologized to him, so fast and resolute that Yang Li was a little confused. What kind of situation was this? Yang Li was completely unable to fathom what was going on in Bai Su Shui's mind. Could it be that in just a moment's time, she had taken a liking to himself? He felt that it was somewhat impractical. I think Miss Bai misunderstood me. Although I am a bit dissatisfied with your cousin's disparagement, I'm not so angry as to take a lifelong matter and make a fool out of it in a fit of anger. One of the big reasons why I propose to break off the engagement is that I have someone I like. Yang Li's words caused both Bai Su Shui and Su Jinyu to freeze. Hey, what do you mean? You obviously have a fiancé and you still like someone else? Su Jinyu was displeased with Yang Li's words. Yang Li had a disinterested look on his face. There's no one who says that if you have a fiancé, you must only like your fiancé, right? Could it be that Miss Bai likes me? As he said this, he looked at Bai Su Shui. Glancing at him, Bai Su Shui quickly turned her eyes away. Although she didn't say anything, but from her expression, Yang Li could tell that she didn't like herself, and it was good to know that she didn't lie to herself either. Two people who had never known each other, to say that they liked each other just because of a fiancé-fiancé relationship, that was simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Since both of them don't like each other, then breaking off the marriage contract should be something that benefits both parties. I really can't figure out why Miss Bai doesn't agree. Yang Li looked towards Bai Su Shui as he said this, and Su Jingyu also moved her eyes to her cousin. Did Bai Su Shui really disagree with Yang Li's proposal? No, she actually wanted to agree. Ever since she was a child, she had always resented arranged marriages, and even more so, she resented marrying someone she was completely unfamiliar with, and who was also a scum. Although she hadn't spoken too much earlier, in her heart, she was also dissatisfied with Yang Li, her fiancé, and could even be said to be extremely dissatisfied. And when the other party proposed to break off the marriage contract, she almost subconsciously wanted to say yes, but her reasoning told her she couldn't do that. The Bai family's family business was a famous big group in Linhai province, standing in Linhai province for decades without falling, but since her grandfather died, this group that had not fallen for decades, slowly began to go downhill, especially in the last 2 years. Investment failure, market planning and problems, so that the Bai family's group stock plummeted. The market value continues to shrink, has reached the point of the building is about to fall. The urgent need to invest a large amount of money before it is possible to turn the crisis into peace. However, under normal circumstances, who would be willing to inject large sums of money into a faltering company? Just when everyone within the Bai clan was anxious, someone suddenly approached them, telling them that 20 years ago, the Bai clan's old master had contracted a marriage for the Bai clan's first eldest daughter, Bai Su Shui, and that as long as they honored this marriage, the Bai clan would immediately receive a $2 billion investment as a bride price. In order to prove the authenticity of this matter, the Bai family had obtained an injection of $500 million of capital flow on the same day, which was considered a deposit. This made the Bai family's people, who were still skeptical, immediately believe that person's words, and then began to urge Bai Su Shui to come and meet Yang Li, and marry him as soon as possible. It could be said that Bai Su Shui marrying Yang Li was just a sacrifice she made for her family, not how much she liked Yang Li. As the first eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Su Shui simply couldn't stay out of the way when the family was in turmoil, and had to step forward to take on something that was within her power, and honoring the marriage contract was something within her power. Now that the safety of the entire family was tied up in her hands alone, of course she wouldn't agree to break the marriage contract. These things, she knew very well, but she couldn't tell Yang Li. Bai Su Shui simply didn't believe that her grandfather had fixed her up with any kind of marriage. After all, in the previous 20 years or so, she hadn't heard any whispers at all. Even her father didn't know about it. In her opinion, this was more like a prank by someone with a heart of gold. She had long investigated Yang Li's identity, an orphan since childhood, and now just an ordinary college student without any family background. taking out $2 billion just to get himself married to an ordinary college student with an ordinary identity. Wasn't this a prank? Although Bai Su Shui didn't know what the purpose of the person behind doing such a prank was, she had no choice. The group was already facing bankruptcy. She had to take a shot. She didn't want to tell Yang Li the truth because she felt that Yang Li was nothing more than a person who had gotten lucky. The investor said that he invested because of Yang Li, but in reality, he had nothing to do with him at all. Maybe Yang Li was just a lucky guy who was randomly picked out on the street. She couldn't let Yang Li know that he was dominant in this marriage, because then he would probably threaten her. Even if you marry me, you can still be with the person you like. Seeing Yang Li's suspicious gaze aggressively, Bai Su Shui said, "What?" Yang Li raised his eyebrows, unable to believe what he was hearing. "I said that even if you marry me, you can still be with the person you like and I won't interfere." Bai Su Shui repeated her words. "Cousin, you don't have a fever, do you? How can you say such things?" Su Jinyu looked at her cousin in surprise, with a look of disbelief, although she knew that Bai Su Shui had bitter feelings. But no matter what, this concession was too big. Seeing Bai Su Shui's expression a bit cold, Yang Li smiled, and the doubt in his heart grew even more. "Miss Bai, I want to know what you're scheming for. I don't figure anything, as long as I get married to you, if you agree. In addition to the fact that I won't restrict any of your freedoms after the marriage, I will also give you $2 million as payment." $2 million? Yang Li raised his eyebrows, his doubts intensified. "You don't know my identity?" he asked. "What is your identity?" Bai Su Shui's pupils shrunk slightly as she stared tightly at Yang Li. Yang Li had originally thought that Bai Su Shui's insistence on marrying him might be because she was interested in his identity, but when he heard that the other party wanted to give him money as a reward, he felt that it wasn't the case. After all, $2 million is nothing to himself. If Bai Su Shui knows his identity, she should know that he is not short of money, but the way she is doing it now, she obviously does not know this, and her suddenly puzzled gaze also confirmed Yang Li's suspicion. She didn't know much about herself. This marriage was contacted by Wang Yunhai. Could it be that he hadn't told the other party about his identity? Yang Li was puzzled and didn't know why Wang Yunhai did so, but after thinking carefully, he felt that Wang Yunhai must have his reasons for doing so, and since Wang Yunhai didn't tell his identity out, Yang Li didn't have the idea of saying it out either. The key was that if he said it now, it was expected that people wouldn't believe it. "Oh, it's nothing, my identity is a student. Well, what I want to say is that as a student, I am very short of money." Yang Li turned his words around and said with a smile. When Su Jinyu heard this, her face sank. "What do you mean? 5 million is enough, right?" Bai Su Shui recognized that she saw Yang Li's mind and increased her chips. "Cousin, you," Su Jinyu wanted to speak, but was stopped by Bai Su Shui raising her hand. 5 million is about right. Yang Li nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 53 Doubt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're sitting on the fence. Seeing her cousin increase her chips, how could Su Jinyu not know Yang Li's intentions, and immediately slammed the table, looking at him with annoyance. Yang Li frowned and looked his gaze over. "Su Jinyu, right? Now that I'm your cousin's husband, don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to speak to me in such a tone?" Yang Li's tone was not considered kind. "You," Su Jinyu was about to scold him, but was stopped by Su Shui raising her hand. Since she had already made a deal with Yang Li, there was no need to offend him again. "When can we get a marriage license?" Yang Li was drinking water. When he heard Bai Su Shui ask about the marriage license, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful. "Ms. Bai, how can I say that you're also considered a lady of the house? There's no need to be so anxious, right?" Yang Li put down his cup and said. Bai Su Shui's face was solemn. "Yang Li, I'm giving you the money with conditions. You say." Yang Li guessed that she should put up conditions. If she didn't, he would feel strange instead. "My conditions are 2. 1. Apply for a marriage license as soon as possible. 2. When I ask for a divorce, you must unconditionally agree." Hearing Bai Su Shui say that there was a possibility of divorce in the future, Yang Li raised an eyebrow and actually wasn't angry at all. "Yes, I'll agree to both of your conditions." He nodded and turned his words around. "I also have a condition." "You still dare to mention conditions?" Su Jinyu glared at Yang Li with a disgruntled expression. Yang Li ignored her and said, "After marriage, you have no right to interfere in my private life, and in addition, you can't say that you're my fiancé in my circle." The matter of not interfering in her private life, Bai Su Shui had already agreed to earlier, and to the latter part of Yang Li's sentence, she thought about it. There was nothing wrong with it, so she nodded her head and agreed. "If we do the marriage license, let's do it next week. There's nothing else. I'll take my leave first." After talking about everything that needed to be talked about, Yang Li got up and prepared to leave. Seeing that Yang Li was ready to leave without eating anything, Bai Su Shui didn't stop him. She just pulled out a business card from her LV bag and handed it to him. "This has my phone number on it, and the micro signal is also this one. so let me know in advance when you set the time for the marriage license. Good. Yang Li took the business card. There was only a name and a phone number on it. After looking at it, he tucked it into his bag, and without saying anything, he walked out of the restaurant. Cousin, I can't imagine that this asshole is that fiancé of yours. It's really infuriating. After Yang Li left, Su Jin whined. Hearing her words, Bai Sushue smiled bitterly. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Cousin, you're not really going to marry him for life, are you? Thinking of Yang Li's scummy behavior last night, Su Jin said worriedly. Bai Sushue shook her head. Getting married is getting married. Living a life is living a life. You have to distinguish between them. What do you mean? Su Jin looked at her in confusion. I had no choice but to marry him. But living a life is not necessary. Didn't you listen to him? He has someone he likes. Before I was worried that he would stalk me. But now it seems that my worries are redundant. He wants money. I'll give him money. Just stabilize him. After 2 years, when the company turns over, I'll file for divorce with him. Hearing her cousin's intentions, Su Jin nodded. That's more or less the same. However, remembering the matter of $5 million, she felt that it wasn't worth it. Giving him $5 million is really too cheap. After all, he doesn't do anything to get $5 million for nothing. It's really not worth it. Bai Sushue obviously didn't think like Su Jin. Seeing Su Jin's indignant look, she patted her hand. 5 million is nothing. As long as it can get the group through the hard times, everything is worth it. Walking out from the restaurant, Yang Li dialed Wang Yunhai's phone. The reason why he agreed to fulfill the marriage contract with Bai Sushue so quickly was not because he saw Bai Sushue was pretty, but because he felt that he knew too little about this marriage contract. As his fiancé, Bai Sushue didn't even know his identity, and that was fine. But most importantly, Bai Sushue was so beautiful and rich that she was willing to make so many concessions in order to get herself to agree to fulfill the marriage contract, which was very unusual. Yang Li felt that he needed to ask the doorway of this before deciding to fulfill or not to fulfill those promises he made earlier. *******. Surprisingly, no one is picking up. The sound of the phone dialing rang for half a day, but no one answered the phone. Dialed again. Still no one answered. Yang Li was a little surprised. His phone, Wang Yunhai can never not answer the time. Of course he will not think that Wang Yunhai is on purpose. It is estimated that he is dealing with something urgent. Looking at the time, it's already 12 o'clock, although this time is not very appropriate. But because his heart desperately wants to know about the marriage contract, he still decided to go to the company to find Wang Yunhai a trip. Taking a taxi in front of the restaurant, Yang Li went straight to Xinhe Group. At this time when he was off work at noon, Xuanhe building had many people coming out one after another. Such a large organization, although off at noon, but there will still be someone on duty. Yang Li is not worried about his own no-one reception. Just do not know Wang Yunhai left the company. He walked straight in. There were very few people in the lobby of the company. Only a female receptionist at the front desk was sorting out something with her head down. Hello, may I ask if your chairman is in? Yang Li thought to ask first, so as not to run upstairs for nothing. Hello, young master? The female receptionist raised her head after hearing Yang Li's words and suddenly showed surprise on her face, and Yang Li realized that this was actually an acquaintance. Shan Ruoyu, Sister Ruoyu. To this first person he had met when he came to Xuanhe Group, Yang Li still had an impression of her and called out with a smile. Hearing this address, Shun Ruoyu's face was a little embarrassed. Young master, it's better if you don't call me sister. Just call me Ruoyu, she said. Yang Li smiled. Then don't call me young master either. I think I told you my name, right? Told, but Shun Ruoyu didn't dare to call Yang Li by his name and wanted to explain. But Yang Li didn't want to dwell on these trivialities and directly asked, is your chairman still in the company? Oh, yes, in a meeting, Shun Ruoyu replied. Hearing that Wang Yunhai was in a meeting, Yang Li knew why he didn't answer his call. Young master, are you looking for the chairman for something? Let me take you to the entrance of the conference room to wait for him, Shin Ruoyu said. Yang Li nodded. He really didn't know where the conference room was. It's already noon. Haven't you eaten yet? Shin Ruofu brought Yang Li to prepare to take the elevator. And Yang Li asked, oh, not yet. I'm on duty at noon today, Shin Ruofu said. How come the front desk manager is also on duty? Yang Li asked curiously. These words caused Shin Ruofu's pretty face to blush. Then she smiled somewhat bitterly. I'm no longer the front desk manager. Hearing this, Yang Li was surprised. Why? Shin Ruofu smiled and didn't say. Then what position are you in now? Seeing that she didn't say why, Yang Li asked again. Just an ordinary employee, Shin Ruofu said with a smile. Seeing her smile that was strong in its bitterness, Yang Li was slightly stunned. The elevator is here. Yang Li was still about to say something when the elevator had already arrived. The doors opened and two people, a man and a woman, walked out from inside. Both of them were wearing professional attire, and by the looks of it, they should be employees of Xianhe Group, but the two of them were hugging each other, and their clothes were messy, which was really a bit unseemly. Seeing someone at the elevator door, they looked like they were startled and hurriedly let go, but their faces did not look good. Shunruofu, what are you doing here? Chapter 54, Let Them Go. The woman in the elevator was in her 30s and obviously knew Shunruofu, and when she walked out and saw that it was her, she asked with a displeased expression. Yang Li looked at her curiously, not knowing who this person was. Manager Zhang. This, Mr. Yang wants to see the chairman. I'll take him up. Shunruoyu wanted to say young master, but when the words came to her mouth, she felt that they didn't know Yang Li, so it wasn't appropriate to say that, so she called Mr. Yang instead. Hearing Shunruoyu's words, the woman called Manager Zhang immediately cast her gaze on Yang Li, looking him up and down with undisguised contempt in her eyes. Who is he? She asked. I'm a friend of your chairman. Yang Li guessed that Shunruofu didn't know how to introduce herself, and what he said. Yes. Shunruoyu nodded. Friend of the chairman? Manager Zhang looked like he had heard a big joke. The expression on his face was extremely exaggerated. Shunruoyu, did I hear it right? He said he's the chairman's friend? When Manager Zhang said this, he pointed his finger at Yang Li, a move that disgusted Yang Li. Manager Zhang, it's true. Shunruoyu was worried that Manager Zhang had offended Yang Li and hurriedly said. Upon hearing her words, Manager Zhang not only didn't believe her, but instead slammed his face down. Shunruofu, I'd say you're getting less and less discerning. This scolding caused Shunruoyu to freeze. You don't even look at what a poor man this person is. A friend of the chairman? The bodyguards around the chairman are dressed more decently than him. Do you think the chairman would have such a friend? What's going on in your head? Manager Zhang glared at Shunruoyu with a disgusted face. Shunruofu was scolded and her face turned a little white. Although she also knew that Yang Li was not dressed well, he knew better that Yang Li's dress and his identity had nothing to do with it at all. Still she explained. Manager Zhang, he really what really a liar? The fat man in his 40s next to Manager Zhang smiled coldly. Shunruofu, you're a company employee, you just like the little white boy again. You don't need to help him cover up so blatantly. This is the company. You think it's your home, the man said, glaring at Yang Li. I don't care what you are. I'll give you 1 minute to hurry up and disappear from our eyes, or I'll call security to come in and throw you out. You hear me? The man's words were spoken with great momentum, a fat face full of majesty, staring tightly at Yang Li, but Yang Li wasn't scared at all. He acted as if he didn't hear each other's words, and asked Shunruofu, who are these two people? Shunruofu's face was embarrassed, sneaking a glance at Yang Li, not knowing if he was angry or not, carefully said, this is the front desk manager Zhang. This is the personnel department's manager Chen. After hearing the identity of the two, Yang Li's heart was sort of a bottom. Looking at the condescending manager Zhang, he suddenly said, is this the person who snatched your front desk manager's position? Yang Li's sudden words startled Shunruoyu. Kid, what are you babbling about? Shunruofu was young with shallow seniority. She is not worthy of being the front desk manager. That's why I took the top spot. What's robbing or not robbing? Manager Zhang was furious at Yang Li's words. Is that so? Yang Li looked at Shunruoyu and asked. Facing Yang Li's inquiry, Shunruoyu didn't answer for a while because she didn't know how to answer. Manager Zhang's words were of course false. The real reason was that Manager Chen of the personnel department had taken a liking to her and wanted to subvert her, but she was unwilling to do so, causing Manager Chen to become annoyed. So he removed her and put Manager Zhang in his place. Manager Zhang was only a small supervisor of the logistics department, because the age is not small, the ability is not outstanding, was not qualified to be the front desk manager. But I heard that she and Manager Chen has some unclear relationship, so Manager Chen to support her on the throne. Personnel manager and front desk manager seem to be the same level of position, but in fact, the power of the personnel manager is much greater than the front desk manager. After all, the personnel department is a large department, while the front desk is only a subdivision of the public relations department. Seeing that Shunruofu didn't say anything, Yang Li didn't pursue the matter. He wasn't interested in the details of these things, but he was disgusted by these two people in front of him. Kid, personnel transfer is an internal matter of our company. It's not your turn to say anything. Get lost. Manager Chen cursed at Yang Li and said, taking out his cell phone and preparing to call security. Yang Li was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and was about to go upstairs to talk to Wang Yunhai, when he suddenly saw the elevator door open, and Wang Yunhai unexpectedly walked out from inside. As the chairman of Xuanhe Group, the head of Jiangning's business community, no matter what time of the day, he couldn't possibly be alone. The elevator door opened, and immediately a bodyguard came out to open the way. Chairman! Seeing Wang Yunhai walk out of the elevator, that Manager Chen and Manager Zhang greeted and hurriedly stepped aside. Shinruoyu also subconsciously stood away. Only Yang Li motionlessly blocked in front. Get out of the way. That bodyguard said and came to push Yang Li. Wang Yunhai raised his head and after seeing Yang Li, he hurriedly stopped the bodyguard's move. Young. The word young master was about to come out of his mouth, but Yang Li said before him, I've been waiting for you for a long time. There were quite a few people in the elevator. Yang Li didn't want to be addressed as young master by Wang Yunhai in front of so many people. That would have a big impact. When Wang Yunhai heard this, he instantly understood Yang Li's mind, and instead of calling him young master, he just smiled. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. Seeing that Yang Li actually did know the chairman, the two people, Manager Chen and Manager Zhang, who had been high and mighty earlier, swished their faces white and looked at Yang Li with disbelief. You're looking for me for something? Wang Yunhai asked, knowing that Yang Li would never come to him without something. Yang Li nodded, but instead of rushing, he pointed to Manager Chen and Manager Zhang who were standing next to him. I don't like these two people. Let them leave. Wang Yunhai froze, not expecting Yang Li to say such a thing, and curiously looked at the pale and cold-sweating Chen and Zhang. Although these two were his company's employees, but with his status, he naturally didn't recognize them. However, he didn't say anything, just nodded and didn't ask what position these two were in. No matter what the position was, if the young master told them to leave, then they had to leave. Little Li, make the arrangements, he said to the secretary behind him. Chairman, we. Manager Chen and Manager Zhang were shocked when they saw that the chairman had agreed to Yang Li's words without any hesitation, and hurriedly went forward to try to argue. But Wang Yunhai's bodyguards didn't give them this chance, blocking them from the outside. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Yang Li asked. Wang Yunhai shook his head. I have something I want to ask you. Let's talk over dinner? Yang Li said. Wang Yunhai knew that Yang Li looking for him would never be as simple as just dismissing two employees, and immediately nodded his head. Good. Chapter 55. What I say doesn't count. Wang Yunhai is 52 this year, long past the age of knowledge. From his fortune until now, there have been 22 years. These 22 years, his life every day is very elaborate, especially in the food, almost to the point of fault-finding. Those who know him know that those who formulate his 3 meals a day are chefs from internationally acclaimed Michelin restaurants and a variety of senior nutritionists. These people surrounded him every day, making it almost impossible for him to come into contact with outside food. If it wasn't for Yang Li's insistence on eating a boxed lunch, he would have almost forgotten what a boxed lunch tasted like. According to you, not only does Bai Su Shui not know who I am, she doesn't even recognize you? In the conference room on the 16th floor of Xuanhe Mansion, on the long conference table, Yang Li chucked a piece of braised pork and pulled another mouthful of rice, chewing while saying vaguely, yeah. Wang Yunhai nodded. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, he choked a little, patting his chest hard and asking the people outside to bring him water again. The two of them talked for a while, and Yang Li was finally clear on why Bai Su Shui had to marry him. The Bai family's company needed money, and after Bai Su Shui married herself, her family's company would be able to get a large amount of investment. The one responsible for doing this is one of Master's companies overseas. There is no connection to the Xuanhe group. Even if there are people who are interested, they won't be able to find out. Wang Yunhai's secretary brought in a bottle of water for him, and after he took a sip, he slowly said. Yang Li nodded. He had heard Wang Yunhai say before that Xuanhe group was independent of his parents' other industries. There were two reasons why this was the case. One was because China's national conditions were different from overseas. The set of overseas companies did not apply to Xuanhe group. And the second was to cover up the fact that Yang Li's parents had too many enemies, and in order to protect Yang Li's safety. So at the beginning of Yang Li's parents' founding of the Xuanhe group, they cut off the connection with their overseas industries. In Wang Yunhai's words, even if something happened to the overseas industry, Xuanhe group wouldn't get into half a bit of trouble, and those enemies of Yang Li's parents wouldn't be able to check on his head no matter what. Originally, I didn't like that by Su Shui, and originally I was thinking that since she didn't like me either, then I would propose to break off the engagement, which would be good for both sides. As a result, you gave me such a show. You guys are so threatening. No wonder she refuses to break off the engagement with me. Shaving the last mouthful of rice inside the lunchbox clean, Yang Li's face was really not very good as he said in a complaining tone. In his opinion, this approach was completely like lifting a rock and stoning his own feet. Seeing Yang Li finish eating, Wang Yunhai also put down his chopsticks and said with a fawning smile, Young master, this isn't a threat. This agreement was set a long time ago during the old master's lifetime, and only if they fulfill the marriage contract will they be eligible to receive our financial assistance. But I don't like that woman. There's no need to fulfill the marriage contract with her. You send someone to renegotiate with them now. Just say that there's no need to fulfill the marriage contract. We're willing to assist, just as a way of repaying the Bai family's old master for helping my parents back then. Yang Li said. When Wang Yunhai heard this, His face turned difficult. Young master, this can't be done. Why? Yang Li looked at him suspiciously. Wang Yunhai froze as if he was organizing his words, and after a long time, he slowly said, Young master, you don't know. Although the Bai family's old master was kind to the old master back then, half of this kindness came from this old master's speculative mentality. He was looking at the old master's potential before he bestowed his kindness. This is also kindness, but the meaning is different. Moreover, in the 2 years when this old master died, because he heard some rumors that a large consortium was trying to deal with the old master, he believed it and was worried that the matter of the marriage contract would involve the Bai family, so he wanted to regret the marriage, and when he was dying, he froze and didn't say anything about it, so much so that the Bai family didn't even know about it. Isn't this quite good? Hearing Wang Yunhai's words, Yang Li said. Wang Yunhai's brows immediately furrowed. What's good about it? Young master, this marriage contract, to be clear, is the Bai family climbing up to us? If it wasn't for the master remembering the favor from back then, they wouldn't be qualified to marry us. In this marriage, we are the dominant ones. Even if we want to regret the marriage, we have to ask for it. How can they have a say? They want to repent the marriage. This is clearly disrespecting his lordship. There's no need to be so glassy-eyed, right? Seeing Wang Yunhai's tone of voice, Yang Li skimmed his lips and said, Young master, this isn't being glassy-eyed, this is a matter of face. They don't give us face. Why should we give them face? It's fine if we don't fulfill the marriage contract, then we will immediately withdraw our investment. Bai's daughter cannot marry the young master, but they don't want a penny. Wang Yunhai spoke with determination. Seeing Wang Yunhai's resolute attitude, Yang Li's mouth moved. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. The reason why Wang Yunhai was doing this was also to maintain his young family's face. He couldn't scold him himself. Perhaps seeing Yang Li look somewhat helpless, Wang Yunhai relaxed his tense face and smiled. Young master, I advise you not to dwell on this matter, not to mention that I won't agree. Even if I agree to do what you want, another person won't agree either. Who? Yang Li asked. Eric. What person? What does this matter have to do with him? Hearing the name of this strange foreigner, Yang Li was puzzled. Wang Yunhai didn't sell any secrets, and immediately said, he is like me. He also helps master take care of the company. It's just that I'm mainly responsible for the domestic, while he manages the foreign industries, and the executor of this agreement between master and the Bai family is him. Yang Li listened and nodded his head as if he understood. Seeing that Yang Li looked like he still didn't understand, Wang Yunhai added, Eric is a very old-fashioned person. He doesn't care about human feelings at all. He only works according to the agreement. If young master wants to cancel the marriage contract, I can guarantee that he will immediately withdraw his investment in the Bai family. Hearing Wang Yunhai say this, Yang Li understood, and at the same time, also understood Wang Yunhai's attitude towards this matter. The marriage contract could be cancelled, but the funds would definitely be withdrawn. If one wanted to cancel the marriage contract without withdrawing the funds, that was impossible. In Wang Yunhai's words, although we have a lot of money, it doesn't come from the wind, so there's no need to invest in a company that has nothing to do with us. In his heart, Yang Li wanted to cancel the engagement. Although Bai Su Shui was quite beautiful, the person he liked was Tang Li. But if the engagement was cancelled, the Bai family wouldn't get the investment. Even if according to Wang Yunhai's meaning, the Bai family's old man was holding an attempt to give grace back then. But after all, it's also grace, and now that people's companies are in a state of turmoil, they should always pull a hand. Think about Bai Su Shui. Although he is not very enthusiastic about himself, but words always did not offend himself. He has a good impression of her, and does not have the intention of withdrawing funds. Now that I'm honoring my marriage contract with her, I can divorce her later, right? Yang Li asked. It depends on what you mean, young master. If you think Bai's daughter is still good, then live on. If you think she's no good, just repudiate her. Wang Yunhai said with a smile. There won't be a withdrawal at that time, right? Yang Li could almost foresee the day when he and Bai Sushue divorced, but he was worried that Wang Yunhai would withdraw his capital after the divorce. In that case, Bai Sushue definitely wouldn't agree. He didn't want to get stuck with a piece of cowhide that he couldn't shake off. Divorce after 2 years of marriage. The funds will not be withdrawn. Young master, feel free to rest assured, Wang Yunhai said. Hearing him say this, Yang Li then nodded his head in satisfaction. Alright then, let's divorce after that. I'll agree to marry her for the time being as a way of repaying their family's old man's favor from back then. Seeing that Yang Li was satisfied with the outcome, Wang Yunhai also smiled with satisfaction. There was a sentence that he had just said that he didn't actually understand. Bai Su Shui and Yang Li will divorce after 2 years of marriage. At that time, although it's true that himself and Eric won't withdraw their funds, after a large amount of foreign investment, the Bai family's group, will it still be surnamed Bai? Chapter 56, I'm willing. Right, what do you think about what I told you last time? Yang Li looked at Wang Yunhai. He said last time that he wanted to come to the company to learn. It's good that young master Nu strives to get ahead. I also think it's good, Wang Yunhai said with a smile. Yang Li nodded and looked at him. In the future, you can stop calling me young master. Huh? Why is that? Wang Yunhai was a bit puzzled. Didn't you tell me to keep a low profile before? But you keep calling me young master, young master. I just can't keep a low profile even if I want to, Yang Li said helplessly. Wang Yunhai smiled. Young master doesn't need to be distressed. Although I said before that I hope you would keep a low profile, but there's no need to be too deliberate. From what I've observed during this period of time, young master has already done a very good job. Wang Yunhai had lived for more than 50 years and had seen too many people and things, but any poor people who were rich at first glance. Which one of them didn't have a grandiose look of hating to spend tens of millions of dollars a day? He had already prepared for this kind of preparation, and his expectations of Yang Li were not high. The reason why he wanted Yang Li to keep a low profile in the first place was actually because he was worried that his life was too extravagant. But he didn't expect that after Yang Li had money, he was still living the same life as before. Almost nothing had changed, which made him feel both relieved and heartbroken. After all, this was the Lord's only son. He was worried before, but now he wished that Yang Li would live a more extravagant life, and not have to be so low-key. Of course Yang Li didn't know Wang Yunhai's mind. He was not too satisfied with this statement. The main reason was that Wang Yunhai's identity was too unusual. Being called a young master by him was just too striking. Yang Li didn't like the feeling of being a crane in a flock of chickens. In the future in the company in front of your subordinates, it's better not to call me like this. Anyway, I'm coming to the company to study. You arrange a position for me. I'll be in and out of the company under this name in the future, Yang Li said. Wang Yunhai pondered for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with this proposal of Yang Li's, so he immediately nodded. Since young master said so, then I'll follow you. After chatting about business with Wang Yunhai, the two of them chatted for a while. Wang Yunhai asked about Yang Li's incident that day when he entered the police station. Yang Li casually answered a few sentences before leaving the company. Young master. Yang Li had just walked out of the conference room when he was called out by Shen Ruoyu. Seeing that Shen Ruoyu had actually waited outside the conference room for so long, he was a bit surprised, but still nodded with a smile. Sister Ruoyu, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and Yang Li still had to invite Lu Yuexi for dinner in the evening. So naturally, there was no reason to stay since everything that should be asked had already been asked clearly. After saying that, he walked straight into the elevator. Shen Ruoyu waited for Yang Li outside the conference room for such a long time. Of course she wasn't bored, but she had something she wanted to ask Yang Li. She was previously the front desk manager, and was later demoted to an ordinary staff member because she refused to be suborned by the personnel manager. And now that the personnel manager and the person who replaced her position had both stepped down, she wanted to ask Yang Li to see if she could be reinstated to her previous position. However, before she could think of how to open her mouth, Yang Li was already gone. Alas, watching the elevator doors slowly close, Shen Ruoyu sighed. I told you, what is the status of others and what is your status? People are busy all day and night. They don't have the time to care about your. Shen Ruoyu, wake up a bit. Okay, Shen Ruoyu muttered to herself, her tone mixed with the loss of not being taken seriously and the bitterness of not being able to be reinstated. Sighing again, she was about to leave when a voice suddenly came from behind her. You're Shen Ruoyu, right? The chairman wants to see you. Shen Ruoyu was startled by this sudden voice. Turning her head, she realized that the one who spoke was the chairman's secretary, Xiao Li. At her words, Shen Ruoyu was surprised, but still hurried into the conference room. Chairman, you're looking for me? Even though she used to be the front desk manager, she had never spoken to the chairman face to face, and seeing the chairman sitting on the chair, she was a little bit constricted inside. Wang Yunhai nodded and looked Shen Ruoyu up and down. Although Shen Ruoyu felt uncomfortable with Wang Yunhai's gaze, she didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction. You used to be the front desk manager? Wang Yunhai asked. Yes, Shen Ruoyu nodded, not knowing what Wang Yunhai was asking for. Only to see Wang Yunhai pondering for a while, he said, what happened before was the group's mistake. I'm here to accompany you first. As the Xuanhe group's hand, although Wang Yunhai usually didn't pay attention to the situation of the company's lower-level employees, but for the things he wanted to know, he was still able to use the fastest time to learn about it. Obviously, he already knew what happened to Shen Ruoyu, which was why he apologized to her. Shen Ruoyu was a bit flattered, and waved her hand to say no. In her thought, the chairman of the board of directors this meaning, it should be that she should be reinstated to her official position. She was a bit surprised in her heart. However, Wang Yunhai's next words were not the same as what she had thought. After such a thing happened, I think the position of front desk manager is no longer suitable for you. Shun Ruofu exclaimed in shock. Originally thinking that the chairman would let herself continue to be the front desk manager, she didn't expect him to say this. What did this sentence mean? Was it saying that he couldn't be a front desk manager? Or was he going to dismiss himself? Shun Ruofu felt that the latter was more likely. Imagine, when the biggest leader of the company said that your position is not suitable for you, do you still have the face to stay in the company? Shun Ruofu could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Originally thought that Manager Chen and Manager Zhang was dismissed. Their grievances can finally be stretched, but did not expect. They waited for, but is mercilessly dismissed. Also is, Chen Manager and Manager Zhang's thing after all. Also counts the company's a pile of scandal. Such things let themselves know. The company's leaders will inevitably worry about their own corruption of the company's reputation. So make the intention of dismissal. Shun Ruofu understand, but she cannot accept, because in this matter, she is not wrong. But even though she couldn't accept it, she had to. She was nothing more than an ordinary wage earner. No matter in the company or in society, she didn't have any status. If she didn't accept it, wouldn't the company dismiss her? She knew very well that her resistance, in front of the behemoth that was Xuanhe Group, was useless and ridiculous. For a time, she had mixed feelings. I know, don't worry chairman, I won't cause trouble for the company. After a long time, Shin Ruofu respectfully bowed her head, as if she had accepted her fate. At Shin Ruofu's words, Wang Yunhai felt a bit puzzled, but he didn't look deeper, smiled and said, it's like this, young Master Yang Li, you should recognize, from tomorrow onwards, he will take up the position of Deputy General Manager of the General Manager's office in the group. There is still a lack of an assistant by his side. Earlier he designated for you to be her assistant. I still need to ask for your opinion. I don't know if you're willing to do so? Assistant. Assistant? Hearing Wang Yunhai's words, Shin Ruoyu was astonished, and didn't react for a long time. Wasn't he going to fire himself? See, Shin Ruoyu froze there. Do not know is willing or unwilling. Wang Yunhai, although Yang Li's words are very important, but such a large company, if the employee is not willing, cannot force others to do things. He frowned, and said, if you are an assistant, the work is very simple. As for the salary, it is double that of the front desk manager. What do you think? Good. I'm willing. Without waiting for Wang Yunhai to finish, Shin Ruoyu came back to her senses and nodded her head hastily. Chapter 57 Dinner. Previously, Yang Li was wronged by Ling Yan, and Lu Yueshi defended him with force, which made Yang Li deeply moved, and had long said that he would treat Lu Yueshi to a meal, and Lu Yushi had promised. Saturday night was the time she had agreed. Although Yang Li was a local of Jiangning City, but because he used to live in too little money, he didn't know anything about which restaurant in Jiangning City tasted good, but fortunately he had the self-awareness to leave the choice to Lu Yushi. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Yushi then sent him the address, Babylon Restaurant, which was said to be a Western restaurant with good taste. Sister Sure, have you arrived? After receiving the message sent by Lu Yushi at 4 o'clock, Yang Li didn't go home at all, strolling outside until 5 o'clock or so. Then he went to wait for Lu Yushi outside the Babylon restaurant, waiting for a small half an hour and didn't see Lu Yushi's figure. He couldn't help but make a call over to inquire. Yang Li, the phone connects. Yang Li hears Lu Yushi calling his name, but the voice doesn't sound like it came from the phone. He lifts his head and looks, only to see that not far in front of him, Lu Yushi is walking slowly towards him. Sister Sure. Yang Li's face showed surprise as he hurriedly ran over. Walking up to Lu Yushi and seeing her outfit, Yang Li was truly amazed in his heart. Dressed in a red dress that hid her near-perfect figure, her long hair was simply tied up, looking concise and atmospheric. With light makeup drawn on her face, she wore blue pendants on both of her ears, which were not too big and not too small, neither ostentatious nor highlighting her nobility, and her feet stepped on a pair of black high-heeled shoes, which matched the dress and made her look very dignified. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Yang Li suddenly froze after walking in front of him, Lu Yueshi asked suspiciously, Sister Sure, you're so pretty today. Yang Li rarely said compliments, but tonight, he really couldn't help it. Lu Yushi had always been beautiful, but Yang Li clearly felt that tonight's her was not different from the past. This kind of beauty was something he had never seen in school, and of course, it was also something Lu Yushi had never shown before. Looking at her, then looking at himself, although he was dressed quite formally, compared to Lu Yushi, he was much more casual. This outfit of his, or half a year ago spent more than $200 to buy, is considered to be his most expensive set of clothes. When he bought it, it still hurt like hell, but now it seems to be really nothing, even if it is a very eloquent person. See, the top can only praise a clean. Compared with Lu Yushi, there is no comparison. At the thought of this, Yang Li couldn't help but give birth to a feeling of being ashamed of himself. You're also very handsome. Hearing Yang Li praise her, Lu Yushi spread a smile and praised Yang Li as well. Alright, let's go in. Not knowing if she could see Yang Li's inferiority complex, Lu Yushi said, stepping forward and naturally holding his arm, not deliberately keeping a distance from him. This action caused Yang Li's essence to go up a notch, and he, who was originally still blaming himself for whether or not he was dressed too casually, immediately realized that Sister sure didn't care about that. This made his heart feel greatly relieved, and then he walked into the restaurant with Lu Yushi. Hello sir, may I ask how many? Walking into the front door of the restaurant, the waiter asked with a smile on his face. 2. Lu Yushi held Yang Li's hand, her body almost leaning against him, smelling the faint perfume odor coming from its body. Yang Li felt that he spoke with much more confidence. Even if it was his first time to come to a Western restaurant, he didn't feel the slightest bit of stage fright. No wonder some people say that having a beautiful woman by your side will give a man a lot of face. It seems that this is not true. This way please. The waiter swept his gaze over Lu Yushi and revealed a kind of envious gaze at Yang Li before leading the two of them to their seats. Although he hadn't eaten pork, Yang Li had also seen pigs run and knew that he had to help the girl pull the stool before taking his seat. He hurriedly did as he did on TV. Seeing Yang Li's slightly rusty but positive behavior, Lu Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Thank you. Saying that, she sat down. After Yang Li took his seat, the waiter handed him the menu. I don't know what you two would like to eat. After Yang Li received the menu, he didn't even look at it before handing it to Lu Yushi. Sister, she come an order. Truth be told, it's my first time to eat in a Western restaurant. For Yang Li's first time to come to a Western restaurant to eat, Lu Yushi wasn't surprised, but seeing him say it so generously, she was still a little surprised. In her impression, boys seemed to be very facetious. Knowing that Yang Li had never eaten Western food, Lu Yushi didn't make any pretense and directly ordered all the dishes. 2 steaks, borscht, vegetable salad, and seafood. After ordering, the waiter left. Sister Shio, I did bring enough money to treat you to dinner tonight. There's no need to be so frugal for me. Although Yang Li didn't participate in ordering the food, he had just glanced at the menu and realized that the dishes ordered by Lu Yushi were all very cheap, totaling only a few $100s. He knew that Lu Yushi was saving money for him, which made him both touched and a little helpless. Previously, when Lu Yushi was allowed to choose a place to eat, Lu Yushi insisted on going to a roadside stall. Although she said she wanted to eat something from a roadside stall, Yang Li knew that she just didn't want to break the bank too much. It was hard to get her to change her mind and choose this Western restaurant, but I didn't expect that she still couldn't afford to order food. What with you saving the two of us wouldn't have been able to eat much. What's the point of ordering so many dishes? Lu Yushi smiled, like she didn't care about Yang Li's words. She did order so many dishes in order to help Yang Li save money, but she wouldn't admit it because she didn't want Yang Li to feel embarrassed. Knowing Lu Yushi's mind, Yang Li was deeply touched and at the same time, he didn't dwell on this matter and started chatting with Lu Yushi. That's right Yang Li, actually tonight, there's something else I want to talk to you about. After chatting for a while, Lu Yushi's complexion suddenly became serious. What is it? Yang Li asked. I have a niece. The college entrance exam is coming up. Her English score is not very good. Before it has always been me to help him tutor, but during this time I have to write my doctoral dissertation. I really don't have the time to give her tutoring again. I'd like to ask you to please can you give her a month of tutoring for me? After Lu Yushi finished speaking, Yang Li froze. Don't worry, this is paid. 3 lessons a week, 500 per lesson, 2 hours. Lu Yushi thought that Yang Li didn't want to do it for nothing, so she hurriedly spoke out the remuneration. Yang Li smiled. Sister sure, I don't mean this. With the way Sister sure takes care of me, if you just don't pay me, I'm willing to help. It's just that I haven't tutored anyone before. I'm worried that I won't be able to teach well. This was the reason why Yang Li froze just now. What's there to worry about? No one is born to be a teacher. It doesn't matter if you don't have experience. Teach 2 lessons and you'll become skillful. With your English grades, I'm sure you'll be able to teach well. Lu Yushi had trust in Yang Li and encouraged him. Yang Li's English results have always been good. When the college entrance exam, 5 points short of a perfect score, after entering the university, the first 6-level exam was successfully passed. Lu Yushi herself was an English teacher. The reason why she took such good care of Yang Li, besides Yang Li's difficult family situation, his good English score was also an important reason. Since Sister sure said so, then I'll give it a try. Seeing that Lu Yuxi trusted himself so much, Yang Li couldn't afford to excuse himself, so he agreed. In Lu Yushi's opinion, Yang Li needed money, and this job couldn't be more appropriate for Yang Li to do. But she didn't know that the current Yang Li didn't lack money, and the reason why he agreed to her was simply because he wanted to do a favor. The two of them didn't chat for a while before the dishes they ordered were served one after another, but before the two of them could eat, they heard a conspiratorial voice ringing out. Yo, isn't this Lu Yushi? Chapter 58, Old Grudges. It was a female voice. Yang Li turned around when he heard the voice, just in time to see a woman wearing a black wraparound skirt. She looked to be about the same age as Lu Yushi, 25 or 26, and her looks were quite clear, though she was wearing heavy makeup. Her chin was a little sharp, and paired with her tiny mouth, it made her look a little mean, making it difficult to feel close to her, and in fact, the tone in which she spoke did make it impossible to get close to her. Zhou Yu? Seeing this woman, a cold smile appeared on Lu Yushi's face. To think that you would also come to this kind of place to eat, ah? I thought the former school bully only knew how to bury his head in his studies, Zhou Yu said, walking up 2 steps, deliberately glancing at the food on Yang Li and Lu Yushi's table, and laughed. Yo, the food is shabby enough, such a big restaurant, and you guys came here to eat this? Her tone of voice did not hide her mockery. What we eat is none of your business. Don't disturb our meal, Lu Yushi said coldly. Sister Shio, you guys know each other? Yang Li asked suspiciously, not knowing what this woman was about. She's my college classmate. Lu Yushi didn't hide Yang Li and spoke the woman's identity. Ah, from the two people's conversation, it was obvious that they didn't look like any friends. Yang Li thought that this was Lu Yushi's enemy or something, but he didn't expect it to be her college classmate, which made him even more surprised. Seemingly seeing the surprise in Yang Li's eyes, Lu Yushi said straight away, when she was studying in the past, she had a boyfriend, but that guy later fell in love with me and dumped her, although I didn't agree to be with that guy, but from then on, she held a grudge against me. Hearing that Lu Yushi did not hesitate to tell the grudge between the two of them, Yang Li raised an eyebrow. To say what matter could hurt the most, there was no doubt that it was exposing someone's scars in public. He didn't expect the always kind Lu Yushi to be so ruthless. A look at the woman called Zhou Yu's entire face darkened after hearing Lu Yushi's words. Yang Li's heart was secretly staggered. I'm only afraid that the grudge between these two people back then wasn't small. Ah, what are you doing here? Find a seat. The woman stood next to Lu Yushi and Yang Li's table. Behind her, a middle-aged man suddenly came over. Seeing her standing still, he said suspiciously. Hearing the man's words, the woman's originally gloomy face immediately piled up a smile and said, Honey, I ran into my classmate here, so I said hello. Oh, your classmate? The man followed Zhou Yu's gaze to Lu Yushi, and after seeing how beautiful Lu Yushi was, he immediately revealed a smile on his face. Such a beautiful beauty is your classmate? Quickly introduce me, ah, he said anxiously. Yang Li took the opportunity to take a look at this man. In his 50s, with a big belly, a Mediterranean hairstyle, and wearing a suit that didn't fit but looked expensive. On his hand was a golden watch. Yang Li guessed that it might be a Rolex. From the looks of it, this man should be very rich, only that he was old, with a wrinkled face, and his already unimpressive looks, combined with a pair of pupils full of lust that were hidden under his glasses, he looked very lewd. Hello, my name is Zhang Mao, he said while extending his hand to shake hands with Lu Yushi. Chang Mao? Hello, my name is Yang Li. Before Lu Yushi could react, after hearing the man's words, Yang Li stood up first and shook his hand, acting enthusiastically. Put, hearing Yang Li's words, which were deliberately tinged with teasing, Lu Yushi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Without good humor, she glanced at Yang Li. She was happy, but Zhou Yu and that man were very unhappy. Zhou Yu was unhappy because her man even showed an abnormal enthusiasm after seeing Lu Yushi, which reminded her of the boyfriend she had talked to in school back then who also did the same thing when facing Lu Yushi. The reason why that man was unhappy was because he didn't get a kiss, and after his intention of shaking hands was interrupted by Yang Li and he was also flirted with, his face instantly turned cold. My name is Zhang Mao, not long hair, he emphasized. By this time Yang Li had already sat down. Hearing the man's words, he waved his hand indifferently. I don't care if you're long hair or not, please don't disturb our meal. Thank you, he. Hearing that Yang Li was still flirting, Lu Yushi couldn't help but burst out laughing even though she forced herself to hold back her laughter, and couldn't help but glare at Yang Li angrily. You, being flirted with by Yang Li once again. Zhang Mao instantly became furious and pointed at Yang Li, wanting to start cursing, but the waiter came over at the right time. This mister, please sit down on the chosen spot. Okay, the guests behind are still queuing up, since Zhang Mao and Zhou Yu had been standing on the aisle, hindering the guests behind them from passing through. The people behind them were lining up. If not for the fact that the people who came in to dine were quite qualified, it was expected that they would have already started cursing. Seeing this scene, that Zhang Mao wanted to scold Yang Li, but he couldn't kick up a fuss, so he could only hatefully get out of the way. Let's go sit down here. Originally wanting to taunt Lu Yushi for a while, he didn't expect that he would actually lose out. Zhou Yu, who had a strong hatred for Lu Yushi in her heart, naturally couldn't accept such an outcome and refused to go to another location, so she sat down at the table next to Yang Li and Lu Yushi. Seeing this, Yang Li frowned deeply and raised his head to look at Lu Yushi. only to see Lu Yushi smiling at him and shrugging her shoulders, signaling that he didn't need to care. Honey, what would you like to eat? After sitting down in her seat, Zhou Yu deliberately asked Zhang Mao loudly. Just watch yourself and order whatever you want, Zhang Mao said boldly. While speaking, he also secretly glanced at Lu Yushi, wanting to see what Lu Yushi's reaction was, but Lu Yushi was eating on her own, half reacting. What Zhou Yu wanted was the words of ordering whatever she wanted to eat. Fine, then I'll order it, she said in a conspiratorial manner, and after glancing at Lu Yushi next to her, she slowly said, this 308 filet mignon come too, 3/4 cooked, this 5006 caviar come too, this seafood, yo, Australian a bit expensive, more than 8,000, husband, order or not? Zhou Yu pretended to be surprised and said to Zhang Mao, you can order it if you want to eat it, what's more than 8,000? It's not like we can't afford it, Zhang Mao said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhou Yu nodded her head repeatedly. That's true, it's not like we can't afford it like some people. When she said this, she deliberately tilted her head to Lu Yushi's side, as if she was worried that they wouldn't hear her. Then let's have a serving of this. In addition, let's have a bottle of what wine is good. Let's see. Well, just this Osong Winery's red wine, 28,000. Okay ma'am, please wait. After noting down the dishes ordered by Zhou Yu, the waiter went down to have them prepared. As for Zhou Yu, after ordering the dishes, she looked at Lu Yushi and Yang Li with a condescending gaze like a victor, seemingly waiting for them to respond, but both of them did not make any response, which gave Zhou Yu a feeling of powerlessness as her fists hit the cotton. Hubby, coming to eat this Western food every day. I'm tired of eating it, why don't we go eat Japanese food next time? Without stopping for a while, Zhou Yu's voice sounded again. Okay, you can eat whatever you want. Although Zhang Mao answered Zhou Yu's words with his mouth, his eyes couldn't stop glancing at Lu Yushi. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yu was very upset in her heart and hated Lu Yushi even more, but there was nothing she could do about it. A moment's effort, the red wine she ordered was brought over. A flash of light in her mind, she suddenly thought of a wonderful way to humiliate Lu Yushi. Taking advantage of the waiter's sobering up, she said, this eating Western food is to match the red wine, also have to match the good. If there is no good red wine, this Western food might as well not eat it? Hubby, don't you think so? Even Zhang Mao felt a bit annoyed with this woman who kept clamoring beside him, but he still nodded his head, only very perfunctorily, but Zhou Yu didn't care so much. It was as if she suddenly saw Lu Yushi's table. You guys didn't order red wine? Without matching red wine, what is the flavor of this Western food to eat? Originally, it was fine for Zhou Yu to talk to herself alone. Yang Li could completely treat her as heir under Lu Yushi's authorization, but now that the other party had pointed the spearhead over, he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Yang Li was about to respond, only to see Lu Yushi faintly say, we don't like red wine. Zhou Yu said so many words just to have Lu Yushi respond. Seeing Lu Yushi speak, she was overjoyed and hurriedly said, don't like it? Oh, in the end you really don't like it, or you can't afford to drink it? She said this rather deliberately, and when Yang Li heard this, his face instantly went cold. Chapter 59, Swollen Face to be Fat. It's also true that the cheapest red wine here costs more than 3,000 a bottle. It's normal that some people can't afford to drink it. Seeing Lu Yushi's face with hidden anger, Zhou Yu laughed even more cheerfully. She thought she had talked about Lu Yushi's sore spot. Unbeknownst to her, the reason why Lu Yushi was furious was because she saw Yang Li's face gloom down, and she thought that Zhou Yu's words had hurt Yang Li. Lu Yushi, I say you're in your 20s. Why do you still like to find this kind of young man to be your boyfriend? He doesn't have much achievement at first glance, and he probably doesn't have much money. Look at how he's dressed. Although the person looks a little more handsome, but what's the use of it? Handsome and can't be eaten. If I say your eyesight is far worse than before. Feeling that she had successfully poked Lu Yushi's sore spot, Zhou Yu continued to pursue her victory and began to mock Yang Li. Lu Yushi frowned. Her and Zhou Yu's grudge wasn't for a day or two. Back when they were in school, the two of them often fought, and she could completely ignore Zhou Yu's cynicism. But just because she could ignore it, it didn't mean Yang Li could ignore it as well. She was worried that Yang Li would be sad because of Zhou Yu's words. Surprisingly, she didn't even refute Zhou Yu's comment that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. She looked at him nervously. What kind of boyfriend I'm looking for? What's it got to do with you? In the past, when your boyfriend fell for me and dumped you, you were indignant in your heart. Did you also want to snatch my boyfriend over? Seeing no anger on Yang Li's face, Lu Yushi was relieved and started to counterattack, speaking bluntly about Zhou Yu's boyfriend, causing Zhou Yu's face to turn a shade of green and a shade of red. Yang Li was also a smart person. Hearing Lu Yushi's words, he immediately laughed. this lady's appearance is less than 1/10,000th of Sister Sher's. No wonder her boyfriend chased after Sister Sher's you in the first place. If I were to change me I would definitely chase after you as well. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? As for her wanting to snatch me away from you, that's a fool's errand. I'm not blind. Hearing Yang Li's complimentary words, Zhou Yu's face became even more ugly. Being snatched away from her boyfriend by Lu Yushi. This was the pain in her heart all along. She forced herself to hold back her anger and laughed coldly. What am I doing stealing your boyfriend? A poor man. Do you really think I can afford him? With this poor look, he's not even worthy of lifting my husband's shoes. Right, hubby? Zhou Yu said and asked Zhang Mao. Although Zhang Mao had his heart set on Lu Yushi, he could also see that Lu Yushi was not fond of him, so he had some anger in his heart. And at this moment, when he heard Zhou Yu's words, he immediately nodded his head and agreed, of course. Saying that, he looked Yang Li up and down. Young people nowadays, they just have a better looking skin, nothing inside, and low financial capability. I really don't understand. How can you say that your classmate is also a highly educated person, but would even like this kind of poor man? His vision is too poor. Seeing her man echoing her words, Zhou Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded her head. After Zhang Mao finished his words, he again addressed Yang Li squarely. Kid, if I say so, if you don't have money, don't bring a woman to this kind of place to eat. Eat here, eat is the grade. Look at the ones here. Who ordered dishes as shabby as you? If you come to these places and order these dishes, and you bring a woman with you, you'll make people laugh, so you might as well not come into the place in the first place. Hearing Zhang Mao's undisguised mockery, Yang Li wasn't annoyed and smiled, asking, you mean to say that these dishes aren't classy enough? Then what kind of dishes are enough? Seeing that Yang Li didn't get angry after hearing his words, not to mention that he even asked himself as if he didn't hear the mocking intent in his words, Zhang Mao cursed in his heart, little cutie, and then picked up the caviar on the table. See this? Hundreds of dollars a gram. Just this little one, it's got to be several thousand. After saying that, he picked up the bottle of red wine. This is the special wine of Osong Winery. Forget it, I think you don't understand if I explain so much to you. You just need to know that this bottle of wine is $28,000 on the line. These are the things that are good enough for the grade? Zhang Mao finished with a proud face. Those who can't afford these things, I think there's really no need to come here, don't you think? He looked at Yang Li with intent. Yang Li smiled faintly. So this is what's up, market. Then I really need to eat it before I can do so. With that, he raised his hand to call the waiter. Yang Li, seeing that Yang Li actually wanted to order something so expensive, Lu Yushi hurriedly pressed his hand. She felt that Yang Li was provoked to do so. She didn't want Yang Li to be teased. Most importantly, she also didn't want Yang Li to spend so much money for a meal. What was in Lu Yuxi's mind? Even if she didn't say it, Yang Li knew it, and seeing the green hand that pressed on the back of his hand, he was touched in his heart, but was not prepared to stop. Sister Shio, don't worry. Patting Lu Yushi's hand, Yang Li cast over a composed smile. If he didn't have any money and insisted on ordering such expensive drinks and dishes after listening to Zhang Mao's words, then he was indeed provoked. But Yang Li had money. He had wanted to order these things. It was just that Lu Yushi didn't let him order them in order to save him money. If Zhang Mao had simply taunted Yang Li alone, Yang Li might have really endured it and wouldn't have ordered any dishes. After living for 20 years, hadn't he been taunted less? In his eyes, this kind of mockery was nothing at all, and he wouldn't lose a piece of meat himself. This time, the reason why he didn't choose to hold back was because while Zhang Mao was mocking him, he even satirized Lu Yushi. This kind of cynicism, Yang Li could bear it, but he couldn't let Lu Yushi bear it because it involved a feud between Lu Yushi and Zhou Yu for many years. From the conversation between the two, it wasn't hard to hear that in a feud, Lu Yushi had always had the upper hand. If she lost this time, with this Zhou Yu's character, he was only afraid that in the future, she would intensify her efforts to find Lu Yushi's trouble. Yang Li would not give her this opportunity, so he chose not to hold back. He did this not to preserve his own face, but to preserve Lu Yushi's face. Of course, in addition to that, there was another very important reason, and that was that he hadn't eaten any of these things before, and really wanted to taste what they tasted like. But of course, this kind of small mind couldn't be spoken. Interrupting Lu Yushi's stop, the waiter who saw Yang Li beckoning hurriedly ran over. Sir, may I ask what else you need? Give me the menu. I'll order something else. Okay. The waiter handed the menu to Yang Li. Yo, really order such an expensive thing. Can he afford to order it? Don't be a swollen face, right? Seeing Yang Li pick up the menu, Zhou Yu sneered from the table on the side. The dishes at their table added up to over 50,000. With Yang Li's poor appearance, she didn't think that Yang Li could afford to eat such expensive things. Even Zhang Mao felt the same way, looking at Yang Li with some amusement. Young people love face, especially in front of their own women. That face is even more important. He said that earlier to stir up Yang Li's goodwill and get him to order more food. Seeing Yang Li scrutinizing the menu, it was as if he had already seen Yang Li's woeful appearance when he didn't have the money to settle the bill, and this was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Brat, fighting with me? You're still tender. Let's have 2 servings of this top-grade caviar, and this Romane Conti wine. Give me a bottle. Yang Li said to the waiter after looking at it for a short while. The waiter was a little dazed after hearing Yang Li's words. First, sir, are you sure? Sure. Yang Li nodded his head. Yang Li, what caviar did you order? The thing called caviar itself was expensive, let alone top-grade caviar, and hearing that Yang Li wanted 2 more servings, Lu Yushur immediately became anxious. We don't want caviar. Chapter 60, The Big Man. We don't want caviar, Lu Yushur said to the waiter without thinking, while also looking at Yang Li without any good humor. In an occasion like today, she was eager to press Zhou, thus maintaining her face, but she didn't want Yang Li to spend too much money because she knew that Yang Li didn't have any money. Although Yang Li said that he had a rich relative, but that was after all a relative. How much more money could he give him? If maintaining her face required Yang Li to spend money, then she would rather not have that face anymore. She would prefer Yang Li to save that money and improve his life. We don't want caviar. You, Lu Yushur said, wanting to ask the waiter to scratch this dish off the menu, but she was stopped by Yang Li before she could finish her sentence. Sister Shio, I can still afford to eat this much, Yang Li said to Lu Yushur with a smile. Yang Li had a look in his eyes that longed to be believed. He wanted Lu Yushur to trust him. Seeing this look, Lu Yushur didn't know what to say. Yang Li, there's really no need. Just these 2 things, come up as soon as possible. Without listening to Lu Yushur's words, Yang Li said straight to the waiter. Ha, I thought I was going to order something. Just this caviar. How much can it be worth if it's top-notch? Seeing that Yang Li didn't order much, Zhou sneered and said, still talking about how this bit of stuff is affordable. Ha ha, who can't afford such a bit of stuff? It's really laughable. Zhou smile was exaggerated, and even Zhang Mao followed suit. Yang Li shook his head breathlessly. Seeing that the waiter hadn't left yet, he frowned. What else is there? Sir, are you sure you want to order this bottle of wine? The expression on the waiter's face was filled with disbelief. Of course I'm sure. Yang Li nodded his head. Sir, the price of this bottle of wine is 288,000 yuan, the waiter said. Hearing this, Yang Li grinned. Maybe I don't have much culture, but this number, I still recognize it. The implication was, I know what you said, there's no need to repeat it. He said this with an air of understatement, but those who heard this could not do so. Zhou and Zhang Mao directly froze, both of them thinking that they had heard wrong. Yang Li, you're crazy. The one who reacted first was Lu Yushur, who looked at Yang Li with an expression of extreme dismay. She had previously thought that the 2 servings of top-quality caviar should be the most expensive, but she didn't realize that the bottle of wine was even more expensive than the caviar. She was completely unable to imagine that Yang Li had ordered a bottle of wine that cost $280,000. Sister Shio, calm down. Isn't it right to pair good food with good wine? Not to mention, there's such a beautiful person like you. Yang Li pressed down on Lu Yushur's hand, signaling her not to get excited. Lu Yushur was originally quite excited, but when she heard Yang Li's last words, she couldn't help but blush a little, and a large portion of her excitement fell away. Why did you order such an expensive wine? Lu Yushur whispered to Yang Li, wanting him to pull back. On the other side, Zhou and Zhang Mao reacted, the former smiling coldly. It's true that when the forest is big, all kinds of birds are there. Don't look at your own virtues. How dare you order such an expensive wine with the look of a pauper? You're really out of your mind. Don't order it and then can't afford to pay the bill. That'll be hard to see on your face. Zhang Mao also laughed merrily. He knew that Yang Li might be in the way because of his face, but he didn't expect Yang Li to be so bold as to order such an expensive red wine. He was still too young. If you drink this expensive wine and can't pay for it, you can't just say you're sorry. Hearing Zhou's mockery, Yang Li looked at her. I knew you would say that. As he said that, he took out his card and handed it to the waiter. Settle the bill before serving the food, then whispered the password. Seeing that what Yang Li handed out was a black card, Zhang Mao couldn't smile at once. If he was not mistaken, this was a black card? He couldn't believe his eyes and just wanted to rub them to see more clearly, only to see that the waiter had already joyfully gone to help Yang Li settle the bill. The waiter of the high-class restaurant still had eyesight. Although he didn't have a black card, it didn't mean that he didn't recognize it. After all, there were more than 1 or 2 rich people who came to this restaurant to eat. Although he didn't know what bank Yang Li's black card, which was all in English, he couldn't care less, as long as it was a black card. No matter which bank issued it, its holder was basically a billion-dollar existence, even for this restaurant, which was very famous in Jiangning City. Such a person was a top customer. How could he dare to slack off? Yang Li, you really bought it. How much does this cost? Seeing that Yang Li even gave his card to that waiter, Lu Yushur was in a big hurry. She just wanted to stop it now but couldn't. Looking at Yang Li with chagrin, Yang Li gave Lu Yushur a smile and didn't say anything more. Che, what's the point of pretending? It's not certain if there's money in the card. Seeing Yang Li letting the waiter go to the checkout, Zhou Yu didn't believe he had that much money at all and snorted coldly. Is this the gentleman? Zhou Yu's words just fell not a moment later, only to see a man in his 40s in a suit walking over with the waiter from earlier. Walking in front of Yang Li, he asked with a humble posture. Yes, Mr. Lin. The waiter nodded at him and the man hastily extended his hand. Hello sir, my humble self Lin Xiangyang, is the owner of this restaurant. Seeing that this boss was coming at him, Yang Li got up to shake his hand although he was a bit puzzled. Hello, Yang Li, so it's Mr. Yang. Hearing Yang Li's name, Lin Xiangyang said cordial words on his lips, but in his heart, he muttered one after another. He had been fighting in Jiangning City for so many years, and basically knew all the dignitaries in Jiangning City, but how come he hadn't heard of this name? Could it be that it is not a local of Jiangning? Oh, it's like this Mr. Yang, you have spent a total of $32,860 today. Our restaurant has regulations, but any single meal in the restaurant more than 200,000 will be given a 20% discount membership card of this restaurant. In the future you dine in the restaurant, the cost of all 20% discount. Please take it, Lin Xiangyang said, handing Yang Li's black card to Yang Li along with the so-called membership card. Hearing this, Yang Li's face dawned. So that's how it is. Thank you. Yang Li received the card, then glanced at Zhou Yu and Zhang Mao, only to see the two of them with reddened faces. They had previously thought that Yang Li couldn't afford to pay, but now that even the owner of the restaurant had personally come out, this clearly proved that Yang Li had settled the bill. He actually did have the money to settle the bill. More than 300,000 a meal's worth. Zhou Yu was surprised by this, but more than that, she was still furious, only feeling that a breath was blocking her heart, and she couldn't get it out. Zhang Mao's face was also ugly, but he wasn't because Yang Li had the money to settle the bill, but he felt as if he had offended a big shot. If he hadn't been able to see if what Yang Li was holding in his hand was a black card earlier, when that boss handed it over just now, he finally saw that it was indeed a black card. Confirming this, he instantly knew that this ordinary dressed kid in front of him must be something big. For him to have a black card at such a young age, he was most likely a second-generation rich man, and the power behind him must not be small. Although Jiangning City was big and had many rich people, but no matter which city they were in, these rich people would always be within a circle. He offended Yang Li here today. Maybe in the invisible has offended a lot of people. He is engaged in the project. Money depends on these rich big shots. If these people offended, the future is not profitable is one thing. I'm afraid that in the Jiangning, there is no foothold for him. After all, he knew that many rich people, under the hands are not very clean. Thinking of this, he stole a glance at Yang Li, just in time to see Yang Li also looking at him with a smile. Yang Li was just smiling in a very normal way, but suspicion breeds darkness, and in Zhang Mao's opinion, this smile had a deep meaning, and his cold sweat swished out, and his face turned pale. No more food, let's go. With worry in his heart, Zhang Mao was not in the mood to eat, and immediately stood up, wanting to leave. Go, what are you leaving for? We haven't eaten anything yet? Seeing her man saying that he wanted to leave, Zhou Yu was very puzzled. Although they had lost face in this matter today, but there was no need to leave. She didn't often get to eat such expensive things, and it was not easy to eat once in a few months. Eat. You know how to eat all day long? You don't do anything but give me trouble. You love to eat so much. Just eat here. Don't bother me in the future. Seeing that Zhou Yu would not leave, thinking that today's events were all caused by her, Zhang Mao got angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and after cursing at her, he took out $1 and threw it onto the table, and then flung his sleeves away. Zhou Yu was inexplicably scolded, and immediately froze, only reacting after a long time, her face turning the color of pig's liver. What are you mad at you? Looking at Zhang Mao's back, she also cursed. However, Zhang Mao did not respond. Seeing that he really walked out, Zhou Yu was angry and furious. Noticing that everyone in the restaurant was looking at her, she knew that today's face was considered to be disgraced. Stomping her foot fiercely, after glaring at Yang Li and Lu Yushur, she also hurriedly ran out. Seeing Zhou Yu and Zhang Mao leave one after the other, Yang Li couldn't help but laugh out loud, although Lin Xiangyang on the side was unsure. With his knowledge, he didn't think it was that rare and laughed along. After speaking with Yang Li for a while in the back, he left in a wise manner. Although Lin Xiangyang is a restaurant, but the operation of the upscale restaurant, know a lot of rich people. A meal spent more than 30 million, to say scary, but he is not unseen. not only seen, but also seen a lot. According to Reason, on the matter of sending membership cards, he is guilty of not coming. The reason why he came is because of Yang Li's black card. Speaking of black cards, he also had them, and he had seen many of them, but this one of Yang Li's, he had never seen it before. Although he didn't know what kind of black card it was, he recognized the names of the banks behind this black card: Swiss Bank, Bank of Paris, Mediterranean Bank, Tokyo UFJ Bank, Huaxia Bank. A total of 24 banks' English abbreviations are printed on it, although he has never seen, but there are so many banks in the name on the top. He concluded that this black card must not be ordinary. Thus, he speculated that the owner of this black card, the identity must not be ordinary. For a businessman, the most important thing is the eyesight. Since the identity of the owner of this card is not ordinary, how can he not come to say hello? Although a hello does not establish any relationship, but it is always good to take a look. We are all rich people. There will always be a time to meet again. This a small gesture, may be exchanged for a big cooperation in the future. Why not do it? As a big brother in Jiangning's restaurant industry, Lin Xiangyang was never ambiguous when it came to these details. Of course Yang Li didn't know that he was simply settling a bill, but could make people think so deeply. After Lin Xiangyang left, he picked up his spoon, ready to taste this so-called top-grade caviar, but he found that Lu Yueshio didn't move a muscle, her eyes looking straight at herself, with scrutinizing in her gaze. This caused Yang Li to raise an eyebrow. Sister Sure, what's wrong with you? Chapter 61, Honoring Luoyi Before Honoring Others. Lu Yueshio stared straight at Yang Li, not saying a word for a long time, as if she wanted to see Yang Li inside and out. Sister Shio, I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for you to show it so obviously. There's a lot of people here. If you want to see it, I'll let you have a good look later on when we're both alone, Yang Li quietly said to Lu Yueshio. Put. Hearing Yang Li's words, Lu Yueshio's originally taut face couldn't help but reveal a flash of laughter as she blankly glanced at Yang Li without any good humor. It seems like you've really changed, she said. Changed where? Yang Li asked, becoming more and more of a poor talker. Lu Yueshio said, how can that be? Haven't I always been like this? Yang Li didn't admit it. Lu Yueshio shook her head and didn't dwell on this issue, because of the reason that she had been paying more attention to Yang Li. The changes that had happened to Yang Li during this period of time were basically seen by her. She felt that Yang Li had become more lively and seemed to be a little more flamboyant than before. This flaunting wasn't derogatory. In the past, when Yang Li encountered others taunting and making things difficult, he would basically choose to hold back. But now, he would take the initiative to face them and make counterattacks. And they were still effective counterattacks. This seemed surprising to Lu Yueshio, but at the same time, he also felt happy for Yang Li, because this change was positive. That relative of yours should have given you a lot of money, right? Lu Yueshio asked again. Why does Sister Shio ask that? Yang Li looked at Lu Yueshio suspiciously, and in his heart, he wondered if Lu Yueshio recognized that black card. The fact that you're willing to spend so much money for a meal means that he's given you at least that much money, Lu Yueshio said. Lu Yueshio didn't recognize the black card. Although she was a doctoral student, her family's financial condition was no more than a well-off class, was not exposed to black cards, so she didn't recognize it. What's more, she didn't even think in that direction, but in the eyes of ordinary people, hundreds of thousands of dollars, even if it is a lot of money. Yang Li smiled, seeing that Lu Yueshio's face didn't show any difference. His heart was relieved and he said, how much money one is willing to spend on dinner? That depends on who one eats with. Eating with Sister Shi, I'm willing to spend even more money. Hearing this, Lu Yueshio's face couldn't help but have a blush appear on her face, and she gave Yang Li a blank look. Just you will be poor. While the two were talking, the waiter had already woken up the bottle of $280,000 of red wine and poured a little bit for each of them. Yang Li took the initiative to pick up the wine glass to toast with Lu Yueshio. Although the previous incident was slightly unpleasant, overall, tonight was still a happy night. Sipping a mouthful of red wine, Yang Li only felt that the wine was very mellow. The rest, he could not eat it, mainly because he had not drank a few times of red wine in total, and the expensive one was even the first time he drank it. He simply couldn't compare it with other wines, so he didn't know if it was good or bad. Sister Shio, how's the flavor? Yang Li asked. Very good. A mouthful of wine went down her throat. Lu Yueshio felt her face slightly burning. She had drank some high-grade red wine, so she could still taste how good or bad this wine was. Since it's not bad, then drink more, Yang Li said, picking up the wine awakening device, ready to pour it for Lu Yueshio again. Lu Yueshio saw this and hurriedly covered the cup, her gaze vigilant as she looked at Yang Li. What do you want to do? Ha? Yang Li froze, not understanding what that meant, but after seeing the vigilance on Lu Yueshio's face, he instantly reacted. Himself, a male, asking a girl to drink more. How does this look like he's not harboring good intentions? Understanding over, he hurriedly confessed. Sorry, Sister Shio, I don't have any other meaning, I just heard you say it's good to drink, so I want you to drink more. I really don't have any other intention. Sorry Seeing Yang Li saying sorry one after another with a face of self-reproach, the vigilance on Lu Yushi's face dispersed. With her understanding of Yang Li, she also knew that Yang Li wouldn't be the kind of villain who would take advantage of people's danger, and immediately snapped, forgive you for not daring to do so. Yes, dare not dare, Yang Li said, wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing that Yang Li even sweated out in a hurry, Lu Yushi knew that he really didn't have that aspect in mind, and on one side felt that it was because he was overthinking, and on the other side was a bit amused, and said, red wine, this kind of thing, shallow taste, how can you drink enough at once? Besides, this wine you eat nothing to feel, often the aftertaste is very strong, what if you get drunk? Hearing Lu Yushi's words, Yang Li nodded repeatedly, let's just finish the ones in the cups, and save the rest, Lu Yushi said, and Yang Li nodded his head once again, right, save it up, let's drink it next time. Seeing Yang Li's naive demeanor, Lu Yushi couldn't help but smile again, and when she heard Yang Li say that he would come back to drink next time, she couldn't help but envision in her mind the second time they came into this place, only, this time, it was she who had helped Yang Li, so he had invited herself for dinner, so next time, what name should she come under? After the red wine was saved up, the two of them finished their wine glasses and ate the caviar, and dinner was over. Sister Shio, let me send you back. Walking out of the restaurant and seeing that it was already past 8 o'clock, Yang Li said to Lu Yushi, originally thinking that Lu Yushi would agree. He didn't expect her to shake her head. There's no rush. Yang Li looked at her doubtfully, only to see Lu Yushi turn her head and look Yang Li up and down. It's still early, let's go to the mall. I want to buy you 2 outfits. Yang Li's voice raised more than 10 decibels from before. He looked at Lu Yushi in surprise, feeling as if he had heard wrong. What you don't want to Lu Yushi asked without any good humor. No, only, it's just that I don't think it's necessary, right? Yang Li said, where it's not necessary, I think it's very necessary, Lu Yushi said. These words caused Yang Li to frown, looking at his own body and then at Lu Yushi. He couldn't help but ask, Sister Shi, do you think that I'm disgracing you by wearing this body? As soon as he heard Yang Li's words, Lu Yushi glared at him, what are you talking about? If I think you're embarrassing me, I wouldn't have dined with you long ago, don't think nonsense. Seeing Lu Yushi a little angry, Yang Li knew that he was overthinking it. With Sister Shi such a good character, she would never dislike herself, but in that case, he was even more puzzled. Then what clothes to buy for a good reason? Hearing this, Lu Yushi looked at Yang Li and said, you treated me to such an expensive meal, could it be that I can't even send you 2 outfits? Sister Shio, there's no need. Yang Li was about to refuse, but he heard Lu Yushi say, Yang Li, although Sister Shio didn't belittle you because of your clothes, there are many people in this world. These people don't all respect you as much as Sister Shio does. In these people's eyes, a person's clothes are the standard by which they measure that person. Haven't you ever heard of honoring Luo clothes before honoring people? Take just now. Didn't Zhou Yu and Zhang Mao look down on you because of your dress? Because they felt that you were not dressed well. You must not have any money, so they wanted to step on you. And just because they wanted to step on you, you ended up spending so much money to have this meal. If you weren't dressed like this, you wouldn't have to spend out so much money at all. Lu Yushi's words caused Yang Li to be a bit stunned. Seeing that Yang Li didn't say anything, Lu Yushi didn't know if what she said was a bit heavy, and apologized again. Yang Li, don't blame Sister Shio for talking too much. In my opinion, it doesn't matter what you wear, because a person's quality is far more important than what they wear. But if I think so, others don't. Sister Shio just doesn't want others to look down on you going. Lu Yushi's tone was sincere. The last sentence completely rattled Yang Li's heartstrings. He was not a fool. Naturally he could hear whether Lu Yushi's words were kind or belittling. Looking deeply at Lu Yushi, he nodded with a smile. Sister Shi is right. It's also because I was too careless about my image in the past, so I've attracted a lot of trouble for no reason at all. It seems that in the future, I really should pay attention to my appearance. Seeing Yang Li listening to her words, Lu Yushi was relieved in her heart. She was still worried that Yang Li's self-esteem was too strong, thus getting angry with herself, and immediately laughed. No need to wait for later, just tonight. Change yourself, start tonight.